Chapter 1 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 1. Get out of Mr. Fletcher's road, ye idle, lounging little... Vagabond, I think the woman, Sally Watkins, once my nurse, was going to say, but she changed her mind. My father and I both glanced round, surprised at her unusual reticence of epithets, but when the lad addressed turned, fixed his eyes on each of us for a moment, and made way for us, we ceased to wonder. Ragged, muddy, and miserable as he was, the poor boy looked anything but a vagabond. "Thee need not go into the wet, my lad. Keep close to the wall, and there will be shelter enough for us and thee," said my father, as he pulled my little hand-carriage into the alley, under cover from the pelting rain. The lad, with a grateful look, put a hand out likewise and pushed me further in. A strong hand it was, roughened and browned with labour, though he was scarcely as old as I. What would I not have given to be so stalwart and so tall? Sally called from her house door, "Would Master Phineas come in and sit by the fire a bit?" But it was always a trouble to me, to move or walk, and I liked staying at the mouth of the alley, watching the autumnal shower come sweeping down the street. Besides, I wanted to look again at the stranger lad. He had scarcely stirred, but remained leaning against the wall, either through weariness or in order to be out of our way. He took little or no notice of us, but kept his eyes fixed on the pavement, for we actually boast a pavement in the high street of our town of Norton Bury, watching the eddying raindrops, which, each as it fell, threw up a little mist of spray. It was a serious, haggard face for a boy of only 14 or so. Let me call it up before me. I can, easily, even after more than 50 years. Brown eyes, deep sunken, with strongly marked brows, a nose like most other Saxon noses, nothing particular. Lips well-shaped, lying one upon the other, firm and close. A square, sharply outlined, resolute chin, of that type which gives character and determination to the whole physiognomy, and without which, in the fairest features, as in the best dispositions, one is always conscious of a certain want. As I have stated, in person the lad was tall and strongly built, and I, poor puny wretch, so reverenced physical strength. Everything in him seemed to indicate that which I had not. His muscular limbs, his square broad shoulders, his healthy cheek, though it was sharp and thin, even to his crisp curls of bright thick hair. Thus he stood, principal figure in a picture which is even yet as clear to me as yesterday, the narrow, dirty alley leading out of the high street, yet showing a glimmer of green field at the further end, the open house doors on either side, through which came the drowsy burr of many a stocking loom, the prattle of children paddling in the gutter, and sailing thereon a fleet of potato parings. In front, the high street, with the mayor's house opposite, porticoed and grand, and beyond, just where the rain clouds were breaking, rose up out of a nest of trees the square tower of our ancient abbey, Norton Bury's boast and pride. On it, from a break in the clouds, came a sudden stream of light. The stranger lad lifted up his head to look at it. "The rain will be over soon," I said, but doubted if he heard me. What could he be thinking of so intently, a poor working lad, whom few would have given credit for thinking at all? I do not suppose my father cast a second glance or thought on the boy, whom, from a sense of common justice, he had made take shelter beside us. In truth, worthy man, he had no lack of matter to occupy his mind, being sole architect of a long uphill but now thriving trade. I saw, by the hardening of his features, and the restless way in which he poked his stick into the little water pools, that he was longing to be in his tan-yard close by. He pulled out his great silver watch, the dread of our house, for it was a watch which seemed to imbibe something of its master's character, remorseless as justice or fate, It never aired a moment. 23 minutes lost by this shower. Phineas, my son, how am I to get thee safe home, unless thee wilt go with me to the tan-yard? I shook my head. It was very hard for Abel Fletcher to have for his only child such a sickly creature as I, now, at 16, as helpless and useless to him as a baby. Well, well, I must find someone to go home with thee. For though my father had got me a sort of carriage in which, with a little external aid, I could propel myself, so as to be his companion occasionally in his walks between our house, the tan-yard, and the Friends' meeting-house, still he never trusted me anywhere alone. Here, Sally Watkins, do any of thy lads want to earn an honest penny? Sally was out of earshot, but I noticed that, as the lad near us heard my father's words, the colour rushed over his face, and he started forward involuntarily. I had not before perceived how wasted and hungry-looking he was. "Father," I whispered. But here the boy had mustered up his courage and voice. "Sir, I want work. May I earn a penny?" He spoke in tolerably good English, different from our coarse, broad, Gloucestershire drawl, and taking off his tattered old cap, looked right up into my father's face. The old man scanned him closely. "What is thy name, lad?" "John Halifax." "Where dost thee come from?" "Cornwall." "Hast thee any parents living?" "No." I wished my father would not question thus, but possibly he had his own motives, which were rarely harsh, though his actions often appeared so. "How old might thee be, John Halifax?" 14, sir." "Thee art used to work?" "Yes." "What sort of work?" "Anything that I can get to do." I listened nervously to this catechism, which went on behind my back. "Well," said my father, after a pause, "thee shall take my son home, and I'll give thee a groat. Let me see, art thee a lad to be trusted?" And holding him at arm's length, regarding him meanwhile with eyes that were the terror of all the rogues in Norton Bury, Abel Fletcher jingled temptingly the silver money in the pockets of his long flapped brown waistcoat. "I say, art thee a lad to be trusted?" John Halifax neither answered nor declined his eyes. He seemed to feel this was a critical moment, and to have gathered all his mental forces into a serried square to meet the attack. He met it, and conquered in silence. "Lad, shall I give thee the groat now?" "Not till I've earned it, sir." So, drawing his hand back, my father slipped the money into mine, and left us. I followed him with my eyes, as he went sturdily plashing down the street, his broad, comfortable back, which owned a coat of true Quaker cut, but spotless, warm, and fine. His ribbed hose and leathern gaiters, and the wide-brimmed hat set over a fringe of grey hairs, that crowned the whole with respectable dignity. He looked precisely what he was, an honest, honourable, prosperous tradesman. I watched him down the street, my good father, whom I respected perhaps even more than I loved him. The Cornish lad watched him likewise. It still rained slightly, so we remained under cover. John Halifax leaned in his old place, and did not attempt to talk. Once only, when the draught through the alley made me shiver, he pulled my cloak round me carefully. "You are not very strong, I'm afraid." "No." Then he stood idly looking up at the opposite, the mayor's house, with its steps and portico and its 14 windows, one of which was open and a cluster of little heads visible there. The mayor's children, I knew them all by sight, though nothing more, for their father was a lawyer and mine a tanner. They belonged to the Abbey folk and orthodoxy, I to the Society of Friends. The mayor's rosy children seemed greatly amused by watching us shivering shelterers from the rain. Doubtless our position made their own appear all the pleasanter. For myself it mattered little, but for this poor, desolate, homeless, wayfaring lad to stand in sight of their merry nursery window and hear the clatter of voices and of not unwelcome dinner sounds, I wondered how he felt it. Just at this minute another head came to the window, a somewhat older child. I had met her with the rest. She was only a visitor. She looked at us, then disappeared. Soon after, we saw the front door half opened, and an evident struggle taking place behind it. We even heard loud words across the narrow street. "I will! I say I will!" "You shan't, Miss Ursula." "But I will!" And there stood the little girl, with a loaf in one hand and carving knife in the other. She succeeded in cutting off a large slice and holding it out. "Take it, poor boy, you look so hungry. Do take it." But the servant forced her in, and the door was shut upon a sharp cry. It made John Halifax start, and look up at the nursery window, which was likewise closed. We heard nothing more. After a minute, he crossed the street and picked up the slice of bread. Now in those days bread was precious exceedingly. The poor folk rarely got it. They lived on rye or meal. John Halifax had probably not tasted wheaten bread like this for months. It appeared not, he eyed it so ravenously. Then, glancing towards the shut door, his mind seemed to change. He was a long time before he ate a morsel. When he did so, it was quietly and slowly, looking very thoughtful all the while. As soon as the rain ceased, we took our way home, down the High Street, towards the Abbey Church, he guiding my carriage along in silence. I wished he would talk and let me hear again his pleasant Cornish accent. "How strong you are," I said, sighing, when, with a sudden pull, he had saved me from being overturned by a horseman riding past, young Mr. Brithwood of the Mythe House, who never cared where he galloped or whom he hurt. "So tall and so strong." "Am I? Well, I shall want my strength." "How?" "To earn my living." He drew up his broad shoulders, and planted on the pavement a firmer foot, as if he knew he had the world before him, would meet it single-handed and without fear. "What have you worked at lately?" "Anything I could get, for I have never learned a trade." "Would you like to learn one?" He hesitated a moment, as if weighing his speech. "Once I thought I should like to be what my father was." "What was he?" "A scholar and a gentleman." This was news, though it did not much surprise me. My father, tanner as he was, and pertinaciously jealous of the dignity of trade, yet held strongly the common-sense doctrine of the advantages of good descent, at least in degree. For since it is a law of nature, admitting only rare exceptions, that the qualities of the ancestors should be transmitted to the race, the fact seems patent enough, that even allowing equal advantages, a gentleman's son has more chances of growing up a gentleman than the son of a working man. And though he himself, and his father before him, had both been working men, still I think Abel Fletcher never forgot that we originally came of a good stock, and that it pleased him to call me, his only son, after one of our forefathers, not unknown, Phineas Fletcher, who wrote The Purple Island. Thus it seemed to me, and I doubted not it would to my father, much more reasonable and natural that a boy like John Halifax, in whom, from every word he said, I detected a mind and breeding above his outward condition, should come of gentle than of boorish blood. "Then perhaps," I said, resuming the conversation, "you would not like to follow a trade?" "Yes, I should. What would it matter to me? My father was a gentleman." "And your mother?" And he turned suddenly round, his cheeks hot, his lips quivering. "She is dead. I do not like to hear strangers speak about my mother." I asked his pardon. It was plain he had loved and mourned her, and that circumstances had smothered down his quick boyish feelings into a man's tenacity of betraying where he had loved and mourned. I, only a few minutes after, said something about wishing we were not strangers. "Do you?" The lad's half-amazed, half-grateful smile went right to my heart. "Have you been up and down the country much?" "A great deal, these last 3 years, doing a hand's turn as best I could, in hop-picking, apple-gathering, harvesting. Only this summer I had typhus fever and could not work." "What did you do then?" I lay in a barn till I got well. I'm quite well now, you need not be afraid. No, indeed, I had never thought of that. We soon became quite sociable together. He guided me carefully out of the town into the Abbey walk, flecked with sunshine through overhanging trees. Once he stopped to pick up for me the large brown fan of a horse-chestnut leaf. It's pretty, isn't it? Only it shows that autumn is come. And how shall you live in the winter when there is no out-of-door work to be had? I don't know. The lad's countenance fell, and that hungry, weary look, which had vanished while we talked, returned more painfully than ever. I reproached myself for having, under the influence of his merry talk, temporarily forgotten it. "Ah," I cried eagerly, when we left the shade of the Abbey trees and crossed the street. "Here we are, at home." "Are you?" The homeless lad just glanced at it, the flight of spotless stone steps, guarded by ponderous railings, which led to my father's respectable and handsome door. "Good day, then, which means good-bye." I started. The word pained me. On my sad, lonely life, brief indeed, though ill health seemed to have doubled and trebled my 16 years into a mournful maturity, this lad's face had come like a flash of sunshine, a reflection of the merry boyhood, the youth and strength that never were, never could be mine. To let it go from me was like going back into the dark. "Not goodbye just yet," said I, trying painfully to disengage myself from my little carriage and mount the steps. John Halifax came to my aid. "Suppose you let me carry you? I could, and it would be great fun, you know." He tried to turn it into a jest, so as not to hurt me, but the tremble in his voice was as tender as any woman's, tenderer than any woman's I ever was used to hear. I put my arms round his neck. He lifted me safely and carefully, and set me at my own door. Then, with another good-bye, he again turned to go. My heart cried after him with an irrepressible cry. What I said I do not remember, but it caused him to return. "Is there anything more I can do for you, sir?" "Don't call me sir. I am only a boy like yourself. I want you. Don't go yet. Ah, here comes my father." John Halifax stood aside, and touched his cap with a respectful deference as the old man passed. "So here thee be. Hast thou taken care of my son? Did he give thee thy groat, my lad?" We had neither of us once thought of the money. When I acknowledged this, my father laughed, called John an honest lad, and began searching in his pocket for some larger coin. I ventured to draw his ear down and whispered something, but I got no answer. Meanwhile, John Halifax for the third time was going away. "Stop, lad, I forget thy name. Here is thy groat, and a shilling added for being kind to my son." "Thank you, but I don't want payment for kindness." He kept the groat, and put back the shilling into my father's hand. "Eh?" said the old man, much astonished. "Thee art an odd lad, but I can't stay talking with thee. Come in to dinner, Phineas. I say," turning back to John Halifax with a sudden thought, "art thee hungry?" "Very hungry." Nature gave way at last, and great tears came into the poor lad's eyes. "Nearly starving." "Bless me, then get in and have thy dinner. But first," and my inexorable father held him by the shoulder, "thee art a decent lad, come of decent parents?" "Yes," almost indignantly. "Thee works for thy living?" "I do, whenever I can get it." "Thee hast never been in jail?" "No!" thundered out the lad, with a furious look. "I don't want your dinner, sir. I would have stayed because your son asked me, and he was civil to me and I liked him. Now I think I had better go. Good day, sir." There is a verse in a very old book, even in its human histories the most pathetic of all books, which runs thus: "And it came to pass, when he had made an end of speaking unto Saul, that the soul of Jonathan was knit unto the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. And this day I, a poorer and more helpless Jonathan, had found my David. I caught him by the hand and would not let him go. "There, get in, lads, make no more ado," said Abel Fletcher sharply as he disappeared. So, still holding my David fast, I brought him into my father's house. End of chapter 1. Recording by Corrie Samuel.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 2 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 2. Dinner was over. My father and I took ours in a large parlour, where the stiff, high-backed chairs eyed one another in opposite rows across the wide oaken floor, shiny and hard as marble, and slippery as glass. Except the table, the sideboard, and the cuckoo clock, there was no other furniture. I dared not bring the poor wandering lad into this, my father's especial domain, but as soon as he was away in the tan-yard, I sent for John. Jael brought him in. Jael, the only womankind we ever had about us, and who, save to me when I happened to be very ill, certainly gave no indication of her sex in its softness and tenderness. There had evidently been wrath in the kitchen. "Phineas, the lad ha' got his dinner, and you mustn't keep un long. I ain't going to let you knock yourself up with looking after a beggar boy." A beggar boy. The idea seemed so ludicrous that I could not help smiling at it as I regarded him. He had washed his face and combed out his fair curls. Though his clothes were threadbare, all but ragged, they were not unclean, and there was a rosy, healthy freshness in his tanned skin, which showed me he loved and delighted in what poor folk generally abominate, water. And now the sickness of hunger had gone from his face, the lad, if not actually what our scriptural Saxon terms well-favoured, was certainly well-liking. A beggar boy indeed. I hoped he had not heard Jael's remark, but he had. "Madam," said he, with a bow of perfect good humour, and even some sly drollery, "you mistake. I never begged in my life. I'm a person of independent property, which consists of my head and my 2 hands, out of which I hope to realise a large capital some day." I laughed. Jael retired, abundantly mystified, and rather cross. John Halifax came to my easy-chair, and in an altered tone asked me how I felt, and if he could do anything for me before he went away. "You'll not go away, not till my father comes home, at least." For I had been revolving many plans, which had one sole aim and object: to keep near me this lad, whose companionship and help seemed to me, brotherless, sisterless, and friendless as I was, the very thing that would give me an interest in life, or at least make it drag on less wearily. To say that what I projected was done out of charity or pity would not be true. It was simple selfishness, if that be selfishness which makes one leap towards, and cling to, a possible strength and good, which I conclude to be the secret of all those sudden likings that spring more from instinct than reason. I do not attempt to account for mine. I know not why the soul of Jonathan clave to the soul of David. I only know that it was so, and that the first day I beheld the lad John Halifax, I, Phineas Fletcher, loved him as my own soul. Thus my entreaty, "You'll not go away," was so earnest that it apparently touched the friendless boy to the core. "Thank you," he said, in an unsteady voice, as leaning towards the fireplace he drew his hand backwards and forwards across his face. "You were very kind. I'll stay an hour or so if you wish it." "Then come and sit down here and let us have a talk." What this talk was, I cannot now recall, save that it ranged over many and wide themes, such as boys delight in, chiefly of life and adventure. He knew nothing of my only world, books. "Can you read?" he asked me at last, suddenly. I should rather think so, and I could not help smiling, being somewhat proud of my erudition. "And write?" "Oh yes, certainly." He thought a minute, and then said in a low tone, "I can't write, and I don't know when I shall be able to learn. I wish you would put down something in a book for me." "That I will." He took out of his pocket a little case of leather, with an under one of black silk. Within this again was a book. He would not let it go out of his hands, but held it so I could see the leaves. It was a Greek Testament. "Look here." He pointed to the flyleaf, and I read, "Guy Halifax, his book. Guy Halifax, gentleman, married Muriel Joyce, spinster, May 17th, in the year of our Lord 1779. John Halifax, their son, born June 18th, 1780. There was one more entry in a feeble, illiterate female hand. Guy Halifax, died January 4th, 1781. "What shall I write, John?" said I, after a minute or two of silence. "I'll tell you presently. Can I get you a pen?" He leaned on my shoulder with his left hand, but his right never once let go of the precious book. "Write, Muriel Halifax, died January 1st, 1791. "Nothing more?" "Nothing more." He looked at the writing for a minute or two, dried it carefully by the fire, replaced the book in its two cases, and put it into his pocket. He said no other word but "Thank you," and I asked him no questions. This was all I ever heard of the boy's parentage, nor do I believe he knew more himself. He was indebted to no forefathers for a family history. The chronicle commenced with himself, and was altogether his own making. No romantic antecedents ever turned up, his lineage remained uninvestigated, and his pedigree began and ended with his own honest name, John Halifax. Jael kept coming in and out of the parlour on divers excuses, eyeing very suspiciously John Halifax and me, especially when she heard me laughing, a rare and notable fact, for mirth was not the fashion in our house, nor the tendency of my own nature. Now this young lad, hardly as the world had knocked him about even already, had an overflowing spirit of quiet drollery and healthy humour, which was to me an inexpressible relief. It gave me something I did not possess, something entirely new. I could not look at the dancing brown eyes, at the quaint dimples of lurking fun that played hide-and-seek under the firm-set mouth, without feeling my heart cheered and delighted, like one brought out of a murky chamber into the open day. But all this was highly objectionable to Jael. "Phineas," and she planted herself before me at the end of the table, "it's a fine sunshiny day, thee ought to be out." "I have been out, thank you, Jael." And John and I went on talking. "Phineas!" A second and more determined attack. "Too much laughing be ain't good for thee, and it's time this lad were going about his own business." "Hush, nonsense, Jael." "No, she's right," said John Halifax, rising, while that look of premature gravity, learned doubtless out of hard experience, chased all the boyish fun from his face. "I've had a merry day, thank you kindly for it, and now I'll be gone." Gone? It was not to be thought of, at least not till my father came home. For now, more determinedly than ever, the plan which I had just ventured to hint at to my father fixed itself on my mind. Surely he would not refuse me, his sickly boy, whose life had in it so little pleasure. "Why do you want to go? You have no work." "No, I wish I had, but I'll get some." "How?" "Just by trying everything that comes to hand. That's the only way. I never wanted bread, nor begged it yet, though I've often been rather hungry. And as for clothes—" He looked down on his own, light and threadbare, here and there almost burst into holes by the stout muscles of the big growing boy, looked rather disconsolately. "I'm afraid she would be sorry, that's all. She always kept me so tidy." By the way he spoke, she must have meant his mother. There the orphan lad had an advantage over me. Alas, I did not remember mine. "Come," I said, for now I had quite made up my mind to take no denial and fear no rebuff from my father. "Cheer up. Who knows what may turn up?" "Oh yes, something always does. I'm not afraid." He tossed back his curls and looked smiling out through the window at the blue sky, that steady, brave, honest smile which will meet fate in every turn and fairly coax the jade into good humour. "John, do you know you're uncommonly like a childish hero of mine, Dick Whittington? Did you ever hear of him?" "No." "Come into the garden then," for I caught another ominous vision of Jael in the doorway, and I did not want to vex my good old nurse. Besides, unlike John, I was anything but brave. "You'll hear the Abbey bells chime presently, not unlike Bow bells I used to fancy sometimes, and we'll lie on the grass, and I'll tell you the whole true and particular story of Sir Richard Whittington." I lifted myself and began looking for my crutches. John found and put them into my hand, with a grave, pitiful look. "You don't need these sort of things," I said, making pretence to laugh, for I had not grown used to them, and felt often ashamed. "I hope you will not need them always." "Perhaps not. Dr. Jessup isn't sure. But it doesn't matter much. Most likely I shan't live long." For this was, God forgive me, always the last and greatest comfort I had. John looked at me, surprised, troubled, compassionate, but he did not say a word. I hobbled past him, he following through the long passage to the garden door. There I paused, tired out. John Halifax took gentle hold of my shoulder. "I think, if you did not mind, I'm sure I could carry you. I carried a meal sack once, weighing 8 stone. I burst out laughing, which maybe was what he wanted, and forthwith consented to assume the place of the meal sack. He took me on his back, what a strong fellow he was, and fairly trotted with me down the garden walk. We were both very merry, and though I was his senior, I seemed with him, out of my great weakness and infirmity, to feel almost like a child. "Please to take me to that clematis arbour. It looks over the Avon. Now, how do you like our garden?" "It's a nice place." He did not go into ecstasies, as I had half expected, but gazed about him observantly, while a quiet, intense satisfaction grew and diffused itself over his whole countenance. "It's a very nice place." Certainly it was. A large square, chiefly grass, level as a bowling green, with borders round. Beyond, divided by a low hedge, was the kitchen and fruit garden, my father's pride, as this old-fashioned pleasaunce was mine. When, years ago, I was too weak to walk, I knew by crawling every inch of the soft green, mossy, daisy-patterned carpet, bounded by its broad gravel walk, and above that, apparently shut in as with an impassable barrier from the outer world, by a 3-sided fence, the high wall, the yew hedge, and the river. John Halifax's comprehensive gaze seemed to take in all. "Have you lived here long?" he asked me. "Ever since I was born." "Ah, well, it's a nice place," he repeated, somewhat sadly. "This grass plot is very even, 30 yards square, I should guess. I'd get up and pace it, only I'm rather tired." "Are you? Yet you would carry—" "Oh, that's nothing. I've often walked farther than today, but still it's a good step across the country since morning." "How far have you come?" "From the foot of those hills, I forget what they call them, over there. I have seen bigger ones, but they're steep enough. Bleak and cold too, especially when one is lying out among the sheep. At a distance they look pleasant. This is a very pretty view. Aye, so I had always thought it, more so than ever now when I had someone to say to how very pretty it was. Let me describe it, this first landscape, the sole picture of my boyish days, and vivid as all such pictures are. At the end of the arbour, the wall which enclosed us on the riverward side was cut down. My father had done it at my asking, so as to make a seat, something after the fashion of Queen Mary's seat at Stirling, of which I had read. Thence one could see a goodly sweep of country. First, close below, flowed the Avon, Shakespeare's Avon. Here a narrow, sluggish stream, but capable, as we at Norton Bury sometimes knew to our cost, of being roused into fierceness and foam. Now it slipped on quietly enough, contenting itself with turning a flour mill hard by, the lazy whir of which made a sleepy, incessant monotone, which I was fond of hearing. From the opposite bank stretched a wide green level, called the Ham, dotted with pasturing cattle of all sorts. Beyond it was a second river, forming an arch of a circle round the verdant flat. But the stream itself lay so low as to be invisible from where we sat. You could only trace the line of its course by the small white sails that glided in and out, oddly enough, from behind clumps of trees and across meadowlands. They attracted John's attention. "Those can't be boats, surely. Is there water there?" "To be sure, or you would not see the sails. It is the Severn, though at this distance you can't perceive it. Yet it is deep enough, too, as you may see by the boats it carries. You would hardly believe so, to look at it here, but I believe it gets broader and broader, and turns out a noble river by the time it reaches the King's Roads and forms the Bristol Channel." "I've seen that," cried John with a bright look. "Ah, I like the Severn." He stood gazing at it a good while, a new expression dawning in his eyes in which then, for the first time, I watched a thought grow and grow, till out of them was shining a beauty absolutely divine. All of a sudden the Abbey chimes burst out and made the lad start. "What's that?" "Turn again, Whittington, Lord Mayor of London," I sang to the bells, and then it seemed such a commonplace history, and such a very low degree of honour to arrive at, that I was really glad I had forgotten to tell John the story. I merely showed him where, beyond our garden wall, and in the invisible highroad that interposed, rose up the grim old Abbey tower. Probably this garden belonged to the Abbey in ancient time, our orchard is so fine. The monks may have planted it, they liked fruit, those old fellows. "Oh, did they?" He evidently did not quite comprehend, but was trying, without asking, to find out what I referred to. I was almost ashamed, lest he might think I wanted to show off my superior knowledge. "The monks were parsons, John, you know, very good men, I dare say, but rather idle." "Oh, indeed? Do you think they planted that yew hedge?" And he went to examine it. Now, far and near our yew hedge was noted. There was not its like in the whole country. It was about 15 feet high, and as many thick. Century after century of growth, with careful clipping and training, had compacted it into a massive green barrier, as close and impervious as a wall. John poked in and about it, peering through every interstice, leaning his breast against the solid depth of branches, but their close shield resisted all his strength. At last he came back to me, his face glowing with the vain efforts he had made. "What were you about? Did you want to get through?" "I wanted just to see if it were possible." I shook my head. "What would you do, John, if you were shut up here and had to get over the yew hedge? You could not climb it." "I know that, and therefore should not waste time in trying." "Would you give up then?" He smiled. There was no giving up in that smile of his. "I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd begin and break it twig by twig till I forced my way through and got out safe at the other side." "Well done, lad. but if it's all the same to thee, I would rather thee did not try that experiment upon my hedge at present." My father had come behind, and overheard us, unobserved. We were both somewhat confounded, though a grim kindliness of aspect showed that he was not displeased, nay, even amused. "Is that thy usual fashion of getting over a difficulty, friend? What's thy name?" I supplied the answer. The minute Abel Fletcher appeared, John seemed to lose all his boyish fun, and go back to that premature gravity and hardness of demeanour which I supposed his harsh experience of the world and of men had necessarily taught him, but which was very sad to see in a lad so young. My father sat down beside me on the bench, pushed aside an intrusive branch of clematis, finally, because it would come back and tickle his bald pate, broke it off and threw it into the river. Then, leaning on his stick with both hands, eyed John Halifax sharply, all over from top to toe. "Didn't thee say thee wanted work? It looks rather like it." His glance upon the shabby clothes made the boy colour violently. "Oh, thee needst not be ashamed. Better men than thee have been in rags. Hast thee any money?" "The groat you gave, that is paid me. I never take what I don't earn," said the lad, sticking a hand in either poor empty pocket. "Don't be afraid. I was not going to give thee anything, except, maybe, would thee like some work?" "Oh, sir!" "Oh, father!" I hardly know which was the most grateful cry. Abel Fletcher looked surprised, but on the whole not ill-pleased. Putting on and pulling down his broad-brimmed hat, he sat meditatively for a minute or so, making circles in the gravel walk with the end of his stick. People said, nay, Jael herself once in a passion had thrown the fact at me, that the wealthy friend himself had come to Norton Bury without a shilling in his pocket. "Well, what work canst thee do, lad?" "Anything," was the eager answer. "Anything generally means nothing," sharply said my father. "What hast thee been at all this year? The truth, mind." John's eyes flashed, but a look from mine seemed to set him right again. He said quietly and respectfully, "Let me think a minute and I'll tell you. All spring I was at a farmer's, riding the plough horses, hoeing turnips. Then I went up the hills with some sheep. In June I tried haymaking and caught a fever. You needn't start, sir. I've been well these 6 weeks, or I wouldn't have come near your son. Then—" "That will do, lad. I'm satisfied." "Thank you, sir." "Thee need not say sir. It is folly. I am Abel Fletcher." For my father retained scrupulously the friend's mode of speech, though he was practically but a lax member of the society, and had married out of its pale. In this announcement of his plain name appeared, I fancy, more pride than humility. "Very well, I will remember," answered the boy fearlessly, though with an amused twist of his mouth, speedily restrained. "And now, Abel Fletcher, I shall be willing and thankful for any work you can give me." "We'll see about it." I looked gratefully and hopefully at my father, but his next words rather modified my pleasure. "Phineas, one of my men at the tan-yard has gone enlisted this day, left an honest livelihood to be a paid cutthroat. Now, if I could get a lad, one too young to be caught hold of at every pot-house by that man of blood the recruiting agent, dost thee think this lad is fit to take the place?" "Whose place, father?" "Bill Watkins." I was dumbfounded. I had occasionally seen the said Bill Watkins, whose business it was to collect the skins which my father had bought from the farmers round about. A distinct vision presented itself to me of Bill and his cart, from which dangled the sanguinary exuviae of defunct animals, while in front the said Bill sat enthroned, dirty-clad and dirty-handed, with his pipe in his mouth. The idea of John Halifax in such a position was not agreeable. "But, father—" He read deprecation in my looks. Alas, he knew too well how I disliked the tan-yard and all belonging to it. "Thee art a fool, and the lad's another.
He may go about his business for me."
"But, Father, isn't there anything else?"
"I have nothing else, or if I had I wouldn't give it. He that will not work, neither shall he eat."
"I will work," said John sturdily. He had listened, scarcely comprehending, to my father and me. "I don't care what it is, if only it's honest work." Abel Fletcher was mollified. He turned his back on me, but that I little minded, and addressed himself solely to John Halifax.
"Canst thee drive?"
"That I can," and his eyes brightened with boyish delight.
"Tut, it's only a cart, the cart with the skins. Dost thee know anything of tanning?"
"No, but I can learn."
"Hey, not so fast. Still, better be fast than slow. In the meantime, thee can drive the cart."
"Thank you, sir. Abel Fletcher, I mean. I'll do it well. That is, as well as I can."
"And mind, no stopping on the road, no drinking to find the king's cursed shilling at the bottom of the glass, like poor Bill, for thy mother to come home crying and pestering. Thee hasn't got one, eh? So much the better. All women are born fools, especially mothers."
"Sir!" The lad's face was all crimson and quivering. His voice choked. It was with difficulty he smothered down a burst of tears. Perhaps this self-control was more moving than if he had wept. At least it answered better with my father. After a few minutes more, during which his stick had made a little grave in the middle of the walk and buried something there, I think something besides the pebble, Abel Fletcher said, not unkindly,
"Well, I'll take thee, though it isn't often I take a lad without a character of some sort. I suppose thee hast none."
"None," was the answer, while the straightforward, steady gaze which accompanied it unconsciously contradicted the statement. His own honest face was the lad's best witness. At all events I thought so.
"'Tis done then,"
said my father, concluding the business more quickly than I had ever before known his cautious temper settle even such a seemingly trifle matter. I say seemingly. How blindly we talk when we talk of trifles. Carelessly rising, he, from some kindly impulse, or else to mark the closing of the bargain, shook the boy's hand, and left in it a shilling. "What is this for?"
"To show I have hired thee as my servant."
"Servant?" John repeated hastily, and rather proudly. "Oh yes, I understand. Well, I will try and serve you well." My father did not notice that manly, self-dependent smile. He was too busy calculating how many more of those said shillings would be a fair equivalent for such labour as a lad, ever so much the junior of Bill Watkins, could supply. After some cogitation he hit upon the right sum. I forget how much. Be sure it was not overmuch, for money was scarce enough in this war-time, and besides, there was a belief afloat, so widely that it tainted even my worthy father, that plenty was not good for the working classes, they required to be kept low. Having settled the question of wages, which John Halifax did not debate at all, my father left us, but turned back when halfway across the green-turfed square.
"Thee said thee had no money. There's a week in advance, my son being witness I pay it thee, and I can pay thee a shilling less every Saturday till we get straight."
"Very well, sir. Good afternoon, and thank you." John took off his cap as he spoke. Abel Fletcher involuntarily almost touched his hat in return of the salutation. Then he walked away, and we had the garden all to ourselves, we, Jonathan and his new-found David. I did not fall upon his neck, like the princely Hebrew, to whom I have likened myself, but whom, alas, I resembled in nothing save my loving. But I grasped his hand for the first time, and looking up at him, as he stood thoughtfully by me, whispered that I was very glad. "Thank you, so am I," said he, in a low tone. Then all his old manner returned. He threw his battered cap high up in the air and shouted out, "Hurrah!" A thorough boy. And I, in my poor quavering voice, shouted too. End of chapter 2. Recording by Corrie Samuel.
Chapter 3 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 3. When I was young, and long after then at intervals, I had the very useless, sometimes harmful, and invariably foolish habit of keeping a diary. To me, at least, it has been less foolish and harmful than to most, and out of it, together with much drawn out of the stores of a memory, made preternaturally vivid by a long introverted life, which, colourless itself, had nothing to do but reflect and retain clear images of the lives around it. Out of these two sources I have compiled the present history. Therein, necessarily, many blank epochs occur. These I shall not try to fill up, but merely resume the thread of narration as recollection serves. Thus, after this first day, many days came and went before I again saw John Halifax, almost before I again thought of him. For it was one of my seasons of excessive pain, when I found it difficult to think of anything beyond those 4 grey-painted walls, where morning, noon and night slipped wearily away, marked by no changes, save from daylight to candlelight, from candlelight to dawn. Afterwards, as my pain abated, I began to be haunted by occasional memories of something pleasant that had crossed my dreary life. Visions of a brave, bright young face, ready alike to battle with and enjoy the world. I could hear the voice that, speaking to me, was always tender with pity, yet not enough pity to wound. I could see the peculiar smile just creeping round his grave mouth, that irrepressible smile, indicating the atmosphere of thorough heart cheerfulness, which ripens all the fruits of a noble nature, and without which the very noblest has about it something unwholesome, blank and cold. I wondered if John had ever asked for me. At length I put the question. Jael thought he had, but wasn't sure, didn't bother her head about such folk. If he asked again, might he come upstairs? No. I was too weak to combat, and Jael was too strong an adversary, so I lay for days and days in my sick room, often thinking, but never speaking, about the lad. Never once asking for him to come to me, not though it would have been life to me to see his merry face, I longed after him so. At last I broke the bonds of sickness, which Jael always riveted as long and as tightly as she could, and plunged into the outer world again. It was one market day, Jael being absent, that I came downstairs. A soft, bright autumn morning, mild as spring, coaxing a wandering robin to come and sing to me, loud as a choir of birds, out of the thinned trees of the abbey yard. I opened the window to hear him, though all the while in mortal fear of Jael. I listened, but caught no tone of her sharp voice, which usually came painfully from the back regions of the house. It would ill have harmonized with the sweet autumn day and the robin's song. I sat, idly thinking so, and wondering whether it were a necessary and universal fact that human beings, unlike the year, should become harsh and unlovely as they grow old. My robin had done singing, and I amused myself with watching a spot of scarlet winding down the rural road, our house being on the verge where Norton Bury melted into the country. It turned out to be the cloak of a well-to-do young farmer's wife, riding to market in her cart, beside her jolly-looking spouse. Very spruce and self-satisfied she appeared, and the market people turned to stare after her, for her costume was a novelty then. Doubtless, many thought as I did, how much prettier was scarlet than duffle grey. Behind the farmer's cart came another, which at first I scarcely noticed, being engrossed by the ruddy face under the red cloak. The farmer himself nodded good-humouredly, but Mrs. Scarlet-Cloak turned up her nose. Oh, pride, pride, I thought, amused, and watched the two carts, the second of which was with difficulty passing the farmer's, on the opposite side of the narrow road. At last it succeeded in getting in advance, to the young woman's evident annoyance, until the driver, turning, lifted his hat to her with such a merry, frank, pleasant smile. Surely I knew that smile, and the well-set head with its light curly hair. Also, alas, I knew the cart, with relics of departed sheep dangling out behind. It was our cart of skins, and John Halifax was driving it. "John! John!" I called out, but he did not hear, for his horse had taken fright at the red cloak and required a steady hand. Very steady the boy's hand was, so that the farmer clapped his two great fists and shouted, "Bravo!" But John, my John Halifax, he sat in his cart and drove. His appearance was much as when I first saw him, shabbier perhaps, as if through repeated drenchings. This had been a wet autumn, Jael had told me. Poor John, well might he look gratefully up at the clear blue sky today. Aye, and the sky never looked down on a brighter, cheerier face, the same face which, whatever rags it surmounted, would, I believe, have ennobled them all. I leaned out, watching him approach our house, watching him with so great pleasure that I forgot to wonder whether or no he would notice me. He did not at first, being busy over his horse, until, just as the notion flashed across my mind that he was passing by our house, also how keenly his doing so would pain me, the lad looked up. A beaming smile of surprise and pleasure, a friendly nod. Then all at once his manner changed. He took off his cap and bowed ceremoniously to his master's son. For the moment I was hurt. Then I could not but respect the honest pride which thus intimated that he knew his own position, and wished neither to ignore nor to alter it. All advances between us must evidently come from my side. So, having made his salutation, he was driving on, when I called after him, "John! John!" "Yes, sir. I'm so glad you're better again." "Stop one moment till I come out to you." And I crawled on my crutches to the front door, forgetting everything but the pleasure of meeting him, forgetting even my terror of Jael. What could she say? Even though she held nominally the Friend's doctrine, obeyed in the letter at least, call no man your master, what would Jael say if she found me, Phineas Fletcher, talking in front of my father's respectable mansion with a vagabond lad who drove my father's cart of skins? But I braved her and opened the door. "John, where are you?" "Here." He stood at the foot of the steps with the reins on his arm. "Did you want me?" "Yes, come up here, never mind the cart." But that was not John's way. He led the refractory horse, settled him comfortably under a tree, and gave him in charge to a small boy. Then he bounded back across the road, and was up the steps to my side in a single leap. "I had no notion of seeing you. They said you were in bed yesterday." Then he had been inquiring for me. "Ought you to be standing at the door this cold day?" "It's quite warm," I said, looking up at the sunshine and shivering. "Please go in." "If you'll come too." He nodded, then put his arm round mine and helped me in, as if he had been a big elder brother and I a little ailing child. Well nursed and carefully guarded as I had always been, it was the first time in my life I ever knew the meaning of that rare thing, tenderness. A quality different from kindliness, affectionateness, or benevolence, a quality which can only exist in strong, deep, and undemonstrative natures, and therefore in its perfection is oftenest found in men. John Halifax had it more than anyone, woman or man, that I ever knew. "I'm glad you're better," he said, and said no more. But one look of his expressed as much as half a dozen sympathetic sentences of other people. "And how have you been, John? How do you like the tan yard? Tell me frankly." He pulled a wry face, though comical withal, and said cheerily, "Everybody must like what brings them their daily bread. It's a grand thing for me not to have been hungry for nearly 30 days. Poor John. I put my hand on his wrist, his strong, brawny wrist. Perhaps the contrast involuntarily struck us both with the truth, good for both to learn, that heaven's ways are not so unequal as we sometimes fancy they seem. I have so often wanted to see you, John. Couldn't you come in now? He shook his head and pointed to the cart. That minute, through the open hall door, I perceived Jael sauntering leisurely home from market. Now, if I was a coward, it was not for myself this time. The avalanche of ill words I knew must fall, but it should not fall on him if I could help it. Jump up on your cart, John. Let me see how well you can drive. There. Goodbye for the present. Are you going to the tan yard? Yes, for the rest of the day. And he made a face as if he did not quite revel in that delightful prospect. No wonder. I'll come and see you there this afternoon. No, with a look of delighted surprise. But you must not. You ought not. But I will. And I laughed to hear myself actually using that phrase. What would Jael have said? What, as she arrived just in time to receive a half-malicious, half-ceremonious bow from John as he drove off, what that excellent woman did say, I have not the slightest recollection. I only remember that it did not frighten and grieve me as such attacks used to do, that in her own vernacular it all went in at one ear and out at t'other. That I persisted in looking out until the last glimmer of the bright curls had disappeared down the sunshiny road, then shut the front door and crept in content. Between that time and dinner, I sat quiet enough even to please Jael. I was thinking over the beautiful old Bible story, which latterly had so vividly impressed itself on my mind, thinking of Jonathan as he walked by the stone easel with the shepherd lad who was to be king of Israel. I wondered whether he would have loved him and seen the same future perfection in him had Jonathan, the king's son, met the poor David keeping his sheep among the folds of Bethlehem. When my father came home, he found me waiting in my place at table. He only said, "Thee art better then, my son." But I knew how glad he was to see me. He gave token of this by being remarkably conversable over our meal, though, as usual, his conversation had a sternly moral tone, adapted to the improvement of what he persisted in considering my infant mind. It had reference to an anecdote Dr. Jessup had just been telling him, about a little girl, one of our doctor's patients, who in some passionate struggle had hurt herself very much with a knife. "Let this be a warning to thee, my son, not to give way to violent passions." My good father, thought I, there is little fear. For this child, I remember her father well, for he lived at Kingswell here. He was violent too, and much given to evil ways before he went abroad. Phineas, this child, this miserable child, will bear the mark of the wound all her life. Poor thing, said I, absently. No need to pity her. Her spirit is not half broken yet. Thomas Jessup said to me, "That little Ursula." Is her name Ursula? And I called to mind the little girl who had tried to give some bread to the hungry John Halifax, and whose cry of pain we heard as the door shut upon her. Poor little lady, how sorry I was. I knew John would be so infinitely sorry too, and all to no purpose, that I determined not to tell him anything about it. The next time I saw Dr. Jessup, I asked him after the child, and learned she had been taken away somewhere, I forgot where, and then the whole affair slipped from my memory. "Father," said I, when he ceased talking, and Jael, who always ate her dinner at the same time and table at ourselves, but, below the salt, had ceased nodding a respectful running comment on all he said. "Father." "Well, my son?" "I should like to go with thee to the tan yard this afternoon." Here, Jael, who had been busy pulling back the table, replacing the long row of chairs, and resanding the broad centre Sahara of the room to its dreary, pristine aridness, stopped, fairly aghast with amazement. Abel Fletcher, The lad's just out of his bed. He is no more fit to—"
"Pshaw, woman," was the sharp answer. "So, Phineas, thee art really strong enough to go out?"
"If thou wilt take me, father." He looked pleased, as he always did when I used the friend's mode of phraseology, for I had not been brought up in the society, this having been the last request of my mother, rigidly observed by her husband. The more so, people said, as while she lived they had not been quite happy together. But whatever he was to her, in their brief union, he was a good father to me, and for his sake I have always loved and honoured the society of friends.
"Phineas," said he, after having stopped a volley of poor Jael's indignations, beseechings, threats, and prognostications, by a resolute, "Get the lad ready to go. Phineas, my son, I rejoice to see thy mind turning towards business. I trust, should better health be vouchsafed thee, that some day soon—"
"Not just yet, father," said I sadly, for I knew what he referred to, and that it would never be. Mentally and physically, I alike revolted from my father's trade. I held the tan-yard in abhorrence. To enter it made me ill for days. Sometimes for months and months I never went near it. That I should ever be what was my poor father's one desire, his assistant and successor in his business, was, I knew, a thing totally impossible. It hurt me a little that my project of going with him today should in any way have deceived him, and rather silently and drearily we set out together, progressing through Norton Bury streets in our old way, my father marching along in his grave fashion, I steering my little carriage, and keeping as close as I could beside him. Many a person looked at us as we passed. Almost everybody knew us, but few, even of our own neighbours, saluted us. We were nonconformists and Quakers. I had never been in the town since the day I came through it with John Halifax. The season was much later now, but it was quite warm still in the sunshine, and very pleasant looked the streets, even the close narrow streets of Norton Bury. I beg its pardon, antiquaries hold it a most interesting and remarkable place, and I myself have sometimes admired its quaint, overhanging, ornamented house fronts, blackened and wonderfully old, but one rarely notices what has been familiar throughout life, and now I was less struck by the beauty of the picturesque old town than by the muddiness of its pathways and the mingled noises of murmuring looms, scolding women and squabbling children, that came up from the alleys which lay between the High Street and the Avon. In those alleys were hundreds of our poor folk living, huddled together in misery, rags, and dirt. Was John Halifax living there too? My father's tan-yard was in an alley a little further on. Already I perceived the familiar odour, a sometimes not unpleasant barky smell, at other times borne in horrible wafts, as if from a lately forsaken battlefield. I wondered how anybody could endure it, yet some did, and among the workmen, as we entered, I looked round for the lad I knew. He was sitting in a corner in one of the sheds, helping 2 or 3 women to split bark, very busy at work, yet he found time to stop now and then, and administered a wisp of sweet hay to the old blind mare, as she went slowly round and round, turning the bark mill. Nobody seemed to notice him, and he did not speak to anybody. As we passed, John did not even see us. I asked my father, in a whisper, how he liked the boy.
"What boy? Him? Oh, well enough. There's no harm in him that I know of. Dost thee want him to wheel thee about the yard? Here, I say, lad. Bless me, I forgot thy name."
John Halifax started up at the sharp tone of command, but when he saw me he smiled. My father walked on to some pits, where he told me he was trying an important experiment, how a hide might be tanned completely in 5 months instead of 8. I stayed behind. "John, I want you." John shook himself free of the bark heap, and came rather hesitatingly at first. "Anything I can do for you, sir?" "Don't call me sir. If I say John, why don't you say Phineas?" And I held out my hand. His was all grimed with bark dust. Are you not ashamed to shake hands with me?" "Nonsense, John." So we settled that point entirely, and though he never failed to maintain externally a certain gentle respectfulness of demeanour towards me, yet it was more the natural deference of the younger to the elder, of the strong to the weak, than the duty paid by a serving lad to his master's son, and this was how I best liked it to be. He guided me carefully among the tan pits, those deep fosses of abomination, with the slender network of pathways thrown between, until we reached the lower end of the yard. It was bounded by the Avon only, and by a great heap of refuse bark. "This is not a bad place to rest in. If you liked to get out of the carriage, I'd make you comfortable here in no time." I was quite willing, so he ran off and fetched an old horse rug, which he laid upon the soft, dry mass. Then he helped me thither, and covered me with my cloak. Lying thus, with my hat over my eyes, just distinguishing the shiny glimmer of the Avon running below, and below that the green, level Ham, dotted with cows, my position was anything but unpleasant. In fact, positively agreeable, aye, even though the tan yard was close behind, but here it would offend none of my senses. "Are you comfortable, Phineas?" "Very, if you would come and sit down too." "That I will." And we then began to talk. I asked him if he often patronized the bark heap, he seemed so very much at home there. "So I am," he answered, smiling. "It is my castle, my house." "And not unpleasant to live at, either." "Except for when it rains. Does it always rain at Norton Bury?" "For shame, John." And I pointed to the bluest of autumn skies, though in the distance an afternoon mist was slowly creeping on. "All very fine now, but there's a fog coming over 7, and it is sure to rain at nightfall. I shall not get my nice little bit of October evening." "You must spend it within doors, then." John shook his head. "You ought. It must be dreadfully cold on this bark heap after sunset." "Rather, sometimes. Are you cold now? Shall I fetch? But I haven't anything fit to wrap you in except this rug." He muffled it closer round me. Infinitely light and tender was his rough-looking boy's hand. "I never saw anybody as thin as you, thinner much since I saw you. Have you been very, very ill, Phineas? What ailed you?" His anxiety was so earnest that I explained to him what I may as well explain here, and dismiss once for all the useless topic. That from my birth I had been puny and diseased, that my life had been a succession of sicknesses, and that I could hope for little else until the end. But don't think I mind it, John, for I was grieved to see his shocked and troubled look. I am very content. I have a quiet home, a good father, and now I think and believe I have found the one thing I wanted, a good friend. He smiled, but only because I did. I saw he did not understand me. In him, as in most strong and self-contained temperaments, was a certain slowness to receive impressions, which, however, being once received, are indelible. Though I, being in so many things his opposite, had none of this peculiarity, but felt at once quickly and keenly, yet I rather liked the contrary in him, as I think we almost always do like in another those peculiarities which are most different from our own. Therefore I was neither vexed nor hurt, because the lad was slow to perceive all that he had so soon become, and all that I meant him to become to me. I knew from every tone of his voice, every chance expression of his honest eyes, that he was one of those characters in which we may be sure that for each feeling they express lies a countless wealth of the same unexpressed below, a character the keystone of which was that whereon is built all liking and all love, dependableness. He was one whom you may be long in knowing, but whom the more you know, the more you trust, and once trusting, you trust for ever. Perhaps I may be supposed imaginative, or at least premature, in discovering all these characteristics in a boy of 14, and possibly in thus writing of him, I may unwittingly be drawing a little from after experience. However, being the truth, let it stand. Come, said I, changing the conversation. We have had enough of me. How goes the world with you? Have you taken kindly to the tan-yard? Answer frankly. He looked at me hard, put both his hands in his pockets, and began to whistle a tune. Don't shirk the question, please, John. I want to know the real truth. Well, then, I hate the tan-yard. Having relieved his mind by this ebullition, and by kicking a small heap of tan right down into the river, he became composed. But, Phineas, don't imagine I intend to hate it always. I intend to get used to it, as many a better fellow than I has got used to many a worse thing. It's wicked to hate what wins one's bread, and is the only thing one is likely to get on in the world with, merely because it's disagreeable. You are a wise lad of your age, John. Now don't you be laughing at me. But I was not. I was in solemn earnest. And don't think I'm worse than I am, and especially that I'm not thankful to your good father for giving me a lift in the world, the first I ever really had. If I get 1 foot on the ladder, perhaps I may climb. I should rather believe so, answered I, very confidently. But you seem to have thought a good deal about these sort of things. Oh yes, I have plenty of time for thinking, and one's thoughts travel fast enough lying on this bark heap, faster than indoors. I often wish I could read, that is, read easily. As it is, I have nothing to do but to think, and to think of nothing but myself and what I should like to be. Suppose, after Dick Whittington's fashion, you succeeded to your master's business, should you like to be a tanner? He paused, his truthful face betraying him. Then he said, resolutely, I would like to be anything that was honest and honourable. It's a notion of mine, that whatever a man may be, his trade does not make him, he makes his trade. That is, but I know I can't put the subject clear, for I have not got it clear in my own head yet. I'm only a lad. However, it all comes to this, that whether I like it or not, I'll stick to the tanning as long as I can. That's right. I'm so glad. Nevertheless. And I watched him as he stood, his foot planted firmly, no easy feat on the shifting bark heap, his head erect and his mouth close but smiling. Nevertheless, John, it's my opinion that you might be anything you liked. He laughed. Questionable that, at least at present. Whatever I may be, I am just now the lad that drives your father's cart, and works in your father's tan-yard, John Halifax, and very much at your service, Mr. Phineas Fletcher. Half in fun, half in earnest, he uncovered his fair locks, with a bow so contradictory to the rest of his appearance, that I involuntarily recalled the Greek Testament and Guy Halifax, gentleman. However, that could be no matter to me, or to him either, now. The lad, like many another, owed nothing to his father but his mere existence. Heaven knows whether that gift is oftenest a curse or a boon. The afternoon had waned during our talk, but I was very loath to part with my friend. Suddenly, I thought of asking where his home was. How do you mean? Where do you live? Where do you take your meals and sleep? Why, as to that, I have not much time for eating and drinking. Generally I eat my dinner as I go along the road, where there's lots of blackberries by way of pudding, which is grand. Supper, when I do get it, I like best on this bark heap, after the men are away and the tan-yard's clear. Your father lets me stay. And where is your lodging, then? Where do you sleep? He hesitated, coloured a little. To tell the truth, anywhere I can, generally here. What? Out of doors? Just so. I was much shocked. To sleep out of doors seemed to me the very lowest ebb of human misery, so degrading too, like a common tramp or vagabond, instead of a decent lad. John, how can you? Why do you do such a thing? I'll tell you, said he, sitting down beside me in a dogged way, as if he had read my thoughts, guessed at my suspicions, and was determined to show that he feared neither, that he would use his own judgment and follow his own will, in spite of anybody. Look here, I get 3 shillings a week, which is about 5 pence a day, Out of that I eat 3p. I'm a big growing lad and it's hard to be hungry. There's 2p left to pay for lodging. I tried it once, twice, at the decentest place I could find, but—" Here an expression of intolerable disgust came over the boy's face. "I don't intend to try that again. I was never used to it. Better keep my own company and the open air. Now you see." "Oh, John." "Nay, there's no need to be sorry. You don't know how comfortable it is to sleep out of doors, and so nice to wake in the middle of the night and see the stars shining over your head."
"But isn't it very cold?"
"No, not often. I scoop out a snug little nest in the bark and curl up in it like a dormouse wrapped in this rug, which one of the men gave me. Besides, every morning early I take a plunge and a swim in the stream, and that makes me warm all day." I shivered, I who feared the touch of cold water. Yet there, with all his hardships, he stood before me, the model of healthy boyhood. Alas, I envied him. But this trying life, which he made so light of, could not go on.
"What shall you do when winter comes?"
John looked grave. "I don't know. I suppose I shall manage somehow, like the sparrows," he answered, perceiving not how apposite his illustration was, for truly he seemed as destitute as the birds of the air, whom one feedeth when they cry to him. My question had evidently made him thoughtful. He remained silent a good while. At last I said, "John, do you remember the woman who spoke so sharply to you in the alley that day?" "Yes, I shall never forget anything which happened that day," he answered softly. "She was my nurse once. She is not such a bad woman, though trouble has sharpened her temper. Her biggest boy, Bill, who is gone off for a soldier, used to drive your cart, you know." "Yes," said John interrogatively, for I was slow in putting forth my plans, that is, as much of them as it was needful he should know. "Sally is poor. Not so very poor, though. Your 2p a night would help her, and I dare say, if you'll let me speak to her, you might have Bill's attic all to yourself. She has but one other lad at home. It's worth trying for." "It is indeed. You are very kind, Phineas." He said no more words than these, but their tone spoke volumes. I got into my little carriage again, for I was most anxious not to lose a day in this matter. I persuaded John to go at once with me to Sally Watkins. My father was not to be seen, but I ventured to leave word for him that I was gone home, and had taken John Halifax with me. It was astonishing how bold I felt myself growing, now that there was another beside myself to think and act for. We reached Widow Watkins' door. It was a poor place, poorer than I had imagined, but I remembered what agonies of cleanliness had been inflicted on me in nursery days, and took hope for John. Sally sat in her kitchen, tidy and subdued, mending an old jacket that had once been Bill's, until, being supplanted by the grand red coat, it descended upon Jem, the second lad. But Bill still engrossed the poor mother's heart. She could do nothing but weep over him and curse Bonyparty. Her mind was so full of this that she apparently failed to recognise in a decent young workman John Halifax, the half-starved lad she had belaboured with her tongue in the alley. She consented at once to his lodging with her, though she looked up with an odd stare when I said he was a friend of mine. So we settled our business, first all together, then Sally and I alone, while John went up to look at his room. I knew I could trust Sally, whom I was glad enough to help, poor woman. She promised to make him extra comfortable, and keep my secret too. When John came down, she was quite civil to him, even friendly. She said it would really be a comfort to her that another fine strapping lad should sleep in Bill's bed, and be coming in and out of her house, just like her poor dear boy. I felt rather doubtful of the resemblance, and indeed half angry, but John only smiled. "And if, maybe, he'd do a hand's turn now and then about the kitchen, I suppose he bean't above it." "Not a bit," said John Halifax, pleasantly. Before we left, I wanted to see his room. He carried me up, and we both sat down on the bed that had been poor Bill's. It was nothing to boast of, being a mere sacking stuffed with hay, a blanket below and another at top. I had to beg from Yael the only pair of sheets John owned for a long time. The attic was very low and small, hardly big enough to whip a cat around, or even a kitten, yet John gazed about it with an air of proud possession. "I declare I shall be as happy as a king. Only look out of the window." Aye, the window was the grand advantage. Out of it one could crawl onto the roof, and from the roof was the finest view in all Norton Bury. On one side, the town, the abbey, and beyond it a wide stretch of meadow and woodland as far as you could see. On the other, the broad Ham, the glittering curve of Severn, and the distant country, sloping up into the blue hills far away. A picture, which in its incessant variety, its quiet beauty, and its inexpressibly soothing charm, was likely to make the simple everyday act of looking out a window unconsciously influence the mind as much as a world of books. "Do you like your castle, John?" said I, when I had silently watched his beaming face. "Will it suit you?" "I rather think it will," he cried in hearty delight. And my heart likewise was very glad. Dear little attic room, close against the sky, so close that many a time the rain came pattering in, or the sun beating down on the roof made it a furnace, or the snow on the leads drifted so high as to obscure the window. Yet how merry, how happy we have been there. How often have we both looked back upon it in after days. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Halifax, Gentleman by Dinah Craik. Chapter 4. Winter came early and sudden that year. It was to me a long, dreary season, worse even than my winters inevitably were. I never stirred from my room, and never saw anybody but my father, Dr. Jessup, and J.L. At last I took courage to say to the former that I wished he would send John Halifax up some day. "What does thee want the lad for?" "Only to see him." "Pshaw, a lad out of the tan yard is not fit company for thee. Let him alone. He'll do well enough if thee doesn't try to lift him out of his place." Lift John Halifax out of his place! I agreed with my father that that was impossible, but then we evidently differed widely in our definition of what that place might be. So, afraid of doing him harm, and feeling how much his future depended on his favor with his master, I did not discuss the matter. Only at every possible opportunity, and they were rare, I managed to send John a little note, written carefully in printed letters, for I knew he could read that, also a book or two, out of which he might teach himself a little more. Then I waited, eagerly but patiently, until spring came, when, without making any more fruitless efforts, I should be sure to see him. I knew enough of himself, and was too jealous over his dignity, to wish either to force him by entreaties, or bring him by stratagem, into a house where he was not welcome, even though it were the house of my own father. One February day, when the frost had at last broken up, and soft, plentiful rain had half melted the great snowdrifts, which, J.L. told me, lay about the country everywhere, I thought I would just put my head out of doors, to see how long the blessed spring would be in coming. So I crawled down into the parlor, and out of the parlor into the garden, J.L. scolding, my father roughly encouraging. My poor father! He always had the belief that people need not be ill unless they chose, and that I could do a great deal if I could. I felt very strong today. It was delicious to see again the green grass, which had been hidden for weeks, delicious to walk up and down in the sunshine, under the shelter of the yew hedge. I amused myself by watching a pale line of snowdrops which had come up one by one, like prisoners of war to their execution. But the next minute I felt ashamed of the heartless simile, for it reminded me of poor Bill Watkins, who, taken after the Battle of Mentz last December, had been shot by the French as a spy. Poor, rosy, burly Bill! Better had he still been ingloriously driving our cart of skins. "Have you been to see Sally lately?" said I to J.L., who was cutting winter cabbages hard by. "Is she getting over her trouble?" "She bean't rich to afford fretting. There's Jem and 3 little uns yet to feed, to say naught of another big lad as lives there, and eats a great deal more than he pays, I'm sure." I took the insinuation quietly, for I knew that my father had lately raised John's wages, and he his rent to Sally. This, together with a few other facts which lay between Sally and me, made me quite easy in the mind as to his being no burden, but rather a help to the widow. So I let J.L. have her say. It did no harm to me nor anybody. "What bold little things snowdrops are! Stop, J.L., you are setting your foot on them." But I was too late. She had crushed them under the high-heeled shoe. She was even near pulling me down, as she stepped back in a great hurry and consternation. "Look at that gentleman coming down the garden, and here I be in my dirty gown, and my apron full of cabbages." And she dropped the vegetables all over the path as the gentleman came towards us. I smiled, for in spite of his transformation, I, at least, had no difficulty in recognizing John Halifax. He had on new clothes. Let me give credit due to that wonderful civilizer, the tailor. Clothes neat, decent, and plain, such as any prentice lad might wear. They fitted well his figure, which had increased both in height, compactness, and grace. Round his neck was a coarse but white shirt frill, and over it fell, carefully arranged, the bright curls of his bonny hair. Easily might J.L. or anyone else have mistaken him, as she cuttingly said, for a young gentleman. She looked very indignant, though, when she found out the aforesaid mistake. "What may be thy business here?" she said roughly. "Abel Fletcher sent me on a message." "Out with it, then. Don't be stopping with Phineas here. Thee bean't company for him, and his father don't choose it." "J.L.!" I cried indignantly. John never spoke, but his cheek burnt furiously. I took his hand, and told him how glad I was to see him, but for a minute I doubt if he heard me. "Abel Fletcher sent me here," he repeated in a well-controlled voice, "that I might go out with Phineas. If he objects to my company, it's easy to say so." And he turned to me. I think he must have been satisfied then. Jael retired discomfited, and in her wrath again dropped half of her cabbages. John picked them up and restored them, but got for thanks only a parting thrust. "Thee art mighty civil in thy new clothes. Be off, and be back again sharp. And, I say, don't thee be leaving the cart o' skins again under the parlor windows." "I don't drive the cart now," was all he replied. "Not drive the cart?" I asked eagerly, when Jael had disappeared, for I was afraid some ill chance had happened. "Only that this winter I've managed to teach myself to read and add up, out of your books, you know, and your father found it out, and he says I shall go round collecting money instead of skins, and it's much better wages, and I like it better, that's all." But, little as he said, his whole face beamed with pride and pleasure. It was, in truth, a great step forward. "He must trust you very much, John," said I at last, knowing how exceedingly particular my father was in his collectors. "That's it, that's what pleases me so. He is very good to me, Phineas, and he gave me a special holiday that I might go out with you. Isn't that grand?" "Grand indeed. What fun we'll have! I almost think I could take a walk myself." For the lad's company invariably gave me new life and strength and hope. The very sight of him was as good as the coming of spring. "Where shall we go?" said he, when we were fairly off, and he was guiding my carriage down Norton Bury streets. "I think to the Mythe." The Mythe was a little hill on the outskirts of the town, breezy and fresh, where Squire Brithwood had built himself a fine house 10 years ago. "Aye, that will do, and as we go you will see the floods out. A wonderful sight, isn't it? The river is rising still, I hear. At the tan yard they are busy making a dam against it. How high are the floods here generally, Phineas?" "I'm sure I can't remember, but don't look so serious. Let us enjoy ourselves." And I did enjoy intensely that pleasant stroll. The mere sunshine was delicious. Delicious, too, to pause on the bridge at the other end of the town and feel the breeze brought in by the rising waters, and hear the loud sound of them as they poured in a cataract over the floodgates hard by. "Your lazy, muddy Avon looks splendid now. What masses of white foam it makes, and what wreaths of spray! And see, ever so much of the Ham is under water. How it sparkles in the sun!" "John, you like looking at anything pretty." "Ah, don't I?" cried he with his whole heart. My heart leaped too, to see him so happy. "You can't think how fine this is from my window. I have watched it for a week. Every morning the water seems to have made itself a fresh channel. Look at that one by the willow tree, how savagely it pours." "Oh, we at Norton Bury are used to floods." "Are they ever very serious?" "Have been, but not in my time. Now, John, tell me what you have been doing all winter." It was a brief and simple chronicle, of hard work, all day over, and from the Monday to the Saturday, too hard work to do anything of nights, save to drop into the sound, dreamless sleep of youth and labor. "But how did you teach yourself to read and add up, then?" "Generally at odd minutes going along the road. It's astonishing what a lot of odd minutes one can catch during the day, if one really sets about it. And then I had Sunday afternoons besides. I did not think it wrong—" "No," said I derisively. "What books have you got through?" "All you sent. Pilgrim's Progress, Robinson Crusoe, and the Arabian Nights. That's fine, isn't it?" And his eyes sparkled. "Any more?" "Also the one you gave me at Christmas. I have read it a good deal." I liked the tone of quiet reverence in which he spoke. I liked to hear him own, nor be ashamed to own, that he read a good deal in that rare book for a boy to read, the Bible. But on this subject I did not ask him any more questions. Indeed, it seemed to me, and seems still, that no more were needed. "And you can read quite easily now, John?" "Pretty well, considering." Then, turning suddenly to me, "You read a great deal, don't you? I overheard your father say you were very clever. How much do you know?" "Oh, nonsense." But he pressed me, and I told him. The list was short enough. I almost wished it were shorter when I saw John's face. "For me, I can only just read, and I shall be 15 directly." The accent of shame, despondency, even despair, went to my very heart. "Don't mind," I said, laying my feeble, useless hand upon that which guided me on so steady and so strong. "How could you have had time, working as hard as you do?" "But I ought to learn. I must learn." "You shall. It's little I can teach, but, if you like, I'll teach you all I know." "Oh, Phineas!" One flash of those bright, moist eyes, and he walked hastily across the road. Thence he came back, in a minute or two, armed with the tallest, straightest of briar rose shoots. "You like a rose switch, don't you? I do. Nay, stop till I've cut off the thorns." And he walked on beside me, working at it with his knife in silence. I was silent too, but I stole a glance at his mouth, as seen in profile. I could almost always guess at his thoughts by that mouth, so flexible, sensitive, and, at times, so infinitely sweet. It wore that expression now. I was satisfied, for I knew the lad was happy. We reached the Mythe. "David," I said, I had got into the habit of calling him David, and now he had read a certain history in that book I supposed he had guessed why, for he liked the name. I don't think I can go any further up the hill. Oh, but you shall. I'll push behind, and when we come to the stile I'll carry you. It's lovely on the top of the Mythe. Look at the sunset. You cannot have seen a sunset for ever so long. No, that was true. I let John do as he would with me, he who brought into my pale life the only brightness it had ever known. Ere long we stood at the top of the steep mound. I know not if it be a natural hill, or one of those old Roman or British remains, plentiful enough hereabouts, but it was always called the Mythe. Close below it, at the foot of a precipitous slope, ran the Severn, there broad and deep enough, gradually growing broader and deeper as it flowed on through a wide plain of level country, towards the line of hills that bounded the horizon. Severn looked beautiful here, neither grand nor striking, but certainly beautiful, a calm, gracious, generous river, bearing strength in its tide and plenty in its bosom, rolling through the land slowly and surely, like a good man's life, and fertilizing wherever it flows. Do you like the Severn still, John? I love it. I wondered if his thoughts had been anything like mine. What is that? He cried suddenly, pointing to a new sight, which even I had not often seen on our river. It was a mass of water 3 or 4 feet high, which came surging along the mid-stream, upright as a wall. It is the Eger. I've often seen it on Severn, where the swift seaward current meets the spring tide. Look what a crest of foam it has, like a wild boar's mane. We often call it the River Boar. But it is only a big wave. Big enough to swamp a boat, though. And while I spoke, I saw to my horror that there actually was a boat, with 2 men in it, trying to get out of the way of the Eger. They never can. They'll assuredly be drowned. Oh, John! But he had already slipped from my side and swung himself by furze bushes and grass down the steep slope to the water's edge. It was a breathless moment. The Eger traveled slowly in its passage, changing the smooth, sparkling river to a whirl of conflicting currents, in which no boat could live, least of all that light pleasure boat with its toppling sail. In it was a youth I knew by sight, Mr. Brithwood of the Mythe House, and another gentleman. They both pulled hard. They got out of the mid-stream, but not close enough to land, and already there was but 2 oars' length between them and the Boar. "Swim for it!" I heard one cry to the other, but swimming would not have saved them. "Hold there!" shouted John at the top of his voice. "Throw that rope out, and I'll pull you in." It was a hard tug. I shuddered to see him wade knee-deep in the stream, but he succeeded. Both gentlemen leaped safe on shore. The younger tried desperately to save his boat, but it was too late. Already the water-boar had clutched it. The rope broke like a gossamer thread. The trim, white sail was dragged down, rose up once, broken and torn, like a butterfly caught in the mill-stream, then disappeared. "Oh, it's all over with her, poor thing!" "Who cares? We might have lost our lives," sharply said the other, an older and sickly-looking gentleman, dressed in mourning, to whom life did not seem a particularly pleasant thing, though he appeared to value it so highly. They both scrambled up the Mythe without noticing John Halifax. Then the elder turned. "But who pulled us ashore? Was it you, my young friend?" John Halifax, emptying his soaked boots, answered, "I suppose so." "Indeed, we owe you much." "Not more than a crown will pay," said young Brithwood gruffly. "I know him, cousin March. He works in Fletcher the Quaker's tan-yard." "Nonsense!" cried Mr. March, who had stood looking at the boy with a kindly, even half-sad air. "Impossible! Young man, will you tell me to whom I am so much obliged?" "My name is John Halifax." "Yes, but what are you?" "What he said. Mr. Brithwood knows me well enough. I work in the tan-yard." "Oh!" Mr. Birch turned away with a resumption of dignity, though evidently both surprised and disappointed. Young Brithwood laughed. "I told you so, cousin. "Hey, lad," eyeing John over, "you've been out at grass, and changed your coat for the better, but you're certainly the same lad that my curricle nearly ran over one day. You were driving a cart of skins. Ha! I remember." "So do I," said John fiercely, but when the youth's insolent laughter broke out again he controlled himself. The laughter ceased. "Well, you've done me a good turn for an ill one, young what's-your-name, so here's a guinea for you." He threw it towards him. It fell on the ground and lay there. "Nay, nay, Richard," expostulated the sickly gentleman, who, after all, was a gentleman. He stood apparently struggling with conflicting intentions, and not very easy in his mind. "My good fellow," he said at last in a constrained voice, "I won't forget your bravery, if I could do anything for you, and meanwhile, if a trifle like this," and he slipped something into John's hand. John returned it with a bow, merely saying that he would rather not take any money. The gentleman looked very much astonished. There was a little more of persistence on one side and resistance on the other, and then Mr. March put the guineas irresolutely back into his pocket, looking the while lingeringly at the boy, at his tall figure and flushed, proud face. "How old are you?" "15, nearly." "Ah!" It was almost a sigh. He turned away and turned back again. "My name is March, Henry March, if you should ever—" "Thank you, sir, good day." "Good day." I fancied he was half inclined to shake hands, but John did not, or would not, see it. Mr. March walked on, following young Brithwood, but at the stile he turned round once more and glanced at John. Then they disappeared. "I'm glad they're gone. Now we can be comfortable." He flung himself down, wrung out his wet stockings, laughed at me for being so afraid he would take cold, and so angry at young Brithwood's insults. I sat wrapped in my cloak and watched him making his idle circles in the sandy path with the rose switch he had cut. A thought struck me. "John, hand me the stick and I'll give you your first writing lesson." So there, on the smooth gravel and with the rose stem for a pen, I taught him how to form the letters of the alphabet, and join them together. He learned them very quickly, so quickly that in a little while the simple copybook that Mother Earth obliged us with was covered in all directions with John, John. "Bravo!" he cried as we turned homeward, he flourishing his gigantic pen, which had done such good service. "Bravo! I have gained something today." Crossing the bridge over the Avon, we stood once more to look at the waters that were out. They had risen considerably, even in that short time, and were now pouring in several new channels, one of which was alongside of the high road. We stopped a good while watching it. The current was harmless enough, merely flooding a part of the Ham, but it awed us to see the fierce power of waters let loose. An old willow tree, about whose roots I had often watched the kingcups growing, was now in the center of a stream as broad as the Avon by our tan yard, and thrice as rapid. The torrent rushed around it, impatient of the divisions its great roots caused, eager to undermine and tear it up. Inevitably, if the flood did not abate, within a few hours more there would be nothing left of the fine old tree. "I don't quite like this," said John meditatively, as his quick eye swept down the course of the river, with the houses and wharves that abutted on it, all along one bank. "Did you ever see the waters thus high before?" "Yes, I believe I have. Nobody minds it at Norton Bury. It is only the sudden thaw, my father says, and he ought to know, for he has had plenty of experience, the tan yard being so close to the river." "I was thinking of that. But come, it's getting cold." He took me safe home, and we parted cordially, nay, affectionately, at my own door. "When will you come again, David?" "When your father sends me." And I felt that he felt that our intercourse was always to be limited to this. Nothing clandestine, nothing obtrusive was possible, even for friendship's sake, to John Halifax. My father came in late that evening. He looked tired and uneasy, and instead of going to bed, though it was after 9 o'clock, sat down to his pipe in the chimney corner. "Is the river rising still, father? Will it do any harm to the tan-yard?" "What dost thee know about the tan-yard?" "Only John Halifax was saying—" "John Halifax had better hold his tongue." I held mine. My father puffed away in silence till I came to bid him good night. I think the sound of my crutches on the floor stirred him out of a long meditation, in which his ill humour had ebbed away. "Where didst thee go out to-day, Phineas? Thee and the lad I sent." "To the Mythe." And I told him the incident that had happened there. He listened without reply. "Wasn't it a brave thing to do, father?" And a few meditative puffs. "Phineas, that lad thee hast such a hankering after is a good lad, a very decent lad, if thee doesn't make too much of him. Remember, he is but my servant. Thee art my son, my only son." Alas, my poor father, it was hard enough for him to have such an only son as I. In the middle of the night, or else to me lying awake it seemed so, there was a knocking at our hall door. I slept on the ground flat, in a little room opposite the parlour. Ere I could well collect my thoughts, I saw my father pass, fully dressed, with a light in his hand; and, man of peace though he was, I was very sure I saw in the other something which always lay near his strong-box at his bed's head at night; because 10 years ago a large sum had been stolen from him, and the burglar had gone free of punishment. The law refused to receive Abel Fletcher's testimony. He was only a Quaker. The knocking grew louder, as if the person had no time to hesitate at making a noise. "Who's there?" called out my father, and at the answer he opened the front door, first shutting mine. A minute afterwards I heard someone in my room. "Phineas, are you here? Don't be frightened." I was not, as soon as his voice reached me, John's own familiar voice. "It's something about the tan-yard?" "Yes, the waters are rising, and I have come to fetch your father. He may save a good deal yet. I am ready, sir," in answer to a loud call. "Now, Phineas, lie you down again. The night's bitter cold. Don't stir. You'll promise? I'll see after your father." They went out of the house together, and did not return the whole night. That night, February 5, 1795, was one long remembered at Norton Bury. Bridges were destroyed, boats carried away, houses inundated or sapped at their foundations. The loss of life was small, but that of property was very great. 6 hours did the work of ruin, and then the flood began to turn. It was a long waiting until they came home, my father and John. At daybreak I saw them standing on the doorstep. A blessed sight. "Oh, father, my dear father!" and I drew him in, holding fast his hands, faster and closer than I had done since I was a child. He did not repel me. "Thee art up early, and it's a cold morning for thee, my son. Go back to the fire." His voice was gentle, his ruddy countenance pale, two strange things in Abel Fletcher. "Father, tell me what has befallen thee." "Nothing, my son, save that the giver of all worldly goods has seen fit to take back a portion of mine. I, like many another in this town, am poorer by some thousands than when I went to bed last night." He sat down. I knew he loved his money, for it had been hardly earned. I had not thought he would have borne its loss so quietly. "Father, never mind, it might have been worse." "Of a surety. I would have lost everything I had in the world, save for—Where is the lad? What art thee standing outside for? Come in, John, and shut the door." John obeyed, though without advancing. He was cold and wet. I wanted him to sit down by the fireside. "Aye, do, lad," said my father kindly. John came. I stood between the two, afraid to ask what they had undergone; but sure, from the old man's grave face, and the lad's bright one, flushed all over with that excitement of danger so delicious to the young, that the peril had not been small. "Jael," cried my father, rousing himself, "give us some breakfast. The lad and me, We have had a hard night's work together." Jael brought the mug of ale and the bread and cheese, but either did not or could not notice that the meal had been ordered for more than one. "Another plate," said my father sharply. "The lad can go into the kitchen, Abel Fletcher. His breakfast is waiting there." My father winced. Even her master was sometimes rather afraid of Jael, but conscience or his will conquered. "Woman, do as I desired. Bring another plate and another mug of ale." And so, to Jael's great wrath, and to my great joy, John Halifax was bidden, and sat down to the same board as his master. The fact made an ineffaceable impression on our household. After breakfast, as we sat by the fire, in the pale haze of that February morning, my father, contrary to his wont, explained to me all his losses, and how, but for the timely warning he had received, the flood might have nearly ruined him. "So it was well John came," I said, half afraid to say more. "Aye, and the lad has been useful too. It is an old head on young shoulders." John looked very proud of this praise, though it was grimly given. But directly after it, some ill or suspicious thought seemed to come into Abel Fletcher's mind. "Lad," suddenly turning round on John Halifax, "thee told me thee saw the river rising by the light of the moon. What wast thee doing, then, out of thy honest bed and thy quiet sleep, at 11 o'clock at night?" John coloured violently. The quick young blood was always ready enough to rise to his face. It spoke ill for him with my father. "Answer. I will not be hard upon thee, to-night at least." "As you like, Abel Fletcher," answered the boy sturdily. "I was doing no harm. I was at the tan-yard." "Thy business there?" "None at all. I was with the men, they were watching, and had a candle, and I wanted to sit up and had no light." "What didst thee want to sit up for?" pursued my father, keen and sharp as a ferret at the field rat's hole, or a barrister hunting down a witness in those courts of law that were never used by, though often used against, us Quakers. John hesitated, and again his painful, falsely accusing blushes tried him sore. "Sir, I'll tell you, it's no disgrace. Though I'm such a big fellow, I can't write, and your son was good enough to try and teach me. I was afraid of forgetting the letters, so I tried to make them all over again with a bit of chalk on the bark shed wall. It did nobody any harm that I know of." The boy's tone, even though it was rather quick and angry, won no reproof. At last my father said gently enough, "Is that all, lad?" "Yes." Again Abel Fletcher fell into a brown study. We two lads talked softly to each other, afraid to interrupt. He smoked through a whole pipe, his great and almost his only luxury, and then again called out, "John Halifax." "I'm here." "It's time thee went away to thy work." "I'm going this minute. Good-bye, Phineas. Good day, sir. Is there anything you want done?" He stood before his master, cap in hand, with an honest manliness pleasant to see. Any master might have been proud of such a servant, any father of such a son. My poor father, no, he did not once look from John Halifax to me. He would not have owned for the world that half-smothered sigh, or murmured because heaven had kept back from him, as heaven knows why, it often does from us all, the one desire of the heart. "John Halifax, thee hast been of great service to me this night. What reward shall I give thee?" And instinctively his hand dived down into his pocket. John turned away. "Thank you, I'd rather not. It is quite enough reward that I have been useful to my master, and that he acknowledges it." My father thought a minute, and then offered his hand. "Thee art in the right, lad. I am very much obliged to thee, and I will not forget it." And John, blushing brightly once more, went away, looking as proud as an emperor, and as happy as a poor man with a bag of gold. "Is there nothing thou canst think of, Phineas, that would pleasure the lad?" said my father, after we had been talking some time, though not about John. I had thought of something I had long desired, but which seemed then all but an impossibility. Even now, it was with some doubt and hesitation that I made the suggestion that he should spend every Sunday at our house. Nonsense! Thee knowest not of Norton Bury lads. He would not care. He had rather lounge about all first day at street corners with his acquaintances. John has none, father. He knows nobody, cares for nobody but me. Do let him come. We'll see about it. My father never broke or retracted his word. So after that, John Halifax came to us every Sunday, and for one day of the week at least, was received in his master's household as our equal and my friend. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Halifax, Gentleman by Dinah Craik. Chapter 5. Summers and winters slipped by lazily enough, as the years seemed always to crawl round at Norton Bury. How things went in the outside world I little knew or cared. My father lived his life, mechanical and steady as clockwork, and we two, John Halifax and Phineas Fletcher, lived our lives, the one so active and busy, the other so useless and dull. Neither of us counted the days, nor looked backwards or forwards. One June morning I woke to the consciousness that I was 20 years old, and that John Halifax was a man, the difference between us being precisely as I have expressed it. Our birthdays fell within a week of each other, and it was in remembering his, the one which advanced him to the dignity of 18, that I called to mind my own. I say, advanced him to the dignity, but in truth that is an idle speech, for any dignity which the maturity of 18 may be supposed to confer, he had already in possession. Manhood had come to him, both in character and demeanor, not as it comes to most young lads, an eagerly desired and presumptuously asserted claim, but as a rightful inheritance, to be received humbly and worn simply and naturally. So naturally that I never seemed to think of him as anything but a boy, until this one June Sunday, when, as before stated, I myself became 20 years old. I was talking over that last fact in a rather dreamy mood, as he and I sat in our long familiar summer seat, the clematis arbor by the garden wall. It seems very strange, John, but so it is. I am actually 20. Well, and what of that? I sat looking down into the river, which flowed on as my years were flowing, monotonous, dark, and slow, as they must flow on forever. John asked me what I was thinking of. Of myself, what a fine specimen of the noble genus homo I am. I spoke bitterly, but John knew how to meet that mood. Very patient he was with it, and with every ill mood of mine. And I was grateful, with that deep gratitude we feel to those who bear with us, and forgive us, and laugh at us, and correct us, all alike for love. Self-investigation is good on birthdays. Phineas, here goes for a catalogue of your qualities, internal and external. John, don't be foolish. I will if I like, though perhaps not quite so foolish as some other people. So listen. Imprimis, as saith Shakespeare, imprimis, height, full 5 feet 4, a stature historically appertaining to great men, including Alexander of Macedon and the first consul. Oh, said I reproachfully, for this was our chief bone of contention, I hating, he rather admiring, the great ogre of the day, Napoleon Bonaparte. Imprimis, of a slight, delicate person, but not lame as once was. No, thank God. Thin, rather. Very, a mere skeleton. Face elongated and pale. Sallow, John, decidedly sallow. Be it so, sallow. Big eyes, much given to observation, which means hard staring. Take them off me, Phineas, or I'll not lie on the grass a minute longer. Thank you. To return. Imprimis and finis. I'm grand at Latin now, you see. Long hair, which, since the powder tax, has resumed its natural blackness, and is, any young damsel would say, only we count not a single one among our acquaintance, exceedingly bewitching. I smiled, feeling myself color a little, too, weak invalid as I was. I was, nevertheless, 20 years old, and although Jael and Sally were the only specimens of the other sex which had risen on my horizon, yet, once or twice, since I had read Shakespeare, I had had a boy's lovely dreams of the divinity of womanhood. They began and ended mere dreams. Soon dawned the bare, hard truth that my character was too feeble and womanish to be likely to win any woman's reverence or love. Or, even had this been possible, one sickly as I was, stricken with hereditary disease, ought never to seek to perpetuate it by marriage. I therefore put from me, at once and forever, every feeling of that kind, and during my whole life, I thank God, have never faltered in my resolution. Friendship was given me for love, duty for happiness. So best, and I was satisfied. This conviction, and the struggle succeeding it, for though brief, it was but natural that it should have been a hard struggle, was the only secret that I had kept from John. It had happened some months now, and was quite over and gone, so that I could smile at his fun, and shake at him my bewitching black locks, calling him a foolish boy. And while I said it, the notion slowly dawning during the long gaze he had complained of, forced itself upon me clear as daylight that he was not a boy any longer. Now let me turn the tables. How old are you, John? You know, 18 next week. And how tall? 5 feet 11 inches and a half. And rising, he exhibited to its full advantage that very creditable altitude, more tall perhaps than graceful at present, since, like most youths, he did not as yet quite know what to do with his legs and arms. But he was—I cannot describe what he was. I could not then. I only remember that when I looked at him and began jocularly, imprimis, my heart came up into my throat and choked me. It was almost with sadness that I said, "Ah, David, you are quite a young man now." He smiled, of course only with pleasure, looking forward to the new world into which he was going forth, the world into which, as I knew well, I could never follow him. "I am glad I look rather old for my years," said he, when, after a pause, he had again flung himself down on the grass. "It tells well in the tan-yard. People would be slow to trust a clerk who looked a mere boy. Still, your father trusts me." "He does, indeed. You need never have any doubt of that. It was only yesterday he said to me that now he was no longer dissatisfied with your working at all sorts of studies in leisure hours, since it made you none the worse man of business." "No, I hope not, or I should be much ashamed. It would not be doing my duty to myself any more than to my master if I shirked his work for my own. I am glad he does not complain now, Phineas." "On the contrary, I think he intends to give you a rise this midsummer." "But oh!" I cried, recurring to a thought which would often come when I looked at the lad, though he always combated it so strongly that I often owned my prejudices were unjust. "How I wish you were something better than a clerk in a tan-yard. I have a plan, John." But what that plan was fated to remain unrevealed. Jael came to us in the garden, looking very serious. She had been summoned, I knew, to a long conference with her master the day before, the subject of which she would not tell me, though she acknowledged it concerned myself. Ever since, she had followed me about, very softly for her, and called me more than once, as when I was a child, my dear. She now came with half dolorous, half angry looks, to summon me to an interview with my father and Dr. Jessup. I caught her parting mutterings as she marched behind me. "Kill or cure, indeed! No more fit than a baby! Abel Fletcher be clean mad! Hope Thomas Jessup will speak out plain and tell him so, and the like. From these, and from her strange fit of tenderness, I guessed what was looming in the distance. A future which my father constantly held in terrorem over me, though successive illness had kept it in abeyance. Alas, I knew that my poor father's hopes and plans were vain. I went into his presence with a heavy heart. There is no need to detail that interview. Enough that after it he set aside forever his last lingering hope of having a son able to assist, and finally succeed him in his business, and that I set aside every dream of growing up to be a help and comfort to my father. It cost something on both our parts, but after that day's discussion we tacitly covered over the pain, and referred to it no more. I came back into the garden and told John Halifax all. He listened with his hand on my shoulder, and his grave, sweet look, dearer sympathy than any words. Though he added thereto a few, in his own wise way. Then he and I, also, drew the curtain over an inevitable grief, and laid it in the peaceful chamber of silence. When my father, Dr. Jessup, John Halifax, and I met at dinner, the subject had passed into seeming oblivion, and was never afterwards revived. But dinner being over, and the chatty little doctor gone, while Abel Fletcher sat mutely smoking his pipe, and we two at the window maintained that respectful and decorous silence which in my young days was rigidly exacted by elders and superiors, I noticed my father's eyes frequently resting, with keen observance, upon John Halifax. Could it be that there had recurred to him a hint of mine, given faintly that morning, as faintly as if it had only just entered my mind, instead of having for months continually dwelt there, until a fitting moment should arrive? Could it be that this hint, which he had indignantly scouted at the time, was germinating in his acute brain, and might bear fruit in future days? I hoped so, I earnestly prayed so, and to that end I took no notice, but let it silently grow. The June evening came and went. The service bell rang out and ceased. First, deep shadows, and then a bright star, appeared over the Abbey tower. We watched it from the garden, where, Sunday after Sunday, in fine weather, we used to lounge, and talk over all manner of things in heaven and in earth, chiefly ending with the former, as on Sunday nights, with stars over our head, was natural and fit we should do. Phineas, said John, sitting on the grass with his hands upon his knees, and the one star, I think it was Jupiter, shining down into his eyes, deepening them into that peculiar look worth any so-called handsome eyes, Phineas, I wonder how soon we shall have to rise up from this quiet, easy life, and fight our battles in the world. Also, I wonder if we are ready for it. I think you are. I don't know. I'm not clear how far I could resist doing anything wrong, if it were pleasant. So many wrong things are pleasant. Just now, instead of rising tomorrow, and going into the little dark counting-house, and scratching paper from 8 till 6, shouldn't I like to break away, dash out into the world, take to all sorts of wild freaks, do all sorts of grand things, and perhaps never come back to the tanning any more? Never any more? No, I spoke hastily. I did not mean I ever should do such a wrong thing, but merely that I sometimes feel the wish to do it. I can't help it. That's my Apollyon that I have to fight with. Everybody keeps a private Apollyon, I fancy. Now, Phineas, be content. Apollyon is beaten down. He rose up, but I thought that, in the red glow of the twilight, he looked rather pale. He stretched his hand to help me up from the grass. We went into the house together, silently. After supper, when the chimes struck 9:30, John prepared to leave as usual. He went to bid good night to my father, who was sitting meditatively over the fireless hearth-place, sometimes poking the great bow-pot of fennel and asparagus, as in winter he did the coals, an instance of obliviousness, which, in my sensible and acute father, argued very deep cogitation on some subject or other. Good night, said John twice over before his master heard him. Eh? Oh, good night, lad. Stay. Halifax, what hast thee got to do tomorrow? Not much, unless the Russian hides should come in. I cleared off the week's accounts last night as usual. Ay, tomorrow I shall look over all thy books, and see how thee standest, and what further work thou art fit for. Therefore take a day's holiday if thee likes. We thanked him warmly. There, John, whispered I, you may have your wish, and run wild tomorrow. He said the wish had gone out of him, so we planned a sweet lazy day under the midsummer sky in some fields about a mile off, called the Vineyards. The morning came, and we took our way thither, under the abbey walls, and along a lane, shaded on one side by the willows in the water-courses. We came out in those quiet hay-fields, which, tradition says, had once grown wine for the rosy monks close by, and history avers were afterwards watered by a darker stream than the blood of grapes. The vineyards had been a battlefield, and under the long wavy grass and the roots of the wild apple-trees slept many a Yorkist and Lancastrian. Sometimes an unusually deep furrow turned out a white bone, but more often the relics were undisturbed, and the meadows used as pastures or hay-fields. John and I lay down on some windrows and sunned ourselves in the warm and delicious air. How beautiful everything was, so very still, with the Abbey Tower, always the most picturesque point in our Norton Bury views, showing so near that it almost seemed to rise up out of the fields and hedgerows. Well, David, and I turned to the long, lazy figure beside me, which had considerably flattened the hay, are you satisfied? Aye. Thus we lounged out all the summer morning, recurring to a few of the infinitude of subjects we used to compare notes upon, though we were neither of us given to wordiness, and never talked but when we had something to say. Often, as on this day, we sat for hours in a pleasant dreaminess, scarcely exchanging a word. Nevertheless, I could generally track John's thoughts as they went wandering on, aye, as clearly as one might track a stream through a wood. Sometimes, like today, I failed. In the afternoon, when we had finished our bread and cheese, eaten slowly and with graceful dignity, in order to make dinner a more important and lengthy affair, he said abruptly, Phineas, don't you think this field is rather dull? Shall we go somewhere else? Not if it tires you, though. I protested the contrary, my health being much above the average this summer. But just as we were quitting the field, we met two rather odd-looking persons entering it, young old persons they seemed, who might own to any age or any occupation. Their dress, especially that of the younger, amused us by its queer mixture of fashionableness and homeliness, such as gray-ribbed stockings and shining paste shoe-buckles, rusty velvet small clothes, and a coatee of blue cloth. But the wearer carried off this anomalous costume with an easy, condescending air, full of pleasantness, humor, and grace. Sir, said he, approaching John Halifax with a bow that I feel sure the first gentleman of his day, as loyal folk then entitled the Prince Regent, could not have surpassed. Sir, will you favor me by informing us how far it is to Coltham? 10 miles, and the stage will pass here in 3 hours. Thank you. At present I have little to do with at least with that stage. Young gentlemen, excuse our continuing our dessert, in fact, I may say our dinner. Are you connoisseurs in turnips? He offered us, with a polite gesture, one of the Swedes he was munching. I declined, but John, out of a deeper delicacy than I could boast, accepted it. One might dine worse, he said. I have done sometimes. It was a whim of mine, sir, but I am not the first remarkable person who has eaten turnips in your Norton Bury fields, aye, and turned field preacher afterwards. The celebrated John Philip— Here the elder and less agreeable of the two wayfarers interposed with a nudge, indicating silence. My companion is right, sir, he continued. I will not betray our illustrious friend by mentioning his surname. He is a great man now, and I might not wish it generally known that he had dined off turnips. May I give you instead my own humble name? He gave it me, But I, Phineas Fletcher, shall copy his reticence, and not indulge the world therewith. It was a name wholly out of my sphere, both then and now; but I know it has since risen into note among the people of the world. I believe, too, its owner has carried up to the topmost height of celebrity always the gay, gentlemanly spirit and kindly heart which he showed when sitting with us and eating swedes. Still, I will not mention his surname. I will only call him Mr. Charles. Now, having satisfactorily munched and munched and munched, like the sailor's wife who had chestnuts in her lap, are you acquainted with my friend, Mr. William Shakespeare, young gentleman? I must try to fulfill the other duties of existence. You said the Coltham mail passed here in 3 hours? Very well. I have the honor of wishing you a very good day, Mr. Halifax. And yours? Fletcher. Any connection with him who went partnership with the worthy Beaumont? My father has no partner, sir, said I. But John, whose reading had lately surpassed mine, and whom nothing ever puzzled, explained that I came from the same old stock as the brothers Phineas and Giles Fletcher. Upon which Mr. Charles, who till now had somewhat overlooked me, took off his hat, and congratulated me on my illustrious descent. That man has evidently seen a good deal of the world, said John, smiling. I wonder what the world is like. Did you not see something of it as a child? Only the worst and lowest side. Not the one I want to see now. What business do you think that Mr. Charles is? A clever man, anyhow. I should like to see him again. So should I. Thus talking at intervals and speculating upon our new acquaintance, we strolled along until we came to a spot called by the country people the Bloody Meadow, from being, like several other places in the neighborhood, the scene of one of those terrible slaughters chronicled in the Wars of the Roses. It was a sloping field, through the middle of which ran a little stream down to the meadow's end, where, fringed and hidden by a plantation of trees, the Avon flowed. Here, too, in all directions, the hay-fields lay, either in green swaths, or tedded, or in the luxuriously scented quails. The lane was quite populous with wagons and haymakers, the men in their corduroys and blue hose, the women in their trim jackets and bright calamanco petticoats. There were more women than men by far, for the flower of the peasant youth of England had been drafted off to fight against Bonyparty. Still, hay-time was a glorious season, when half our little town turned out and made holiday in the sunshine. I think we will go to a quieter place, John. There seems a crowd down in the meadow. And who is that man standing on the hay-cart on the other side of the stream? Don't you remember the bright blue coat? 'Tis Mr. Charles. How he's talking and gesticulating. What can he be at? Without more ado, John leaped the low hedge, and ran down the slope of the Bloody Meadow. I followed less quickly. There, of a surety, stood our new friend, on one of the simple-fashioned hay-carts that we used about Norton Bury, a low framework on wheels, with a pole stuck at either of the 4 corners. He was bare-headed, and his hair hung in graceful curls, well powdered. I only hope he had honestly paid the tax, which we were all then proclaiming against. So fondly does custom cling to deformity. Despite the powder, the blue coat, and the shabby velvet breeches, Mr. Charles was a very handsome and striking-looking man. No wonder the poor haymakers had collected from all parts to hear him harangue. What was he haranguing upon? Could it be that, like his friend, John Philip, whoever that personage might be, his vocation was that of a field preacher? It seemed like it, especially judging from the sanctified demeanor of the elder and inferior person who accompanied him, and who sat in the front of the cart, and folded his hands and groaned, after the most approved fashion of a methodistical revival. We listened, expecting every minute to be disgusted and shocked. But no. I must say this for Mr. Charles, that in no way did he trespass the bounds of reverence and decorum. His harangue, though given as a sermon, was strictly and simply a moral essay, such as might have emanated from any professor's chair. In fact, as I afterwards learnt, he had given for his text one which the simple rustics received in all respect, as coming from a higher and holier volume than Shakespeare. Mercy is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives, and him that takes. 'Tis mightiest in the mightiest. And on that text did he dilate, gradually warming with his subject, till his gestures, which at first had seemed burdened with a queer constraint, that now and then resulted in an irrepressible twitch of the corners of his flexible mouth, became those of a man beguiled into real earnestness. We of Norton Bury had never heard such eloquence. "Who can he be, John? Isn't it wonderful?" But John never heard me. His whole attention was riveted on the speaker. Such oratory, a compound of graceful action, polished language, and brilliant imagination, came to him as a positive revelation, a revelation from the world of intellect, the world which he longed after with all the ardor of youth. What that harangue would have seemed like, could we have heard it with maturer ears, I know not. But at 18 and 20 it literally dazzled us. No wonder it affected the rest of the audience. Feeble men, leaning on forks and rakes, shook their old heads sagely, as if they understood it all. And when the speaker alluded to the horrors of war, a subject which then came so bitterly home to every heart in Britain, many women melted into sobs and tears. At last, when the orator himself, moved by the pictures he had conjured up, paused suddenly, quite exhausted, and asked for a slight contribution to help a deed of charity, there was a general rush towards him. "No, no, my good people," said Mr. Charles, recovering his natural manner, though a little clouded, I thought, by a faint shade of remorse. "No, I will not take from any one more than a penny, and then only if they are quite sure they can spare it. Thank you, my worthy man. Thanks, my bonny young lass. I hope your sweetheart will soon be back from the wars. Thank you all, my very worthy and approved good masters, and a fair harvest to you." He bowed them away, in a dignified and graceful manner, still standing on the hay-cart. The honest folk trooped off, having no more time to waste, and left the field in possession of Mr. Charles, his co-mate, and ourselves, whom I do not think he had as yet noticed. He descended from the cart. His companion burst into roars of laughter, but Charles looked grave. "Poor honest souls," said he, wiping his brows. I am not sure that it was only his brows. "Hang me if I'll be at this trick again, Yates." "It was a trick then, sir," said John, advancing. "I am sorry for it." "So am I, young man," returned the other, no way disconcerted. Indeed, he seemed a person whose frank temper nothing could disconcert. "But starvation is, excuse me, unpleasant, and necessity has no law. It is of vital consequence that I should reach Coltham tonight, and after walking 20 miles one cannot easily walk 10 more, and afterwards appear as Macbeth to an admiring audience." "You are an actor?" "I am, please your worship, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is seen no more." There was inexpressible pathos in his tone, and his fine face looked thin and worn. It did not take much to soften both John's feelings and mine towards the poor player. Besides, we had lately been studying Shakespeare, who for the first time of reading generally sends all young people tragedy mad. "You acted well today," said John. "All the folk here took you for a Methodist preacher." "Yet I never meddled with theology, only common morality. You cannot say I did." John thought a moment and then answered, "No, but what put the scheme into your head?" "The fact that, under a like necessity, the same amusing play was played out here years ago, as I told you, by John Philip—no, I will not conceal his name. The greatest actor and the truest gentleman our English stage has ever seen, John Philip Kemble." And he raised his hat with sincere reverence. We too had heard, at least John had, of this wonderful man. I saw the fascination of Mr. Charles's society was strongly upon him. It was no wonder. More brilliant, more versatile talent I never saw. He turned from grave to gay, from lively to severe, appearing in all phases like the gentleman, the scholar, and the man of the world, and neither John nor I had ever met any one of these characters, all so irresistibly alluring at our age. I say our, because though I followed where he led, I always did it of my own will likewise. The afternoon began to wane, while we, with our two companions, yet sat talking by the brook-side. Mr. Charles had washed his face, and his travel-sore blistered feet, and we had induced him, and the man he called Yates, to share our remnants of bread and cheese. "Now," he said, starting up, "I am ready to do battle again, even with the Thane of Fife, who, to-night, is one Johnson, a fellow of 6 feet and 12 stone. What is the hour, Mr. Halifax?" Mr. Halifax, I felt pleased to hear him for the first time so entitled, had, unfortunately, no watch among his worldly possessions, and candidly owned the fact. But he made a near guess by calculating the position of his unfailing timepiece, the sun. It was 4 o'clock. "Then I must go. Will you not retract, young gentleman? Surely you would not lose such a rare treat as Macbeth, with, I will not say my humble self, but with that divine Siddons. Such a woman! Shakespeare himself might lean out of Elysium to watch her. You will join us?" John made a silent, dolorous negative, as he had done once or twice before, when the actor urged us to accompany him to Coltham for a few hours only. We might be back by midnight, easily. "What do you think, Phineas?" said John, when we stood on the high road waiting for the coach. "I have money, and we have so little pleasure. We would send word to your father. Do you think it would be wrong?" I could not say, and to this minute, viewing the question nakedly in a strict and moral sense, I cannot say whether or no it was an absolute crime. Therefore, being accustomed to read my wrong or right in David's eyes, I remained perfectly passive. We waited by the hedge-side for several minutes. Mr. Charles ceased his urging, half in dudgeon, save that he was too pleasant a man really to take offence at anything. His conversation was chiefly directed to me. John took no part therein, but strolled about plucking at the hedge. When the stage appeared down the winding of the road, I was utterly ignorant of what he meant us to do, or if he had any definite purpose at all. It came. The coachman was hailed. Mr. Charles shook hands with us and mounted, paying his own fare and that of Yates with their handful of charity pennies, which caused a few minutes' delay in counting, and a great deal of good-humoured joking, as good-humouredly borne. Meanwhile, John put his 2 hands on my shoulders and looked hard into my face. His was slightly flushed and excited, I thought. "Phineas, are you tired?" "Not at all." "Do you feel strong enough to go to Coltham? Would it do you no harm? Would you like to go?" To all these hurried questions I answered with as hurried an affirmative. It was sufficient to me that he evidently liked to go. "It is only for once. Your father would not grudge us the pleasure, and he is too busy to be out of the tan-yard before midnight. We will be home soon after then, if I carry you on my back all the 10 miles. Come, mount, we'll go." "Bravo!" cried Mr. Charles, and leaned over to help me up the coach's side. John followed, and the crisis was past. But I noticed that for several miles he hardly spoke one word. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 6. Near as we lived to Coltham, I had only been there once in my life. But John Halifax knew the town pretty well, having latterly, in addition to his clerkship, been employed by my father in going about the neighbourhood buying bark. I was amused when the coach stopped at an inn, which bore the ominous sign of the Fleece, to see how well accustomed he seemed to be in the ways of the place. He deported himself with perfect self-possession. The waiter served him respectfully. He had evidently taken his position in the world, at least our little world. He was no longer a boy, but a man. I was glad to see it. Leaving everything in his hands, I lay down where he placed me in the inn parlour, and watched him giving his orders and walking about. Sometimes I thought his eyes were restless and unquiet, but his manner was as composed as usual. Mr. Charles had left us, appointing a meeting at Coffee-house Yard, where the theatre then was. "A poor barn-like place, I believe," said John, stopping in his walk up and down the room to place my cushions more easy. "They should build a new one, now Coltham is growing up into such a fashionable town. I wish I could take you to see the well walk, with all the fine people promenading, but you must rest, Phineas." I consented, being indeed rather weary. "You will like to see Mrs. Siddons, whom we have so often talked about? She is not young now, Mr. Charles says, but magnificent still. She first came out in this same theatre more than 20 years ago. Yates saw her. I wonder, Phineas, if your father ever did." "Oh, no, my father would not enter a playhouse for the world." "What?" "Nay, John, you need not look so troubled. You know he did not bring me up in the society, and its restrictions are not binding upon me." "True, true." And he resumed his walk, but not his cheerfulness. "If it were myself alone now, of course, what I myself hold to be a lawful pleasure I have a right to enjoy. Or, if not, being yet a lad and under a master, well, I will bear the consequences," added he rather proudly. "But to share them, Phineas," turning suddenly to me, "would you like to go home? I'll take you." I protested earnestly against any such thing, told him I was sure we were doing nothing wrong, which was indeed my belief, entreated him to be merry and enjoy himself, and succeeding so well that in a few minutes we had started in a flutter of gaiety and excitement for Coffee-house Yard. It was a poor place, little better than a barn, as Mr. Charles had said, built in a lane leading out of the principal street. This lane was almost blocked up with playgoers of all ranks and in all sorts of equipages, from the coach and six to the sedan chair, mingled with a motley crowd on foot, all jostling, fighting, and screaming, till the place became a complete bear garden. "Oh, John, take care!" and I clung to his arm. "Never mind, I'm big enough and strong enough for any crowd. Hold on, Phineas." If I had been a woman, and the woman that he loved, he could not have been more tender over my weakness. The physical weakness, which, however humiliating to myself, and doubtless contemptible in most men's eyes, was yet dealt by the hand of heaven, and as such regarded by John only with compassion. The crowd grew denser and more formidable. I looked beyond it, up toward the low hills that rose in various directions round the town. How green and quiet they were, and in the still June evening. I only wished we were safe back again at Norton Bury. But now there came a slight swaying in the crowd, as a sedan chair was borne through, or attempted to be, for the effort failed. There was a scuffle, one of the bearers was knocked down and hurt. Some cried "shame," others seemed to think this incident only added to the frolic. At last, in the midst of the confusion, a lady put her head out of the sedan and gazed around her. It was a remarkable countenance. Once seen, you could never forget it. Pale, rather large and hard in outline, an aquiline nose, full, passionate, yet sensitive lips, and very dark eyes. She spoke, and the voice belonged naturally to such a face. "Good people, let me pass. I am Sarah Siddons." The crowd divided instantaneously, and in moving set up a cheer that must have rang through all the town. There was a minute's pause, while she bowed and smiled. Such a smile! And then the sedan curtain closed. "Now's the time. Only hold fast to me," whispered John, as he sprang forward, dragging me after him. In another second he had caught up the pole dropped by the man who was hurt, and before I well knew what we were about, we both stood safe inside the entrance of the theatre. Mrs. Siddons stepped out and turned to pay her bearers. A most simple action, but so elevated in the doing that even it, I thought, could not bring her to the level of common humanity. The tall, cloaked, and hooded figure, and the tones that issued thence, made her, even in that narrow passage under the one flaring tallow candle, a veritable queen of tragedy. At least so she seemed to us two. The one man was paid, overpaid apparently, from his thankfulness, and she turned to John Halifax. "I regret, young man, that you should have had so much trouble. Here is some requital." He took the money, selected from it one silver coin, and returned the rest. "I will keep this, madam, if you please, as a memento that I once had the honour of being useful to Mrs. Siddons." She looked at him keenly, out of her wonderful dark eyes, then curtsied with grave dignity. "I thank you, sir," she said, and passed on. A few minutes after, some underling of the theatre found us out, and brought us, by Mrs. Siddons' desire, to the best places the house could afford. It was a glorious night. At this distance of time, when I look back upon it, my old blood leaps and burns. I repeat, it was a glorious night. Before the curtain rose, we had time to glance about us on that scene, to both entirely new, the inside of a theatre. Shabby and small as the place was, it was filled with all the beau monde of Coltham, which then, patronized by royalty, rivaled even Bath in its fashion and folly. Such a dazzle of diamonds and spangled turbans and Prince of Wales plumes! Such an odd mingling of costume, which was then in a transition state, the old ladies clinging tenaciously to the stately silken petticoats and long bodices, surmounted by the prim and decent bouffants, while the younger belles had begun to flaunt in the French fashions of flimsy muslins, short-waisted, narrow-skirted. These we had already heard Jael furiously inveigh against. For Jael, Quakeress as she was, could not quite smother her original propensity towards the decoration of the flesh, and betrayed a suppressed but profound interest in the same. John and I quite agreed with her, that it was painful to see gentle English girls clad, or rather unclad, after the fashion of our enemies across the Channel. Now, unhappy nation, sunk to zero in politics, religion, and morals, where high-bred ladies went about dressed as heathen goddesses, with bare arms and bare sandaled feet, gaining none of the pure simplicity of the ancient world, and losing all the decorous dignity of our modern times. We two, who had all a boy's mysterious reverence for womanhood in its most ideal, most beautiful form, and who, I believe, were, in our ignorance, expecting to behold in every woman an Imogen, a Juliet, or a Desdemona, felt no particular attraction towards the ungracefully attired, flaunting, simpering belles of Coltham. But the play began. I am not going to follow it. All the world has heard of the Lady Macbeth of Mrs. Siddons. This, the first and last play I ever witnessed, stands out in my memory, after more than half a century, as clear as on that night. Still, I can see her in her first scene, reading a letter, that wondrous woman who, in spite of her modern black velvet and point lace, did not act, but was, Lady Macbeth. Still I hear the awe-struck, questioning, weird-like tone that sent an involuntary shudder through the house, as if supernatural things were abroad. They made themselves air, and still there quivers through the silence that piteous cry of a strong heart broken. All the perfumes of Arabia will never sweeten this little hand. Well, she is gone, like the brief 3 hours when we hung on her every breath, as if it could stay even the wheels of time. But they have whirled on, whirled her away with them into the infinite, and into earthly oblivion. People tell me that a new generation only smiles at the traditional glory of Sarah Siddons. They never saw her. For me, I shall go down to the grave worshipping her still. Of him who I call Mr. Charles I have little to say. John and I both smiled when we saw his fine, frank face and manly bearing subdued into that poor, whining, sentimental craven, the stage Macbeth. Yet I believe he acted it well. But we irresistibly associated his idea with that of turnip-munching and hay-cart oratory. And when, during the first colloquy of Banquo with the witches, Macbeth took the opportunity of winking privately at us over the footlights, all the paraphernalia of the stage failed to make the murderous Thane of Cawdor aught else than our humorous and good-natured Mr. Charles. I never saw him after that night. He is still living. May his old age have been as peaceful as his youth was kind and gay. The play ended. There was some buffoonery still to come, but we would not stay for that. We staggered, half blind and dazzled, both in eyes and brain, out into the dark streets, John almost carrying me. Then we paused, and leaning against a post which was surmounted by one of the half-dozen oil lamps which illuminated the town, tried to regain our mental equilibrium. John was the first to do it. Passing his hand over his brow, he bared it to the fresh night air, and drew a deep, hard breath. He was very pale, I saw. "John?" He turned and laid a hand on my shoulder. "What did you say? Are you cold?" "No." He put his arm so as to shield the wind from me, nevertheless. "Well," said he, after a pause, "we have had our pleasure, and it is over. Now we must go back to the old ways again. I wonder what o'clock it is." He was answered by a church clock striking, heard clearly over the silent town. I counted the strokes. 11. Horrified, we looked at one another by the light of the lamp. Until this minute we had taken no note of the time. 11 o'clock! How should we get home to Norton Bury that night? For, now the excitement was over, I turned sick and faint. My limbs almost sank under me. "What must we do, John?" "Do? Oh, 'tis quite easy. You cannot walk. You shall not walk. We must hire a gig and drive home. I have enough money, all my month's wages, see?" He felt in his pockets one after the other. His countenance grew blank. "Why, where is my money gone to?" Where, indeed? But that it was gone, and irretrievably, most likely stolen, when we were so wedged in the crowd, there could be no manner of doubt. And I had not a groat. I had little use for money, and rarely carried any. "Would not somebody trust us?" suggested I. "I never asked anybody for credit in my life, and for a horse and gig, they'd laugh at me. Still, yes, stay here a minute, and I'll try." He came back, though not immediately, and took my arm with a reckless laugh. "It's of no use, Phineas. I'm not so respectable as I thought. What's to be done?" Aye, what indeed? Here we were, two friendless youths, with not a penny in our pockets, and 10 miles away from home. How to get there, and at midnight too, was a very serious question. We consulted a minute, and then John said firmly, "We must make the best of it and start. Every instant is precious. Your father will think we have fallen into some harm. Come, Phineas, I'll help you on." His strong, cheery voice, added to the necessity of the circumstances, braced up my nerves. I took hold of his arm, and we marched on bravely through the shut-up town, and for a mile or two along the high road leading to Norton Bury. There was a cool, fresh breeze, and I often think one can walk so much further by night than by day. For some time, listening to John's talk about the stars, he had lately added astronomy to the many things he tried to learn, and recalling with him all that we had heard and seen this day, I hardly felt my weariness. But gradually it grew upon me. My pace lagged slower and slower. Even the scented air in the midsummer night imparted no freshness. John wound his young arm, strong and firm as iron, round my waist, and we got on a while in that way. "Keep up, Phineas. There's a hayrack near. I'll wrap you in my coat, and you shall rest there. An hour or two will not matter now. We shall get home by daybreak." I feebly assented, but it seemed to me that we never should get home. At least I never should. For a short way more I dragged myself, or rather was dragged, along. Then the stars, the shadowy fields, and the winding white high road mingled and faded from me. I lost all consciousness. When I came to myself, I was lying by a tiny brook at the roadside. My head rested on John's knees. He was bathing my forehead. I could not see him, but I heard his smothered moan. "David, don't mind. I shall be well directly." "Oh, Phineas! Phineas, I thought I had killed you." He said no more, but I fancied that under cover of the night he yielded to what his manhood might have been ashamed of, yet need not, a few tears. I tried to rise. There was a faint streak in the east. "Why, is it daybreak? How far are we from Norton Bury?" "Not very far. Don't stir a step. I shall carry you." "Impossible!" "Nonsense. I have done it for half a mile already. Come, mount. I am not going to have Jonathan's death laid at David's door." And so, masking command with a jest, he had his way. What strength supported him I cannot tell, but he certainly carried me, with many rests between and pauses, during which I walked a quarter of a mile or so, the whole way to Norton Bury. The light broadened and broadened. When we reached my father's door, haggard and miserable, it was in the pale sunshine of a summer morning. "Thank God," murmured John, as he set me down at the foot of the steps. "You are safe at home." "And you will come in. You would not leave me now." He thought a moment, then said, "No." We looked up doubtfully at the house. There were no watchers there. All the windows were closed, as if the whole peaceful establishment were taking its sleep, prior to the early stirring of Norton Bury households. Even John's loud knocking was some time before it was answered. I was too exhausted to feel much, but I know those 5 awful minutes seemed interminable. I could not have borne them, save for John's voice in my ear. "Courage, I'll bear all the blame. We have committed no absolute sin, and have paid dearly for any folly. Courage." At the 5 minutes' end my father opened the door. He was dressed as usual, looked as usual. Whether he had sat up watching or had suffered any anxiety, I never found out. He said nothing, merely opened the door, admitted us, and closed it behind us. But we were certain from his face that he knew all. It was so. Some neighbour driving home from Coltham had taken pains to tell Abel Fletcher where he had seen his son. At the very last place a friend's son ought to be seen, the playhouse. We knew that it was by no means to learn the truth, but to confront us with it, that my father, reaching the parlour, and opening the shutters, that the hard daylight should shame us more and more, asked the stern question, "Phineas, where hast thee been?" John answered for me. "At the theatre at Coltham. It was my fault. He went because I wished to go." "And wherefore didst thee wish to go?" "Wherefore?" The answer seemed hard to find. "Oh, Mr. Fletcher, were you never young like me?" My father made no reply. John gathered courage. "It was, as I say, all my fault. It might have been wrong. I think now that it was, but the temptation was hard. My life here is dull. I long sometimes for a little amusement, a little change." "Thee shall have it." That voice, slow and quiet as it was, struck us both dumb. "And how long hast thee planned this, John Halifax?" "Not a day, not an hour. It was a sudden freak of mine." My father shook his head with contemptuous incredulity. "Sir, Abel Fletcher, did I ever tell you a lie? If you will not believe me, believe your own son. Ask Phineas. No, no, ask him nothing." And he came in great distress to the sofa where I had fallen. "Oh, Phineas, how cruel I have been to you!" I tried to smile at him, being past speaking, but my father put John aside. "Young man, I can take care of my son. Thee shalt not lead him into harm's way any more. Go. I have been mistaken in thee." If my father had gone into a passion, had accused us, reproached us, and stormed at us with all the ill language that men of the world use, but that quiet, cold, irrevocable, "I have been mistaken in thee," was 10 times worse. John lifted to him a mute look, from which all pride had ebbed away. "I repeat, I have been mistaken in thee. Thee seemed a lad to my mind. I trusted thee. This day, by my son's wish, I meant to have bound thee prentice to me, and in good time to have taken thee into the business. Now—" There was silence. At last John muttered, in a low, broken-hearted voice, "I deserve it all. I can go away. I might perhaps earn my living elsewhere. Shall I?" Abel Fletcher hesitated, looked at the poor lad before him. "Oh, David, how unlike to thee!" Then said, "No, I do not wish that, at least not at present." I cried out in the joy and relief of my heart. John came over to me, and we clasped hands. "John, you will not go?" "No, I will stay to redeem my character with your father. Be content, Phineas. I won't part with you." "Young man, thou must," said my father, turning round. "But—" "I have said it, Phineas. I accuse him of no dishonesty, no crime, but of weakly yielding, and selfishly causing another to yield, to the temptation of the world. Therefore, as my clerk, I retain him. as my son's companion, never. We felt that never was irrevocable. Yet I tried, blindly and despairingly, to wrestle with it. I might as well have flung myself against a stone wall. John stood perfectly silent. "Don't, Phineas," he whispered at last. "Never mind me. Your father is right, at least so far as he sees. Let me go. Perhaps I may come back to you sometime. If not—" I moaned out bitter words. I hardly knew what I was saying. My father took no notice of them, only went to the door and called Jael. Then, before the woman came, I had strength enough to bid John go. "Good-bye. Don't forget me, don't." "I will not," he said, "and if I live we shall be friends again. Good-bye, Phineas." He was gone. After that day, though he kept his word and remained in the tan-yard, and though from time to time I heard of him, always accidentally, after that day for 2 long years I never once saw the face of John Halifax. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 7. It was the year 1800, long known in English households as the dear year. The present generation can have no conception of what a terrible time that was. War, famine, and tumult, stalking hand in hand, and no one to stay them. For between the upper and lower classes there was a great gulf fixed. The rich ground the faces of the poor hated, yet meanly succumbed to, the rich. Neither had Christianity enough boldly to cross the line of demarcation and prove, the humbler, that they were men, the higher and wiser, that they were gentlemen. These troubles, which were everywhere abroad, reached us even in our quiet town of Norton Bury. For myself, personally, they touched me not, or, at least, only kept fluttering like evil birds outside the dear home tabernacle, where I and Patience sat, keeping our solemn counsel together, for these 2 years had with me been very hard. Though I had to bear so much bodily suffering that I was seldom told of any worldly cares, still I often fancied things were going ill both within and without our doors. Jael complained in an under key of stinted housekeeping, or boasted aloud of her own ingenuity in making ends meet, and my father's brow grew continually heavier, graver, sterner. Sometimes so stern that I dared not wage what was, openly or secretly, the quiet but incessant crusade of my existence, the bringing back of John Halifax. He still remained my father's clerk. Nay, I sometimes thought he was even advancing in duties and trusts, for I heard of his being sent long journeys up and down England to buy grain, Abel Fletcher having added to his tanning business the flour mill hard by, whose lazy whir was so familiar to John and me in our boyhood. But of these journeys my father never spoke. Indeed, he rarely mentioned John at all. However he might employ and even trust him in business relations, I knew that in every other way he was inexorable. And John Halifax was as inexorable as he. No underhand or clandestine friendship would he admit. No, not even for my sake. I knew quite well that until he could walk in openly, honourably, proudly, he never would re-enter my father's doors. Twice only he had written to me, on my 2 birthdays. My father himself gave me in silence the unsealed letters. They told me what I was already sure of, that I held, and always should hold, my steadfast place in his friendship, nothing more. One other fact I noticed, that a little lad, afterward discovered to be Jem Watkins, to whom had fallen the hard-working lot of the lost Bill, had somehow crept into our household as errand-boy, or gardener's boy, and being cute and a scholard, was greatly patronized by Jael. I noticed, too, that the said Jem, whenever he came in my way in house or garden, was the most capital little foot-page that ever invalid had, knowing intuitively all my needs and serving me with an unfailing devotion, which quite surprised and puzzled me at the time. It did not afterwards. Summer was passing. People began to watch with anxious looks the thin harvest fields, as Jael often told me when she came home from her afternoon walks. It was piteous to see them, she said. Only July, and the quartern loaf nearly 3 shillings, and meal 4 shillings a peck. And then she would glance at our flour mill, where for several days a week the water wheel was as quiet as on Sundays. For my father kept his grain locked up, waiting for what, he wisely judged, might be a worse harvest than the last. But Jael, though she said nothing, often looked at the flour mill and shook her head. And after one market day, when she came in rather flustered, saying there had been a mob outside the mill until that young man Halifax had gone out and spoken to them, she never once allowed me to take my rare walk under the trees in the Abbey yard, nor, if she could help it, would she even let me sit watching the lazy Avon from the garden wall. One Sunday, it was the 1st of August, for my father had just come back from meeting, very much later than usual, and Jael said he had gone, as was his annual custom on that his wedding day, to the Friends' burial ground in St. Mary's Lane, where, far away from her own kindred and people, my poor young mother had been laid. On this one Sunday I began to see that things were going wrong. Abel Fletcher sat at dinner, wearing the heavy hard look which had grown upon his face, not unmingled with the wrinkles planted by physical pain, for with all his temperance, he could not quite keep down his hereditary enemy, gout, and this week it had clutched him pretty hard. Dr. Jessup came in, and I stole away gladly enough, and sat for an hour in my old place in the garden, idly watching the stretch of meadow, pasture, and harvest land, noticing, too, more as a pretty bit in the landscape than as a fact of vital importance, in how many places the half-ripe corn was already cut, and piled in thinly scattered sheaves over the fields. After the doctor left, my father sent for me and all his household, in the which, creeping humbly after the womankind, was now numbered the lad Jem. That Abel Fletcher was not quite himself was proved by the fact that his unlighted pipe lay on the table, and his afternoon tankard of ale sank from foam to flatness untouched. He first addressed Jael. "Woman, was it thee who cooked the dinner to-day?" She gave a dignified affirmative. "Thee must give us no more such dinners. No cakes, no pastry kickshaws, and only wheaten bread enough for absolute necessity. Our neighbours shall not say that Abel Fletcher has flour in his mill, and plenty in his house, while there is famine abroad in the land. So take heed." "I do take heed," answered Jael staunchly. "Thee canst not say I waste a penny of thine. And for myself, do I not pity the poor? On first day a woman cried after me about wasting good flour and starch. To-day, behold." And with a spasmodic bridling up she pointed to the bouffant, which used to stand up stiffly round her withered old throat, and stick out in front like a pouter pigeon. Alas, its glory and starch were alike departed. It now appeared nothing but a heap of crumpled and yellowish muslin. Poor Jael! I knew this was the most heroic personal sacrifice she could have made. Yet I could not help smiling. Even my father did the same. "Dost thee mock me, Abel Fletcher?" cried she angrily. "Preach not to others while the sin lies in thy own head." And I am sure poor Jael was innocent of any jocular intention, as advancing sternly she pointed to her master's pate, where his long-worn powder was scarcely distinguishable from the snows of age. He bore the assault gravely and unshrinkingly, merely saying, "Woman, peace." "Nor while," pursued Jael, driving apparently to the last and most poisoned arrow in her quiver of wrath, "while the poor folk be starving in scores about Norton Bury, and the rich folk there will not sell their wheat under famine price. Take heed to thyself, Abel Fletcher." My father winced, either from a twinge of gout or conscience, and then Jael suddenly ceased the attack, sent the other servants out of the room, and tended her master as carefully as if she had not insulted him. In his fits of gout my father, unlike most men, became the quieter and easier to manage the more he suffered. He had a long fit of pain which left him considerably exhausted. When, being at last relieved, he and I were sitting in the room alone, he said to me, "Phineas, the tan yard has thriven ill of late, and I thought the mill would make up for it. But if it will not, it will not. Wouldst thee mind, my son, being left a little poor when I am gone?" "Father!" "Well, then in a few days I will begin selling my wheat, as that lad had advised and begged me to do these weeks past. He is a sharp lad, and I am getting old. Perhaps he is right." "Who, father?" I asked, rather hypocritically. "Thee knowest well enough. John Halifax." I thought it best to say no more, but I never let go one thread of hope which could draw me nearer to my heart's desire. On the Monday morning my father went to the tan yard as usual. I spent the day in my bedroom, which looked over the garden, where I saw nothing but the waving of the trees and the birds hopping over the smooth grass, heard nothing but the soft chime, hour after hour, of the Abbey bells. What was passing in the world, in the town, or even in the next street, was to me faint as dreams. At dinner time I rose, went downstairs, and waited for my father. Waited 1, 2, 3 hours. It was very strange. He never by any chance overstayed his time without sending a message home. Soon after some consideration as to whether I dared encroach upon his formal habits so much, and after much advice from Jael, who betrayed more anxiety than was at all warranted by the cause she assigned, viz., the spoiled dinner, I dispatched Jem Watkins to the tan yard to see after his master. He came back with ill news. The lane leading to the tan yard was blocked up with a wild mob. Even the stolid, starved patience of our Norton Bury poor had come to an end at last. They had followed the example of many others. There was a bread riot in the town. God only knows how terrible those riots were, when the people rose in desperation, not from some delusion of crazy, bloodthirsty patriotism, but to get food for themselves, their wives, and children. God only knows what madness was in each individual heart of that concourse of poor wretches, styled the mob, when every man took up arms, certain that there were before him but two alternatives, starving or hanging. The riot here was scarcely universal. Norton Bury was not a large place, and had always abundance of smallpox and fevers to keep the poor down numerically. Jem said it was chiefly about our mill and our tan yard that the disturbance lay. "And where is my father?" Jem didn't know, and looked very much as if he didn't care. "Jael, somebody must go at once and find my father." "I am going," said Jael, who had already put on her cloak and hood. Of course, despite all her opposition, I went too. The tan yard was deserted, the mob had divided and gone, one half to our mill, the rest to another that was lower down the river. I asked of a poor frightened bark cutter if she knew where my father was. She thought he was gone for the milling-tary, but John Halifax was at the mill now. She hoped no harm would come to Mr. Halifax. Even in that moment of alarm I felt a sense of pleasure. I had not been in the tan yard for nearly 3 years. I did not know John had come already to be called Mr. Halifax. There was nothing for me but to wait here till my father returned. He could not surely be so insane as to go to the mill, and John was there. Terribly was my heart divided, but my duty lay with my father. Jael sat down in the shed, or marched restlessly between the tan pits. I went to the end of the yard and looked down towards the mill. What a half hour it was! At last, exhausted, I sat down on the bark heap where John and I had once sat as lads. He must now be more than 20. I wondered if he were altered. "Oh, David, David," I thought, as I listened eagerly for any sounds abroad in the town, "what should I do if any harm came to thee?" This minute I heard a footstep crossing the yard. No, it was not my father's. It was firmer, quicker, younger. I sprang from the bark heap. "Phineas! John!" What a grasp that was, both hands, and how fondly and proudly I looked up in his face, the still boyish face, but the figure was quite that of a man now. For a minute we forgot ourselves in our joy, and then he let go my hand, saying hurriedly, "Where is your father?" "I wish I knew. Gone for the soldiers, they say." "No, not that. He would never do that. I must go and look for him. Good-bye." "Nay, dear John." Can't," said he, firmly. "Not while your father forbids. I must go." And he was gone. Though my heart rebelled, my conscience defended him. marvelling how it was that he who had never known his father should uphold so sternly the duty of filial obedience. I think it ought to act as a solemn warning to those who exact so much from the mere fact and name of parenthood, without having in any way fulfilled its duties, that orphans from birth often revere the ideal of that bond far more than those who have known it in reality, always excepting those children to whose blessed lot it has fallen to have the ideal realized. In a few minutes I saw him and my father enter the tan yard together. He was talking earnestly, and my father was listening, listening, and to John Halifax. But whatever the argument was, it failed to move him. Greatly troubled, but staunch as a rock, my old father stood, resting his lame foot on a heap of hides. I went to meet him. "Phineas," said John anxiously, "come and help me. No, Abel Fletcher," he added rather proudly, in reply to a sharp, suspicious glance at us both, "your son and I only met 10 minutes ago, and have scarcely exchanged a word. But we cannot waste time over that matter now. Phineas, help me to persuade your father to save his property. He will not call for the aid of the law, because he is a friend. Besides, for the same reason it might be useless asking." "Verily," said my father, with a bitter and meaning smile, "but he might get his own men to defend his property, and need not do what he is bent on doing, go to the mill himself." "Surely," was all Abel Fletcher said, planting his oaken stick firmly as his will, and taking his way to the river side in the direction of the mill. I caught his arm. "Father, don't go." "My son," said he, turning on me one of his iron looks, as I used to call them, tokens of a nature that might have ran molten once, and had settled into a hard moulded mass, of which nothing could afterwards alter one form or erase one line. "My son, no opposition. Any who try that with me fail. If those fellows had waited 2 days more, I would have sold all my wheat at 100 shillings the quarter. Now they shall have nothing. It will teach them wisdom another time. Get thee safe home, Phineas, my son. Jael, go thou likewise." But neither went. John held me back as I was following my father. "He will do it, Phineas, and I suppose he must. Please God, I'll take care no harm touches him, but you go home." That was not to be thought of. Fortunately, the time was too brief for argument, so the discussion soon ended. He followed my father, and I followed him. For Jael, she disappeared. There was a private path from the tan yard to the mill, along the river side. By this we went, in silence. When we reached the spot it was deserted, but further down the river we heard a scuffling, and saw a number of men breaking down our garden wall. "They think he is gone home," whispered John. "We'll get in here the safer. Quick, Phineas." We crossed the little bridge. John took a key out of his pocket and let us into the mill by a small door, the only entrance, and that was barred and trebly barred within. It had good need to be in such times. The mill was a queer, musty, silent place, especially the machinery room, the sole flooring of which was the dark, dangerous stream. We stood there a good while. It was the safest place, having no windows. Then we followed my father to the top story, where he kept his bags of grain. There were very many, enough in these times to make a large fortune by, a cursed fortune wrung out of human lives. Oh, how could my father— "Hush," whispered John. "It was for his son's sake, you know." But while we stood, and with a meaning but rather grim smile, Abel Fletcher counted his bags, worth almost as much as bags of gold, we heard a hammering at the door below. The rioters were come. Miserable rioters, a handful of weak, starved men, pelting us with stones and words. One pistol shot might have routed them all, but my father's doctrine of non-resistance forbade. Small as their force seemed, there was something at once formidable and pitiful in the low howl that reached us at times. "Bring out the bags. Us mum have bread. Throw down thy corn, Abel Fletcher." "Abel Fletcher will throw it down to ye, ye knaves," said my father, leaning out of the upper window, while a sound, half curses, half cheers of triumph, answered him from below. "That is well," exclaimed John eagerly. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. I knew you would yield at last." "Didst ye, lad?" said my father, stopping short. "Not because they forced you, not to save your life, but because it was right. Help me with this bag, was all the reply. It was a great weight, but not too great for John's young arm. Nervous and strong, he hauled it up. Now open the window. Dash the panes through, it matters not. On to the window, I tell thee. But if I do, the bag will fall into the river. You cannot, oh no, you cannot mean that. Haul it up to the window, John Halifax. But John remained immovable. I must do it myself then. And in the desperate effort he made, somehow the bag of grain fell on his lame foot. Tortured into frenzy with the pain, or else, I will still believe, my old father would not have done such a deed, his failing strength seemed doubled and trebled. In an instant more he had got the bag half through the window, and the next sound we heard was its heavy splash in the river below. Flung into the river, the precious wheat, and in the very sight of the famished rioters. A howl of fury and despair arose. Some plunged into the water ere the eddies left by the falling mass had ceased, but it was too late. A sharp substance in the river's bed had cut the bag, and we saw thrown up on the surface, and whirled down the Avon, thousands of dancing grains. A few of the men swam, or waded after them, clutching a handful here or there, but by the mill pool the river ran swift, and the wheat had all soon disappeared, except what remained in the bag when it was drawn on shore. Over even that they fought like demons. We could not look at them, John and I. He put his hand over his eyes, muttering the name that, young man as he was, I had never yet heard irreverently and thoughtlessly on his lips. It was a sight that would move any one to cry for pity unto the great Father of the human family. Abel Fletcher sat on his remaining bags, in an exhaustion that I think was not all physical pain. The paroxysm of anger past, he, ever a just man, could not fail to be struck with what he had done. He seemed subdued, even to something like remorse. John looked at him and looked away. For a minute he listened in silence to the shouting outside, and then turned to my father. Sir, you must come now, not a second to lose. They will fire the mill next. Let them. Let them. And Phineas is here. My poor father. He rose at once. We got him downstairs. He was very lame, his ruddy face all drawn and white with pain, but he did not speak one word of opposition or utter a groan of complaint. The flour mill was built on piles in the centre of the narrow river. It was only a few steps of bridgework to either bank. The little door was on the Norton Bury side, and was hid from the opposite shore, where the rioters had now collected. In a minute we had crept forth and dashed out of sight, in the narrow path which had been made from the mill to the tan-yard. Will you take my arm? We must get on fast. Home? Said my father, as John led him passively along. No, sir, not home. They are there before you. Your life's not safe an hour, unless indeed you get soldiers to guard it. Abel Fletcher gave a decided negative. The stern old Quaker held to his principles still. Then you must hide for a time, both of you. Come to my room. You will be secure there. Urge him, Phineas, for your sake and his own. But my poor broken-down father needed no urging. Grasping more tightly both John's arm and mine, which, for the first time in his life, he leaned upon, he submitted to be led whither we choose. So after this long interval of time, I once more stood in Sally Watkins' small attic, where, ever since I first brought him there, John Halifax had lived. Sally knew not of our entrance. She was out, watching the rioters. No one saw us but Jem, and Jem's honour was safe as a rock. I knew that in the smile with which he pulled off his cap to Mr. Halifax. Now, said John, hastily smoothing his bed so that my father might lie down, and wrapping his cloak round me, you must both be very still. We will likely have to spend the night here. Jem shall bring you a light and supper. You will make yourself easy, Abel Fletcher? Aye. It was strange to see how decidedly, yet respectfully, John spoke, and how quietly my father answered. And Phineas, he put his arm round my shoulder in the old way, you will take care of yourself. Are you stronger than you used to be? I clasped his hand without reply. My heart melted to hear that tender accent, so familiar once. All was happening for the best, if it only gave me back David. Now good-bye. I must be off. Whither? said my father, rousing himself. "To try and save the house and the tan yard. I fear we must give up the mill. No, don't hold me, Phineas. I run no risk. Everybody knows me. Besides, I am young. There, see after your father. I shall come back in good time." He grasped my hands warmly, then unloosed them, and I heard his step descending the staircase. The room seemed to darken when he went away. The evening passed very slowly. My father, exhausted with pain, lay on the bed and dozed. I sat watching the sky over the housetops, which met in the old angles, with the same blue peeps between. I half forgot all the day's events. It seemed but 2 weeks, instead of 2 years ago, that John and I had sat in this attic window, conning our Shakespeare for the first time. Ere twilight I examined John's room. It was a good deal changed. The furniture was improved. A score of ingenious little contrivances made the tiny attic into a cosy bedchamber. One corner was full of shelves, laden with books, chiefly of scientific and practical nature. John's taste did not lead him into the current literature of the day. Cowper, Akenside, and Peter Pindar were alike indifferent to him. I found among his books no poet but Shakespeare. He evidently still practised his old mechanical arts. There was lying in the window a telescope, the cylinder made of pasteboard, into which the lenses were ingeniously fitted. A rough telescope stand, of common deal, stood on the ledge of the roof, from which the field of view must have been satisfactory enough to the young astronomer. Other fragments of skillful handiwork, chiefly meant for machinery on a Lilliputian scale, were strewn about the floor, and on a chair, just as he had left it that morning, stood a loom, very small in size, but perfect in its neat workmanship, with a few threads already woven, making some fabric not so very unlike cloth. I had gone over all these things without noticing that my father was awake, and that his sharp eye had observed them likewise. "The lad works hard," said he, half to himself. "He has useful hands and a clear head." I smiled, but took no notice whatever. Evening began to close in, less peacefully than usual, over Norton Bury, for whenever I ventured to open the window we heard unusual and ominous sounds abroad in the town. I trembled inwardly, but John was prudent as well as brave. Besides, everybody knew him. Surely he was safe. Faithfully at supper time Jem entered, but he could tell us no news. He had kept watch all the time on the staircase by desire of Mr. Halifax, so he informed me. My father asked no questions, not even about his mill. From his look sometimes I fancied he yet beheld in fancy these starving men fighting over the precious food, destroyed so wilfully, nay, wickedly. Heaven forgave me, his son, if I too harshly used the word, for I think, till the day of his death, that cruel sight never wholly vanished from the eyes of my poor father. Jem seemed talkatively inclined. He observed that "master were looking sprack again, and weren't this a tidy room like?" I praised it, and supposed his mother was better off now. "Ay, she be. Mr. Halifax pays her a good rent, and she sees 'un made comfortable. Not that he wants much, being out pretty much all day." "What is he busy about of nights?" "Larning," said Jem, with an awed look. "He's terrible wise, but for all that, sometimes he'll teach Charley and me a bit o' the reading-made-easy." Reading made easy, I suppose, John's hopeful pupil meant. "He's very kind to we, and to mother too. Her says that her do Mr. Halifax." "Send the fellow away, Phineas," muttered my father, turning his face to the wall. I obeyed, but first I asked in a whisper if Jem had any idea when Mr. Halifax would be back. He said maybe not till morning. Them's bad folk about. He was going to stop all night, either at your house or at the tan yard, for fear of a blaze. The word made my father start, for in these times well we knew what poor folk meant by a blaze. "My house, my tan yard, I must get up this instant. Help me. He ought to come back, that lad Halifax. There's a score of my men at hand, Wilkes and Johnson and Jacob Baines. I say, Phineas, but thee know'st nothing." He tried to dress and to drag on his heavy shoes, but fell back, sick with exhaustion and pain. I made him lie down again on the bed. "Phineas, lad," said he brokenly, Thy old father is getting as helpless as thee." So we kept watch together all the night through, sometimes dozing, sometimes waking up at some slight noise below, or at the flicker of the long wicked candle, which fear converted into the glare of some incendiary fire, doubtless our own home. Now and then I heard my father mutter something about the lad being safe. I said nothing, I only prayed. Thus the night wore away. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Maria Mulock Craik. Chapter 8. After midnight, I know not how long, for I lost count of the hours by the abbey chimes, and our light had gone out. After midnight I heard by my father's breathing that he was asleep. I was thankful to see it for his sake, and also for another reason. I could not sleep. All my faculties were preternaturally alive. My weak body and timid mind became strong and active, able to compass anything. For that one night at least I felt myself a man. My father was a very sound sleeper. I knew nothing would disturb him till daylight. Therefore my divided duty was at an end. I left him and crept downstairs into Sally Watkins' kitchen. It was silent, only the faithful warder, Jem, dozed over the dull fire. I touched him on the shoulder, at which he collared me and nearly knocked me down. "Beg pardon, Mr. Phineas. I hope I didn't hurt ye, sir," cried he, all but whimpering, for Jem, a big lad of 15, was the most tender-hearted fellow imaginable. I thought it were some of the folk that Mr. Halifax had gone among. "Where is Mr. Halifax?" "Don't know, sir. Wish I did. Wouldn't be long a finding out, though. Only he says, Jem, you stop 'ere with they," pointing his thumb up the staircase. "So, Master Phineas, I stop." And Jem settled himself with a doggedly obedient but most dissatisfied air down by the fireplace. It was evident nothing would move him thence. So he was as safe a guard over my poor father's slumber as the mastiff in the tan yard, who was as brave as a lion and as docile as a child. My last lingering hesitation ended. "Jem, lend me your coat and hat. I'm going out into the town." Jem was so astonished that he stood with open mouth while I took the said garments from him and unbolted the door. At last it seemed to occur to him that he ought to intercept me. "But, sir, Mr. Halifax said—" "I am going to look for Mr. Halifax." And I escaped outside. Anything beyond his literal duty did not strike the faithful Jem. He stood on the door-sill and gazed after me with a hopeless expression. "I s'pose you mun have your way, sir, but Mr. Halifax said, 'Jem, you stop yere,' and yere I stop." He went in, and I heard him bolting the door, with a sullen determination, as if he would have kept guard against it, waiting for John until doomsday. I stole along the dark alley into the street. It was very silent. I need not have borrowed Jem's exterior in order to creep through a throng of maddened rioters. There was no sign of any such, except that under one of the 3 oil lamps that lit the night darkness at Norton Bury lay a few smouldering hanks of hemp, well resined. They, then, had thought of that dreadful engine of destruction, fire. Had my terrors been true, our house, and perhaps John within it? On I ran, speeded by a dull murmur which I fancied I heard, but still there was no one in the street, no one except the abbey watchman lounging in his box. I roused him and asked if all was safe. Where were the rioters? What rioters? At Abel Fletcher's mill. They may be at his house now. Ay, I think they be. And will not one man in the town help him? No constables, no law? Oh, he's a Quaker. The law don't help Quakers. That was the truth, the hard, grinding truth in those days. Liberty, justice were all idle names to nonconformists of every kind, and all they knew of the glorious constitution of English law was when its iron hand was turned against them. I had forgotten this. Bitterly I remembered it now. So wasting no more words, I flew along the churchyard until I saw, shining against the boles of the chestnut trees, a red light. It was one of the hempen torches. Now at last I had got in the midst of that small body of men, the rioters. They were a mere handful, not above 20, apparently the relics of the band which had attacked the mill, joined with a few plough lads from the country around. But they were desperate. They had come up the Gultham road so quietly that, except this faint murmur, neither I nor any one in the town could have told they were near. Wherever they had been ransacking, as yet they had not attacked my father's house. It stood up on the other side of the road, barred, black, silent. I heard a muttering. The old man beaten there. Nobody knows where he be. No, thank God. "Be us all here?" said the man with the torch, holding it up so as to see round him. It was well then that I appeared as Jem Watkins. But no one noticed me except one man who skulked behind a tree, and of whom I was rather afraid, as he was apparently intent on watching. "Ready, lads? Now for the rosin. Blazing out." But in the eager scuffle the torch, the only one alight, was knocked down and trodden out. A volley of oaths arose. Those whose fault it was no one seemed to know, but I missed my man from behind the tree, nor found him till after the angry throng had rushed on to the nearest lamp. One of them was left behind, standing close to our own railings. He looked round to see if none were by, and then sprang over the gate. Dark as it was, I thought I recognized him. "John? Phineas?" He was beside me in a bound. "How could you do—" "I could do anything tonight, but you are safe. No one has harmed you. Oh, thank God, you are not hurt." And I clung to his arm, my friend, whom I had missed so long, so sorely. He held me tight. His heart felt as mine, only more silently. "Now, Phineas, we have a minute's time. I must have you safe. We must get into the house." "Who is there?" "Jael. She is as good as a host of constables. She has braved the fellows once tonight, but they're back again, or will be directly. And the mill? Safe, as yet. I have had 3 of the tan-yard men there since yesterday morning, though your father did not know. I have been going to and fro all night, between there and here, waiting till the rioters should come back from the Severn mills. Hist! Here they are. I say, Jael!" He tapped at the window. In a few seconds Jael had unbarred the door, let us in, and closed it again securely. Mounting guard behind it was something that looked very like my father's pistols, though I would not discredit her among our peaceful society by positively stating the fact. "Bravo!" said John, when we stood all together in the barricaded house, and heard the threatening murmur of voices and feet outside. "Bravo, Jael! The wife of Heber the Kenite was no braver woman than you." She looked gratified, and followed John obediently from room to room. "I have done all as thee bade me. Thee art a sensible lad, John Halifax. We are secure, I think." "Secure? Bolts and bars secure against fire? For that was threatening us now." "They can't mean it. Surely they can't mean it," repeated John, as the cry of "burnin' out" rose louder and louder. But they did mean it. From the attic window we watched them light torch after torch, sometimes throwing one at the house, but it fell harmless against the staunch oaken door, and blazed itself out on our stone steps. All it did was to show more plainly than even daylight had shown, the gaunt, ragged forms and pinched faces, furious with famine. John, as well as I, recoiled at that miserable sight. "I'll speak to them," he said. "Unbar the window, Jael," and before I could hinder, he was leaning right out. "Hallo, there!" At his loud and commanding voice a wave of upturned faces surged forward, expectant. "My men, do you know what you are about? To burn down a gentleman's house is hanging." There was a hush, and then a shout of derision. "Not a Quaker's. Nobody'll get hanged for burning out a Quaker." "That be true enough," muttered Jael between her teeth. "We must even fight, as Mordecai's people fought, hand to hand, until they slew their enemies." "Fight," repeated John half to himself, as he stood at the now closed window, against which more than one blazing torch began to rattle. "Fight! With these? What are you doing, Jael?" For she had taken down a large book, the last book in the house she would have taken under less critical circumstances, and with it was trying to stop up a broken pane. "No, my good Jael, not this," and he carefully replaced the volume in which he might have read, as day after day and year after year we Christians generally do read such plain words as these: love your enemies, bless them that curse you, pray for them that despitefully use you and persecute you. A minute or two John stood with his hand on the book, thinking. Then he touched me on the shoulder. Phineas, I'm going to try a new plan, at least one so old that it's almost new. Whether it succeeds or no, you'll bear me witness to your father that I did it for the best, and did it because I thought it right. Now for it. To my horror, he threw up the window wide and leant out. My men, I want to speak to you. He might as well have spoken to the roaring sea. The only answer was a shower of missiles which missed their aim. The rioters were too far off, our spiked iron railings, 8 feet high or more, being a barrier which none had yet ventured to climb. But at length one random stone hit John on the chest. I pulled him in, but he declared he was not hurt. Terrified, I implored him not to risk his life. Life is not always the first thing to be thought of, said he gently. Don't be afraid. I shall come to no harm. But I must do what I think right, if it is to be done. While he spoke, I could hardly hear him for the bellowings outside. More savage still grew the cry. Burn 'em out! Burn 'em out! They be only Quakers. There's not a minute to lose. Stop! Let me think. Jael, is that a pistol? Loaded, she said, handing it over to him with a kind of stern delight. Certainly Jael was not meant to be a friend. John ran downstairs, and before I guessed his purpose, had unbolted the hall door and stood on the flight of steps in full view of the mob. There was no bringing him back, so of course I followed. A pillar sheltered me. I do not think he saw me, though I stood close behind him. So sudden had been his act that even the rioters did not seem to have noticed, or clearly understood it, till the next lighted torch showed them the young man standing there, with his back to the door, outside the door. The sight fairly confounded them. Even I felt that for the moment he was safe. They were awed, nay, paralyzed by his daring. But the storm raged too fiercely to be lulled, except for one brief minute. A confusion of voices burst out afresh. Who be thee? It's one of the Quakers. No, he bean't. Burn him anyhow. Touch him, if ye dare. There was evidently a division arising. One big man, who had made himself very prominent all along, seemed trying to calm the tumult. John stood his ground. Once a torch was flung at him. He stooped and picked it up. I thought he was going to hurl it back again, but he did not. He only threw it down and stamped it out safely with his foot. This simple action had a wonderful effect on the crowd. The big fellow advanced to the gate and called John by his name. Is that you, Jacob Baines? I am sorry to see you here. Be ye, sir. What do you want? Naught with thee. We wants Abel Fletcher. Where is him? I shall certainly not tell you. As John said this, again the noise arose, and again Jacob Baines seemed to have power to quiet the rest. John Halifax never stirred. Evidently he was pretty well known. I caught many a stray sentence, such as, Don't hurt the lad. He were kind to my lad, he were. No, he be a real gentleman. No, he comed here as poor as us, and the like. At length one voice, sharp and shrill, was heard above the rest. I say, young man, didst ever know what it was to be pretty nigh famished? Ay, many a time. The answer, so brief, so unexpected, struck a great hush into the throng. Then the same voice cried, Speak up, man, we won't hurt 'ee. Be ye one o' we? No, I am not one of you. I'd be ashamed to come in the night and burn my master's house down. I expected an outbreak, but none came. They listened, as it were by compulsion, to the clear, manly voice that had not in it one shade of fear. What do you do it for? John continued. All because he would not sell you or give you his wheat? Even so, it was his wheat, not yours. May not a man do what he likes with his own? The argument seemed to strike home. There is always a lurking sense of rude justice in a mob, at least a British mob. Don't you see how foolish you were? You tried threats, too. Now you all know Mr. Fletcher. You are his men, some of you. He is not a man to be threatened. This seemed to be taken rather angrily, but John went on speaking, as if he did not observe the fact. Nor am I one to be threatened neither. Look here. The first one of you who attempted to break into Mr. Fletcher's house I should most certainly have shot. But I'd rather not shoot you, poor starving fellows. I know what it is to be hungry. I'm sorry for you, sorry from the bottom of my heart." There was no mistaking that compassionate accent, nor the murmur which followed it. "But what must us do, Mr. Halifax?" cried Jacob Baines. "Us be starved a'most. What's the good o' talking to we?" John's countenance relaxed. I saw him lift his head and shake his hair back, with that pleased gesture I remember so well of old. He went down to the locked gate. "Suppose I gave you something to eat, would you listen to me afterwards?" There arose up a frenzied shout of assent. Poor wretches! They were fighting for no principle, true or false, only for bare life. They would have bartered their very souls for a mouthful of bread. "You must promise to be peaceable," said John again, very resolutely, as soon as he could obtain a hearing. "You are Norton Bury folk. I know you. I could get every one of you hanged, even though Abel Fletcher is a Quaker. Mind, you'll be peaceable?" "Aye, aye." "Summat to eat. Give us summat to eat." John Halifax called out to Jael. Bade her bring all the food of every kind that there was in the house, and give it to him out of the parlour window. She obeyed. I marvelled now to think of it, but she implicitly obeyed. Only I heard her fix the bar to the closed front door, and go back, with a strange sharp sob, to her station at the hall window. "Now, my lads, come in," and he unlocked the gate. They came thronging up the steps, no more than 20, I imagined, in spite of the noise they had made. But 20 of such famished, desperate men, God grant I may never again see. John divided the food as well as he could among them. They fell to it like wild beasts. Meat, cooked or raw, loaves, vegetables, meal, all came alike, and were clutched, gnawed, and scrambled for, in the fierce selfishness of hunger. Afterwards there was a call for drink. "Water, Jael, bring them water." "Beer," shouted some. "Water," repeated John, "nothing but water. I'll have no drunkards rioting at my master's door." And either by chance or design he let them hear the click of his pistol. It was hardly needed. They were all cowed by a mightier weapon still, the best weapon a man can use, his own firm, indomitable will. At length all the food we had in the house was consumed. John told them so, and they believed him. Little enough indeed was sufficient for some of them. Wasted with long famine, they turned sick and faint, and dropped down even with bread in their mouths, unable to swallow it. Others gorged themselves to the full, and then lay along the steps, supine as satisfied brutes. Only a few sat and ate like rational human beings, and there was but one, the little shrill-voiced man, who asked me if he might take a bit of bread to the old wench at home. John, hearing, turned, and for the first time noticed me. "Phineas, it was very wrong of you, but there is no danger now." No, there was none, not even for Abel Fletcher's son. I stood safe by John's side, very happy, very proud. "Well, my men," he said, looking round with a smile, "have you had enough to eat?" "Oh, ay," they all cried, and one man added, "Thank the Lord." "That's right, Jacob Baines, and another time trust the Lord. You wouldn't then have been abroad this summer morning," and he pointed to the dawn just reddening in the sky, "this quiet, blessed summer morning, burning and rioting, bringing yourselves to the gallows, and your children to starvation." "They be nigh that already," said Jacob sullenly. "Us men ha' gotten a meal, thank ye for it, but what 'll become of the little uns at home? I say, Mr. Halifax," and he seemed waxing desperate again, "we must get some food somehow." John turned away, his countenance very sad. Another of the men plucked at him from behind. "Sir, when thee was a poor lad I lent thee a rug to sleep on. I don't grudge thee getting on. You was born a gentleman, surely. But Master Fletcher be a hard man." "And a just one," persisted John. "You that work for him, did he ever stint you of a halfpenny? If you had come to him and said, 'Master, times are hard, we can't live upon our wages,' he might, I don't say that he would, but he might even have given you the food you tried to steal. Do you think he'd give it to us now?" And Jacob Baines, the big, gaunt, savage fellow, who had been the ringleader, the same, too, who had spoken of his little uns, came and looked steadily in John's face. "I knew thee as a lad. Thee art a young man now, as will be a father some of these days. Oh, Mr. Halifax, May ye never want a meal o' good meat for the missus and the babies at home, if ye'll get a bit of bread for our'n this day. My man, I'll try." He called me aside, explained to me, and asked my advice and consent, as Abel Fletcher's son, to a plan that had come into his mind. It was to write orders, which each man presenting at our mill should receive a certain amount of flour. "Do you think your father would agree?" "I think he would." "Yes," John added, pondering, "I am sure he would. And besides, if he does not give some, he may lose all. But he would not do it for fear of that. No, he is a just man. I am not afraid. Give me some paper, Jael." He sat down as composedly as if he had been alone in the counting-house, and wrote. I looked over his shoulder, admiring his clear, firm handwriting, the precision, concentrativeness, and quickness with which he first seemed to arrange and then execute his ideas. He possessed to the full that business faculty, so frequently despised, but which, out of very ordinary material, often makes a clever man, and without which the cleverest man alive can never be altogether a great man. When about to sign the orders, John suddenly stopped. "No, I had better not." "Why so?" "I have no right. Your father might think it presumption." "Presumption? After tonight?" "Oh, that's nothing. Take the pen. It is your part to sign them, Phineas." I obeyed. "Isn't this better than hanging?" said John to the men, when he had distributed the little bits of paper, precious as pound notes, and made them all fully understand the same. "Why, there isn't another gentleman in Norton Bury who, if you had come to burn his house down, would not have had the constables or the soldiers have shot down one half of you like mad dogs, and sent the other half to the county jail. Now, for all your misdoings, we let you go quietly home, well fed, and with food for your children too. Why, think you?" "I don't know," said Jacob Baines humbly. "I'll tell you. Because Abel Fletcher is a Quaker and a Christian." "Hurrah for Abel Fletcher! Hurrah for the Quakers!" shouted they, waking up the echoes down Norton Bury streets, which, of a surety, had never echoed to that shout before, and so the riot was over. John Halifax closed the hall door and came in, unsteadily, staggering. Jael placed a chair for him. Worthy soul! She was wiping her old eyes. He sat down shivering, speechless. I put my hand on his shoulder. He took it and pressed it hard. "Oh, Phineas, lad, I'm glad it's safe over." "Yes, thank God." "Ay, indeed, thank God." He covered his eyes for a minute or two, then rose up pale, but quite himself again. "Now, let us go and fetch your father home." We found him on John's bed, still asleep. But as we entered, he woke. The daylight shone on his face. It looked 10 years older since yesterday. He stared, bewildered and angry, at John Halifax. "Eh, young man. Oh, I remember. Where is my son? Where's my Phineas?" I fell on his neck as if I had been a child, and almost as if it had been a child's feeble head, mechanically he smoothed and patted mine. "Thee are not hurt, nor any one?" "No," John answered, "nor is either the house or the tan-yard injured." He looked amazed. "How has that been?" "Phineas will tell you. Or stay! Better wait till you are at home." But my father insisted on hearing. I told the whole, without any comments on John's behaviour. He would not have liked it. And besides, the facts spoke for themselves. I told the simple, plain story, nothing more. Abel Fletcher listened at first in silence. As I proceeded, he felt about for his hat, put it on, and drew its broad brim close down over his eyes. Not even when I told him of the flour we had promised in his name, the giving of which would, as we had calculated, cost him considerable loss, did he utter a word or move a muscle. John at length asked him if he were satisfied. Quite satisfied. But having said this, he sat so long, his hands locked together on his knees, and his hat drawn down, hiding all the face except the rigid mouth and chin, sat so long, so motionless, that we became uneasy. John spoke to him gently, almost as a son would have spoken. "Are you very lame still? Could I help you to walk home?" My father looked up, and slowly held out his hand. "Thee hast been a good lad, and a kind lad to us. I thank thee." There was no answer, none, but all the words in the world could not match that happy silence. By degrees we got my father home. It was just such another summer morning as the one 2 years back, when we two had stood, exhausted and trembling, before that sternly bolted door. We both thought of that day. I knew not if my father did also. He entered, leaning heavily on John. He sat down in the very seat, in the very room, where he had so harshly judged him. Something perhaps of that bitterness rankled in the young man's spirit now, for he stopped on the threshold. "Come in," said my father, looking up. "If I am welcome, not otherwise. Thee art welcome." He came in, I drew him in, and sat down with us. But his manner was irresolute, his fingers closed and unclosed nervously. My father, too, sat leaning his head on his 2 hands, not unmoved. I stole up to him and thanked him softly for the welcome he had given. "There is nothing to thank me for," said he, with something of his old hardness. "What I once did was only justice, or I then believed so. What I have done and am about to do is still mere justice. John, how old art thee now?" 20. "Then for 1 year from this time I will take thee as my prentice, though thee knowest already nearly as much of the business as I do. At 21 thee wilt be able to set up for thyself, or I may take thee into partnership. We'll see. But," and he looked at me, then sternly, nay, fiercely, into John's steadfast eyes, "remember, thee hast in some measure taken that lad's place. May God deal with thee as thou dealest with my son Phineas, my only son." "Amen," was the solemn answer. And God, who sees us both now, now, and perhaps not so far apart as some may deem, he knows whether or no John Halifax kept that vow. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 9. "Well done, Phineas, to walk round the garden without once resting. Now, I call that grand, after an individual has been ill a month. However, you must calm your superabundant energies and be quiet." I was not unwilling, for I still felt very weak. But sickness did not now take that heavy, overpowering grip of me, mind and body, that it once used to do. It never did when John was by. He gave me strength, mentally and physically. He was life and health to me, and his brave cheerfulness, his way of turning all minor troubles into pleasantries, till they seemed to break and vanish away, sparkling, like the foam on the top of the wave. Yet all the while one knew well that he could meet any great evil as gallantly as a good ship meets a heavy sea, breasting it, plunging through it, or riding over it, as only a good ship can. When I recovered, just a month after the bread riot, and that month was a great triumph to John's kind care, I felt that if I always had him beside me, I should never be ill any more. I said as much, in a laughing sort of way. "Very well, I shall keep you to that bargain. Now sit down, listen to the newspaper, and improve your mind as to what the world is doing. It ought to be doing something, with the new century it began this year. Did it not seem very odd at first to have to write 1800? John, what a capital hand you write now." "Do I? That's somebody's credit. Do you remember my first lesson on the top of the myth? I wonder what has become of those 2 gentlemen. Oh, did you never hear? Young Mr. Brithwood is the squire now. He married last month, Lady Somebody Something, a fine lady from abroad. And Mr. March, what of him? I haven't the least idea. Come now, shall I read the paper?" He read well, and I liked to listen to him. It was, I remember, something about the spacious new quadrangles, to be called Russell and Tavistock Squares, with elegantly laid out nursery grounds adjoining. "It must be a fine place, London." "Aye, I should like to see it. Your father says perhaps he shall have to send me, this winter, on business. Won't that be fine? If only you would go too." I shook my head. I had the strongest disinclination to stir from my quiet home, which now held within it, or about it, all I wished for and all I loved. It seemed as if any change must be to something worse. "Nevertheless, you must have a change. Dr. Jessup insists upon it. Here have I been beating up and down the country for a week past, adventures in search of a country residence, and, do you know, I think I've found one at last. Shouldn't you like to hear about it? I assented to please him. Such a nice place on the slope of Enderley Hill. A cottage, Rose Cottage, for it's all in a bush of cluster roses, up to the very roof. Where is Enderley? Did you never hear of Enderley Flat, the highest tableland in England? Such a fresh, free, breezy spot. How the wind sweeps over it! I can feel it in my face still. And even the description was refreshing, this heavy, sultry day, with not a breath of air moving across the level valley. Shouldn't you like to live on a hillside, to be at the top of everything, overlooking everything? Well, that's Enderley. The village lies just under the brow of the flat. Is there a village? A dozen cottages or so, at each door of which half a dozen white little heads and a dozen round eyes appeared staring at me. But oh, the blessed quiet and solitude of the place! No fights in filthy alleys, no tan yards, I mean, he added, correcting himself. It's a thorough country spot, and I like the country better than the town. Do you still? Would you really like to take to the shepherd's life and state, upon which my namesake here is so eloquent? Let us see what he says. And from the handful of books that usually lay strewn about wherever we two sat, I took up one he had lately got, with no small pains, I was sure, and had bound in its own proper colour, and presented it to me, The Purple Island and Cyclades of Phineas Fletcher. People seldom read this wise, tender, and sweet-voiced old fellow now, so I will even copy the verses I found for John to read. Here is the place. Thyrsis is just ending his broken lay, lest that the stealing night his later song might stay. Stop a minute, interrupted John. Apropos of stealing night, the sun is already down below the yew hedge. Are you cold? Not a bit of it. Then we'll begin. Thrice, oh thrice happy shepherd's life and state, when courts are happiness unhappy pawns. That's not clear, said John, laying down the book. Now I do like poetry to be intelligible. A poet ought to see things more widely, and express them more vividly, than ordinary folk. Don't you perceive? He means the pawns on the chessboard, the common people. Phineas, don't say the common people. I'm a common person myself. But to continue. His cottage low and safely humble gate shuts out proud fortune, with her scorns and fawns. No feared treason breaks his quiet sleep. Singing all day, his flocks he learns to keep, himself as innocent as are his quiet sheep. Not many sheep at Enderley, I fancy. The flat chiefly abounds in donkeys. Well, no Syrian worms he knows, that with their thread drew out their silken lives, nor silken pride. Which reminds me that. David, how can you make me laugh at our revered ancestor in this way? I'm ashamed of you. Only let me tell you this one fact, very interesting, you'll allow, that I saw a silken gown hanging up in the kitchen at Rose Cottage. Now, though Mrs. Todd is a decent comely woman, I don't think it belonged to her. She may have lodgers. I think she said she had, an old gentleman, but he wouldn't wear a silken gown. His wife might. Now, do go on reading. Certainly. I only wish to draw a parallel between Thyrsis and ourselves in our future summer life at Enderley. So the old gentleman's wife may appropriate the silken pride, while we emulate the shepherd. His lamb's warm fleece well fits his little need. I wear a tolerably good coat now, don't I, Phineas? You are incorrigible. Yet through all his fun I detected a certain undertone of seriousness, observable in him ever since my father's declaration of his intentions concerning him had, so to speak, settled John's future career. He seemed aware of some crisis in his life, arrived or impending, which disturbed the generally even balance of his temperament. Nay, I'll be serious, and passing over the unfinished verse, with another or two following, he began afresh, in a new place, and in an altogether changed tone. His certain life that never can deceive him is full of thousand sweets and rich content. The smooth-leaved beeches in the field receive him, with coolest shades till noontide's rage is spent. His life is neither tossed on boisterous seas of troublous worlds, nor lost in slothful ease. Pleased and full blessed he lives, when he his God can please. His bed of wool yields safe and quiet sleeps, while by his side his faithful spouse hath place. His little son into his bosom creeps, the lively image of his father's face. Never his humble house or state torment him, less he could like, if less his God had sent him. And when he dies, green turfs and grassy tomb content him. John ceased. He was a good reader, but I had never heard him read like this before. Ending, one missed it like the breaking of music, or like the inner voice of one's own heart, talking when nobody is by. "David," I said after a pause, "what are you thinking about?" He started, with his old quick blush. "Oh, nothing. No, that's not quite true. I was thinking that, so far as happiness goes, this shepherd's is my ideal of a happy life. Aye, down to the grassy tomb." "Your fancy leaps at once to the grassy tomb, but the shepherd enjoyed a few intermediate stages of felicity before that." "I was thinking of those likewise." "Then you do intend some day to have a faithful spouse and a little son?" "I hope so, God willing." It may seem strange, but this was the first time our conversation had ever wandered in a similar direction. Though he was 20 and I 22, to us both, and I thank heaven that we could both look up in the face of heaven and say so, to us both the follies and wickednesses of youth were, if not equally unknown, equally and alike hateful. Many may doubt or smile at the fact, but I state it now, in my old age, with honor and pride, that we two young men that day trembled on the subject of love as shyly, as reverently, as delicately, as any two young maidens of innocent 16. After John's serious "God willing," there was a good long silence. Afterwards I said, "Then you propose to marry?" "Certainly, as soon as I can." "Have you ever," and while speaking I watched him narrowly, for a sudden possibility flashed across my mind, "have you ever seen any one whom you would like for your wife?" "No." I was satisfied. John's single "no" was as conclusive as a score of asseverations. We said no more, but after one of those pauses of conversation which were habitual to us, John used to say that the true test of friendship was to be able to sit or walk together for a whole hour in perfect silence, without wearying of one another's company. We again began talking about Enderley. I soon found that in this plan my part was simply acquiescence. My father and John had already arranged it all. I was to be in charge of the latter. Nothing could induce Abel Fletcher to leave, even for a day, his house, his garden, and his tan yard. We two young men were to set up for a month or two our bachelor establishment at Mrs. Todd's, John riding twice a week over to Norton Bury to bring news of me, and to fulfill his duties at the tan yard. One could see plain enough, and very grateful to me was the sight, that whether or no Abel Fletcher acknowledged it, his right hand in all his business affairs was the lad John Halifax. On a lovely August day we started for Enderley. It was about 8 miles off, on a hilly cross-country road. We lumbered slowly along in our post-chaise, I leaning back enjoying the fresh air, the changing views, and chiefly to see how intensely John enjoyed them too. He looked extremely well today, handsome, I was about to write, but John was never, even in his youth, handsome. Nay, I have heard people call him plain, but that was not true. His face had that charm, perhaps the greatest, certainly the most lasting, either in women or men, of infinite variety. You were always finding out something, an expression strange as tender, or the track of a swift, brilliant thought, or an indication of feeling different from, perhaps, deeper than, anything which appeared before. When you believed you had learnt its line by line, it would startle you by a phase quite new, and beautiful as new. For it was not one of your impassive faces, whose owners count it pride to harden into a mass of stone those lineaments which nature made as the flesh and blood representation of the man's soul. True, it had its reticences, its sacred disguises, its noble powers of silence and self-control. It was a fair written, open book. Only, to read it clearly, you must come from its own country, and understand the same language. For the rest, John was decidedly like the David whose name I still give him now and then, a goodly person, tall, well-built, and strong, the glory of a young man in his strength, and so I often used to think when I looked at him. He always dressed with extreme simplicity, generally in grey. He was fond of grey, and in something of our Quaker fashion. On this day, I remember, I noticed an especial carefulness of attire, at his age neither unnatural nor unbecoming. His well-fitting coat and long-flapped vest, garnished with the snowiest of lawn frills and ruffles, his knee breeches, black silk hose, and shoes adorned with the largest and brightest of steel buckles, made up a costume which, quaint as it would now appear, still is, to my mind, the most suitable and graceful that a young man can wear. I never see any young men now who come at all near the picture which still remains in my mind's eye of John Halifax as he looked that day. Once, with the natural sensitiveness of youth, especially of youth that has struggled up through so many opposing circumstances as his had done, he noticed my glance. "Anything amiss about me, Phineas? You see, I am not much used to holidays and holiday clothes." "I have nothing to say against either you or your clothes," replied I, smiling. "That's all right. I beg to state, it is entirely in honour of you and of Enderley that I have slipped off my tan-yard husk and put on the gentleman." "You couldn't do that, John. You couldn't put on what you were born with." He laughed, but I think he was pleased. We had now come into a hilly region. John leaped out and gained the top of the steep road long before the post-chaise did. I watched him standing, balancing in his hands the riding-whip which had replaced the everlasting rose-switch or willow-wand of his boyhood. His figure was outlined sharply against the sky, his head thrown backward a little, as he gazed, evidently with the keenest zest, on the breezy flat before him. His hair, a little darker than it used to be, but of the true Saxon colour still, and curly as ever, was blown about by the wind under his broad hat. His whole appearance was full of life, health, energy, and enjoyment. I thought any father might have been proud of such a son, any sister of such a brother, any young girl of such a lover. I, that last tie, the only one of the three that was possible to him, I wondered how long it would be before times changed, and I ceased to be the only one who was proud of him. We drove on a little further, and came to the chief landmark of the high moorland, a quaint hostelry called the Bear. Bruin swung aloft, pole in hand, brown and fierce, on an old-fashioned sign, as he and his progenitors had probably swung for 2 centuries or more. "Is this Enderley?" I asked. "Not quite, but near it. You never saw the sea? Well, from this point I can show you something very like it. Do you see that gleaming bit in the landscape far away? That's water. That's our very own Severn, swelled to an estuary. But you must imagine the estuary. You can only get that tiny peep of water, glittering like a great diamond, that some young Titaness has flung out of her necklace down among the hills. David, you are actually growing poetical." "Am I? Well, I do feel rather strange today, crazy-like. A high wind always sends me half crazy with delight. Did you ever feel such a breeze? And there's something so gloriously free in this high level common, as flat as if my Titaness had found a little Mont Blanc, and amused herself with patting it down like a dough-cake." "A very culinary goddess." "Yes, but a goddess after all. And her dough-cake, her mushroom, her flattened Mont Blanc, is very fine. What a broad green sweep, nothing but sky and common, common and sky. This is Enderley Flat. We shall come to its edge soon, where it drops abruptly into such a pretty valley. There, look down. That's the church. We are on a level with the top of its tower. Take care, my lad," to the postboy, who was crossing with difficulty the literally pathless waste. "Don't lurch us into the quarry pits, or topple us at once down the slope, where we shall roll over and over, facilis descensus Averni, and lodge in Mrs. Todd's garden hedge." "Mrs. Todd would feel flattered if she knew Latin. You don't look upon our future habitation as a sort of avarice. John laughed merrily. No, as I told you before, I like Enderley Hill. I can't tell why, but I like it. It seems as if I had known the place before. I feel as if we were going to have great happiness here. And as he spoke, his unwonted buoyancy softened into a quietness of manner more befitting that word happiness. Strange word, hardly in my vocabulary, yet when he uttered it, I seemed to understand it and to be content. We wound a little way down the slope and came in front of Rose Cottage. It was well named. I never in my life had seen such a bush of bloom. They hung in clusters, those roses, a dozen in a group, pressing their pinky cheeks together in a mass of family fragrance, pushing in at the parlor window, climbing up even to the very attic. There was a yellow jasmine over the porch at one front door and a woodbine at the other. The cottage had 2 entrances, each distinct, but the general impression it gave, both as to sight and scent, was of roses, nothing but roses. "How are you, Mrs. Todd?" as a comely middle-aged body appeared at the right-hand doorway, dressed sprucely in one of those things Jael called a coat and jacket, likewise a red calamanco petticoat tucked up at the pocket-holes. "I be pretty fair, sir. Be you the same? The children had not forgotten you, you see, Mr. Halifax. So much the better," and he patted 2 or 3 little white heads, and tossed the youngest high up in the air. It looked very strange to see John with a child in his arms. "Don't 'ee make more noise than 'ee can help, my lad," the good woman said to our post-boy, "because, sir, the sick gentleman being not so well again to-day." "I am sorry for it. We would not have driven up to the door had we known. Which is his room?" Mrs. Todd pointed to a window, not on our side of the house, but the other. A hand was just closing the casement and pulling down the blind, a hand which, in the momentary glimpse we had seen it, seemed less like a man's than a woman's. When we were settled in the parlor, John noticed this fact. It was the wife, most likely, poor thing. How hard to be shut up indoors on such a summer evening as this! It did seem a sad sight, that closed window, outside which was the fresh, balmy air, the sunset, and the roses. "And how do you like Enderley?" asked John, when, tea being over, I lay and rested, while he sat leaning his elbow on the window-sill, and his cheek against a bunch of those ever-intruding, inquisitive roses. "It is very, very pretty, and so comfortable, almost like home." "I feel as if it were home," John said, half to himself. "Do you know, I can hardly believe that I have only seen this place once before. It is so familiar. I seem to know quite well that slope of common before the door, with its black dots of furze bushes, and that wood below. What a clear line its top makes against the yellow sky! There, that high ground to the right. It's all dusky now, but it is such a view by daylight. And between it and Enderley is the prettiest valley, where the road slopes down just under those chestnut trees." "How well you seem to know the place already." "As I tell you, I like it. I hardly ever felt so content before. We will have a happy time, Phineas." "Oh, yes." How, even if I had felt differently, could I say anything but yes to him then? I lay until it grew quite dark, and I could only see a dim shape sitting at the window, instead of John's known face. Then I bade him good night and retired. Directly afterwards I heard him, as I knew he would, dash out of the house and away up the flat. In the deep quiet of this lovely spot I could distinguish, for several minutes, the diminishing sound of his footsteps along the loose stony road, and the notes clear and shrill of his whistling. I think it was "Sally in Our Alley," or some such pleasant old tune. At last it faded far off, and I fell into sleep and dreams. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 10. That Mrs. Todd is an extraordinary woman. I repeat it, a most extraordinary woman. And leaning his elbows on the table, from which the said extraordinary woman had just removed breakfast, John looked over to me with his own merry brown eyes. "Wherefore, David?" "She has a house full of children, yet manages to keep it quiet, and her own temper likewise. Astonishing patience. However people attain it who have to do with brats, I can't imagine." "John, that's mean hypocrisy. I saw you myself half an hour ago holding the eldest Todd boy on a refractory donkey, and laughing till you could hardly stand." "Did I?" said he, half ashamed. "Well, it was only to keep the little scamp from making a noise under the windows. And that reminds me of another remarkable virtue of Mrs. Todd. She can hold her tongue." "How so?" "In 2 whole days she has not communicated to us a single fact concerning our neighbours on the other half of Rose Cottage." "Did you want to know?" John laughingly denied, then allowed that he always had a certain pleasure in eliciting information on men and things. The wife being indicated, I suppose, by that very complimentary word thing. But what possible interest can you have in either the old gentleman or the old lady? Stop, Phineas. You have a bad habit of jumping at conclusions, and in our great dearth of occupation here, I think it might be all the better for you to take a little interest in your neighbours. So I've a great mind to indulge you with an important idea, suggestion, discovery. Harkee, friend," and he put on an air of sentimental mystery, not a bad copy of our old acquaintance, Mr. Charles. "What if the individual should not be an old lady at all?" "What? The old gentleman's wife?" "Wife? Ahem! More jumping at conclusions. No, let us keep on the safe side, and call her the individual. In short, the owner of that grey silk gown I saw hanging up in the kitchen. I've seen it again." "The grey gown? When, and where?" "This morning, early. I walked after it across the flat, a good way behind, though, for I thought that let me say, she might not like to be watched or followed. She was trotting along very fast, and she carried a little basket, I fancy a basket of eggs." "Capital housekeeper, excellent wife." "Once more, I have my doubts on that latter fact. She walked a great deal quicker and merrier than any wife ought to walk when her husband is ill." I could not help laughing at John's original notions of conjugal duty. "Besides, Mrs. Todd always calls her invalid the old gentleman, and I don't believe this was an elderly lady." "Nay, old men do sometimes marry young women." "Yes, but it is always a pity, and sometimes not quite right. No," and I was amused to see how gravely and doggedly John kept to his point, "though this lady did not look like a sylph or a wood nymph, being neither very small nor very slight, and having a comfortable woolen coat and hood over the grey silk gown. Still, I don't believe she's an old woman, or married either." "How can you possibly tell? Did you see her face?" "Of course not," he answered, rather indignantly. "I should not think it manly to chase a lady as a schoolboy does a butterfly, for the mere gratification of staring at her. I stayed on the top of the flat till she had gone indoors." "Into Rose Cottage?" "Why, yes." "She had, doubtless, gone to fetch new-laid eggs for for the sick gentleman's breakfast. Kind soul!" "You may jest, Phineas, but I think she is a kind soul. On her way home I saw her stop twice, once to speak to an old woman who was gathering sticks, and again to scold a lad for thrashing a donkey." "Did you hear her?" "No, but I judged from the lad's penitent face as I passed him. I am sure she had been scolding him." "Then she's not young, depend upon it. Your beautiful young creatures never scold." "I'm not so sure of that," said John meditatively. "For my part, I should rather not cheat myself, or be cheated after that manner. Perfection is impossible. Better see the young woman as she really is, bad and good together." "The young woman? The fair divinity, you mean?" "No," shutting his mouth over the negative in his firm way, "I strongly object to divinities. How unpleasant it would be to woo an angel of perfection, and find her out at last to be only Mrs. Halifax?" suggested I, at which he laughed, slightly colouring. "But how woeful must be our dearth of subjects when we talk such nonsense as this! What suggested it?" Your friend in the grey gown, I suppose. Requiescat in pace. She may enjoy her eggs. And now I must go saddle the brown mare, and be off to Norton Bury. A lovely day for a ride. How I shall dash along!" He rose up cheerily. It was like morning sunshine only to see his face. No morbid follies had ever tainted his healthy nature. Whatsoever romance was there, and never was there a thoroughly noble nature without some romance in it. But it lay deep down, calm and unawakened. His heart was as light and free as air. Stooping over my easy-chair, he wheeled it to the window, in sight of the pleasant view. "Now, Phineas, what more books do you want? You'll take a walk before dinner? You'll not be moping?" "No. Why should I, who knew I had always, whether absent or present, the blessing, the infinite blessing, of being first in his thoughts and cares? Who, whether he expressed it or not, the best things never are expressed or expressible, knew by 1,000 daily acts like these the depth and tenderness of his friendship, his brotherly love for me. As yet I had it all, and God, who knows how little else I had, will pardon if in my unspeakable thankfulness lurked a taint of selfish joy in my sole possession of such a priceless boon. He lingered about, making me all right, as he called it, and planning out my solitary day. With much merriment, too, for we were the gayest couple of young bachelors when, as John said, the duties of our responsible position would allow. Responsible position, it's our good landlady who ought to talk about that. With 2 sets of lodgers, a husband, and an indefinite number of children, there's one of them got into mischief at last. Hark! It's Jack, my namesake, bless my life. I knew he would come to grief with that donkey. Hey, lad, never mind, get up again. But soon he perceived that the accident was more serious, and disappeared like a shot, leaping out through the open window. The next minute I saw him carrying the unlucky Jack, who was bleeding from a cut in the forehead, and screaming vociferously. "Don't be frightened, Mrs. Todd. It is very slight. I saw it done. Jack, my lad, be a man, and never mind it. Don't scream so. You alarm your mother." But as soon as the good woman was satisfied that there was no real cause for terror, hers changed into hearty wrath against Jack for his carelessness, and for giving so much trouble to the gentleman. "But he be always getting into mischief, sir, that boy. 3 months back, the very day Mr. March came, he got playing with the carriage horse, and it kicked him and broke his arm. A deal he cares. He be just as sprack as ever. As I say to Todd, it bean't no use fretting over that boy." "Have patience," answered John, who had again carried the unfortunate young scapegrace from our parlour into Mrs. Todd's kitchen, the centre room of the cottage, and was trying to divert the torrent of maternal indignation, while he helped her to plaster up the still ugly-looking wound. "Come, forgive the lad. He will be more sorry afterwards than if you had punished him." "Do 'ee think so?" said the woman, as, struck either by the words, the manner, or the tone, she looked up straight at him. "Do you really think so, Mr. Halifax?" "I'm sure of it. Nothing makes one so good as being forgiven when one has been naughty. Isn't that so, Jack, my namesake?" "Jack ought to be proud of that, sir," said the mother respectfully. "And there's some sense in what you say, too. You talk like my man does o' Sundays. Todd be a Scotchman, Mr. Halifax, and they're good folks, the Scotch, and read their Bibles hard. There's a deal about forgiving in the Bible, isn't there, sir?" "Exactly," John answered, smiling. "And so, Jack, you're safe this time, only you must not disobey your mother again, for the sake of donkeys or anything else." "No, sir, thank'ee, sir," sobbed Jack humbly. "Ye be a gentleman. Mr. March bean't. He said it served me right for getting under his horses." "Hold thy tongue," said Jack's mother sharply, for the latch of the opposite door was just then lifted, and a lady stood there. "Mrs. Todd, my father says—" Seeing strangers, the lady paused. At the sound of her voice, a pleasant voice, though somewhat quick and decided in tone, John and I both involuntarily turned. We felt awkward, doubtful whether to stay or retire abruptly. She saved us the choice. "Mrs. Todd, my father will take his soup at 11. You will remember?" "Yes, Miss March." Upon which Miss March shut the door at once and vanished. She wore a grey silken gown. I glanced at John, but he did not see me. His eyes were fixed on the door, which had disclosed and concealed the momentary picture. Its momentariness impressed it the more vividly on my memory. I have it there still. A girl in early but not precocious maturity, rather tall, of a figure built more for activity and energy than the mere fragility of sylph-like grace, dark complexioned, dark-eyed, dark-haired, the whole coloring being of that soft darkness of tone which gives a sense of something at once warm and tender, strong and womanly. Thorough woman she seemed, not a bit of the angel about her. Scarcely beautiful, and pretty would have been the very last word to have applied to her, but there was around her an atmosphere of freshness, health, and youth, pleasant as a breeze in spring. For her attire, it was that notable grey silk gown, very simply made, with no fripperies or fandangos of any sort, reaching up to her throat and down to her wrists, where it had some kind of trimming of white fur, which made the skin beneath show exquisitely delicate. "That is Miss March," said our landlady, when she had disappeared. "Is it?" said John, removing his eyes from the shut door. "She is very sensible like, for a young body of 17, more sensible and pleasanter than her father, who is always ailing and always grumbling. Poor gentleman, most like he can't help it, but it be terrible hard for the daughter, bean't it, sir?" "Very," said John. His laconism was extraordinary. Still he kept standing by the kitchen table, waiting till the last bandage had been sewn on Jack's cut forehead, and even some minutes after his protégé had begun playing about as usual. It was I who had to suggest that we should not intrude in Mrs. Todd's kitchen any longer. "No, certainly not. Come, Phineas. Mrs. Todd, I hope our presence did not inconvenience the young lady?" "Bless your heart, sir, nothing ever inconveniences she. There bean't a pleasanter young body alive. She often come into this kitchen, just as you did, gentlemen, and very happy to see you always," added Mrs. Todd, curtsying. "When Mr. March is asleep, she'll come and sit for a half an hour, talking to Todd and me, and playing with the baby." Here, probably at sound of its name, the individual alluded to set up, from its cradle in the corner, such a terrific squall that we young men beat a precipitate retreat. "So, John, your grey gown is discovered at last. She's young, certainly, but not exactly a beauty." "I never said she was." "A pleasant person, though, hearty, cheerful-looking, and strong. I can easily imagine her trotting over the common with her basket of eggs, chatting to the old woman and scolding the naughty boy." "Don't make fun of her. She must have a hard life with her old father." Of course, seeing him take it up so seriously, I jested no more. "By the by, did not the father's name strike you? March. Suppose it should turn out to be the very Mr. March you pulled out of Severn 5 years ago. What a romantic conjecture of circumstances!" "Nonsense," said John quickly, more quickly than he usually spoke to me, then came back to wish me a kind good-bye. "Take care of yourself, old fellow. It will be nightfall before I am back from Norton Bury." I watched him mount and ride slowly down the bit of common, turning once to look back at Rose Cottage, ere he finally disappeared between the chestnut trees. A goodly sight, for he was an admirable horseman. When he was gone, I, glancing lazily up at Mr. March's window, saw a hand, and I fancied a white furred wrist, pulling down the blind. It amused me to think Miss March might possibly have been watching him likewise. I spent the whole long day alone in the cottage parlour, chiefly meditating, though more than once friendly Mrs. Todd broke in upon my solitude. She treated me in a motherly, free and easy way, not half so deferentially as she treated John Halifax. The sun had gone down over Nunneley Hill. Behind the 4 tall Italian poplars, which stood on the border of our bit of wilderness, 3 together and 1 apart. They were our landmarks, and sky marks too, for the first sunbeam coming across the common struck their tops of a morning, and the broad western glimmer showed their forms distinctly until far in the night. They were just near enough for me to hear their faint rustling in windy weather. On calm days they stood up straight against the sky, like memorial columns. They were friends of mine, those 4 poplars. Sometimes they almost seemed alive. We made acquaintance on this first night, when I sat watching for John, and we kept up the friendship ever afterwards. It was 9 o'clock before I heard the old mare's hoofs clattering up the road. Joyfully I ran out. David was not quite his youthful, gay self that night, not quite, as he expressed it, the David of the sheepfolds. He was very tired, and had what he called the tan-yard feeling, the oppression of business cares. "Times are hard," said he, when we had finally shut out the starlight and Mrs. Todd had lit candles, bade us good night in her free, independent way, and hoped Mr. Halifax had everything he wanted. She always seemed to consider him the head of our little menage. "The times are very hard," repeated John thoughtfully. "I don't see how your father can rightly be left with so many anxieties on his shoulders. I must manage to get to Norton Bury at least 5 days a week. You will have enough of solitude, I fear." "And you will have little enough of the pleasant country life you planned, and which you seem so to delight in." "Never mind. Perhaps it's good for me. I have a life of hard work before me, and can't afford to get used to too much pleasure. But we'll make the most of every bit of time we have. How have you felt today? Strong?" "Very strong. Now what would you like us to do tomorrow?" "I want to show you the common in early morning. The view there is so lovely." "Of nature, or human nature?" He half smiled, though only at my mischievousness. I could see it did not affect him in the least. "Nay, I know not what you mean. But I had forgotten her, or, if not absolutely forgotten, she was not in my mind just then. We will go another way, as indeed I had intended. It might annoy the young lady, our meeting her again." His grave, easy manner of treating and dismissing the subject was a tacit reproach to me. I let the matter drop. We had much more serious topics afloat than gossip about our neighbours. At 7 next morning we were out on the flat. "I'm not going to let you stand here in the dews, Phineas. Come a little farther on, to my terrace, as I call it. There's a panorama." It was indeed. All around the high flat a valley lay, like a moat, or as if some broad river had been dried up in its course, and, century after century, gradually converted into meadow, woodland, and town. For a little white town sat demurely at the bottom of the hollow, and a score or two of white cottages scattered themselves from this small nucleus of civilization over the opposite bank of this imaginary river, which was now a lovely hillside. Gorges, purple with shadow, yellow cornfields, and dark clumps of woodland dressed this broad hillside in many colours, its highest point, Nunneley Hill, forming the horizon where last night I had seen the sun go down, and which now was tainted with the tenderest western morning grey. "Do you like this, Phineas?" "I do, very much. A dear, smiling English valley, holding many a little nest of an English home. Fancy being patriarch over such a region, having the whole valley in one's hand, to do good to, or ill. You can't think what primitive people they are hereabouts. Descendants from an old colony of Flemish cloth weavers. They keep to the trade. Down in the valley, if one could see through the beechwood, is the grand support of the neighbourhood, a large cloth mill." "That's quite in your line, John." And I saw his face brighten up as it had done when, as a boy, he had talked to me about his machinery. "What has become of that wonderful little loom you made?" "Oh, I have it still. But this is such a fine cloth mill. I have been all over it. If the owner would put aside his old Flemish stolidity, I do believe he and his ancestors have gone on in the same way, and with almost the same machinery, ever since Queen Elizabeth's time. Now, just one or two of our modern improvements, such as— but I forget, you never could understand mechanics." "You can, though. Explain clearly, and I'll try my best." He did so, and so did I. I think he even managed to knock something of the matter into my stupid head, where it remained for 10 minutes. Much longer remained the impression of his energetic talk, his clear-headed way of putting before another what he understood so well himself. I marvelled how he had gained all his information. "Oh, it's easy enough when one has a natural propensity for catching hold of facts. And then, you know, I always had a weakness for machinery. I could stand for an hour watching a mill at work, especially if it's worked by a great water-wheel." "How would you like to be a mill owner?" "Shouldn't I?" with a sun-fishy flash, which soon clouded over. "However, 'tis idle talking. One cannot choose one's calling. At least very few can. After all, it isn't the trade that signifies, it's the man. I'm a tanner, and a capital tanner I intend to be. By the by, I wonder if Mrs. Todd, who talks so much about gentlefolk, knows that latter fact about you and me. I think not. I hope not. Oh, David, this 1 month at least let us get rid of the tan-yard, for I hated it more than ever now, in our quiet, free Arcadian life. The very thought of it was insupportable, not only for myself, but for John. He gently blamed me, yet I think he involuntarily felt much as I did, if he would have allowed himself so to feel. Who would guess now that I, who stand here, delighting myself in this fresh air and pleasant view, this dewy common, all thick with flowers, what a pretty blue cluster that is at your foot, Phineas! Who would guess that all day yesterday I had been stirring up tan pits, handling raw hides? Faugh! I wonder the little hairballs didn't sicken in these, my hands, such ugly hands, too. Nonsense, John, they're not so bad, indeed, and if they were, what does it matter? You are right, lad, it does not matter. They have done me good service, and will yet, though they were not made for carrying nosegays. There is somebody besides yourself plucking posies on the flat. See how large the figure looks against the sky. It might be your Titaness, John, like Proserpina gathering flowers, herself the fairest. No, not fairest, for I declare she looks very like your friend Greygown. I beg her pardon, Miss March. It is she, said John, so indifferently that I suspect that fact had presented itself to him for at least 2 minutes before I found it out. There's certainly a fatality about your meeting her. Not the least. She has this morning taken her walk in a different direction, as I did, and we both chanced again to hit upon the same, answered John gravely and explanatorily. Come away down the slope. We must not intrude upon a lady's enjoyments. He carried me off, much against my will, for I had a great wish to see again that fresh young face, so earnest, cheerful, and good. Also, as I labored in vain to convince my companion, the said face indicated an independent dignity which would doubtless make its owner perfectly indifferent whether her solitary walk were crossed by 2 gentlemen or 200. John agreed to this. Nevertheless, he was inexorable. And since he was a man of the world, having in his journeys up and down the country from my father occasionally fallen into polite society, I yielded the point to him and submitted to his larger experience of good breeding. However, fate, kinder than he, took the knot of etiquette into her own hands and broke it. Close to the cottage door, our 2 paths converging, and probably our breakfast hours likewise, brought us suddenly face to face with Miss March. She saw us, and we had a distinct sight of her. I was right. We and our contiguity were not the smallest importance to Miss March. Her fresh morning roses did not deepen, nor her eyes droop, as she looked for a moment at us both, a quiet, maidenly look of mere observation. Of course no recognition passed, but there was a merry dimple beside her mouth, as if she quite well knew who we were, and owned to a little harmless feminine curiosity in observing us. She had to pass our door, where stood Mrs. Todd and the baby. It stretched out its little arms to come to her, with that pretty babyish gesture which I suppose no woman can resist. Miss March could not. She stopped and began tossing up the child. Truly, they made a pleasant picture, the 2, she with her hooded cloak dropping off, showing her graceful shape, and her dark brown hair, all gathered up in a mass of curls at the top of her head, as the fashion then was. As she stood with her eyes sparkling, and the young blood flushing through her clear brunette cheeks, I was not sure whether I had not judged too hastily in calling her no beauty. Probably by his look, John thought the same. She stood right before our wicket gate, but she had evidently quite forgotten us, so happy was she with Mrs. Todd's bonny boy, until the landlady made some remark about letting the gentleman by. Then, with a slight start, drawing her hood back over her head, the young lady stepped aside. In passing her, John raised his eyes, as was natural enough. For me, I could hardly take mine from her. Such a pleasant creature was she to behold. She half smiled, he bowed, which she returned, courteously, and we both went indoors. I told him this was a good beginning of acquaintance with our neighbor. Not at all, no acquaintance, a mere civility between two people living under the same roof. It will never be more. Probably not. I am afraid John was disappointed at my probably. I am afraid that when he stood at our window, contemplating the little group which filled up our wicket gate, he missed someone out of the three, which, I suspect, was neither Mrs. Todd nor yet the baby. I like her face very much better now, David, do you? It was a very curious fact, which I never noticed till afterwards, that though there had been some lapse of time before I hazarded this remark, we both intuitively supplied the noun to that indefinite personal pronoun. A good, nay, a noble face, though still, with those irregular features I can't, call her beautiful. Nor I. She bowed with remarkable grace, too. I think, John, for the first time in our lives, we may say we have seen a lady. Most certainly a lady. Nay, I only meant that, girl as she is evidently accustomed to what is called society, which makes it more likely that her father is the Mr. March who was cousin to the Brethwoods. An odd coincidence. A very odd coincidence. After which brief reply, John relapsed into taciturnity. More than once that morning we recurred to the subject of our neighbors. That is, I did. But John was rather saturnine and uncommunicative. Nay, when, as Mrs. Todd was removing the breakfast, I ventured to ask her a harmless question or two, who Mr. March was, and where he came from, I was abruptly reproved, the very minute our good landlady had shut the door, for my tendency to gossip. At which I only laughed, and reminded him that he had ingeniously scolded me after, not before, I had gained the desired information. Namely, that Mr. March was a gentleman of independent property, that he had no friends hereabouts, and that he usually lived in Wales. He cannot be our Mr. March, then. No, said John, with an air of great relief. I was amused to see how seriously he took such a trifle. Many a time that day I laughed at him for evincing such great sympathy over our neighbors, and especially, which was plain enough to see, though he doubtless believed he entirely disguised it, for that interest which a young man of 20 would naturally take in a very charming and personable young woman. Naturally, as I said to myself, for I admired her too, extremely. It seems strange now to call to mind that morning and our light-hearted jests about Miss March. Strange that destiny should often come thus, creeping like a child to our very doors. We hardly notice it or send it away with a laugh. It comes so naturally, so simply, so accidentally, as it were, that we recognize it not. We cannot believe that the baby intruder is in reality the king of our fortunes, the ruler of our lives. But so it is continually, and since it is, it must be right. We finished the morning by reading Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet, at which the old folio seemed naturally to open. There is a time, a sweet time too, though it does not last, when to every young mind the play of plays, the poem of poems, is Romeo and Juliet. We were at that phase now. John read it all through to me, not for the first time either, and then, thinking I had fallen asleep, he sat with the book on his knee, gazing out of the open window. It was a warm summer day, breathless, soundless, a day for quietness and dreams. Sometimes a bee came buzzing among the roses, in and away again, like a happy thought. Nothing else was stirring, not a single bird was to be seen or heard, except that now and then came a coo of the wood pigeons among the beech trees, a low, tender voice, reminding one of a mother's crooning over a cradled child, or of two true lovers standing clasped heart to heart in the first embrace, which finds not and needs not a single word. John sat listening. What was he thinking about? Why that strange quiver about his mouth? Why that wonderful new glow, that infinite depth of softness in his eyes? I closed mine. He never knew I saw him. He thought I slept placidly through that half hour, which seemed to him as brief as a minute. To me it was long, so long, as I lay pondering with an intensity that was actual pain on what must come sometime, and, for all I knew, might even now be coming. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of John Halifax. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 11. A week slipped by. We had grown familiar with Enderley Hill. At least I had. As for John, he had little enough enjoyment of the pretty spot he had taken such a fancy to, being absent 5 days out of the 7, riding away when the morning sun had slid down to the boles of my 4 poplars, and never coming home till Venus peeped out over their heads at night. It was hard for him, but he bore the disappointment well. With me, one day went by just like another. In the mornings I crept out, climbed the hill behind Rose Cottage garden, and there lay a little under the verge of the flat in a sunny shelter, watching the ants running in and out of the numerous ant hills there. Or else I turned my observation to the short velvet herbage that grew everywhere hereabouts. For the common, so far from being barren, was a perfect sheet of greenest, softest turf, sowed with minute and rare flowers. Often a square foot of ground presented me with enough of beauty and variety in color and form to criticize and contemplate for a full hour. My human interests were not extensive. Sometimes the Enderley villagers, or the Todd children, who were a grade above these, and decidedly respectable, would appear and have a game of play at the foot of the slope, their laughter rising up to where I lay. Or some old woman would come with her pails to the spring below, a curious and very old stone well, to which the cattle from the common often rushed down past me in bevies, and stood knee-deep, their mouths making glancing circles in the water as they drank. Being out of doors almost all day, I saw very little of the inhabitants of our cottage. Once or twice a lady and gentleman passed, creeping at the foot of the slope so slowly that I felt sure it must be Mr. March and his daughter. He was tall, with grey hair. I was not near enough to distinguish his features. She walked on the further side, supporting him with her arm. Her comfortable morning hood was put off, and she had on her head that ugly stiff thing which ladies had lately taken to wearing, and which, Jael said, was called a bonnet. Except on these 2 occasions, I had no opportunity of making any observations on the manners and customs of our neighbours. Occasionally Mrs. Todd mentioned them in her social chatter, while laying the cloth, but it was always in the most cursory and trivial way, such as, Miss March having begged that the children might be kept quiet, Mrs. Todd hoped their noise didn't disturb me, but Mr. March was such a very fidgety gentleman, so particular in his dress, too. Why, Miss March had to iron his cravats with her own hands. Besides, if there was a pin awry in her dress he did make such a fuss. And, really, such an active, busy young lady couldn't look always as if she came trim out of a bandbox. Mr. March wanted so much waiting on, he seemed to fancy he still had his big house in Wales, and his 7 servants. Mrs. Todd conversed as if she took it for granted I was fully acquainted with all the prior history of her inmates, or any others that she mentioned, a habit peculiar to Enderley folk with strangers. It was generally rather convenient, and it saved much listening, but in this case I would rather have had it broken through. Sometimes I felt strongly inclined to question her, but on consulting John, he gave his veto so decidedly against seeking out people's private affairs in such an illicit manner that I felt quite guilty, and began to doubt whether my sickly, useless, dreaming life was not inclining me to curiosity, gossip, and other small vices which we are accustomed, I know not why, to insult the other sex by describing as womanish. As I have said, the 2 cottages were built distinct, so that we could have neither sound nor sight of our neighbours, save upon the neutral ground of Mrs. Todd's kitchen, where, however I might have felt inclined to venture, John's prohibition stopped me entirely. Thus, save the 2 days when he was at home, when he put me on his mare's back, and led me far away, over common, and valley, and hill, for miles, only coming back at twilight, save those 2 blithe days, I spent the week in dignified solitude, and was very thankful for Sunday. We determined to make it a long, lovely, country Sunday, so we began it at 6 a.m. John took me a new walk across the common, where, he said, in answer to my question, we were quite certain not to meet Miss March. Do you experimentalize on the subject, that you calculate her paths with such nicety? Pray, have you ever met her again, for I know you have been out most mornings. Morning is the only time I have for walking, you know, Phineas. Ah, true. You have little pleasure at Enderley. I almost wish we could go home. Don't think of such a thing. It is doing you a world of good. Indeed, we must not, on any account, go home. I know, and knew then, that his anxiety was in earnest, that, whatever other thoughts might lie underneath, the sincere thought of me was the one uppermost in his mind. Well, we'll stay. That is, if you are happy, John. Thoroughly happy. I like the dashing rides to Norton Bury. After all, I like coming back. The minute I begin to climb Enderley Hill, the tan yard and all belonging to it drops off like an incubus, and I wake into free, beautiful life. Now, Phineas, confess, is not this common a lovely place, especially of a morning? Ay, said I, smiling at his energy. But you did not tell me whether you had met Miss March again. She has never once seen me. But you have seen her? Answer honestly. Why should I not? Yes, I have seen her, once or twice or so, but never in any way that could annoy her. That explains why you have become so well acquainted with the direction of her walks? He colored deeply. I hope, Phineas, you do not think that in any way I should intrude on or offend a lady? Nay, don't take it so seriously. Indeed, I meant nothing of the kind. It would be quite natural if a young man like you did use some pains to look at such a cunning piece of nature's handiwork as that apple-cheeked girl of 17. Russet apple. She is brown, you know, a real nut-brown maid, said John, recovering his gay humour. Certainly, I like to look at her. I have seen many a face that was more good-looking, never one that looked half so good. Sententious, that. Yet I could not smile, he spoke with such earnestness. Besides, it was the truth. I myself would have walked half-way across the common any day for a glance at Miss March. Why not he? But, John, you never told me that you had seen her again. Because you never asked me. We were silent until we had walked along the whole length of a Roman encampment, the most perfect of the various fosses that seamed the flat, tokens of many a battle fought on such capital battle-ground, and which John had this morning especially brought me to look at. Yes, I said at last, putting the ending affirmative to a long train of thought, which was certainly not about Roman encampments. Yes, it is quite natural that you should admire her. It would even be quite natural, and not unlikely either, if she... Pshaw! Interrupted he. What nonsense you are talking! Impossible! And setting his foot sharply upon a loose stone, he kicked it down into the ditch, where probably many a dead Roman had fallen before it in ages gone by. The impetuous gesture, the energetic "impossible," struck me less than the quickness with which his mind had worked out my unexpressed thought, carrying it to a greater length than I myself had ever contemplated. Truly, no possibilities or impossibilities of that sort ever entered my head. I only thought you might admire her and be unsettled thereby, as young men are when they take fancies. That would grieve me very much, John. Don't let it, then. Why, I have only seen her 5 times. I never spoke to her in my life, and most probably never shall do. Could anyone be in a safer position? Besides, and his tone changed to extreme gravity, I have too many worldly cares to think of. I can't afford the harmless little amusement of falling in love. So be easy, Phineas." I smiled, and we began a discussion on camps and fosses, vallum and praetorium, the Danes, Saxons, and Normans, which, doubtless, we carried on to a most learned length, but at this distance of time, and indeed the very day after, I plead guilty to having forgotten all about it. The long, quiet Sunday, when, I remember, the sun never came out all day, but the whole earth and sky melted together in a soft grey haze, when we lay on the common and heard church bells ringing, some distant, some near, and, after all was quiet, talked our own old Sabbath talks, of this world and the world to come. When, towards twilight, we went down into the beech wood below the house, and sat idly there among the pleasant-smelling ferns. When, from the morning to the evening, he devoted himself altogether to my comfort and amusement, to perfect, which required of him no harder duty than to be near me always. That Sunday was the last I ever had David altogether for my own, my very own. It was natural, it was just, it was right. God forbid that in any way I should have murmured. About 10 o'clock, just as he was luring me out to see how grand the common looked under the black night, and we were wondering whether or no the household were in bed, Mrs. Todd came mysteriously into the parlour and shut the door after her. Her round, fresh face looked somewhat troubled. "Mr. Halifax, might I speak a word to 'ee, sir?" "With pleasure. Sit down, Mrs. Todd. There's nothing wrong with your children?" "No, I thank 'ee. You're very kind, sir. No, it be about that poor Miss March." I could see John's fingers twitch over the chair he was leaning on. "I hope," he began, and stopped. "Her father is dreadful bad to-night, and it's a good 7-mile walk to the doctor's at S. And Miss March says, that is, she don't, for I bean't going to tell her a word about it, but I think, Mr. Halifax, if I might make so bold, it would be a great kindness in a young gentleman like you to lend Todd your mare to ride over and fetch the doctor." "I will, gladly. At once?" "Todd bean't come in yet." "He shall have the mare with pleasure. Tell Miss March so. I mean, do not tell her, of course. It was very right of you to come to us in this way, Mrs. Todd. Really, it would be almost a treat to be ill in your house. You were so kind." "Thank'ee, Mr. Halifax," said the honest landlady, greatly delighted. "But a body couldn't help doing anything for Miss March. You would think so yourself if you only knew her." "No doubt," returned John, more politely than warmly, I fancied, as he closed the door after the retreating figure of Mrs. Todd. But when he came and sat down again, I saw he was rather thoughtful. He turned the books restlessly, one after the other, and could not settle to anything. To all my speculations about our sick neighbour, and our pearl of kind-hearted landladies, he only replied in monosyllables. At last he started up and said, "Phineas, I think I'll go myself." "Where?" "To fetch Dr. Brown. If Todd is not come in, it would be but a common charity, and I know the way." "But the dark night?" "Oh, no matter. The mare will be safer under me than a stranger. And though I have taken good care that the 3 horses in the tan yard shall have the journey, turn and turn about, still it's a good pull from here to Norton Bury, and the mare's my favourite. I would rather take her myself." I smiled at his numerous good reasons for doing such a very simple thing, and agreed that it was right and best he should do it. "Then shall I call Mrs. Todd and inquire? Or perhaps it might make less fuss just to go and speak to her in the kitchen. Will you, Phineas, or shall I?" Scarcely waiting my answer, we walked from our parlour into what I called the debatable land. No one was there. We remained several minutes all alone, listening to the groaning overhead. "That must be Mr. March, John." "I hear. Good heavens, how hard for her! And she such a young thing, and alone," muttered he, as he stood gazing into the dull wood embers of the kitchen fire. I saw he was moved, but the expression on his face was one of pure and holy compassion. That at this moment no less unselfish feeling mingled with it, I'm sure. Mrs. Tod appeared at the door, leading to the other half of the cottage. She was apparently speaking to Miss March on the staircase. We heard again those clear, quick, decided tones, but subdued to a half-whisper. "No, Mrs. Tod, I'm not sorry you did it, on my father's account. 'Tis best. Tell the young gentleman, I forgot his name, that I'm very much obliged to him." "I will, Miss March. Stay, he is just here. Bless us! She has shut the door already. Won't you take a seat, Mr. Halifax? I'll stir up the fire in a minute, Mr. Fletcher. You're always welcome in my kitchen, young gentlemen." And Mrs. Tod bustled about, well aware what a cosy and cheerful old-fashioned kitchen it was, especially of evenings. But when John explained the reason of our intrusion, there was no end to her pleasure and gratitude. He was the kindest young gentleman that ever lived. She would tell Miss March so, as indeed she had done many a time. "Miss," said I to her the very first day I set eyes on you, when I had told her how you came hunting for lodgings, she often has a chat with me quite freely, being so lonesome-like, and knowing I to be too proud to forget that she's a born lady. "Miss," said I, "who Mr. Halifax may be I don't know, but depend upon it he's a real gentleman." I was the sole amused auditor of this speech, for John had vanished. In a few minutes more he had brought the mare round, and after a word or two with me was clattering down the road. I wondered whether this time any white-furred wrist stirred the blind to watch him. John was away a wonderfully short time, and the doctor rode back with him. They parted at the gate, and he came into our parlour, his cheeks all glowing with the ride. He only remarked that the autumn nights were getting chill, and sat down. The kitchen clock struck 1. "You ought to have been in bed hours ago, Phineas. Will you not go? I shall sit up just a little while, to hear how Mr. March is." "I should like to hear too." It is curious the interest that one learns to take in people that are absolute strangers, when shut up together in a lonely place like this, especially when they are in trouble. That's it," said he, quickly. "It's the solitude, and their being in trouble. Did you hear anything more while I was away?" "Only that Mr. March was rather better, and everybody had gone to bed except his daughter and Mrs. Tod." "Hark! I think that's the doctor going away. I wonder if one might ask. No, they would think it intrusive. He must be better. But Dr. Brown told me that in one of these paroxysms he might. Oh, that poor young thing!" "Has she no relatives, no brothers or sisters? Dr. Brown surely knows." "I did not like to ask, but I fancy not. However, that's not my business. My business is to get you off to bed, Phineas Fletcher, as quickly as possible." "Wait 1 minute, John. Let us go and see if we can do anything more." If we can do anything more," repeated he, as we again recrossed the boundary line and entered the Tod country. All was quiet there. The kitchen fire burnt brightly, and a cricket sang in merry solitude on the hearth. The groans overhead were stilled, but we heard low talking, and presently stealthy footsteps crept downstairs. It was Mrs. Tod and Miss March. "We ought to have left the kitchen." I think John muttered something to that effect, and even made a slight movement towards the door. But I don't know how it was. We stayed. She came and stood by the fire, scarcely noticing us. Her fresh cheeks were faded, and she had the weary look of one who has watched for many hours. Some sort of white dimity gown that she wore added to this paleness. "I think he is better, Mrs. Tod, decidedly better," said she, speaking quickly. "You ought to go to bed now. Let all the house be quiet. I hope you told Mr. Oh!" She saw us, stopped, and for the moment the faintest tinge of her roses returned. Presently she acknowledged us with a slight bend. John came forward. I had expected some awkwardness on his part, but no, he was thinking too little of himself for that. His demeanour, earnest, gentle, kind, was a sublimation of all manly courtesy. "I hope, madam," Young men used the deferential word in those days always. "I do hope that Mr. March is better. We were unwilling to retire until we had heard." "Thank you. My father is much better. You are very kind," said Miss March, with a maidenly dropping of the eyes. "Indeed, he is kind," broke in the warm-hearted Mrs. Todd. "He rode all the way to S , his own self, to fetch the doctor." "Did you, sir? I thought you only lent your horse." "Oh, I like a night ride. And you are sure, madam, that your father is better? Is there nothing else I can do for you?" His sweet, grave manner, so much graver and older than his years, softened too with that quiet deference which marked at once the man who reverenced all women, simply for their womanhood, seemed entirely to reassure the young lady. This and her own frankness of character made her forget, as she apparently did, the fact that she was a young lady and he a young gentleman, meeting on an acknowledged neutral ground, perfect strangers, or knowing no more of one another than the mere surname. Nature, sincerity, and simplicity conquered all trammels of formal custom. She held out her hand to him. "I thank you very much, Mr. Halifax. If I wanted help I would ask you. Indeed I would." "Thank you. Good night." He pressed the hand with reverence, and was gone. I saw Miss March look after him. Then she turned to speak and smiled with me. A light word, an easy smile, as to a poor invalid, whom she had often pitied out of the fullness of her womanly heart. Soon I followed John into the parlour. He asked me no questions, made no remarks, only took his candle and went upstairs. But, years afterwards, he confessed to me that the touch of that hand, it was a rather peculiar hand in the feel of it, as the children say, with a very soft palm, and fingers that had a habit of perpetually fluttering, like a little bird's wing. The touch of that hand was to the young man like the revelation of a new world. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 12. The next day John rode away earlier even than was his wont, I thought. He stayed but a little while talking with me. While Mrs. Todd was bustling over our breakfast, he asked her, in a grave and unconcerned manner, how Mr. March was this morning, which was the only allusion he made to the previous night's occurrences. I had a long quiet day alone in the beech wood close below our cottage, sitting by the little runnel, now worn to a thread with the summer weather, but singing still. It talked to me like a living thing. When I came home in the evening, Miss March stood in front of the cottage with, strange to say, her father. But I had heard that his paroxysms were often of brief continuance, and that, like most confirmed valetudinarians, when real danger stared him in the face, he put it from him, and was glad to be well. Seeing me coming, Miss March whispered to him. He turned upon me a listless gaze from over his fur collar, and bowed languidly, without rising from his easy chair. Yes, it was Mr. March, the very Mr. March we had met. I knew him, changed though he was, but he did not know me in the least, as, indeed, was not likely. His daughter came a step or two to meet me. "You are better, I see, Mr. Fletcher. Enderley is a most healthy place, as I tried to persuade my father. This is Mr. Fletcher, sir, the gentleman who was so obliging as to write to S last night for me. Allow me to thank him myself." I began to disclaim, and Miss March to explain, but we must both have been slightly incoherent, for I think the poor gentleman was never quite clear as to who it was that went for Dr. Brown. However, that mattered little, as his acknowledgments were evidently dictated more by a natural habit of courtesy than by any strong sense of service rendered. "I am a very great invalid, sir. My dear, will you explain to the gentleman?" And he leaned his head back wearily. My father has never recovered his 10 years' residence in the West Indies. Residence? Pardon me, my dear, you forget I was governor of— Oh yes, the climate is very trying there, Mr. Fletcher, but since he has been in England 5 years only, he has been very much better. I hope he will be quite well in time. Mr. March shook his head drearily. Poor man, the world of existence to him seemed to have melted lazily down into a mere nebula, of which the forlorn nucleus was himself. What a life for any young creature, even his own daughter, to be bound to continually! I could not help remarking the strong contrast between them. He, with his sallow, delicately shaped features, the thin mouth and long straight nose, of that form I have heard called the melancholy nose, which usually indicates a feeble, pensive, and hypochondriac temperament, while his daughter— but I have described her already. Mr. Fletcher is an invalid too, father, she said, so gently that I could feel no pain in her noticing my infirmity, and took gratefully a seat she gave me beside that of Mr. March. She seemed inclined to talk to me, and her manner was perfectly easy, friendly, and kind. We spoke of commonplace subjects near at hand, and of the West Indian island, which its late governor was apparently by no means inclined to forget. I asked Miss March whether she had liked it. I was never there. Papa was obliged to leave me behind, in Wales, poor mamma's country. Were you ever in Wales? I like it so. Indeed, I feel as if I belonged altogether to the mountains. And saying this, she looked the very incarnation of the free mountain spirit, a little rugged, perhaps, and sharply outlined, but that would soften with time, and was better and wholesomer than any tame green level of soft perfection. At least one inclined to think so, looking at her. I liked Miss March very much, and was glad of it. In retiring, with her father leaning on her arm, to which he hung trustingly and feebly as a child, she turned abruptly, and asked if she could lend me any books to read. I must find the days long and dull without my friend. I assented with thanks, and shortly afterwards she brought me an armful of literature, enough to have caused any young damsel to have been dubbed a blue in those matter-of-fact days. I have no time to study much myself, said she in answer to my questions, but I like those who do. Now, good evening, for I must run. You and your friends can have any books of ours. You must not think— and she turned back to tell me this, that because my father said little, he and I are not deeply grateful for the kindness Mr. Halifax showed us last night. It was a pleasure to John, it always is, to do a kind office for any one. I well believe that, Mr. Fletcher, and she left me. When John came home, I informed him of what had passed. He listened, though he made no comment whatever. But all the evening he sat turning over Miss March's books, and reading either aloud or to himself fragments out of one, which I had expected he would have scouted, inasmuch as it was modern, not classical poetry, in fact a collection of lyrical ballads, brought out that year by a young man named Mr. William Wordsworth and some anonymous friend conjointly. I had opened it, and found therein great nonsense, but John had better luck. He hit upon a short poem called Love by the anonymous friend, which he read, and I listened to, almost as if it had been Shakespeare. It was about a girl named Genevieve, a little simple story. Everybody knows it now, but it was like a strange, low, mystic music, luring the very heart out of one's bosom to us young visionaries then. I wonder if Miss March knew the harm she did, and the mischief that has been done among young people in all ages, since Caxton's days, by the lending books, especially books of poetry. The next day John was in a curious mood, dreamy, lazy, mild. He sat poring indoors, instead of roaming abroad, in truth was a changed lad. I told him so, and laid it all to the blame of the anonymous friend, who held him in such fascinated thrall that he only looked up once all the morning, which was when Mr. and Miss March went by. In the afternoon he submitted, lamb-like, to be led down to the beech-wood, that the wonderful talking stream might hold forth to him as it did to me. But it could not. Ah, no, it could not. Our lives, though so close, were yet as distinct as the musical living water and the motionless grey rock beside which it ran. The one swept joyfully on to its appointed course, the other was what heaven made it, abode where heaven placed it, and likewise fulfilled its end. Coming back out of the little wood, I took John a new way I had discovered, through the prettiest undulating meadow, half field, half orchard, where trees loaded with ripening cider apples and green crabs made a variety among the natural foresters. Under one of these, as we climbed the slope, for field, beechwood, and common formed a gradual ascent, we saw a vacant table laid. "A pretty piece of rusticity, domestic Arcadia on a small scale," said John. "I should like to invite myself to tea with them. Who can they be?" "Probably visitors. Resident country folks like their meals best under a decent roof tree. I should not wonder if this were not one of Mr. March's vagaries." "Don't say vagaries. He's an old man." "Don't be reproachful. I shall say naught against him. Indeed, I have no opportunity, for there they both are coming hither from the house." Sure enough they were, Miss March helping her father across the uneven bit of common to the gate which led to the field. Precisely at that gate we all four met. "'Tis useless to escape them," whispered I to John. "I do not wish. Why should I?" he answered, and held the gate open for the father and daughter to go through. She looked up and acknowledged him, smiling. I thought that smile and his courteous, but far less frank, response to it would have been all the greeting. But no, Mr. March's dull perceptions had somehow been brightened up. He stopped. "Mr. Halifax, I believe." John bowed. They stood a moment looking at one another, the tall, stalwart young man, so graceful and free in bearing, and the old man, languid, sickly, prematurely broken down. "Sir," said the elder, and in his fixed gaze I fancied I detected something more than curiosity, something of the lingering pensiveness with which, years ago, he had turned back to look at John, as if the lad reminded him of some one he knew. "Sir, I have to thank you." "Indeed, no thanks are needed. I sincerely hope you are better to-day." Mr. March assented, but John's countenance apparently interested him so much that he forgot his usual complainings. "My daughter tells me you are our neighbours. I am happy to have such friendly ones. My dear," in a half-audible, pensive whisper to her, "I think your poor brother Walter would have grown up extremely like Mr. Halifax, papa. Mr. Halifax, we are going to take tea under the trees there, my daughter's suggestion. She is so fond of rurality. Will you give us the pleasure of your company? You and—" Here, I must confess, the second invitation came in reply to a glance of Miss March's. "Your friend." Of course we assented, I considerably amused and not ill-pleased, to see how naturally it fell out that when John appeared in the scene, I, Phineas, subsided into the secondary character of John's friend. Very soon, so soon that our novel position seemed like an adventure out of the Arabian Nights, we found ourselves established under the apple tree, between whose branches the low sun stole in, kissing into red chestnut colour the hair of the nut-brown maid, as she sat, bareheaded, pouring into small white china cups a dainty luxury, tea. She had on, not the grey-brown, but a white one, worked in delicate muslin. A bunch of those small pinky white roses that grew in such clusters about our parlour window nestled, almost as if they were still growing, in her fair maiden bosom. She apologized for little Jack's having stolen them from our domains for her, lucky Jack, and received some brief and rather incoherent answer from John about being quite welcome. He sat opposite her, I by her side. She had placed me there. It struck me as strange that though her manner to us both was thoroughly frank and kind, it was a shade more frank, more kind, to me than to him. Also, I noted that while she chatted gaily with me, John almost entirely confined his talk to her father. But the young lady listened, undoubtedly she listened, to every word that was said. I did not wonder at it. When his tongue was once unloosed, few people could talk better than John Halifax. Not that he was one of your showy conversationalists. Language was with him neither a science, an art, nor an accomplishment, but a mere vehicle for thought, the garb always chosen as simplest and fittest in which his ideas were clothed. His conversation was never wearisome, since he only spoke when he had something to say, and having said it in the most concise and appropriate manner that suggested itself at the time, he was silent, and silence is a great and rare virtue at 20 years of age. We talked a good deal about Wales. John had been there more than once in his journeyings, and this fact seemed to warm Miss March's manner, rather shy and reserved though it was, at least to him. She told us many an innocent tale of her life there, of her childish days, and of her dear old governess, whose name, I remember, was Cardigan. She seemed to have grown up solely under that lady's charge. It was not difficult to guess, though I forget whether she distinctly told us so, that poor mamma had died so early as to become a mere name to her orphan daughter. She evidently owed everything she was to this good governess. "My dear," at last said Mr. March, rather testily, "you make rather too much of our excellent Jane Cardigan. She is going to be married, and she will not care for you now." "Hush! Papa, that is a secret at present. Pray, Mr. Halifax, do you know Norton Bury?" The abruptness of the question startled John, so that he only answered in a hurried affirmative. Indeed, Mr. March left him no time for further explanation. "I hate the place. My late wife's cousins, the Brithwoods of the Mythe, with whom I have had strong political differences, live there, and I was once nearly drowned in the Severn, close by." "Papa, don't speak of that, please," said Miss March, hurriedly, so hurriedly that I am sure she did not notice what would otherwise have been plain enough, John's sudden and violent colour. But the flush died down again. He never spoke a word, and, of course, acting on his evident desire, neither did I. "For my part," continued the young lady, "I have no dislike to Norton Bury. Indeed, I rather admired the place, if I remember right." "You have been there?" Though it was the simplest question, John's sudden look at her and the soft inflection of his voice struck me as peculiar. "Once, when I was about 12 years old. But we will talk of something papa likes better. I am sure papa enjoys this lovely evening. Hark! How the doves are cooing in the beechwood." I asked her if she had ever been in the beechwood. No, she was quite unacquainted with its mysteries, the fern glades, the woodbine tangles, and the stream, that, if you listened attentively, you could hear faintly gurgling even where we sat. "I did not know there was a stream so near. I have generally taken my walks across the flat," said Miss March, smiling, and then blushing at having done so, though it was the faintest blush imaginable. Neither of us made any reply. Mr. March settled himself to laziness and his armchair. The conversation fell to the 3 younger persons, I may say the 2, for I also seceded, and left John master of the field. It was enough for me to sit listening to him and Miss March, as they gradually became more friendly. A circumstance natural enough, under the influence of that simple, solitary place, where all the pretences of etiquette seemed naturally to drop away, leaving nothing but the forms dictated and preserved by true manliness and true womanliness. How young both looked, how happy in their frank, free youth, with the sun rays slanting down upon them, making a glory round either head, and, as glory often does, dazzling painfully. "Will you change seats with me, Miss March? The sun will not reach your eyes here." She declined, refusing to punish any one for her convenience. "It would not be punishment," said John, so gravely that one did not recognize it for a pretty speech till it had passed, and went on with their conversation. In the course of it he managed so carefully, and at the same time so carelessly, to interpose his broad hat between the sun and her, that the fiery old king went down in splendor before she noticed that she had been thus guarded and sheltered. Though she did not speak, why should she, of such a little thing, yet it was one of those little things which often touch a woman more than any words. Miss March rose. "I should greatly like to hear your stream and its wonderful singing." John Halifax had been telling how it held forth to me during my long, lonely days. I wonder what it would say to me. Can we hear it from the bottom of this field? Not clearly. We had better go into the wood. For I knew John would like that, though he was too great a hypocrite to second my proposal by a single word. Miss March was more single-minded, or else had no reason for being the contrary. She agreed to my plan with childish eagerness. "Papa, you wouldn't miss me. I shall not be away 5 minutes. Then, Mr. Fletcher, will you go with me?" "And I will stay beside Mr. March, so that he will not be left alone," said John, reseating himself. What did the lad do that for? Why did he sit watching us so intently as I led Miss March down the meadow and into the wood? It passed my comprehension. The young girl walked with me, as she talked with me, in perfect simplicity and frankness, free from the smallest hesitation. Even as the women I have known have treated me all my life, showing me that sisterly trust and sisterly kindness which have compensated in a measure for the solitary fate which it pleased Heaven to lay upon me, which, in any case, conscience would have forced me to lay upon myself, that no woman should ever be more to me than a sister. Yet I watched her with pleasure, this young girl, as she tripped on before me, noticing everything, enjoying everything. She talked to me a good deal, too, about myself, in her kindly way, asking what I did all day, and if I were not rather dull sometimes in this solitary country lodging. I'm dull occasionally myself, or should be, if I had time to think about it. It is hard to be an only child. I told her I had never found it so. But then you have your friend. Has Mr. Halifax any brothers or sisters? None. No relatives living. Ah! A compassionate ejaculation, as she pulled a woodbine spray, and began twisting it with those never-quiet fingers of hers. You and he seem to be great friends. John is a brother, friend, everything in the world to me. Is he? He must be very good. Indeed, he looks so, observed Miss March thoughtfully. And I believe, at least I have often heard, that good men are rare. I had no time to enter into that momentous question, when the origin of it himself appeared, breaking through the bushes to join us. He apologized for so doing, saying Mr. March had sent him. You surely do not mean that you come upon compulsion? What an ill compliment to this lovely wood! And the eyes of the nut-brown maid were a little mischievous. John looked preternaturally grave, as he said, I trust you do not object to my coming. She smiled, so merrily that his slight haughtiness evaporated like mist before the sunbeams. I was obliged to startle you by jumping through the bushes, for I heard my own name. What terrible revelations has this friend of mine been making to you, Miss March? He spoke gaily, but I fancied he looked uneasy. The young lady only laughed. I have a great mind not to tell you, Mr. Halifax. Not when I ask you? He spoke so seriously that she could choose but reply. Mr. Fletcher was telling me 3 simple facts. First, that you were an orphan without relatives. Second, that you were his dearest friend. Third, well, I never compromised truth, that you were good. And you? The first I was ignorant of, the second I had already guessed, the third... He gazed at her intently. The third I had likewise, not doubted. John made some hurried acknowledgment. He looked greatly pleased, nay, more than pleased, happy. He walked forward by Miss March's side, taking his natural place in the conversation, while I, as naturally as willingly, fell behind. But I heard all they said, and joined in it now and then. Thus sometimes spoken to, and sometimes left silent, watching their 2 figures, and idly noting their comparative heights, her head came just above John's shoulder, I followed these young people through the quiet wood. Let me say a word about that wood, dear and familiar as it was. Its like I have never since seen. So small that in its darkest depths you might catch the sunshine lighting up the branches of its outside trees. A young wood, too, composed wholly of smooth-barked beeches and sturdy Scotch firs, growing up side by side, the Adam and Eve in this forest Eden. No old folk were there, no gnarled and withered foresters. Every tree rose up, upright in its youth, and perfect after its kind. There was as yet no choking undergrowth of vegetation, nothing but mosses, woodbine, and ferns, and between the boles of the trees you could trace vista after vista, as between the slender pillars of a cathedral aisle. John pointed out all this to Miss March, especially noticing the peculiar character of the two species of trees, the masculine and feminine, fir and beech. She smiled at the fancy, and much graceful badinage went on between them. I had never before seen John in this company of women, and I marvelled to perceive the refinement of his language, and the poetic ideas it clothed. I forgot the truth. Of whose saying was it, that once in his life every man becomes a poet? They stood by the little rivulet, and he showed her how the water came from the spring above, the old well-head where the cattle drank, how it took its course merrily through the woods, till at the bottom of the valley below it grew into a wide stream. Small beginnings make great endings, observed Miss March, sententiously. John answered her with the happiest smile. He dipped his hollowed palm into the water and drank. She did the same. Then, in her free-hearted girlish fun, she formed a cup out of a broad leaf, which by the greatest ingenuity she managed to make contain about 2 teaspoonfuls of water for the space of half a minute, and held it to my mouth. "I am like Rebecca at the well. Drink, Eliza!" she cried gaily. John looked on. "I am very thirsty too," said he, in a low voice. The young girl hesitated a moment, then filled and offered to him the Arcadian cup. I fear he drank out of it a deeper and more subtle draught than that innocent water. Both became somewhat grave, and stood, one on either side the stream, looking down upon it, and letting its bubbling murmur have all the talk. What it said I know not. I only know that it did not, could not, say to those two what it said to me. When we took leave of our acquaintances, Mr. March was extremely courteous, and declared our society would always be a pleasure to himself and his daughter. "He always says so formally, my daughter," I observed, breaking the silence in which they had left us. "I wonder what her Christian name is." "I believe it is Ursula." "How did you find that out?" "It is written in one of her books." "Ursula," I repeated, wondering where I had heard it before. "A pretty name." "A very pretty name." When John fell into this echo mood, I always found it best to fall into taciturnity. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. John Halifax, Gentleman by Dinah Craik. Chapter 13. Next day the rain poured down incessantly, sweeping blindingly across the hills as I've rarely seen it sweep except at Enderley. The weather had apparently broken up, even thus early in the autumn, for that day and several days following we had nothing but wind, rain, and storm. The sky was as dusky as Miss March's grey gown, broken sometimes in the evening by a rift of misty gold gleaming over Nunneley Hill, as if to show us what September sunsets might have been. John went every day to Norton Bury that week. His mind seemed restless. He was doubly kind and attentive to me, but every night I heard him walk out in all the storm to walk upon the common. I longed to follow him, but it was best not. On the Saturday morning, coming to breakfast, I heard him ask Mrs. Todd how Mr. March was. We knew the invalid had been ailing all the week, nor had we seen him or his daughter once. Mrs. Todd shook her head ominously. "He is very bad, sir. Better than ever, I do think. She sits with him best part of every night." "I imagine so. I've seen her light burning." "Law, Mr. Halifax, you don't be walking abroad of nights on the flat? It's terrible bad for your health," cried the honest soul, who never disguised the fact that Mr. Halifax was a favourite of all her lodgers, save and except Miss March. "Thank you for considering my health," he replied, smiling. "Only tell me, Mrs. Todd, can anything be done? Can we do anything for that poor gentleman?" Nothing, sir. Thank you all the same. If he should grow worse, let me go to Dr. Brown. I shall be home all day. I'll tell Miss March of your kindness, sir, said Mrs. Todd, as with a troubled countenance she disappeared. Were you not going to Norton Bury to-day, John? I was, but, as it is a matter of no moment, I have changed my mind. You have been left so much alone lately. Nay, I'll not disguise the truth. I had another reason. May I know it? Of course you may. It is about your fellow lodgers. Dr. Brown, I met him on the road this morning, told me that her father cannot live more than a few days, perhaps a few hours, and she does not know it. He leaned on the mantelpiece. I could see he was very much affected. So was I. Her relatives? Surely they ought to be sent for. She has none. Dr. Brown said she once told him so. None nearer than the Brithwoods of the Myth. And we know what the Brithwoods are. A young gentleman and his young wife, proverbially the gayest, proudest, most light-hearted of all our country families. Nay, Phineas, I will not have you trouble yourself. After all, they are mere strangers, mere strangers. Come, sit down to breakfast. But he could not eat. He could not talk of ordinary things. Every minute he fell into abstractions. At length he said suddenly, Phineas, I do think it's wicked, downright wicked, for a doctor to be afraid of telling a patient he is going to die. More wicked, perhaps, to keep the friends in ignorance until the last stunning blow falls. She ought to be told. She must be told. She may have many things to say to her poor father. And God help her. For such a stroke she ought to be prepared. It might kill her else. He rose up and walked about the room. The zeal once taken from his reserve, he expressed himself to me freely, as he had used to do. Perhaps because at this time his feelings required no disguise. The dreams which might have peopled the beautiful sunset wood necessarily faded in an atmosphere like this, filled with the solemn gloom of impending death. At last he paused in his hurried walk, quieted, perhaps, by what he might have read in my ever-following eyes. I know you are as grieved as I am, Phineas. But what can we do? Let us forget that they are strangers, and act as one Christian ought to another. Do you not think she ought to be told? Most decidedly. They might get further advice. That would be vain. Dr. Brown says it's a hopeless case, has been for so long. But he would not believe it, nor have his daughter told. He clings to life desperately. How horrible for her. You think most of her. I do, he said firmly. He is reaping what he sowed, poor man. God knows I pity him. But she is as good as an angel of heaven. It was evident that, somehow or other, John had learned a great deal about the father and daughter. However, now was not the time to question him, for at this moment through the open doors we heard faint moans that pierced the whole house, and too surely came from the sick, possibly the dying man. Mrs. Todd, who had been seeing Dr. Brown to his horse, now entered the parlour, pale, with swollen eyes. "Oh, Mr. Halifax!" and the kind soul burst out crying afresh. John made her sit down, and gave her a glass of wine. "I've been with them since 4 this morning, and it makes me weakly like," she said. "That poor Mr. March! I didn't like him very much alive, but I do feel so sorry now he's a-dying." Then he was dying. "Does his daughter know?" I asked. No, I don't dare tell her. Nobody dare." "Does she not guess it?" "Not a bit. Poor young body. She's never seen anybody so. She fancies him no worse than he has been, and has got over it. She wouldn't think else. She be a good daughter to him, that she be." They all sat silent, and then John said in a low voice, "Mrs. Todd, she ought to be told, and you would be the best person to tell her." But the soft-hearted landlady recoiled from the task. "If Mr. Todd were at home now, he that is so full of wisdom learned in the Creek—" "I think," said John, hastily interrupting, "that the woman would be the best. But if you object, and as Dr. Brown will not be here till tomorrow, and as there is no one else to perform such a trying duty, it seems, that is, I believe—" Here his rather formal speech failed. He ended it abruptly. "If you like, I will tell her myself." Mrs. Todd overwhelmed him with her thankfulness. "How shall I meet her, then? If it were done by chance, it would be best." "I'll manage it somehow. The house is very quiet. I've sent all the children away, except the baby. The baby will comfort her, poor dear, afterwards." And then again, drying her honest eyes, Mrs. Todd ran out of the room. We could do nothing at all that morning. The impending sorrow might have been our own, instead of that of people who 3 weeks ago were perfect strangers. We sat and talked, less perhaps of them individually, but of the dark angel, whom face to face I at least had never yet met, who even now stood at the door of our little habitation, making its various inmates feel as one family, in the presence of the great leveller of all things, death. Hour by hour of that long day the rain fell down, pouring, shutting us up as if it were from the world without, and obliterating every thought, save of what was happening under our one roof. that awful change which was taking place in the upper room, in the other half of the house, whence the moans descended, and whence Mrs. Todd came out from time to time, hurrying mournfully to inform Mr. Halifax how things went on. It was nearly dusk before she told us Mr. March was asleep, that his daughter had at least been persuaded to go downstairs, and was standing drinking a cup of tea by the kitchen fire. "You must go now, sir. She'll not stop 5 minutes. Please go." "I will," he answered, but he turned frightfully pale. "Phineas, don't let her see us both. Stay without the door. If there were anybody to tell her this but me." "Do you hesitate?" "No, no." And he went out. I did not follow him, but I heard afterwards, both from himself and Mrs. Todd, what transpired. She was standing so absorbed that she did not notice his entrance. She looked years older and sadder than the young girl who had stood by the stream side less than a week ago. When she turned and spoke to John, it was with a manner also changed. No hesitation, no shyness. Trouble had put aside both. "Thank you. My father is indeed seriously ill. I am in great trouble, you see, though Mrs. Todd is very, very kind. Don't cry so, good Mrs. Todd." "I can't cry. I dare not. If I once began, I should never stop. Then how could I help my poor father? There now, there." She laid her hand with its soft fluttering motions on the good woman's shoulder, and looked up at John. He said afterwards that those dry, tearless eyes smote him to the heart. "Why does she sob so, Mr. Halifax? Papa will be better tomorrow, I am sure." "I hope so," he answered, dwelling on the word. "We should always hope to the very last." "The last?" with a quick, startled glance. "And then we can only trust." Something about the mere word struck her. She examined him closely for a minute. "You mean—" "Yes, I understand what you mean, but you are mistaken. The doctor would have told me if— She shivered, and left the sentence unfinished. Dr. Brown was afraid. "We were all afraid," broke in Mrs. Todd, sobbing. "Only Mr. Halifax, he said—" Miss March turned abruptly to John. That woeful gaze of hers could be answered by no words. I believe he took her hand, but I cannot tell. One thing I can tell, for she said it to me herself afterwards, that he seemed to look down upon her like a strong, pitiful, comforting angel, a messenger sent by God. Then she broke away and flew up the stairs. John came in again to me and sat down. He did not speak for many minutes. After an interval, I know not how long, we heard Mrs. Todd calling loudly for Mr. Halifax. We both ran through the empty kitchen to the foot of the stairs that led to Mr. March's room. Mr. March's room! Alas, he owned nothing now on this fleeting, perishable earth of ours. He had gone from it, the spirit stealing quietly away in sleep. He belonged now to the world everlasting. Peace be to him! Whatever his life had been, he was her father. Mrs. Todd sat halfway down the staircase, holding Miss March across her knees. The poor creature was insensible, or nearly so. She, we learned, had been composed under the terrible discovery made when she returned to his room. When all the restorative means failed, the fact of death became certain. She had herself closed her father's eyes and kissed him, then tried to walk from the room, but at the third step she dropped quietly down. There she lay, physical weakness conquering the strong heart. She lay, overcome at last. There was no more to bear. Had there been, I think she would have been able to have borne it still. John took her in his arms. I know not if he took her, or Mrs. Todd gave her to him, but there she was. He carried her across the kitchen into our own little parlour, and laid her down on the sofa. "Shut the door, Phineas. Mrs. Todd, keep everybody out. She is waking now." She did indeed open her eyes, with a long sigh, then closed them again. Then with an effort she sat upright, and looked at us all around. "Oh, my dear, moaned Mrs. Todd, clasping her, and sobbing over her like a child. "Cry, do cry." "I can't," she said, and lay down again. We stood awed, watching the poor, pale face, on every line of which was written, stunned, motionless, impassive grief. For John, 2 minutes of such a gaze as this might in a man's heart do the work of years. "She must be roused," he said at last. "She must cry. Mrs. Todd, take her upstairs. Let her look at her father." The word effected what he desired, what almost her life demanded. She clung around Mrs. Todd's neck in torrents of weeping. "Now, Phineas, let us go away." And he went, walking almost like one blindfold, straight out of the house, I following him. End of chapter 13. Recording by Ellie, January 2010. Chapter 14 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie, John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 14. I am quite certain, Mrs. Todd, that it would be much better for her, and if she consents it shall be so, said John decisively. We three were consulting the morning after the death, on a plan which he and I had already settled between ourselves, namely, that we should leave our portion of the cottage entirely at Miss March's disposal, while we inhabited hers, save that locked and silent chamber, wherein there was no complaining, no suffering now. Either John's decision or Mrs. Todd's reasoning was successful. We received a message to the effect that Miss March would not refuse our kindness. So we vacated, and all that long Sunday we sat in the parlour lately our neighbours, heard the rain come down and the church bells ring, the wind blowing autumn gales and shaking all the windows, even that of the room overhead. It sounded awful there. We were very glad our poor young orphan was away. On the Monday morning we heard going upstairs the heavy footsteps that every one at some time or other has shuddered at. Then the hammering. Mrs. Todd came in and told us that no one, even his daughter, could be allowed to look at what had been poor Mr. March any more. All with him was ended. The funeral is to be soon. I wonder what she will do then, poor thing. John made no answer. Is she left well provided for, do you think? It is impossible to say. His answers were terse and brief enough, but I could not help talking about the poor young creature, and wondering if she had any relative or friend to come to her in this sad time. She said, do you remember when she was crying, that she had not a friend in the wide world? And this fact, which she expressed with a sort of triumph, seemed to afford the greatest possible comfort to John. But all our speculations were set at rest by a request brought this moment by Mrs. Todd, that Mr. Halifax would go with her to speak to Miss March. I? Only I? Said John, starting. Only you, sir. She wants somebody to speak about the funeral. And I said, there be Mr. Halifax, Miss March, the kindest gentleman. And she said, if it wouldn't trouble him to come. Tell her I am coming. When, after some time, he returned, he was very serious. Wait a minute, Phineas, and you shall hear. I feel confused, rather. It is so strange her trusting me thus. I wish I could help her more. Then he told me all that had passed, how he and Mrs. Todd had conjointly arranged a hasty funeral, how brave and composed she had been, that poor child, all alone. Has she indeed no one to help her? No one. She might send for Mr. Brithwood, but he was not friendly with her father. She said she had rather asked this kindness of me, because her father had liked me and thought I resembled their Walter who died. Poor Mr. March! Perhaps he is with Walter now. But, John, can you do all that is necessary for her? You are very young. She does not seem to feel that. She treats me as if I were a man of 40. Do I look so old and grave, Phineas? Sometimes. And about the funeral? It will be very simple. She is determined to go herself. She wishes to have no one besides Mr. Todd, you and me. Where is he to be buried? In the little churchyard close by, which you and I have looked at many a time. Ah, Phineas, we did not think how soon we should be laying our dead there. Not our dead, thank God. But the next minute I understood. Our dead. The involuntary admission of that soul feeling, which makes one, ere while a stranger, say to or think of another, all thine are mine, and mine are thine, henceforward and for ever. I watched John as he stood by the fire, his thoughtful brow and firm-set lips contradicting the youthfulness of his looks. Few as were his years, he had learned much in them. He was at heart a man, ready and able to design and carry out a man's work in the world. And in his whole aspect was such grave purity, such honest truth, that no wonder, young as they both were, and as little as she knew him, this poor orphan should not have feared to trust him entirely. There is nothing that binds heart to heart, of lovers or friends, so quickly and so safely as to trust and be trusted in time of trouble. Did she tell you any more, John? Anything of her circumstances? No, but from something Mrs. Todd let fall, I fear, and he vainly tried to disguise his extreme satisfaction, that she will be left with little or nothing. Poor Miss March! Why call her poor? She is not a woman to be pitied, but to be honoured. You would have thought so had you seen her this morning. So gentle, so wise, so brave. Phineas! And I could see his lips tremble. That was the kind of woman Solomon meant when he said, her price was above rubies. I think so too. I doubt not that when she marries, Ursula March will be a crown to her husband. My words, or the half-sigh that accompanied them, I could not help it, seemed to startle John, but he made no remark. Nor did we recur to the subject again that day. 2 days after, our little company followed the coffin out of the woodbine porch, where we at last said good-bye to poor Mr. March, across the few yards of common to the churchyard, scarcely larger than a cottage garden where, at long intervals, the few elderly dead were laid. A small procession, the daughter first, supported by good Mrs. Todd, then John Halifax and I. So we buried him, the stranger who, at this time and henceforth, seemed even, as John had expressed it, our dead, our own. We followed the orphan home. She had walked firmly, and stood by the graveside motionless, her hood drawn over her face. But when we came back to the Rose Cottage door, she gave a quick, startled glance up at the familiar window. We saw Mrs. Todd take her, unresisting, into her motherly arms. Then we knew how it would be. "Come away," said John in a smothered voice, and we came away. All that day we sat in our parlour, Mr. March's parlour that had been, where, though no longer darkened casement, the unwonted sun poured in. We tried to settle to our ordinary ways, and feel as if this were like all other days, our old sunshiny days at Enderley. But it would not do. Some imperceptible but great change had taken place. It seemed a year since that Sunday afternoon when we were drinking tea so merrily under the apple tree in the field. We heard no more from Miss March that day. The next we received a message of thanks for our kindness. She had given way at last, Mrs. Todd said, and kept her chamber, not seriously ill, but in spirit sorely broken down. For 3 days more, when I went to meet John returning from Norton Bury, I could see that his first glance, as he rode up between the chestnut trees, was to the window of the room that had been mine. I always told him, without his asking, whatever Mrs. Todd had told me about her state. He used to listen, generally in silence, and then, speaking of something else, he hardly ever mentioned Miss March's name. On the 4th morning I happened to ask him if he had told my father what had occurred here. "No." I looked surprised. "Did you wish me to tell him?" "I will, if you like, Phineas." "Oh, no, he takes little interest in strangers." Soon after, as he lingered about the parlour, John said, "Probably I may be late to-night. After business hour I want to have a little talk with your father." He stood irresolutely by the fire. I knew by his countenance that there was something on his mind. "David?" "Lad?" "Will you not tell me first what you want to say to my father?" "I can't stay now. To-night, perhaps." "But what is there to be told? Nothing." "Anything that concerns you can never be to me quite nothing." "I know that," he said affectionately, and went out of the room. When he came in he looked much more cheerful, stood switching his riding whip after the old habit, and called upon me to admire his favourite brown mare. "I do, and her master likewise. John, when you are on horseback you look like a young knight of the Middle Ages. Maybe some of the old Norman blood was in Guy Halifax, gentlemen." It was a dangerous illusion. He changed colour so rapidly and violently that I thought I had angered him. "No, that would not matter. Cannot, never shall. I am what God made me, and what, with his blessing, I will make myself." He said no more, and very soon afterwards he rode away. But not before, as every day, I had noticed that wistful wandering glance up at the darkened window of the room where sad and alone, save for kindly Mrs. Todd, the young orphan lay. In the evening, just before bedtime, he said to me with a rather sad smile, "Phineas, you wanted to know what it was that I wished to speak about to your father?" "Ay, do tell me." "It is hardly worth telling, only to ask him how he set up in business for himself. He was, I believe, a little older than I am now." "Just 21. "And I shall be 21 next June." "Are you thinking of setting up for yourself?" "A likely matter," and he laughed rather bitterly. I thought, when every trade requires capital, and the only trade I thoroughly understand, a very large one. No, Phineas, you will not see me setting up a rival 10-yard next year. My capital is nil. Except youth, health, courage, honour, honesty, and a few other such trifles. None of which I can coin into money, however, and your father has expressly told me that without money a tenor can do nothing. Unless, as was his own case, he was taken into some partnership where his services were so valuable as to be received instead of capital. True, my father earned little at first, scarcely more than you earn now, but he managed to live respectable, and, in course of time, to marry. I avoided looking at John as I said the last word. He made no answer, but in a little time he came and leaned over my chair. "Phineas, you are a wise counsellor, a brother born for adversity. I have been vexing myself a good deal about my future, but now I will take heart. Perhaps some day neither you nor anyone else will be ashamed of me." "No one could, even now, seeing as you really are." "As John Halifax? Not as the tanner's prentice boy? Oh, lad, there the goad sticks. Here I forget everything unpleasant. I am my own free natural self. But the minute I get back to Norton Bury, however, it is a wrong, a wicked feeling, and must be kept down. Let us talk of something else." "Of Miss March? She has been greatly better all day." "She? No, not her to-night," he said hurriedly. "Pah, I could almost fancy the odour of these hides on my hands still. Give me a candle." He went upstairs and only came down a few minutes before bedtime. Next morning was Sunday. After the bells had done ringing, we saw a black-veiled figure pass our window. Poor girl, going to church alone. We followed, taking care that she should not see us, either during the service or afterwards. We did not see anything more of her that day. On Monday a message came, saying that Miss March would be glad to speak to both of us. Of course we went. She was sitting quite alone in our old parlour, very grave and pale, but perfectly composed. A little more womanly looking in the dignity of her great grief, which, girl as she was, and young men as we were, seemed to be to her shield transcending all worldly properties. As she rose we shook hands, in a silence only broken by the rustle of her black dress. Not one of us thought, surely the most evil-minded gossip could not have dared to think, that there was anything strange in her receiving us here. We began to talk of common things, not deathing. She seemed to have fought through the worst of her trouble, and to have put it back into those deep quiet chambers where all griefs go, never forgotten, never removed, but sealed up in silence as it should be. Perhaps too, for let us not exact more from nature than nature grants, the wide difference in character, temperament, and sympathies between Miss March and her father unconsciously made his loss a hard loss, total and irremediable, that one of mere habit and instinctive feeling which, the first shock over, must insensibly heal. Besides, she was young in life, in hope, in body and soul, and youth, though it grieves passionately, cannot ever grieve. I saw and rejoiced to see that Miss March was in some degree herself again, at least so much of her old self as was right, natural, and good for her to be. She and John conversed a good deal. Her manner to him was easy and natural, as to a friend who deserved and possessed her warm gratitude. His was more constraining. Gradually, however, this wore away. There was something in her which, piercing all disguises, went at once to the heart of things. She seemed to hold in her hand the touchstone of truth. He asked, no, I believe I asked her, how long she intended staying at Enderley. I can hardly tell. Once I understood that my cousin, Richard Brithwood, was left my guardian. This was to have been altered, I believe. I wish it had been. You know Norton Bury, Mr. Halifax? I live there. Indeed? With some surprise. Then you are probably acquainted with my cousin and his wife? No, but I have seen them. John gave these answers without lifting his eyes. Will you tell me candidly? For I know nothing of her, and it is rather important that I should learn. What sort of person is Lady Caroline? This frank question, put directly, and guarded by the battery of those innocent, girlish eyes, was a very hard question to be answered. For Norton Bury said many ill-natured things of our young squire's wife, whom he married in Naples, from the house of the well-known Lady Hamilton. She was, you are aware, Lady Caroline Ravenel, the Earl Luxmore's daughter. Yes, but that does not signify. I know nothing of Lord Luxmore. I want to know what she is herself. John hesitated, then answered, as he could with truth. She is said to be very charitable to the poor, pleasant and kind-hearted, but, if I may venture to hint as much, not exactly the friend whom I think Miss March would choose, or to whom she would like to be indebted for anything but courtesy. That was not my meaning. I need not be indebted to any one. Only, if she were a good woman, Lady Caroline would have been a great comfort and a useful adviser to one who is scarcely 18, and I believe an heiress. An heiress? The colour flashed in a torrent over John's whole face, then left him pale. Pardon me. I thought it was otherwise. Allow me to express my pleasure. It does not add to mine, she said, half sighing. Jane Cardigan always told me riches brought many cares. Poor Jane! I wish I could go back to her, but that is impossible. A silence here intervened, which it was necessary someone should break. So much good can be done with a large fortune, I said. Yes, I know not if mine is very large indeed. I never understood money matters, but have merely believed what I was told. However, be my fortune much or little, I will try to use it well. I am sure you will. John said nothing, but his eyes, sad indeed, yet lit with a proud tenderness, rested upon her as she spoke. Soon after he rose up to take leave. Do not go yet. I want to ask about Norton Bury. I had no idea you lived there, and Mr. Fletcher too. I replied in the affirmative. In what part of town? On the Coltham Road, near the Abbey. Ah, those Abbey chimes! How I used to listen to them, night after night, when the pain kept me awake. What pain? Asked John suddenly, alive to any suffering of hers. Miss March smiled almost like her old smile. Oh, I had nearly forgotten it, though it was very bad at the time. Only that I cut my wrist rather dangerously on a bread knife, in a struggle with my nurse. When was that? Eagerly inquired John. For me, I said nothing. Already guessed all. Alas, the tide of fate was running strong against my poor David. What could I do but stand aside and watch? When was it? Let me see. 5-6 years ago. But indeed, 'tis nothing. Not exactly nothing, do tell me. And John stood, listening for her words, counting them even, as one could count drop by drop, a vial of joy which is nearly empty, yet time's remorseless hand still keeps on pouring, pouring. Well, if you must know it, it was one of my naughtinesses. I was very naughty as a child. They would not let me have a piece of bread that I wanted to give away to a poor lad. Who stood opposite? Under an alley? In the rain? Was it not so? How could you know? But he looked so hungry. I was so sorry for him. Were you? In a tone almost inaudible. I have often thought of him since, when I chanced to look at this mark. Let me look at it, may I? Taking her hand, he softly put back the sleeve, discovering, just above the wrist, a deep discoloured seam. He gazed at it, his features all quivering. Then, without a word, either of adieu or apology, he quitted the room. End of chapter 14. Recording by Ellie, January 2010.
Chapter 15 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 15. I was left with Miss March alone. She sat looking at the door where John had disappeared, in extreme surprise, not unmingled with a certain embarrassment. "What does he mean, Mr. Fletcher? Can I have offended him in any way?" "Indeed, no." "Why did he go away?" But that question, simple as it was in itself, and most simply put, involved so much, that I felt I had no right to answer it, while, at the same time, I had no possible right to use any of those disguises, or prevarications, which are always foolish and perilous, and very frequently wrong. Nor, even had I desired, was Miss March the woman to whom one dared offer the like. Therefore, I said to her plainly, "I know the reason. I would tell you, but I think John would prefer telling you himself." "As he pleases," returned Miss March, a slight reserve tempering her frank manner. But it soon vanished, and she began talking to me in her usual friendly way, asking me many questions about the Brithwoods and about Norton Bury. I answered them freely, my only reservation being that I took care not to give any information concerning ourselves. Soon afterwards, as John did not return, I took leave of her, and went to our own parlour. He was not there. He had left word with little Jack, who met him on the common, that he was gone a long walk, and should not return till dinner-time. Dinner-time came, but I had to dine alone. It was the first time I ever knew him to break even such a trivial promise. My heart misgave me. I spent a miserable day. I was afraid to go in search of him, lest he should return to a dreary, empty parlour. Better, when he did come in, that he should find a cheerful hearth, and me. Me, his friend and brother, who had loved him these 6 years better than anything else in the whole world. Yet what could I do now? Fate had taken the sceptre out of my hands. I was utterly powerless. I could neither give him comfort, nor save him pain any more. What I felt then, in those long, still hours, many a one has felt likewise, many a parent over a child, many a sister over a brother, many a friend over a friend, a feeling natural and universal. Let those who suffer take it patiently, as the common lot. Let those who win hold the former ties in tenderest reverence, nor dare to flaunt the new bond cruelly in the face of the old. Having said this, which being the truth, it struck me as right to say, I will no more allude to the subject. In the afternoon there occurred an incident. A coach and four, resplendent in liveries, stopped at the door. I knew it well, and so did all Norton Bury. It was empty, but Lady Caroline's own maid, so I heard afterwards, sat in the rumble, and Lady Caroline's own black-eyed Neapolitan page leaped down, bearing a large letter, which I concluded was for Miss March. I was glad that John was not at home, glad that the coach, with all its fine paraphernalia, was away, empty as it had arrived, before John came in. He did not come till it was nearly dusk. I was at the window, looking at my 4 poplar trees, as they pointed skywards like long fingers stretching up out of the gloom, when I saw him crossing the common. At first I was going to meet him at the gate, but on second thoughts I remained within, and only stirred up the fire, which could be seen shining ever so far. What a bright blaze! Nay, you have not waited dinner, I hope. Tea? Yes, that's far better. I have had such a long walk, and am so tired." The words were cheerful, so was the tone. Too cheerful, oh, by far. The sort of cheerfulness that strikes to a friend's heart, like the piping of soldiers as they go away back from a newly filled grave. "Where have you been, John?" "All over Nunneley Hill. I must take you there. Such expansive views," as Mrs. Todd informed me, quoting some local ballad, which she said was written by an uncle of hers. "There you may spy 23 churches with the glass and the eye." Remarkable fact, isn't it? Thus he kept on talking all tea time, incessantly, rapidly talking. It was enough to make one weep. After tea I insisted on his taking my armchair, saying that after such a walk on that raw day he must be very cold. "Not the least, quite the contrary. Feel my hand." It was burning. "But I am tired, thoroughly tired." He leaned back and shut his eyes. Oh, the utter weariness of body and soul that was written on his face. "Why did you go out alone? John, you know that you have always me." He looked up, smiling. But the momentary brightness passed. Alas, I was not enough to make him happy now. We sat silent. I knew he would speak to me in time, but the gates of his heart were close locked. It seemed as if he dared not open them, lest the flood should burst forth and overwhelm us. At 9 o'clock Mrs. Todd came in with supper. She had always something or other to say, especially since the late events had drawn the whole household of Rose Cottage so closely together. Now she was brimful of news. She had been all that evening packing up for poor dear Miss March. Though why she should call her poor, truly she didn't know. Who would have thought Mr. March had such grand relations? Had we seen Lady Caroline Brithwood's coach that came that day? Such a beautiful coach it was, sent on purpose for Miss March, only she wouldn't go. But now she has made up her mind, poor dear. She is leaving to-morrow. When John heard this, he was helping Mrs. Todd, as usual, to fasten the heavy shutters. He stood, with his hand on the bolt, motionless, till the good woman was gone. Then he staggered to the mantelpiece, and leaned on it with both his elbows, his hands covering his face. But there was no disguise now, no attempt to make it. A young man's first love, not first fancy, but first love, in all its passion, desperation, and pain, had come to him, as it comes to all. I saw him writhing under it, saw, and could not help him. The next few silent minutes were very bitter to us both. Then I said, gently, "David." "Well?" "I thought things were so." "Yes." "Suppose you were to talk to me a little. It might do you good." "Another time. Let me go out into the air. I'm choking." Snatching up his hat, he rushed from me. I did not dare to follow. After waiting some time, and listening till all was quiet in the house, I could bear the suspense no longer, and went out. I thought I should find him on the flat, probably in his favourite walk, his terrace, as he called it, where he had first seen, and must have seen many a day after, that girlish figure tripping lightly along through the morning sunshine and morning dew. I had a sort of instinct that he would be there now, so I climbed up the shortest way, often losing my footing, for it was a pitch-dark night, and the common looked as wide and black and still as a midnight sea. John was not there. Indeed, if he had been, I could scarcely have seen him. I could see nothing but the void expanse of the flat, or, looking down, the broad river of mist that rolled through the valley, on the other side of which twinkled a few cottage lights, like unearthly beacons from the farthest shore of an impassable flood. Suddenly, I remembered hearing Mrs. Todd say that, on account of its pits and quarries, the common was extremely dangerous after dark, except to those who know it well. In a horrible dread I called out John's name, but nothing answered. I went on blindly, desperately shouting as I went. At length, in one of the Roman fosses, I stumbled and fell. Someone came, darting with great leaps through the mist, and lifted me up. "Oh, David, David!" "Phineas, is that you? You have come out this bitter night? Why did you?" His tenderness over me, even then, made me break down. I forgot my manhood, or else it slipped from me unawares. In the old Bible language, I fell on his neck and wept. Afterwards I was not sorry for this, because I think my weakness gave him strength. I think, amidst the whirl of passion that racked him, it was good for him to feel that the one crowning cup of life is not inevitably life's sole sustenance, that it was something to have a friend and brother who loved him with a love, like Jonathan's, passing the love of woman. I have been very wrong," he kept repeating, in a broken voice, "but I was not myself. I am better now. Come, let us go home." He put his arm round me to keep me warm, and brought me safely into the house. He even sat down by the fire to talk with me. Whatever struggle there had been, I saw it was over. He looked his own self, only so very, very pale, and spoke in his natural voice. Aye, even when mentioning her, which he was the first to do. "She goes to-morrow, you are sure, Phineas?" "I believe so. Shall you see her again?" "If she desires it." "Shall you say anything to her?" "Nothing. If for a little while, not knowing or not thinking of all the truth, I felt I had strength to remove all impediments, I now see that even to dream of such things makes me a fool, or possibly worse, a knave. I will be neither. I will be a man." I replied not. How could one answer such words? Calmly uttered, though each syllable must have been torn out like a piece of his heart. "Did she say anything to you? Did she ask why I left her so abruptly this morning?" "She did. I said you would probably tell her the reason yourself." "I will. She must no longer be kept in ignorance about me or my position. I shall tell her the whole truth, save one thing. She need never know that." I guessed by his broken voice what the one thing was, which he counted as nothing, but which, I think, any true woman would have counted worth everything, the priceless gift of a good man's love that in such a nature as his, if once conceived, would last a lifetime, and she was not to know it. I felt sorry, aye, even sorry, for Ursula March. "Do you not think I am right, Phineas?" "Perhaps. I cannot say. You are the best judge." "It is right," said he, firmly. "There can be no possible hope for me. Nothing remains but silence." I did not quite agree with him. I could not see that to any young man, only 20 years old, with the world all before him, any love could be absolutely hopeless, especially to a young man like John Halifax. But as things now stood, I deemed it best to leave him altogether to himself, offering neither advice nor opinion. What Providence willed, through His will, would happen. For me to interfere, either way, would be at once idle and perilous, nay, in some sense, exceedingly wrong. So I kept my thoughts to myself, and preserved a total silence. John broke it, talking to himself as if he had forgotten I was by. To think it was she who did it, that first kindness to a poor friendless boy. I never forgot it, never. It did me more good than I can tell. And that scar on her poor arm, her dear little tender arm. How this morning I would have given all the world to— He broke off, instinctively as it were, with the sort of feeling every good man has, that the sacred passion, the inmost tenderness of his love, should be kept wholly between himself and the woman he has chosen. I knew that too, knew that in his heart had grown up a secret, a necessity, a desire, stronger than any friendship, closer than the closest bond of brotherly love. Perhaps, I hardly know why, I sighed. John turned round. "Phineas, you must not think, because of this, which you will understand for yourself, I hope, one day, you must not think I could ever think less, or feel less, about my brother." He spoke earnestly, with a full heart. We clasped hands warmly and silently. Thus was healed my last lingering pain. I was thenceforth entirely satisfied. I think we parted that night as we had never parted before, feeling that the trial of our friendship, the great trial perhaps of any friendship, had come and passed, safely, that whatever new ties might gather round each, our two hearts would cleave together until death. The next morning, as I have seen many a morning rise at Enderley, misty and grey, but oh, so heavenly fair, with a pearl network of dewy gossamer underfoot, and overhead countless thistledowns flying about, like fairy chariots hurrying out of sight of the sun, which had only mounted high enough above the flat to touch the horizon of hills opposite, and the tops of my 4 poplars, leaving Rose Cottage and the valley below it all in morning shadow. John called me to go with him on the common. His voice sounded so cheerful outside my door that it was with a glad heart I rose and went. He chose his old walk, his terrace. No chance now of meeting the light figure come tripping along the level hill. All that dream was now over. He did not speak of it, nor I. He seemed contented, or at least thoroughly calmed down, except that the sweet composure of his mien had settled into the harder gravity of manhood. The crisis and climax had been gone through. He never could be a boy again. We came to that part of John's terrace which overhung the churchyard. Both of us glanced instinctively down to the heap of loose red earth, the as yet nameless grave. Someone stood by it, the only one who was likely to be there. Even had I not recognized her, John's manner would have told me who it was. A deadly paleness overspread his face. Its quietness was gone, every feature trembled. It almost broke my heart to see how deeply this love had struck its roots down to the very core of his, twisting them with every fibre of his being. A love which, though it had sprung up so early, and come to maturity so fast, might yet be the curse of his whole existence. Save that no love conceived virtuously for a good woman, be it ever so hopeless, can be rightly considered as a curse. "Shall we go away?" I whispered. "A long walk, to the other side of the flat. She will have left Rose Cottage soon." "When?" "Before noon, I heard. Come, David." He suffered me to put my arm in his, and draw him away for a step or two, then turned. "I can't, Phineas, I can't. I must look at her again, only for 1 minute, one little minute." But he stayed. We were standing where she could not see us, till she had slowly left the grave. We heard the click of the churchyard gate. Where she went afterward we could not discern. John moved away. I asked him if we should take our walk now. But he did not seem to hear me, so I let him follow his own way. Perhaps it might be for good. Who could tell? He descended from the flat, and came quickly round the corner of the cottage. Miss March stood there, trying to find one fresh rose among the fast withering clusters about what had been our parlour window, and now was hers. She saw us, acknowledged us, but hurriedly, and not without some momentary signs of agitation. "The roses are all gone," she said, rather sadly. "Perhaps higher up I can reach one. Shall I try?" I marvelled to see that John's manner as he addressed her was just like his manner always was with her. "Thank you, that will do. I wanted to take some away with me. I am leaving Rose Cottage to-day, Mr. Halifax." "So I have heard." He did not say, "sorry to hear." I wondered, did the omission strike her? But no, she evidently regarded us both as mere acquaintances, inevitably, perhaps even tenderly, bound up with this time, and as such, claiming a more than ordinary place in her regard and remembrance. No man with common sense or common feeling could for a moment dare to misinterpret the emotion she showed. Re-entering the house, she asked us if we would come in with her. She had a few things to say to us. And then she again referred gratefully to our kindness. We all went once more, for the last time, into the little parlour. "Yes, I am going away," said she mournfully. "We hope all good will go with you, always and everywhere." "Thank you, Mr. Fletcher." It was strange, the grave tone our intercourse now invariably assumed. We might have been 3 old people, who had long fought with and endured the crosses of the world, instead of 2 young men and a young woman, in the very dawn of life. "Circumstances have fixed my plans since I saw you yesterday. I am going to reside for a time with my cousins, the Brithwoods. It seems best for me. Lady Caroline is very kind, and I am so lonely." She said this not in any complaint, but as if accepting the fact, and making up her mind to endure it. A little more fragmentary conversation passed, chiefly between herself and me. John uttered scarcely a word. He sat by the window, half shading his face with his hand. Under that covert, the gaze which incessantly followed and dwelt on her face, oh, had she seen it! The moments narrowed. Would he say what he had intended, concerning his position in the world? Had she guessed or learned anything? Or were we to her simply Mr. Halifax and Mr. Fletcher, 2 gentlemen of Norton Bury? It appeared so. "This is not a very long good-bye, I trust," said she to me, with something more than courtesy. "I shall remain at the Mythe House some weeks, I believe. How long do you purpose staying at Enderley?" I was uncertain. "But your home is in Norton Bury. I hope, I trust, you will allow my cousin to express in his own house his thanks and mine for your great kindness during my trouble." Neither of us answered. Miss March looked surprised, hurt, nay, displeased. Then her eye, resting on John, lost its haughtiness, and became humble and sweet. "Mr. Halifax, I know nothing of my cousin, and I do know you. Will you tell me, candidly, as I know you will, whether there is anything in Mr. Brithwood which you think unworthy of your acquaintance?" "He would think me unworthy of his," was the low, firm answer. Miss March smiled incredulously. "Because you are not very rich? What can that signify? It is enough for me that my friends are gentlemen." Mr. Brithwood and many others would not allow my claim to that title. Astonished, nay, somewhat more than astonished, the young gentlewoman drew back a little. I do not quite understand you. Let me explain, then, and her involuntary gesture seeming to have brought back all honest dignity and manly pride, he faced her, once more himself. It is right, Miss March, that you should know who and what I am, to whom you are giving the honour of your kindness. Perhaps you ought to have known before, but here at Enderley we seemed to be equals, friends. I have indeed felt it so. Then you will the sooner pardon my not telling you, what you never asked, and I was only too ready to forget, that we are not equals. That is, society would not regard us as such, and I doubt if even you yourself would wish us to be friends. Why not? Because you are a gentlewoman, and I am a tradesman. The news was evidently a shock to her. It could not but be, reared as she had been. She sat, the eyelashes dropping over her flushed cheeks, perfectly silent. John's voice grew firmer, prouder, no hesitation now. My calling is, as you will soon hear, at Norton Bury, that of a tanner. I am apprentice to Abel Fletcher, Phineas's father. Mr. Fletcher! She looked up at me, a mingled look of kindliness and pain. Ay, Phineas is a little less beneath your notice than I am. He is rich, he has been well educated. I have had to educate myself. I came to Norton Bury 6 years ago a beggar boy. No, not quite that, for I never begged. I either worked or starved. The earnestness, the passion of his tone, made Miss March lift her eyes, but they fell again. Yes, Phineas found me in an alley, starving. We stood in the rain, opposite the mayor's house. A little girl, you know her, Miss March, came to the door and threw out to me a bit of bread. Now indeed she started. You? Was that you? It was I. John paused, and his whole manner changed into softness as he resumed. I never forgot that little girl. Many a time, when I was inclined to do wrong, she kept me right, the remembrance of her sweet face and her kindness. That face was pressed down against the sofa where she sat. I think Miss March was all but weeping. John continued, I am glad to have met her again, glad to have been able to do her some small good in return for the infinite good she once did me. I shall bid her farewell now, at once and altogether. A quick, involuntary turn of the hidden face asked him, Why? Because, John answered, the world says we are not equals, and it would neither be for Miss March's honour nor mine did I try to force upon it the truth, which I may prove openly one day, that we are equals. Miss March looked up at him, it were hard to say with what expression, of pleasure, or pride, or simple astonishment, perhaps a mingling of all. Then her eyelids fell. She silently offered her hand, first to me and then to John. Whether she meant it as friendliness, or as a mere ceremony of adieu, I cannot tell. John took it as the latter and rose. His hand was on the door, but he could not go. Miss March, he said, perhaps I may never see you again. At least, never as now. Let me look once more at that wrist which was hurt. Her left arm was hanging over the sofa, the scar being visible enough. John took the hand and held it firmly. Poor little hand, blessed little hand, may God bless it evermore. Suddenly he pressed his lips to the place where the wound had been, a kiss long and close, such as only a lover's kiss could be. Surely she must have felt it, known it. A moment afterward he was gone. That day Miss March departed, and we remained at Enderley alone. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 16. It was winter time. All the summer days at Enderley were gone, like a dream when one awaketh. Of her who had been the beautiful centre of the dream, we had never heard nor spoken since. John and I were walking together along the road towards the Mythe. We could just see the frosty sunset reflected on the windows of the Mythe House, now closed for months, the family being away. The meadows alongside, where the Avon had overflowed and frozen, were a popular skating ground, and the road was alive with lookers-on of every class. All Norton Bury seemed abroad, and half Norton Bury exchanged salutations with my companion. till I was amused to notice how large John's acquaintance had grown. Among the rest, there overtook us a little elderly lady, as prim and neat as an old maid, and as bright-looking as a happy matron. I saw at once who it was, Mrs. Jessup, our good doctor's new wife, and old love, whom he had lately brought home, to the great amazement and curiosity of Norton Bury. "She seems to like you very much," I said, as, after a cordial greeting, which John returned rather formally, she trotted on. "They were both very kind to me in London last month, as I think I told you." Aye. It was one of the few things he had mentioned about that same London journey, for he had grown into a painful habit of silence now. Yet I dreaded to break it, lest any wounds rankling beneath might thereby be caused to smart once more, and our love to one another was too faithful for a little reserve to have power to influence it in any way. We came once more upon the old lady watching the skaters. She again spoke to John, and looked at me with her keen, kind, blue eyes. "I think I know who your friend is, though you do not introduce him." John hastily performed that ceremony. "Tom and I. How funny to hear her call our old bachelor doctor Tom. We're wondering what had become of you, Mr. Halifax. Are you stronger than you were in London?" "Was he ill in London, madame?" "No, indeed, Phineas, or only enough to win for me Dr. and Mrs. Jessup's great kindness." "Which you have never come to thank us for, never crossed our door-sill since we returned home. Does not your conscience sting you for your ingratitude?" He coloured deeply. "Indeed, Mrs. Jessup, it was not ingratitude." "I know it. I believe it," she answered, with much kindness. "Tell me what it was." He hesitated. "You ought to believe the warm interest we both take in you. Tell me the plain truth." "I will. It is that your kindness to me in London was no reason for my intruding on you at Norton Bury. It might not be agreeable for you and Dr. Jessup to have my acquaintance here. I am a tradesman." The little old lady's eyes brightened into something beyond mere kindness as she looked at him. "Mr. Halifax, I thank you for that plain truth. Truth is always best. Now for mine. I had heard you were a tradesman. I found out for myself that you were a gentleman. I do not think the two facts incompatible, nor does my husband. We shall be happy to see you at our house at all times and under all circumstances." She offered him her hand. John bowed over it in silence, but it was long since I had seen him look more pleased. "Well, then, suppose you come this evening, both of you." We assented, and on her further invitation, John and I and the little old lady walked on together. I could not help watching Mrs. Jessup with some amusement. Norton Bury said she had been a poor governess all her days, but that hard life had left no shadow on the cheerful sunset of her existence now. It was a frank, bright, happy face, in spite of its wrinkles and its somewhat harsh Welsh features. And it was pleasant to hear her talk, even though she talked a good deal, and in a decidedly Welsh accent. Sometimes a tone or two reminded me slightly of... Aye, it was easy to guess why John evidently liked the old lady. "I know this road well, Mr. Halifax. Once I spent a summer here, with an old pupil now grown up. I am going to-day to inquire about her at the Mythe House. The Brithwoods came home yesterday." I was afraid to look at John. Even to me the news was startling. How I blessed Mrs. Jessup's innocent garrulousness. "I hope they will remain here some time. I have a special interest in their stay. Not on Lady Caroline's account, though. She patronizes me very kindly, but I doubt if she ever forgets what Tom says I am rather too proud of remembering, that I was the poor governess, Jane Cardigan." "Jane Cardigan!" I exclaimed. "What, Mr. Fletcher, you know my name? And really, now I think of it, I believe I have heard yours. Not from Tom, either. It couldn't possibly be. Yes, it certainly was. How strange! Did you ever hear tell of a Miss Ursula March?" The live crimson rushed madly over John's face. Mrs. Jessup saw it. She could not but see it. At first she looked astounded, then exceedingly grave. I replied that we had had the honour of meeting Miss March last summer at Enderley. "Yes," the old lady continued, somewhat formally. "Now I recollect, Miss March told me of the circumstance, of two gentlemen there, who were very kind to her when her father died, a Mr. Fletcher, and his friend. Was that Mr. Halifax?" "It was," I answered, for John was speechless. Alas! I saw at once that all my hopes for him, all the design of my long silence on this subject, had been in vain. No, he had not forgotten her. It was not in his nature to forget. Mrs. Jessup went on, still addressing herself to me. "I am sure I ought, on behalf of my dear pupil, to offer you both my warmest thanks. Hers was a most trying position. She never told me of it till afterwards, poor child. I am thankful her trouble was softened to her by finding that strangers— was it only my fancy that detected a slight stress on the word? Mere strangers could be at once so thoughtful and so kind. No one could be otherwise to Miss March. Is she well? Has she recovered from her trial?" "I hope so. Happily, few sorrows, few feelings of any kind take lasting hold at 18. She is a noble girl. She did her duty, and it was no light one, to him who is gone. Now her life begins anew. It is sure to be prosperous. I trust it may be very happy. Now I must bid you both good-bye." She stopped at the gates of the Mythe House, great iron gates, a barrier as proud and impassable as that which in these times the rich shut against the poor, the aristocrat against the plebeian. John, glancing once up at them, hurriedly moved on. "Stay, you will come and see us, Mr. Halifax. Promise?" "If you wish it." "And promise, too, that under all circumstances you will tell me, as you did this morning, the plain truth." "Yes, I see you will. Good-bye." The iron gates closed upon her, and against us. We took our silent way up to the Mythe to our favourite stile. There we leaned, still in silence, for many minutes. "The wind is keen, Phineas. You must be cold." Now I could speak to him, could ask him to tell me of his pain. "It is so long since you have told me anything. It might do you good." "Nothing can do me good, nothing but bearing it. My God, what have I not borne? 5 whole months to be dying of thirst, and not a drop of water to cool my tongue." He bared his head and throat to the cutting wind, his chest heaved, his eyes seemed in a flame. God forgive me, but I sometimes think I would give myself body and soul to the devil for one glimpse of her face, one touch of her little hand. I made no answer. What answer could be made to such words as these? I waited, all I could do, till the paroxysm had gone by. Then I hinted, as indeed seemed not unlikely, that he might see her soon. "Yes, a great way off, like that cloud up there. But I want her near, close, in my home, at my heart. Phineas," he gasped, "talk to me, about something else, anything. Don't let me think, or I shall go clean mad." And indeed he looked so. I was terrified. So quiet as I had always seen him when we met, so steadily as he had pursued his daily duties, and with all this underneath, this torment, conflict, despair of a young man's love, it must come out. Better it should. "And you have gone on working all this while?" "I was obliged. Nothing but work kept me in my senses. Besides," and he laughed hoarsely, "I was safest in the tan yard. The thought of her could not come there. I was glad of it. I tried to be solely and altogether what I am, a prentice lad, a mere clown." "Nay, that was wrong." "Was it? Well, at last it struck me so. I thought I would be a gentleman again, just for a pretence, you know. A dream, a bit of the old dream back again. So I went to London." "And met the Jessups there?" "Yes, though I did not know she was Jane Cardigan. But I liked her. I liked my life with them. It was like breathing a higher air, the same air that— Oh, Phineas, it was horrible to come back to my life here, to that accursed tan yard." I said nothing. "You see, now," and that hard laugh smote me to the heart again, "you see, Phineas, how wicked I am growing. You will have to cut my acquaintance presently." "Tell me the rest. I mean, the rest of your life in London," I said, after a pause. "Did you ever hear of her?" "Of course not, though I knew she was there. I saw it in the Court Circular. Fancy a lady, whose name was in the Court Circular, being inquired after by a tanner's lad. But I wanted to look at her. Any beggar might do that, you know. So I watched in streets and parks, by theatre doors at night and by church doors on Sunday mornings, yet I never saw her once. Only think, not once for 5 whole months. John, how could you tell me you were happy?" "I don't know. Perhaps because of my pride. Perhaps because— Ah, don't look so wretched. Why did you let me say all this? You are too good for such as I." Of course I took no heed of idle words like these. I let him stand there, leaning against the stile, now and then grasping it with his nervous, muscular hands, as if he would tear it down. Then I said quietly, "What do you intend to do?" "Do? Nothing. What can I do? Though sometimes a score of wild plans rush into my mind, such as to run away to the Indies, like that young Warren Hastings we were talking of. Come back 20 years hence, a nabob, and marry her. Marry her, I repeated mournfully. Ay, I could. That is what maddens me. If now she and I were to meet and stand together, equal man and woman, I could make her love me, I feel I could. Instead of crawling after her thus, I would go boldly in at those very gates. Do you think she is there?" He trembled, actually trembled, at the mere thought of her being so near. "Oh, it's hard, hard. I could despise myself. Why cannot I trust my manhood, my honest manhood that I was born with, go straight to her and tell her that I love her, that God meant her for me, and me for her, true husband and true wife? Phineas, mark my words," and wild as his manner was, it had a certain force which sounded almost like prophecy. "If ever Ursula March marries, she will be my wife. My wife." I could only murmur, "Heaven grant it." "But we shall never marry, neither one nor the other of us. We shall go on apart and alone till the next world. Perhaps she will come to me then. I may have her in my heart there." John looked upward. There was in the west a broad, red, frosty cloud, and just beyond it, nay, all but resting on it, the new moon, a little wintry, soft new moon. A sight that might well have hushed the maddest storm of passion. It hushed his. He stood, still looking up, for many minutes, then his eyes closed, the lashes all wet. "We'll never speak of this again, Phineas. I'll not grieve thee any more. I'll try and be a better brother to thee for the future. Come along." He drew my arm in his, and we went home. Passing the tan-yard, John proposed that we should call for my father. My poor father, now daily growing more sour and old, and daily leaning more and more upon John, who never ceased to respect, and make every one else respect, his master. Though still ostensibly apprentice, he had now the business almost entirely in his hands. It was pleasant to see how my father brightened up at his coming. How readily, when he turned homeward, he leaned upon John's strong arm, now the support of both him and me. Thus we walked through Norton Bury streets, where everybody knew us. And indeed, as it seemed to me this morning, nearly everybody greeted us, at least one of us. But my father walked along soberly and sternly, frowning at almost every salutation John Halifax received. "Thee art making far too many friends, John, I warn thee." "Not friends, only friendly acquaintance," was the gentle answer. He was well used to turn away, daily and hourly, Abel Fletcher's wrath. But it was roused beyond control when Dr. Jessop's neat little carriage, and neatest of little wives, stopped at the curbstone and summoned John. "I want you and Mr. Fletcher to come to us to-morrow instead of this evening. Lady Caroline Brithwood wishes to see you." "Me?" "Yes, you," smiled the old lady. "You, John Halifax, the hero of the people, who quelled the bread riots, and gave evidence thereupon to Mr. Pitt in London. Nay, why didn't you tell me the wonderful story? Her ladyship is full of it. She will torment me till she sees you. I know her ways. For my sake, you must come." Waiting no refusal, Mrs. Jessop drove on. "What's that?" said my father, sharply. "John, where art thee going?" I knew this was the first warning gun of a battle which broke out afresh every time John appeared in any livelier garb than his favourite grey, or was suspected of more worldly associates than our quiet selves. He always took my father's attacks patiently, this time peculiarly so. He made no answer, but passed his hand once or twice over his brow, as if he could not see clearly. Abel Fletcher repeated the question. "Yes, that was Mrs. Jessop, sir." "I know," grumbled my father. "The doctor is a fool in his old age. Who did she want thee to meet?" "She? Oh, Lady Caroline, you mean." "Lady Caroline wishes particularly to see John." Abel Fletcher stopped, planted his stick in the ground, released his arm from John's, and eyed him from top to toe. "Thee? A woman of quality wanting to see thee? Young man, thee art a hypocrite." "Sir!" "I knew it! I foresaw how thy fine ways would end. Going to London, crawling at the heels of grand folk, despising thy honest trade, trying to make thyself appear a gentleman." "I hope I am a gentleman." Words could not describe my father's horrified astonishment. "Oh, lad!" he cried. "Poor, misguided lad! The Lord have mercy upon thee!" John smiled, his mind evidently full of other things. Abel Fletcher's anger grew. "And thee wants to hang on to the tail of other gentlemen, such as Richard Brithwood, forsooth, a fox-hunting, drinking, dicing fool." I was shocked. I had not believed him so bad as that, the young squire, Miss March's cousin. Or, pursued my father, waxing hotter and hotter, or a lady such as his wife is, the Jezebel daughter of an Ahab father, brought up in the impious atrocities of France, and the debaucheries of Naples, where, though she keeps it close here, she abode with that vile woman whom they call Lady Hamilton." John started. Well he might, for even to our quiet town had come, all this winter, foul newspaper tales about Nelson and Lady Hamilton. "Take care," he said, in much agitation. "Any taint upon a woman's fame harms not her alone, but all connected with her. For God's sake, sir, whether it be true or not, do not whisper in Norton Bury that Lady Caroline Brithwood is a friend of Lady Hamilton." "Pshaw! What is either woman to us?" And my father climbed the steps to his own door, John following. "Nay, young gentleman, my poor house is hardly good enough for such as thee." John turned, cruelly galled, but recovered himself. "You are unjust to me, Abel Fletcher, and you yourself will think so soon. May I come in?" My father made no answer, and I brought John in as usual. In truth, we had both more to think of than Abel Fletcher's temporary displeasure. This strange chance, what might it imply? To what might it not lead? But no, if I judged Mrs. Jessup aright, it neither implied, nor would lead to, what I saw John's fancy had at once sprang toward, and revelled in madly. A lover's fancy, a lover's hope. Even I could see what will-o'-the-wisps they were. But the doctor's good wife, Ursula March's wise governess, would never lure a young man with such phantoms as these. I felt sure, certain, that if we met the Brithwoods we should meet no one else. Certain, even when, as we sat at our dish of tea, there came in 2 little dainty notes, the first invitations to worldly festivity that had ever tempted our Quaker household, and which Jael flung out of her fingers as if they had been coals from Gehenna. Notes, bidding us to a little supper at Dr. Jessop's, with Mr. and Lady Caroline Brithwood of the Mythe House. "Give them to your father, Phineas." And John vainly tried to hide the flash of his eye, the smiles that came and went like summer lightning. "Tomorrow, you see, it is tomorrow." Poor lad, he had forgotten every worldly thing in the hope of that tomorrow. My father's sharp voice roused him. "Phineas, thee'lt stay at home. Tell the woman I say so." "And John, father?" "John may go to ruin if he chooses. He is his own master." I have always been, and the answer came less in pride than sadness. I might have gone to ruin years ago, but for the mercy of heaven and your kindness. Do not let us be at warfare now. "All thy own fault, lad. Why cannot thee keep in thy own rank? Respect thyself. Be an honest tradesman, as I have been." "And as I trust always to be. But that is only my calling, not me. I, John Halifax, am just the same, whether in the tan-yard or Dr. Jessop's drawing-room. The one position cannot degrade, nor the other elevate me. I should not respect myself if I believed otherwise." "Eh?" My father absolutely dropped his pipe in amazement. "Then thee thinkest thyself already quite a gentleman?" "As I told you before, sir, I hope I am." "Fit to associate with the finest folks in the land?" "If they desire it, and I choose it, certainly." Now Abel Fletcher, like all honest men, liked honesty, and something in John's bold spirit and free bright eye seemed today to strike him more than ordinarily. "Lad, thee art young, but it won't last. No, it won't last." He knocked the white ashes out of his pipe. It had been curling in brave wreaths to the very ceiling 2 minutes before, and sat musing. "But about tomorrow," persisted John, after watching him some little time. "I could go. I could have gone, without either your knowledge or permission, but I had rather deal openly with you. You know I always do. You have been the kindest master, the truest friend to me. I hope as long as I live rarely to oppose, and never to deceive you." His manner, earnest, yet most respectful, his candid looks, under which lurked an evident anxiety and pain, might have mollified a harder man than Abel Fletcher. "John, why dost thee want to go among these grand folk?" "Not because they are grand folk. I have other reasons, strong reasons." "Be honest. Tell me thy strong reasons." Here was a strait. "Why dost thee blush, young man? Is it aught thee art ashamed of?" "Ashamed, no." "Is it a secret, then, the telling of which would be to thee, or to anyone else, dishonour?" "Dishonour!" and the bright eye shot an indignant gleam. "Then tell the truth." I will. I wish first to find out, for myself, whether Lady Caroline Brithwood is fitted to have under her charge one who is young, innocent, good. Has she such an one? One thee knows? Yes. Man or woman? Woman. My father turned, and looked John full in the eyes. Stern as that look was, I traced in it a strange compassion. Lad, I thought so. Thee hast found the curse of man's life. Woman. To my amazement, John replied not a syllable. He seemed even as if he had forgotten himself and his own secret. Thus, for what end I knew not, voluntarily betrayed, so absorbed was he in contemplating the old man. And truly, in all my life, I had never seen such a convulsion pass over my father's face. It was like as if someone had touched and revived the torment of a long-hidden, but never-to-be-healed wound. Not till years after did I understand the full meaning of John's gaze, or why he was so patient with my father. The torment passed, ended in violent anger. Out with it. Who is deluding me? Is it a matter of wedlock, or only— Stop, John cried, his face all on fire. The lady. It is a lady. Now I see why thee would fain be a gentleman. Oh, father, how can you? So thee knowest it too. I see it in thy face. Wouldst thee be led away by him a second time? But thee shall not. I'll put thee under lock and key before thee shalt ruin thyself and disgrace thy father. This was hard to bear, but I believe it was John's teaching, that one ought to bear anything, however hard, from a just and worthy parent. And it was John himself who now grasped my hand and whispered patience. John, who knew what I myself, as I have said, did not learn for years, concerning my father's former history. Sir, you mistake. Phineas has nothing whatever to do with this matter. He is altogether blameless. So am I too, if you heard all. Tell me all. Honour is bold. Shame only is silent. I feel no shame. An honest love is no disgrace to any man, and my confessing it harms no one. She neither knows of it nor returns it. As he said this, slowly, gravely, John moved a step back and sat down. His face was in shadow, but the fire shone on his hands, tightly locked together, motionless as stone. My father was deeply moved. Heaven knows what ghosts of former days came and knocked at the old man's heart. We all three sat silent for a long time. Then my father said, "Who is she?" "I had rather not tell you. She is above me in worldly station." "Ah!" A fierce exclamation. "But thee wouldst not humble thyself, ruin thy peace for life. Thee wouldst not marry her." "I would, if she had loved me. Even yet, if by any honourable means I can rise to her level, so as to be able to win her love, marry her I will." That brave "I will," it seemed to carry its own fulfilment. Its indomitable resolution struck my father with wonder, nay, with a sort of awe. "Do as thee thinks best, and God help thee," he said, kindly. "Mayst thee never find thy desire a curse. Fear not, lad, I will keep thy counsel." "I knew you would." The subject ceased. My father's manner indicated that he wished it to cease. He relit his pipe, and puffed away, silently and sadly. Years afterwards, when all that remained of Abel Fletcher was a green mound beside that other mound, in the Friends' burying ground in St. Mary's Lane, I learnt, what all Norton Bury, except myself, had long known, that my poor mother, the young, thoughtless creature, whose married life had been so unhappy and so brief, was by birth a gentlewoman. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 17. Mrs. Jessop's drawing-room, ruddy with firelight, glittering with delicate wax candlelight. A few women in pale-coloured, gauzy dresses. A few men, sublime in blue coats, gold buttons, yellow waistcoats, and smiles. This was all I noticed of the scene, which was quite a novel scene to me. The doctor's wife had introduced us formally to all her guests, as the custom then was, especially in these small, cosy supper parties. How they greeted us I do not now remember, no doubt with a kind of well-bred formal surprise, but society was generally formal then. My chief recollection is of Mrs. Jessop saying pointedly and aloud, though with a smile playing under the corners of her good little mouth. "Mr. Halifax, it is kind of you to come. Lady Caroline Brithwood will be delighted. She longs to make your acquaintance." After that, everybody began to talk with extraordinary civility to Mr. Halifax. For John, he soon took his place among them, with that modest self-possession which best becomes youth. Society's dangerous waters accordingly became smooth to him, as to a good swimmer who knows his own strength, trusts it, and struggles not. "Mr. Brithwood and Lady Caroline will be late," I overheard the hostess say. "I think I told you that Miss March—" But here the door was flung open, and the missing guests announced. John and I were in the alcove of the window. I heard his breathing behind me, but I dared not look at or speak to him. In truth, I was scarcely calmer than he, for though it must be clearly understood I was never in love with any woman, still the reflected glamour of those Enderley days had fallen on me. It often seems now as if I too had passed the golden gate, and looked far enough into youth's Eden to be able ever after to weep with those that wept without the doors. No, she was not there. We both sat down. I know not if I was thankful or sorry. I had seldom seen the Squire or Lady Caroline. He was a portly young man, pinched in by tight, light-coloured garments. She was a lady rather past her first youth, but very handsome still, who floated about, leaving a general impression of pseudo-Greek draperies, gleaming arms and shoulders, sparkling jewelry, and equally sparkling smiles. These smiles seemed to fall just as redundantly upon the family physician, whom by a rare favour, for so I suppose it must have been, she was honouring with a visit, as if worthy Dr. Jessop were the noblest in the land. He, poor man, was all bows and scrapes and pretty speeches, in the which came more than the usual amount of references to the time which had made his fortune, the day when Her Majesty Queen Charlotte had done him the honour to be graciously taken ill in passing through Norton Bury. Mrs. Jessop seemed to wear her honours as hostess to an earl's daughter very calmly indeed. She performed the ordinary courtesies, and then went over to talk with Mr. Brithwood. In their conversation I sought in vain the name of Ursula. So it ended, the sickening expectation which I had read in the lad's face all day. He would not see her. Perhaps it was best. Yet my heart bled when I looked at him. But such thoughts could not be indulged in now, especially as Mrs. Jessop's quick eyes seemed often upon him, or me, with an expression that I could not make out at all, save that in such a good woman, whom Miss March loved so well, could lurk nothing evil or unkindly. So I tried to turn my attention to the Brithwoods. One could not choose but look at her, this handsome Lady Caroline, whom half Norton Bury adored, the other half pursed up their lips at the mention of, but these were of the number she declined to know. All that she did know, all that came within her influence, were irresistibly attracted, for to please seemed a part of her nature. To-night nearly everyone present stole gradually into the circle round her, men and women alike charmed by the fascination of her ripe beauty, her lively manner, her exquisite smile and laugh. I wondered what John thought of Lady Caroline Brithwood. She could not easily see him, even though her acute glance seemed to take in everything and everybody in the room. But on her entrance John had drawn back a little, and our half-dozen of fellow guests, who had been conversing with him, crept shyly out of his way, as if, now the visible reality appeared, they were aghast at the great gulf that lay between John Halifax, the tanner, and the Brithwoods of the myth. A few even looked askance at our hostess, as though some terrible judgment must fall upon poor ignorant Mrs. Jessop, who had dared to amalgamate such opposite ranks. So it came to pass that while everybody gathered round the Brithwoods, John and I stood alone, and half concealed by the window. Very soon I heard Lady Caroline's loud whisper, "Mrs. Jessop, my good friend, one moment. Where is your jeune ihu, l'homme du peuple? I do not see him. Does he wear clouted shoes and woolen stockings? Has he a broad face and turned-up nose, like your paysan anglais?" "Judge for yourself, my lady. He stands at your elbow. Mr. Halifax, let me present you to Lady Caroline Brithwood." If Lord Luxmore's fair daughter ever looked confounded in her life, she certainly did at this minute. "Louis? Mon Dieu, Louis?" And her shrug of amazement was stopped, her half-extended hand drawn back. No, it was quite impossible to patronize John Halifax. He bowed gravely. She made a gracious curtsy. They met on equal terms, a lady and gentleman. Soon her lively manner returned. She buckled on her spurs for a new conquest, and left the already vanquished gentilities of Norton Bury to amuse themselves as they best might. "I am enchanted to meet you, Mr. Halifax. I adore le peuple, especially," with a sly glance at her husband, who, with Tory Dr. Jessup, was vehemently exalting Mr. Pitt and abusing the First Consul, Bonaparte. "Especially le peuple français. Me comprenez-vous? Madame, je vous comprends." Her ladyship looked surprised. French was not very common among the honest trading class, or indeed any but the higher classes in England. "But," John continued, "I must dissent from Lady Caroline Brithwood, if she mingles the English people with le peuple français. They are a very different class of beings." "Ah, ça ira, ça ira." She laughed, humming beneath her breath a few notes out of that terrible song. "But you know French. Let us talk in that language. We shall horrify no one then." "I cannot speak it readily. I am chiefly self-taught." "The best teaching. Mon Dieu! Truly, you are made to be un héros. Just the last touch of grace that a woman's hand gives. Had you ever a woman for your friend? And you would be complete. But I cannot flatter. Plain, blunt honesty for me. You must. You shall be. You must. You shall be l'homme de peuple. Were you born such? Who were your parents?" I saw John hesitate. I knew how rarely he ever uttered those names written in the old Bible, how infinitely sacred they were to him. Could he blazon them out now, to gratify this woman's idle curiosity? "Madame," he said gravely, "I was introduced to you simply as John Halifax. It seems to me that, so long as I do no discredit to it, the name suffices to the world." "Ah, I see, I see." But he, with his downcast eyes, did not detect the meaning smile that just flashed in hers was changed into a tone of soft sympathy. "You are right. Rank is nothing. A cold, glittering marble, with no soul under. Give me the rich flesh and blood life of the people. Liberty, fraternity, égalité. I would rather be a gamin in Paris streets than my brother William at Luxmore Hall." Thus talked she, sometimes in French, sometimes in English, the young man answering little. She only threw her shining arts abroad the more. She seemed determined to please. And nature fitted her for it. Even if not born an earl's daughter, Lady Caroline would have been everywhere the magic centre of any society wherein she chose to move. Not that her conversation was brilliant or deep, but she said the most frivolous things in a way that made them appear witty, and the grand art, to charm by appearing charmed, was hers in perfection. She seemed to float altogether upon and among the pleasantnesses of life. Pain, either endured or inflicted, was to her an impossibility. Thus her character struck me on this first meeting, and thus, after many years, it strikes me still. I look back upon what she appeared that evening, lovely, gay, attractive, in the zenith of her rich maturity. What her old age was the world knows, or thinks it knows. But heaven may be more merciful, I cannot tell. Whatever is now said of her, I can only say, poor Lady Caroline. It must have indicated a grain of pure gold at the bottom of the gold-seeming dross, that from the first moment she saw him, she liked John Halifax. They talked a long time. She drew him out, as a well-bred woman always can draw out a young man of sense. He looked pleased. He conversed well. Had he forgotten? No. The restless wandering of his eyes at the slightest sound in the room told how impossible it was he should forget. Yet he comported himself bravely, and I was proud that Ursula's kindred should see him as he was. "Lady Caroline," her ladyship turned, with a slightly bored expression, to her intrusive hostess, "I fear we must give up all expectation of our young friend to-night." "I told you so. Post-travelling is very uncertain, and the Bath roads are not good. Have you ever visited Bath, Mr. Halifax?" "But she is surely long on the road," pursued Mrs. Jessup, rather anxiously. "What attendants had she?" "Her own maid, and our man Laplace. Nay, don't be alarmed. Excellent and faithful gouvernante. I assure you, your fair ex-pupil is quite safe. The furor about her has considerably abated since the heiress hunters at Bath discovered the melancholy fact that Miss March—" "Pardon me," interrupted the other, "we are among strangers. I assure you I am quite satisfied about my dear child." "What a charming thing is affectionate fidelity!" observed her ladyship, turning once more to John, with a sweet, lazy dropping of the eyelids. The young man only bowed. They resumed their conversation. At least she did, talking volubly, satisfied with monosyllabic answers. It was now almost supper time. Held a glorious hour at Norton Bury parties. People began to look anxiously to the door. "Before we adjourn," said Lady Caroline, "I must do what it will be difficult to accomplish after supper." And for the first time a sharp, sarcastic tone jarred in her smooth voice. "I must introduce you especially to my husband, Mr. Brithwood." "Madame," he lounged up to her. They were a diverse pair. She in her well-preserved beauty and Gallic artificial grace; he in his coarse, bloated youth, coarser and worse than the sensualism of middle age. "Mr. Brithwood, let me introduce you to a new friend of mine." The squire bowed, rather awkwardly, proving the truth of what Norton Bury often whispered, that Richard Brithwood was more at home with grooms than gentlemen. "He belongs to this your town. You must have heard of him, perhaps met him." "I have more than had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Brithwood, but he has doubtless forgotten it." "By Jove, I have! What might your name be, sir?" "John Halifax." "What, Halifax the tanner?" "The same." "Phew!" He began a low whistle, and turned on his heel. John changed colour a little. Lady Caroline laughed, a thoughtless, amused laugh, with a pleasant murmur of bêtes anglais. Nevertheless, she whispered to her husband, "Mon ami, you forget. I have introduced you to this gentleman." "Gentleman, indeed! Pooh! Rubbish! Lady Caroline, I'm busy talking." "And so are we, most pleasantly. I only called you as a matter of form, to ratify my invitation. Mr. Halifax will, I hope, dine with us next Sunday?" "The devil he will." "Richard, you hurt me!" with a little scream as she pushed his rough fingers from her arm, so soft and round and fair. "Madame, you must be crazy. The young man is a tradesman, a tanner, not fit for my society." "Precisely. I invite him for my own." But the whispers and responses were alike unheeded by their object, for at the doorway, entering with Mrs. Jessup, was a tall girl in deep mourning. We knew her, we both knew her, our dream at Enderley, our nut-brown maid. John was near to the door. Their eyes met. She bowed, he returned it. He was very pale. For Miss March, her face and neck were all in a glow. Neither spoke, nor offered more than this passing acknowledgment, and she moved on. She came and sat down beside me, accidentally, I believe, but when she saw me she held out her hand. We exchanged a word or two. Her manner was unaltered, but she spoke hurriedly, and her fingers had their old nervous twitch. She said this meeting was to her unexpected, but she was very glad to see me. So she sat, and I looked sideways at her dropped eyes, her forehead with its coronet of chestnut curls. How would he bear the sight, he of whose heart mine was the mere faint echo, yet truly an echo, repeating with cruel faithfulness every throb? He kept his position, a little aloof from the Brithwoods, who were holding a slight altercation, though more of looks than words. John heeded them not. I was sure, though he had never looked directly towards us, that he had heard every syllable Miss March said to me. The squire called across the room, in a patronizing tone, "My good fellow, that is, I say, young Halifax." "Were you addressing me, Mr. Brithwood?" "I was. I want a quiet word or two, between ourselves." "Certainly." They stood face to face. The one seemed uncomfortable, the other was his natural self, a little graver perhaps, as if he felt what was coming, and prepared to meet it, knowing in whose presence he had to prove himself. What Richard Brithwood, with all his broad acres, could never be, a gentleman. Few could doubt the fact, who looked at the two young men, as all were looking now. "On my soul, it's awkward. I'll call at the tan yard and explain." "I had rather you would explain here." "Well, then, though it's a confounded unpleasant thing to say, and I really wish I had not been brought into such a position, You'll not heed my wife's nonsense?" "I do not understand you." "Come, it's no use running to cover in that way. Let's be open and plain. I mean no offence. You may be a very respectable young man, for all I know. Still, rank is rank. Of course, Dr. Jessup asks whom he likes to his house. And by George, I'm always civil to everybody. But really, in spite of my lady's likings, I can't well invite you to my table." Nor could I humiliate myself by accepting any such invitation. He said the words distinctly, so that the whole circle might have heard, and was turning away, when Mr. Brithwood fired up, as an angry man does in a losing game. "Humiliate yourself? What do you mean, sir? Wouldn't you be only too thankful to crawl into the houses of your betters, anyhow, by hook or by crook? Ha, ha, I know you would. It's always the way with you common folk, you rioters, you revolutionists. By the Lord, I wish you were all hanged." The young blood rose fiercely in John's cheek, but he restrained himself. "Sir, I am neither a rioter nor a revolutionist." "But you are a tradesman. You used to drive Fletcher's cart of skins." "I did." "And are you not, I remember you now, the very lad, the tanner's lad, that once pulled us ashore from the Edger, Cousin March and me?" I heard a quick exclamation beside me, and saw Ursula listening intently. I had not noticed how intently till now. Her eyes were fixed on John, waiting for his answer. It came. "Your memory is correct. I was that lad." "Thank ye for it, too. Lord, what a jolly life I should have missed. You got no reward, though. You threw away the guinea I offered you. Come, I'll make it 20 guineas tomorrow." The insult was too much. "Sir, you forget that whatever we may have been, tonight we meet as equals." "Equals?" "As guests in the same house. Most certainly, for the time being, equals." Richard Brithwood stared, literally dumb with fury. The standers-by were dumb too, though such fracas were then not uncommon even in drawing-rooms, and in women's presence, especially with men of Mr. Brithwood's stamp. His wife seemed quite used to it. She merely shrugged her shoulders, and hummed a note or two of Caira. It irritated the husband beyond all bounds. "Hold your tongue, my lady. What, because a prentice lad once saved my life, and you choose to patronize him as you do many another vagabond, with your cursed liberty and equality, am I to have him at my table, and treat him as a gentleman? By Madame, never." He spoke savagely and loud. John was silent. He had locked his hands together convulsively. It was easy to see that his blood was at boiling heat, and that, did he once slip the leash of his passions, it would go hard with Richard Brithwood. The latter came up to him with clenched fist. "Now, mark me, you vagabond." Ursula March crossed the room, and caught his arm, her eyes gleaming fire. "Cousin, in my presence this gentleman shall be treated as a gentleman. He was kind to my father." "Curse your father." John's right hand burst free. He clutched the savage by the shoulder. "Be silent, you had better." Brithwood shook off the grasp, turned and struck him. That last fatal insult, which offered from man to man, in those days, could only be wiped out with blood. John staggered. For a moment he seemed as if he would have sprung on his adversary and felled him to the ground. But he did it not. Someone whispered, "He won't fight. He is a Quaker." "No," he said, and stood erect, though he was ghastly pale, and his voice sounded hoarse and strange. "But I am a Christian. I shall not return blow for blow." It was a new doctrine, foreign to the practice, if familiar to the ear, of Christian Norton Bury. No one answered him. All stared at him. One or two sheered off from him with contemptuous smiles. Then Ursula March stretched out her friendly hand. John took it, and grew calm in a moment. There arose a murmur of "Mr. Brithwood is going." "Let him go," Miss March cried, anger still glowing in her eyes. "Not so. It is not right. I will speak to him. May I?" John softly unclosed her detaining hand, and went up to Mr. Brithwood. "Sir, there is no need for you to leave this house. I am leaving it. You and I shall not meet again if I can help it." His proud courtesy, his absolute dignity and calmness, completely overwhelmed his blustering adversary, who gazed open-mouthed, while John made his adieu to the host and to those he knew. The woman gathered round him. A woman's instinct is usually true. Even Lady Caroline, amid a flutter of regrets, declared she did not believe there was a man in the universe who would have borne so charmingly such a degradation. At the word, Miss March fired up. "Madame," she said, in her impetuous young voice, "no insult offered to a man can ever degrade him. The only real degradation is when he degrades himself." John, passing out at the doorway, caught her words. As he quitted the room, no crowned victor ever wore a look more joyful, more proud. After a minute we followed him, the doctor's wife and I. But now the pride and joy had both faded. "Mrs. Jessup, you see I am right," he murmured. "I ought not to have come here. It is a hard world for such as I. I shall never conquer it. Never." "Yes, you will," and Ursula stood by him, with crimson cheek, and eyes no longer flashing, but fearless still. Mrs. Jessup put her arm round the young girl. "I also think you need not dread the world, Mr. Halifax, if you always act as you did tonight. Though I grieve that things should have happened thus, if only for the sake of this, my child." "Have I done any harm? Oh, tell me, have I done any harm?" "No," cried Ursula, with the old impetuosity kindling anew in every feature of her noble face. "You have but showed me what I shall remember all my life, that a Christian only can be a true gentleman." She understood him. He felt she did. Understood him as, if a man be understood by one woman in the world, he, and she too, is strong, safe, and happy. They grasped hands once more, and gazed unhesitatingly into each other's eyes. All human passion for the time being set aside, these two recognized in the other one aim, one purpose, one faith. Something higher than love, something better than happiness. It must have been a blessed moment for both. Mrs. Jessup did not interfere. She had herself known what true love was, if, as gossip said, she had kept constant to our worthy doctor for 30 years. But still she was a prudent woman, not unused to the world. "You must go now," she said, laying her hand gently on John's arm. "I am going. But she, what will she do?" "Never mind me, Jane will take care of me," said Ursula, winding her arms round her old governess, and leaning her cheek down on Mrs. Jessup's shoulder. We had never seen Miss March show fondness, that is, caressing fondness, to any one before. It revealed her in a new light, betraying the depths there were in her nature, infinite depths of softness and of love. John watched her for a minute, a long, wild, greedy minute, then whispered hoarsely to me, "I must go." We made a hasty adieu, and went out together into the night, the cold, bleak night, all blast and storm. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 18. 4 weeks after then, we went on in our usual way. Ursula March living within a stone's throw of us. She had left her cousins, and come to reside with Dr. Jessup and his wife. It was a very hard trial for John. Neither of us were again invited by Mrs. Jessup. We could not blame her. She held a precious charge, and Norton Bury was a horrible place for gossip. Already tale after tale had gone abroad about Miss March's ingratitude to her relations. Already tongue after tongue had repeated, in every possible form of lying, the anecdote of young Halifax and the squire. Had it been young Halifax and Miss March, I truly believe John could not have borne it. As it was, though he saw her constantly, it was always by chance, a momentary glimpse at the window, or a passing acknowledgment in the street. I knew quite well when he had thus met her, whether he mentioned it or not, knew by the wild, troubled look, which did not wear off for hours. I watched him closely, day by day, in an agony of doubt and pain. For though he said nothing, a great change was creeping over the lad, as I still fondly called him. His strength, the glory of a young man, was going from him. He was becoming thin, weak, restless-eyed. That healthy energy and gentle composure which had been so beautiful in him all his life through were utterly lost. "What am I to do with thee, David?" I said to him one evening, when he had come in, looking worse than usual, I knew why, for Ursula and her friend had just passed our house, taking their pleasant walk in the spring twilight. "Thou art very ill, I fear." "Not at all. There is not the least thing the matter with me. Do let me alone." 2 minutes afterwards, he begged my pardon for those sharp-spoken words. "It was not thee that spoke, John," I said. "No, you are right, it was not I. It was a sort of devil that lodges here." He touched his breast. "The chamber he lives in is at times a burning hell." He spoke in a low tone of great anguish. What could I answer? Nothing. We stood at the window, looking idly out. The chestnut trees in the Abbey yard were budding green. There came that faint, sweet sound of children at play, which one hears as the days begin to lengthen. "It's a lovely evening," he said. "John," I looked him in the face. He could not palm off that kind of deceit upon me. "You have heard something about her." "I have," he groaned. "She is leaving Norton Bury." "Thank God," I muttered. John turned fiercely upon me, but only for a moment. Perhaps I, too, ought to say thank God. This could not have lasted long, or it would have made me what I pray his mercy to save me from, or to let me die. Oh, lad, if I could only die!" He bent down over the window-sill, crushing his forehead on his hands. "John," I said, in this depth of despair snatching at an equally desperate hope, "what if, instead of keeping this silence, you were to go to her and tell her all?" "I have thought of that. A noble thought, worthy of a poor prentice lad. Why, 2 several evenings I have been insane enough to walk to Dr. Jessop's door, which I have never entered, and mark you well, they have never asked me to enter since that night. But each time, ere I knocked, my senses came back, and I went home, luckily having made myself neither a fool nor a knave. There was no answer to this either. Alas, I knew as well as he did, that in the eye of the world's common sense, for a young man not 21, a tradesman's apprentice, to ask the hand of a young gentlewoman, uncertain if she loved him, was most utter folly. Also, for a penniless youth to sue a lady with a fortune, even though it was, the Brithwoods took care to publish the fact, smaller than was at first supposed, would, in the eye of the world's honour, be not very much unlike knavery. There was no help, none. "David," I groaned, "I would you had never seen her." "Hush, not a word like that. If you heard all I hear of her, daily, hourly, her unselfishness, her energy, her generous warm heart, it is blessedness even to have known her. She is an angel. No, better than that, a woman. I did not want her for a saint in a shrine. I wanted her as a helpmeet, to walk with me in my daily life, to comfort me, strengthen me, make me pure and good. I could be a good man if I had her for my wife. Now—" He rose and walked rapidly up and down. His looks were becoming altogether wild. "Come, Phineas, suppose we go to meet her up the road, as I meet her almost every day. Sometimes she merely bends and smiles. Sometimes she holds out her little hand, and hopes I am quite well. And then they pass on, and I stand gaping and staring after them like an idiot. There, look, there they are now. Aye, walking leisurely along the other side of the road, talking and smiling to one another, in their own merry familiar way, were Mrs. Jessop and Miss March. They were not thinking of us, not the least. Only just ere they passed our house, Ursula turned slightly round, and looked behind, a quiet, maidenly look, with the smile still lingering on her mouth. She saw nothing, and no one, for John had pulled me from the window, and placed himself out of sight. So turning back again, she went on her way. They both disappeared. Now, Phineas, it is all ended. What do you mean? I have looked on her for the last time. Nay, she is not going yet. But I am, fleeing from the devil and his angels. Hurrah, Phineas, lad, we'll have a merry night. Tomorrow I am away to Bristol, to set sail for America. He wrung my hands with a long, loud, half-mad laugh, and then dropped heavily on a chair. A few hours after, he was lying on my bed, struck down by the first real sickness he had ever known. It was apparently a low, aguish fever, which had been much about Norton Bury since the famine of last year. At least, so Jael said, and she was a wise doctoress, and had cured many. He would have no one else to attend him, seemed terrified at the mere mention of Dr. Jessop. I opposed him not at first, for well I knew, whatever the proximate cause of his sickness might be, its root was in that mental pang which no doctors could cure. so I trusted to the blessed quiet of a sick room, often so healing to misery, to Jael's nursing, and his brother's love. After a few days we called in a physician, a stranger from Coltham, who pronounced it to be this Norton Bury fever, caught through living, as he still persisted in doing, in his old attic, in that unhealthy alley where was Sally Watkins' house. It must have been coming on, the doctor said, for a long time, but it had no doubt reached its crisis. He would be better soon. But he did not get better. Days slid into weeks, and still he lay there, never complaining, scarcely appearing to suffer, except from the wasting of the fever. Yet when I spoke of recovery, he turned his face unto the wall, weary of living. Once, when he had lain thus a whole morning, hardly speaking a word, I began to feel growing palpable the truth which day by day I had thrust behind me as some intangible, impossible dread, that ere now people had died of mere soul-sickness, without any bodily disease. I took up his poor hand that lay on the counterpane. Once, at Enderley, he had regretted its somewhat coarse strength. Now Ursula's own was not thinner or whiter. He drew it back. "Oh, Phineas, lad, don't touch me. Only let me rest." The weak, querulous voice, that awful longing for rest. What if, despite all the physician's assurances, he might be sinking, my friend, my hope, my pride, all my comfort in this life, passing from it and from me into another, where, let me call never so wildly, he could not answer me any more, nor come back to me any more. Oh, God of mercy, if I were to be left in this world without my brother! I had many a time thought over the leaving him, going quietly away when it should please the giver of all breath to recall mine, falling asleep, encompassed and sustained by his love until the last, then a burden no longer, leaving him to work out a glorious life, whose rich web should include and bring to beautiful perfection all the poor broken threads in mine. But now, if this should be all vain, if he should go from me, not I from him, I slid down to the ground, to my knees, and the dumb cry of my agony went up on high. How could I save him? There seemed but one way. I sprung at it, stayed not to think if it were right or wrong, honourable or dishonourable. His life hung in the balance, and there was but one way. Besides, had I not cried unto God for help? I put aside the blind and looked out of the doors. For weeks I had not crossed the threshold. I almost started to find that it was spring. Everything looked lovely in the coloured twilight. A blackbird was singing loudly in the abbey trees across the way. All things were fresh and glowing, laden with the hope of the advancing year. And there he lay on his sick bed, dying. All he said, as I drew the curtain back, was a faint moan. "No light, I can't bear the light, do let me rest." In half an hour, without saying a word to human being, I was on my way to Ursula March. She sat knitting in the summer parlour alone. The doctor was out. Mrs. Jessup I saw down the long garden, bonneted and shawled, busy among her gooseberry bushes, so we were safe. As I have said, Ursula sat knitting, but her eyes had a soft dreaminess. My entrance had evidently startled her, and driven some sweet, shy thought away. But she met me cordially, said she was glad to see me, that she had not seen either of us lately, and the knitting pins began to move quickly again. Those dainty fingers, that soft, tremulous smile, I could have hated her. "No wonder you did not see us, Miss March. John has been very ill, is ill now, almost dying." I hurled the words at her, sharp as javelins, and watched to see them strike. They struck, they wounded, I could see her shiver. "Ill? And no one ever told me?" "You? How could it affect you? To me, now," and my savage words, for they were savage, broke down in a burst of misery. "Nothing in this world to me is worth a straw in comparison with John. If he dies—" I let loose the flood of my misery. I dashed it over her, that she might see it, feel it, that it might enter all the fair and sightly chambers of her happy life, and make them desolate as mine. For was she not the cause? Forgive me, I was cruel to thee, Ursula, and thou wert so good, so kind. She rose, came to me, and took my hand. Hers was very cold, and her voice trembled much. "Be comforted, he is young, and God is very merciful." She could say no more, but sat down, nervously twisting and untwisting her fingers. There was in her looks a wild sorrow, a longing to escape from notice, but mine held her fast, mercilessly, as a snake holds a little bird. She sat cowering, almost like a bird, a poor, broken-winged, helpless little bird, whom the storm has overtaken. Rising, she made an attempt to quit the room. "I will call Mrs. Jessup. She may be of use." "She cannot. Stay." "Further advice, perhaps? Dr. Jessup, you must want help." "None save that which will never come. His bodily sickness is conquered. It is his mind." "Oh, Miss March!" and I looked up at her like a wretch begging for life. "Do you not know of what my brother is dying?" Dying! A long shudder passed over her, from head to foot, but I relented not. Think, a life like his, that might be made a blessing to all he loves, to all the world, is to be sacrificed thus? It may be, I do not say it will, but it may be. While in health he could fight against this which I must not speak of, but now his health is gone, he cannot rally. Without some change, I see clearly, even I, who love him better than any one can love him. She stirred a little here. Far better, I repeated, for while John does not love me best, he to me is more than any one else in the world. Yet even I have given up hope, unless, but I have no right to say more. There was no need. She began to understand. A deep, soft red, sunrise color, dawned over her face and neck, nay, tinged her very arms, her delicate, bare arms. She looked at me once, just once, with a mute but keen inquiry. "It is the truth, Miss March. Aye, ever since last year. You will respect it. You shall respect it?" She bent her head in acquiescence. That was all. She had not uttered a single syllable. Her silence almost drove me wild. What? Not one word? Not one ordinary message from a friend to a friend, one who is lying ill, too? Still silence. "Better so," I cried, made desperate at last. "Better, if it must be, that he should die and go to the God who made him. Aye, made him, as you shall yet see, too noble a man to die for any woman's love." I left her where she sat, and went my way. Of the hours that followed, the less I say the better. My mind was in a tumult of pain, in which right and wrong were strangely confused. I could not decide, I can scarcely decide now, whether what I had done ought to have been done. I only know that I did it under an impulse so sudden and impetuous that it seemed to me like the guidance of Providence. All I could do afterwards was to trust the result where we say we trust all things, and yet are forever disquieting ourselves in vain. We have little faith. I have said, and I say again, that I believe every true marriage, of which there's probably one in every 5,000 of conjugal unions, is brought about by heaven, and heaven only, and that all human influence is powerless either to make or to mar that happy end. Therefore, to heaven I left this marriage, if such it was destined to be. And so, after a season, I calmed myself enough to dare entering that quiet sick chamber, where no one ever entered but Jael and me. The old woman met me at the door. "Come in, Phineas. I do think there is a change." A change! That awful word! I staggered rather than walked to John's bedside. Aye, there was a change, but not that one, which made my blood run cold in my veins even to think of. Thank God evermore for his great mercies, not that change. John was sitting up in bed. New life shone in his eyes, in his whole aspect. Life, and, no, not hope, but something far better, diviner. "Phineas, how tired you look! It is time you were in bed." The old way of speaking, the old natural voice as I had not heard it for weeks. I flung myself by the bedside. Perhaps I wept outright. God knows. It is thought a shame for a man to weep. Yet one man wept, and that, too, was over his friend, his brother. "You must not grieve over me any more, dear lad. Tomorrow, please God, I mean to be quite well again." Amidst all my joy, I marvelled over what could be the cause of so miraculous a change. "You would smile if I told you. Only a dream." No, I did not smile, for I believed in the ruler of all our spirits, sleeping or waking. A dream so curious that I have scarcely lost the impression of it yet. Do you know, Phineas, she has been sitting by me, just where you sit now? She? Ursula. If I could express the tone in which he uttered the word, which had never fallen from his lips before, it was always either Miss March, or the impersonal form used by all lovers to disguise the beloved name, Ursula, spoken as no man speaks any woman's name, save the one which is the music of his heart, which he foresees shall be the one fireside tune of his life, ever familiar, yet ever sweet. Yes, she sat there talking. She told me she knew I loved her so much that I was dying for her, that it was very wrong, that I must rise up and do my work in the world. Do it for heaven's sake, not for hers. That a true man should live, and live nobly for the woman he loves. It is only a coward who dies for her. I listened, wonder-struck, for these were the very words that Ursula March might have uttered, the very spirit that seemed to shine in her eyes that night, the last night she and John spoke to one another. I asked him if there was any more of the dream. Nothing clear. I thought we were on the flat at Enderley, and I was following her. Whether I reached her or not I cannot tell, and whether I ever shall reach her I cannot tell. But this I know, Phineas, I will do as she bade me. I will arise and walk. And so he did. He slept quietly as an infant all that night. Next morning I found him up and dressed, looking like a spectre indeed, but with health, courage, and hope in his eyes. Even my father noticed it, when at dinner-time, with Jael's help, poor old Jael, how proud she was, John crawled downstairs. "Why, thee art picking up, lad. Thee'lt be a man again in no time." "I hope so, and a better man than ever I was before." "Thee might be better, and thee might be worse. Anyhow, we couldn't do without thee, John. Hey, Phineas, who's been meddling with my spectacles?" The old man turned his back upon us, and busily read his newspaper, upside down. We never had a happier meal in our house than that dinner. In the afternoon my father stayed at home, a rare thing for him to do. Nay, more, he went and smoked his peaceful pipe in the garden. John lay on an extempore sofa, made of 3 of our high-backed chairs and the window-sill. I read to him, trying to keep his attention, and mine too, solely to the Great Plague of London and Daniel Defoe, when, just as I was stealthily glancing at his face, fancying it looked whiter and more sunken, that his smile was fading, and his thoughts were wandering, Jael burst in. "John Halifax, there be a woman asking for thee." "No, John, no need for that start, that rush of impetuous blood to thy poor thin cheek, as if there were but one woman in all the world. No, it was only Mrs. Jessup." At sight of him, standing up, tall and gaunt, and pale, the good lady's eyes brimmed over. "You have been very ill, my poor boy. Forgive me, but I am an old woman, you know. Lie down again." With gentle force she compelled him, and sat down by his side. "I had no idea. Why did you not let us know, the doctor and me? How long have you been ill?" "I am quite well now. I am indeed. I shall be about again tomorrow. Shall I not, Phineas?" And he looked eagerly to me for the confirmation. I gave it, firmly and proudly. I was glad she should know it, glad she should see that the priceless jewel of his heart would not lie tossing in the mire because a haughty girl scorned to wear it, glad that she might one day find out there lived not the woman of whom John Halifax was not worthy. "But you must be very careful of yourself, indeed." "He will, Mrs. Jessup, or if not, he has many to take care of him, many to whom his life is most precious and most dear." I spoke, perhaps more abruptly than I ought to have spoken to that good old lady, but her gentle answer seemed at once to understand and forgive me. "I well believe that, Mr. Fletcher, and I think Mr. Halifax hardly knows how much we all esteem him." And with a kind motherly gesture she took John's hand. "You must make haste and get well now. My husband will come and see you tomorrow. For Ursula," here she carefully busied herself in the depths of her pocket, "my dear child sends you this." It was a little note, unsealed. The superscription was simply his name, in her clear, round, fair handwriting, John Halifax. His fingers closed over it convulsively. She is very kind." The words died away. The hand which grasped, for more than a minute, the unopened letter, trembled like an aspen leaf. "Yes, hers is a grateful nature," observed Mrs. Jessup, sedulously looking at and speaking to me. "I would not wish it otherwise. I would not wish her to forget those whose worth she proved in her season of trouble." I was silent. The old lady's tongue likewise failed her. She took off her glove, wiped a finger across each eyelash, and sat still. "Have you read your little note, Mr. Halifax?" No answer. "I will take your message back. She told me what she had said to you." Aye, all the world might have read those simple lines. "My dear friend, I did not know till yesterday that you had been ill. I have not forgotten how kind you were to my poor father. I should like to come and see you, if you would allow me. Yours sincerely, Ursula March." This was all the note. I saw it, more than 30 years afterwards, yellow and faded, in the corner of his pocket-book. Well, what shall I say to my child? Say," he half rose, struggling to speak, "ask her to come." He turned his head towards the window, and the sunshine glittered on 2 great drops, large as a child's tear. Mrs. Jessup went away, and now for a long hour we waited, scarcely moving. John lay, his eyes sometimes closed, sometimes fixed dreamily on the bit of blue sky that shone out above the iron railings between the abbey trees. More than once they wandered to the little letter, which lay buried in his hands. He felt it there. That was enough. My father came in from the garden, and settled to his afternoon doze. But I think John hardly noticed him. Nor I, my poor old father. Yet we were all young once. Let youth enjoy its day. At length Ursula came. She stood at the parlour door, rosy with walking, a vision of youth and candid innocence, which blushed not, nor had need to blush, at any intent or act that was sanctified by the law of God, and by her own heart. John rose to meet her. They did not speak, but only clasped hands. He was not strong enough for disguises now. In his first look she might have seen, have felt, that I had told her the truth. For hers, but it dropped down, as Ursula March's clear glance had never dropped before. Then I knew how all would end. Jael's voice broke in sharply. "Abel Fletcher, the doctor's wife is wanting thee down in the kitchen garden, and she says her green gooseberries bean't half as big as our'n." My father awoke, rubbed his eyes, became aware of a lady's presence, rubbed them again, and sat staring. John led Ursula to the old man's chair. "Mr. Fletcher, this is Miss March, a friend of mine, who, hearing I was ill, out of her great kindness—" His voice faltered. Miss March added, in a low tone, with downcast eyelids, "I am an orphan, and he was kind to my dear father." Abel Fletcher nodded, adjusted his spectacles, eyed her all over, and nodded again, slowly, gravely, with a satisfied inspection. His hard gaze lingered, and softened while it lingered, on that young face, whereon was written simplicity, dignity, truth. "If thee be a friend of John's, welcome to my house. Wilt thee sit down?" Offering his hand, with a mixture of kindness and ceremonious grace that I had never before seen in my Quaker father, he placed her in his own armchair. How well I remember her sitting there, in her black silk pelisse, trimmed with the white fur she was so fond of wearing, and her riding hat, the soft feathers of which drooped on her shoulder, trembling as she trembled, for she did tremble very much. Gradually the old man's perception opened to the facts before him. He ceased his sharp scrutiny, and half smiled. "Wilt thee stay and have a dish of tea with us?" So it came to pass, I hardly remember how, that in an hour's space our parlour beheld the strangest sight it had beheld since. Ah, no wonder that when she took her place at the table's foot, and gave him his dish of tea with her own hand, her pretty ringed lady's hand, my old father started, as if it had been another than Miss March who was sitting there. No wonder that, more than once, catching the sound of her low, quiet, gentlewoman-like speech, different from any female voices here, he turned round suddenly, with a glance, half scared, half eager, as if she had been a ghost from the grave. But Mrs. Jessup engaged him in talk, and, woman-hater as he was, he could not resist the pleasantness of the doctor's little wife. The doctor, too, came in after tea, and the old folk all settled themselves for a cosy chat, taking very little notice of us three. Miss March sat at a little table near the window, admiring some hyacinths that Mrs. Jessup had brought us. A wise present, for all Norton Bury knew that if Abel Fletcher had a soft place in his heart, it was for his garden and his flowers. These were very lovely, in colour and scent delicious to one who had been long ill. John lay looking at them and at her, as if, oblivious of past and future, his whole life were absorbed into that one exquisite hour. For me, where I sat I do not clearly know, nor probably did anyone else. "There," said Miss March to herself, in a tone of almost childish satisfaction, as she arranged the last hyacinth to her liking. "They are very beautiful," I heard John's voice answer, with a strange trembling in it. "It is growing too dark to judge of colours, but the scent is delicious, even here." "I could move the table closer to you." "Thank you, let me do it. Will you sit down?" She did so, after a very slight hesitation, by John's side. Neither spoke, but sat quietly there, with the sunset light on their two heads, softly touching them both, and then as softly melting away. "There is a new moon to-night," Miss March remarked, appositely and gravely. "Is there? Then I have been ill a whole month, for I remember noticing it through the trees the night when—" He did not say what night, and she did not ask. To such a very unimportant conversation as they were apparently holding, my involuntary listening could do no harm. "You will be able to walk out soon, I hope," said Miss March again. "Norton Bury is a pretty town." John asked, suddenly, "Are you going to leave it?" "Not yet. I do not know for certain. Perhaps not at all. I mean," she added hurriedly, "that being independent, and having entirely separated from, and given up by, my cousins, I prefer residing with Mrs. Jessup altogether." "Of course. Most natural." The words were formally spoken, and John did not speak again for some time. "I hope," said Ursula, breaking the pause, and then stopping, as if her own voice frightened her. "What do you hope?" "That long before this moon has grown old, you will be quite strong again." "Thank you. I hope so, too. I have need for strength, God knows." He sighed heavily. "And you will have what you need, so as to do your work in the world. You must not be afraid." "I am not afraid. I shall bear my burthen like other men. Every one has some inevitable burthen to bear." "So I believe." And now the room darkened so fast that I could not see them, but their voices seemed a great way off, as the children's voices playing at the old well-head used to sound to me when I lay under the brow of the flat, in the dim twilights at Enderley. "I intend," John said, "as soon as I am able, to leave Norton Bury, and go abroad for some time." "Where?" "To America. It is the best country for a young man who has neither money, nor kindred, nor position. Nothing, in fact, but his own right hand with which to carve out his own fortunes, as I will, if I can." She murmured something about this being quite right. "I'm glad you think so." But his voice had resumed that formal tone, which ever and anon mingled strangely with its low, deep tenderness. "In any case, I must quit England. I have reasons for doing so." "What reasons?" The question seemed to startle John. He did not reply at once. "If you wish I will tell you, in order that, should I ever come back, or if I should not come back at all, you who were kind enough to be my friend will know I did not go away from mere youthful recklessness, or love of change." He waited, apparently for some answer, but it came not, and he continued, "I am going because there has befallen me a great trouble, which while I stay here I cannot get free from, or overcome. I do not wish to sink under it. I had rather, as you said, do my work in the world, as a man ought. No man has a right to say unto his Maker, 'My burthen is heavier than I can bear.' Do you not think so?" "I do." "Do you not think I am right in thus meeting, and trying to conquer, an inevitable ill?" "Is it inevitable?" "Hush," John answered wildly. "Don't reason with me. You cannot judge. You do not know. It is enough that I must go. If I stay, I shall become unworthy of myself. Unworthy of forgive me, I have no right to talk thus, but you called me friend, and I would like you to think kindly of me always. Because, and his voice shook, broke down utterly, God love thee and take care of thee, wherever I may go." "John, stay!" It was but a low, faint cry, like that of a little bird, but he heard it, felt it. In the silence of the dark she crept up to him, like a young bird to its mate, and he took her into the shelter of his love for evermore. At once all was made clear between them, for whatever the world might say, they were in the sight of heaven equal, and she received as much as she gave. When Jael brought in lights, the room seemed to me, at first, all in a wild dazzle. Then I saw John rise, and Miss March with him. Holding her hand, he led her across the room. His head was erect, his eyes shining, his whole aspect that of a man who declares before all the world, "This is my own." "Eh?" said my father, gazing at them from over his spectacles. John spoke brokenly. "We have no parents, neither she nor I. Bless her, for she has promised to be my wife." And the old man blessed her with tears. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 19. "I hardly like taking thee out on this wet day, Phineas, but it is a comfort to have thee." Perhaps it was, for John was bent on a trying errand. He was going to communicate to Mr. Brithwood of the Myth, Ursula's legal guardian and trustee, the fact that she had promised him her hand, him, John Halifax, the tanner. He did it, nay, insisted upon doing it, the day after he came of age, and just 1 week after they had been betrothed, this 19th of June, 1801. We reached the iron gate of the Mythe House. John hesitated a minute, and then pulled the bell with a resolute hand. "Do you remember the last time we stood here, John?" "I do, well." But soon the happy smile faded from his lips, and left them pressed together in a firm, almost painful gravity. He was not only a lover, but a man, and no man could go to meet what he knew he must meet in this house, and on this errand, altogether unmoved. One might foresee a good deal, even in the knowing side glance of the servant, whom he startled with his name, Mr. Halifax. "Mr. Brithwood's busy, sir. Better come to-morrow," suggested the man, evidently knowing enough upon his master's affairs. "I am sorry to trouble him, but I must see Mr. Brithwood to-day." And John determinedly followed the man into the grand empty dining-room, where on crimson velvet chairs we sat and contemplated the great stag's head with its branching horns, the silver flagons and tankards, and the throstles hopping outside across the rainy lawn, at our full leisure too, for the space of 15 minutes. "This will not do," said John, quietly enough, though this time it was with a less steady hand that he pulled the bell. "Did you tell your master I was here?" "Yes, sir," and the grin with which the footman came in somehow slid away from his mouth's corners. "How soon may I have the honour of seeing him?" "He says, sir, you must send up your business by me." John paused, evidently subduing something within him, something unworthy of Ursula's lover, of Ursula's husband that was to be. "Tell your master my business is solely with himself, and I must request to see him. It is important, say, or I would not thus intrude upon his time." "Very well, sir." Ere long, the man brought word that Mr. Brithwood would be at liberty, for 5 minutes only, in the justice room. We were led out, crossing the courtyard once more, where, just riding out, I saw 2 ladies, one of whom kissed her hand gaily to John Halifax, to the magistrate's office. There, safely separated from his own noble mansion, Mr. Brithwood administered justice. In the outer room a stout young fellow, a poacher probably, sat heavily ironed, sullen and fierce, and by the door a girl with a child in her arms, and, God pity her, no ring on her finger, stood crying. Another ill-looking fellow, maudlin drunk, with a constable by him, called out to us as we passed, for a drop o' beer. These were the people whom Richard Brithwood, Esquire, magistrate for the county of had to judge and punish, according to his own sense of equity and his knowledge of his country's law. He sat behind his office table, thoroughly magisterial, dictating so energetically to his clerk behind him that we had both entered, and John had crossed the room, before he saw us, or seemed to see. "Mr. Brithwood." "Oh, Mr. Halifax, good morning." John returned the salutation, which was evidently meant to show that the giver bore no grudge, that indeed it was impossible so dignified a personage as Richard Brithwood, Esquire, in his public capacity too, could bear a grudge against so inferior an individual as John Halifax. "I should be glad, sir, of a few minutes' speech with you." Certainly, speak on," and he lent a magisterial ear. "Excuse me, my business is private," said John, looking at the clerk. "No business is private here," returned the squire, haughtily. "Then shall I speak with you elsewhere? But I must have the honour of an interview with you, and immediately." Whether Mr. Brithwood was seized with some indefinite alarm, he himself best knew why, or whether John's manner irresistibly compelled him to civility, as the stronger always compels the weaker, I cannot tell, but he signed to the clerk to leave the room. "And Jones, send back all the others to the lock-up house till to-morrow. Bless my life, it's near 3 o'clock. They can't expect to keep a gentleman's dinner waiting, these low fellows." I suppose this referred only to the culprits outside. At all events, we chose to take it so. "Now, you, sir, perhaps you'll despatch your business, the sooner the better." "It will not take long. It's a mere matter of form, which nevertheless I felt it my duty to be the first to inform you. Mr. Brithwood, I have the honour of bearing a message to you from your cousin, Miss Ursula March." "She's nothing to me. I never wish to see her face again. The vixen! You will be kind enough, if you please, to avoid all such epithets, at least in my hearing. Your hearing. And pray, who are you, sir? You know quite well who I am. Ah, yes, and how goes the tanning? Any offers in the horseflesh line? Always happy to meet you in the way of business. But what can you possibly have to do with me, or with any member of my family? John bit his lip. The squire's manner was extremely galling, more so perhaps in its outside civility than any gross rudeness. Mr. Brithwood, I was not speaking of myself, but of the lady whose message I have the honour to bring you. That lady, sir, has chosen to put herself away from her family, and her family can hold no further intercourse with her, said the squire, loftily. I am aware of that, was the reply, with at least equal hauteur. Are you? And pray what right may you have to be acquainted with Miss March's private concerns? The right, which indeed was the purport of her message to you, that in a few months I shall become her husband. John said this very quietly, so quietly that, at first, the squire seemed hardly to credit his senses. At last he burst into a hoarse laugh. Well, that is the best joke I ever did hear. Pardon me, I am perfectly serious. Bah, how much money do you want, fellow? A pretty tale. You'll not get me to believe it. Ha, ha, she wouldn't be so mad. To be sure, women have their fancies, as we know, and you're a likely young fellow enough. But to marry you— John sprang up, his whole frame quivering with fury. Take care, sir. Take care how you insult my wife. He stood over the wretch, the cowardly, shrinking wretch. He did not touch him, but he stood over him till, terrified out of his life, Richard Brithwood gasped out some apology. Sit down, pray sit down again. Let us proceed in our business. John Halifax sat down. So, my cousin is your wife, I think you were saying. She will be, some months hence. We were engaged a week ago, with the full knowledge and consent of Dr. and Mrs. Jessup, her nearest friends. And of yours? asked Mr. Brithwood, with as much sarcasm as his blunt wits could furnish him. I have no relatives. So I always understood. And that being the case, may I ask the meaning of the visit? Where are your lawyers, your marriage settlements, hey? I say, young man, ha, ha, I should like to know what you can possibly want with me, Miss March's trustee. Nothing whatever. Miss March, as you are aware, is by her father's will left perfectly free in her choice of marriage, and she has chosen. But since, under certain circumstances, I wish to act with perfect openness, I came to tell you, as her cousin and the executor of this will, that she is about to become my wife. And he lingered over that name, as if its very utterance strengthened and calmed him. May I inquire into those certain circumstances? asked the other, still derisively. You know them already. Miss March has a fortune, and I have none. And though I wish that difference were on the other side, though it might and did hinder me from seeking her, yet now she is sought and won, it shall not hinder my marrying her. Likely not, sneered Mr. Brithwood. John's passion was rising again. I repeat, it shall not hinder me. The world may say what it chooses. We follow a higher law than the world, she and I. She knows me. She is not afraid to trust her whole life with me. Am I to be afraid to trust her? Am I to be such a coward as not dare to marry the woman I love, because the world might say I married her for her money? He stood, his clenched hand resting on the table, looking full into Richard Brithwood's face. The squire sat dumbfounded at the young man's vehemence. Your pardon, John added, more calmly. Perhaps I owe her some pardon, too, for bringing her name thus into discussion. But I wish to have everything clear between myself and you, her nearest relative. You now know exactly how the matter stands. I will detain you no longer. I have nothing more to say. But I have, roared the squire, at length recovering himself, seeing his opponent had quitted the field. Stop a minute. John paused at the door. Tell Ursula March she may marry you, or any other vagabond she pleases. It's no business of mine. But her fortune is my business, and it's in my hands, too. Might's right, and possession's 9/10 of the law. Not one penny shall she get out of my fingers as long as I can keep hold of it. John bowed, his hand still on the door. As you please, Mr. Brithwood. That was not the subject of our interview. Good morning. And we were away. Recrossing the iron gates, and out into the open road, John breathed freely, That's over. All is well. Do you think what he threatened is true? Can he do that? Very likely. Don't let us talk about that. And he walked on lightly, as if a load were taken off his mind, and body and soul leaped up to meet the glory of the summer sunshine, the freshness of the summer air. Oh, what a day is this, after the rain, too! How she will enjoy it! And coming home through Norton Bury, we met her, walking with Mrs. Jessup. No need to dread that meeting now. Yet she looked up, questioning through her blushes. Of course he had told her where we were going to-day, her who had a right to know every one of his concerns now. Yes, dear, all is quite right. Do not be afraid. Afraid, indeed! Not the least fear was in those clear eyes. Nothing but perfect content, perfect trust. John drew her arm through his. Come, we need not mind Norton Bury now, he said, smiling. So they two walked forward, talking, as we could see, earnestly and rather seriously to one another, while Mrs. Jessup and I followed behind. Bless their dear hearts, said the old lady, as she sat resting on the stile of a bean-field. Well, we have all been young once. Not all, good Mrs. Jessup, thought I. Not all. Yet, surely it was most pleasant to see them, as it is to see all true lovers, young lovers, too, in the morning of their days. Pleasant to see written on every line of their happy faces the blessedness of nature's law of love. Love began in youth time, sincere and pure, free from all sentimental shams, or follies, or shames. Love mutually plighted, the next strongest bond to that in which it will end, and is meant to end, God's holy ordinance of marriage. We came back across the fields to tea at Mrs. Jessup's. It was John's custom to go there almost every evening, though certainly he could not be said to go a courting. Nothing could be more unlike it than his demeanour, or indeed the demeanour of both. They were very quiet lovers, never making much of one another before folk, no whispering in corners or stealing away down garden walks, no public show of caresses whose very sweetness must consist in their entire sacredness, at least I should think so. No coquettish exactions, no testing of either's power over the other, in those perilous small quarrels which may be the renewal of passion, but are the death of true love. No, our young couple were well behaved always. She sat at her work, and he made himself generally pleasant, falling in kindly to the Jessups' household ways. But whatever he was about, at Ursula's lightest movement, at the least sound of her voice, I could see him lift a quiet glance, as if always conscious of her presence, her who was the delight of his eyes. To-night, more than ever before, this soft, invisible link seemed to be drawn closer between them, though they spoke little together, and even sat at opposite sides of the table. But whenever their looks met, one could trace a soft, smiling interchange, full of trust and peace and joy. He had evidently told her all that had happened to-day, and she was satisfied. More, perhaps, than I was, for I knew how little John would have to live upon, besides what means his wife brought him. But that was their own affair, and I had no business to make public my doubts or fears. We all sat round the tea-table, talking gaily together, and then John left us, reluctantly enough, but he always made a point of going to the tan-yard for an hour or two, in my father's stead, every evening. Ursula let him out at the front door. This was her right, silently claimed, which nobody either jested at or interfered with. When she returned, and perhaps she had been away a minute or two longer than was absolutely necessary, there was a wonderful brightness on her young face, though she listened with a degree of attention, most creditable in its gravity, to a long dissertation of Mrs. Jessup's on the best and cheapest way of making jam and pickles. You know, my dear, you ought to begin and learn all about such things now. Yes, said Miss March, with a little droop of the head. I assure you, turning to me, she comes every day into the kitchen. Never mind, my dear, one can say anything to Mr. Fletcher. And what lady need be ashamed of knowing how a dinner is cooked, and a household kept in order? Nay, she should rather be proud. I know John thinks so. At this answer of mine, Ursula half smiled, but there was a colour in her cheek, and a thoughtfulness in her eyes, deeper than any that our conversation warranted or occasioned. I was planning how to divert Mrs. Jessup from the subject, when it was broken at once by a sudden entrance, which startled us all like a flash of lightning. Stole away, as my husband would say. Here have I come in the dusk, all through the streets to Dr. Jessup's very door. How is she? Where is she, ma petite? Caroline! Ah, come forward. I haven't seen you for an age." And Lady Caroline kissed her on both cheeks in her lively French fashion, which Ursula received patiently, and returned. No, I will not be certain whether she returned it or not. "Pardon, how do you do, Mrs. Jessup, my dear woman? What trouble I have had in coming! Are you not glad to see me, Ursula?" "Yes, very," in that sincere voice which never either falsified or exaggerated a syllable. "Did you ever expect to see me again?" "No, certainly I did not. And I would almost rather not see you now, if Richard Brithwood did not approve of it? Bah, what notions you always had of marital supremacy! So, ma chérie, you are going to be married yourself, I hear?" "Yes." "Why, how quietly you seem to take it! The news perfectly electrified me this morning. I always said that young man was un héros des romans. Ma foi, this is the prettiest little episode I ever heard of. Just King Cophetua and the beggar maid, only reversed. How do you feel, my Queen Cophetua?" "I do not quite understand you, Caroline." "Neither should I you, for the tale seems incredible. Only you gave me such an honest yes, and I know you never tell even white lies. But it can't be true, at least not certain. A little affaire de coeur, maybe. Ah, I had several before I was 20. Very pleasant, chivalrous, romantic, and all that, and such a brave young fellow, too. Alas, love is sweet at your age," with a little sigh. "But marriage! My dear child, you are not surely promised to this youth?" "I am." "How sharply you say it! Nay, don't be angry. I liked him greatly. A very pretty fellow. But then he belongs to the people." "So do I." "Naughty child, you will not comprehend me. I mean the lower orders, the bourgeoisie. My husband says he is a tanner's prentice boy." "He was apprentice. He is now partner in Mr. Fletcher's tan yard." "That is nearly as bad. And so you are actually going to marry a tanner?" "I am going to marry Mr. Halifax. We will, if you please, cease to discuss him, Lady Caroline." "La belle sauvage!" laughed the lady, and in the dusk I fancied I saw her reach over to pat Ursula's hand in her careless, pretty way. "Nay, I meant no harm." "I am sure you did not, but we will change the subject." "Not at all. I came to talk about it. I couldn't sleep till I had. Je t'aime bien, tu le sais, ma petite Ursula." "Thank you," said Ursula gently. "And I would like well to see you married. Truly, we women must marry, or be nothing at all. But as to marrying for love, as we used to think of, and as charming poets make believe, my dear, nowadays, nous avons changé tout cela." Ursula replied nothing. "I suppose my friend the young bourgeois is very much in love with you. With les beaux yeux de votre cassette." "Richard swears, but I know better. What of that? All men say they love one, but it will not last. It burns itself out. It will be over in a year, as we wives all know. Do we not, Mrs. Jessup? Ah, she is gone away." Probably they thought I was away too, or else they took no notice of me, and went talking on. "Jane would not have agreed with you, Cousin Caroline. She loved her husband very dearly when she was a girl. They were poor, and he was afraid to marry, so he let her go. That was wrong, I think." "How wise we are growing in these things now," laughed Lady Caroline. "But come, I am not interested in old turtle-doves. Say about yourself." "I have nothing more to say." "Nothing more? Mon Dieu, are you aware that Richard is furious, that he vows he will keep every sou he has of yours, law or no law, for as long as ever he can? He declared so this morning. Did young Halifax tell you?" "Mr. Halifax has told me." "Mr. Halifax! How proudly she says it! And are you still going to be married to him?" "Yes." "What? A bourgeois, a tradesman, with no more money than those sort of people usually have, I believe. You, who have had all sorts of comforts, have always lived as a gentlewoman. Truly, though I adore a love marriage in theory, practically I think you are mad. Quite mad, my dear." "Do you?" "And he, too. Verily, what men are, especially men in love. All selfish together. Caroline! Isn't it selfish to drag a pretty creature down and make her a drudge, a slave, a mere poor man's wife?" "She is proud of being such," burst in the indignant young voice. "Lady Caroline, you may say what you like to me, You were kind always, and I was fond of you. But you shall not say a word against Mr. Halifax. You do not know him. How could you?" "And you do? Ah, ma petite, we all think that, till we find out to the contrary. And so he urges you to be married at once, rich or poor, at all risks, at all costs. How lover-like! How like a man! I guess it all. Half beseeches, half persuades." "He does not," and the girl's voice was sharp with pain. "I would not have told you, but I must for his sake. He asked me this afternoon if I was afraid of being poor, if I would like to wait and let him work hard alone till he could give me a home like that I was born to. He did, Caroline." "And you answered?" "No, 1,000 times no. He will have a hard battle to fight. Would I let him fight it alone, when I can help him, when he says I can?" "Ah, child, you that know nothing of poverty, how can you bear it?" "I will try." "You that never ruled a house in your life." "I can learn." "Ciela, 'tis wonderful, and this young man has no friends, no connections, no fortune, only himself." "Only himself," said Ursula, with a proud contempt. "Will you tell me, my dear, why you marry him?" "Because," and Ursula spoke in low tones, that seemed wrung out of her almost against her will, "because I honour him, because I trust him, and, young as I am, I have seen enough of the world to be thankful that there is in it one man whom I can trust, can honour, entirely. Also, though I am often ashamed lest this be selfish, because when I was in trouble he helped me, when I was misjudged he believed in me, when I was sad and desolate he loved me, and I am proud of his love, I glory in it. No one shall take it from me, no one will, no one can, unless I cease to deserve it." Lady Caroline was silent. Despite her will, you might hear a sigh breaking from some deep corner of that light, frivolous heart. "Bien, chaque a son goût. But you have never stated one trifle, not unnecessary perhaps, though most married folk get on quite well without it. Honour, trust, pshaw! My child, do you love Mr. Halifax?" No answer. "Nay, why be shy? In England, they say, and among the people, no offence, ma petite, one does sometimes happen to care for the man one marries. Tell me, for I must be gone. Do you love him? One word, whether or no." Just then the light coming in showed Ursula's face, beautiful with more than happiness, uplifted even with a religious thankfulness, as she said simply, "John knows." Chapter 20 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 20. In the late autumn, John married Ursula March. He was 21, and she 18. It was very young, too young perhaps, prudent folk might say. And yet sometimes I think a double blessing falls on unions like this. A right and holy marriage, a true love marriage, be it early or late, must be, sanctified and happy. Yet those have the best chance of happiness, who, meeting on the very threshold of life, enter upon its duties together, with free, fresh hearts, easily moulded the one to the other, rich in all the riches of youth, acute to enjoy, brave and hopeful to endure. Such were these two. God bless them. They were married quite privately, neither having any near kindred. Besides, John held strongly the opinion that so solemn a festival as marriage is only desecrated by outward show. And so, one golden autumn morning, Ursula walked quietly up the Abbey aisle in her plain white muslin gown, and she and John plighted their faithful vows, no one being present except the Jessops and I. Then they went away for a brief holiday, went away without either pomp or tears, entirely happy, husband and wife together. When I came home and said what had happened, my good father seemed little surprised. He had expressly desired not to be told anything of the wedding till all was over. He hated marriages. "But since it is done, maybe 'tis as well," said he, grimly. "She seems a kindly young thing, wise even, for a woman." "And pleasant too, father." "Ay, but favour is deceitful and beauty vain. So the lad's gone," and he looked round, as if missing John, who had lived in our house ever since his illness. I thought as much when he bade me good night, and asked my leave to take a journey. So he's married and gone. Come, Phineas, sit thee down by thy old father. I am glad thee wilt always remain a bachelor. We settled ourselves, my father and I, and while the old man smoked his meditative pipe, I sat thinking of the winter evenings when we two lads had read by the fireside, the summer days when we had lounged on the garden wall. He was a married man now, the head of a household. Others had a right, the first, best, holiest right, to the love that used to be all mine. And though it was a marriage entirely happy and hopeful, though all that day and every day I rejoiced both with and for my brother, still it was rather sad to miss him from our house, to feel that his boyish days were quite over, that his boyish place would know him no more. But of course I had fully overcome, or at least suppressed, this feeling when, John having brought his wife home, I went to see them in their own house. I had seen it once before. It was an old dwelling-house, which my father bought with a flour mill, situated in the middle of the town, the front windows looking on the street, the desolate garden behind shut in by 4 brick walls. A most unbridal-like abode. I feared they would find it so, even though John had been busy there the last 2 months, in early mornings and late evenings, keeping a comical secrecy over the matter, as if he were jealous that anyone but himself should lend an eye, or put a finger, to the dear task of making ready for his young wife. They could not be great preparations, I knew, for the third of my father's business promised but a small income. Yet the gloomy outside being once past, the house looked wonderfully bright and clean, the walls and doors newly painted and delicately stenciled. "Master did all that himself," observed the proud little handmaid, Jenny, Jem Watkins' sweetheart. I had begged the place for her myself of Mistress Ursula. Though only a few rooms were furnished, and that very simply, almost poorly, all was done with taste and care, the colours well mingled, the woodwork graceful and good. They were out gardening, John Halifax and his wife. Ay, his wife. He was a husband now. They looked so young, both of them, he kneeling, planting box edging, she standing by him with her hand on his shoulder, the hand with the ring on it. He was laughing at something she had said, thy very laugh of old, David. Neither heard me come till I stood close by. Phineas, welcome, welcome! He wrung my hand fervently, many times. So did Ursula, blushing rosy red. They both called me brother, and both were as fond and warm as any brother and sister could be. A few minutes after, Ursula, Mrs. Halifax, as I said I ought to call her now, slipped away into the house, and John and I were left together. He glanced after his wife till she was out of sight, played with the spade, threw it down, placed his 2 hands on my shoulders, and looked hard in my face. He was trembling with deep emotion. "Art thou happy, David?" "Ay, lad, almost afraid of my happiness. God make me worthy of it, and of her." He lifted his eyes upwards. There was in them a new look, sweet and solemn, a look which expressed the satisfied content of a life now rounded and completed by that other dear life which it had received into and united with its own, making a full and perfect whole, which, however kindly and fondly it may look on friends and kindred outside, has no absolute need of any, but is complete in and sufficient to itself, as true marriage should be. A look, unconsciously fulfilling the law, God's own law, that a man shall leave father and mother, brethren and companions, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they two shall become one flesh. And although I rejoiced in his joy, still I felt half sadly for a moment. The vague, fine line of division, which was thus for evermore drawn between him and me, of no fault on either side, and of which he himself was unaware. It was but the right and natural law of things, the difference between the married and unmarried, which only the latter feel, which perhaps the Divine One meant them to feel, that out of their great solitude of this world may grow a little inner Eden, where they may hear his voice, walking in the garden in the cool of the day. We went round John's garden. There was nothing Eden-like about it, being somewhat of a waste still, divided between ancient cabbage beds, empty flower beds, and great old orchard trees, very thinly laden with fruit. "We'll make them bear better next year," said John hopefully. "We may have a very decent garden here in time." He looked round his little domain with the eye of a master, and put his arm, half proudly, half shyly, round his wife's shoulders. She had sidled up to him, ostensibly bringing him a letter, though possibly only for an excuse, because in those sweet early days they naturally liked to be in each other's sight continually. It was very beautiful to see what a demure, soft, meek matronliness had come over the high spirit of the nut-brown maid. "May I read?" she said, peeping over him. "Of course you may, little one," a comical pet name for him to give her, who was anything but small. I could have smiled, remembering the time when John Halifax bowed to the stately and dignified young gentlewoman who stood at Mrs. Todd's door. To think he should ever have come to call Miss Ursula March little one. But this was not exactly a time for jesting, since on reading the letter I saw the young wife flush an angry red, and then look grave, until John, crumpling up the paper and dropping it almost with a boyish frolic into the middle of a large rosemary bush, took his wife by both her hands and gazed down into her troubled face, smiling. "You surely don't mind this, love. We knew it all before. It can make no possible difference." "No, but it is so wrong, so unjust. I never believed he dared do it to you." "Hear her, Phineas. She thinks nobody dare do anything ill to her husband, not even Richard Brithwood. He is a Hush, dear, we will not talk about him, since for all his threats he can do us no harm, and poor man, he will never be half as happy as we." That was true. So Mr. Brithwood's insulting letter was left to moulder harmlessly away in the rosemary bush, and we all walked up and down the garden, talking over 1,000 plans for making ends meet in that little household. To their young hopefulness, even poverty itself became a jest, and was met cheerfully, like an honest, hard-featured, hard-handed friend, whose rough face was often kindly, and whose harsh grasp made one feel the strength of one's own. "We mean," John said gaily, "to be 2 living essays on the advantages of poverty. We are not going to be afraid of it, or ashamed of it. We don't care who knows it. We consider that our respectability lies solely in our 2 selves." "But your neighbours?" "Our neighbours may think of us exactly what they like. Half the sting of poverty is gone when one keeps house for one's own comfort, and not for the comments of one's neighbours." "I should think not," Ursula cried, tossing back her head in merry defiance. "Besides, we are young, we have few wants, and we can easily reduce our wants to our havings." "And no more grey silk gowns?" said her husband, half fondly, half sadly. "You will not be so rude as to say I shall not look equally well in a cotton one? And as for being happy in it, why, I know best." He smiled at her once more, that tender, manly smile which made all soft and lustrous the inmost depths of his brown eyes. Truly, no woman need be afraid, with a smile like that, to be the strength, the guidance, the sunshine of her home. We went in, and the young mistress showed us her new home. We investigated and admired all, down to the very scullery. Then we adjourned to the sitting-room, the only one, and after tea Ursula arranged her books, some on stained shelves, which she proudly informed me were of John's own making, and some on an old spinet, which he had picked up, and which, he said, was of no other use than to hold books, since she was not an accomplished young lady, and could neither sing nor play. "But you don't dislike the spinet, Ursula? It caught my fancy. Do you know, I have a faint remembrance that once, on such a thing as this, my mother used to play." He spoke in a low voice. Ursula stole up to him with a fond, awed look. "You never told me anything about your mother." "Dear, I had little to tell. Long ago you knew whom you were going to marry, John Halifax, who had no friends, no kindred, whose parents left him nothing but his name." "And you cannot remember them?" "My father not at all, my mother very little." "And have you nothing belonging to them?" "Only one thing. Should you like to see it?" "Very much." She still spoke slowly, and with slight hesitation. "It was hard for him not to have known his parents," she added, when John had left the room. "I should like to have known them too. But still, when I know him—" She smiled, tossed back the coronet of curls from her forehead, her proud, pure forehead, that would have worn a coronet of jewels more meekly than it now wore the unadorned honour of being John Halifax's wife. I wished he could have seen her. That minute he reappeared. "Here, Ursula, is all I have of my parents. No one has seen it, except Phineas there, until now." He held in his hand the little Greek Testament which he had showed me years before. Carefully, and with the same fond, reverent look as when he was a boy, he undid the case, made of silk, with ribbon strings, doubtless a woman's work. It must have been his mother's. His wife touched it, softly and tenderly. He showed her the fly-leaf. She looked over the inscription, and then repeated it aloud. Guy Halifax, gentleman. I thought. Her manner betrayed a pleased surprise. She would not have been a woman, especially a woman reared in pride of birth, not to have felt and testified the like pleasure for a moment. You thought that I was only a labourer's son, or nobody's? Well, does it signify? No, she cried, as clinging round his neck and throwing her head back, she looked at him with all her heart in her eyes. No, it does not signify. Were your father the king on his throne, or the beggar in the streets, it would be all the same to me. You would still be yourself, my husband, my John Halifax. God bless thee, my own wife that he has given me, John murmured, through his close embrace. They had altogether forgotten anyone's presence, dear souls, so I kept them in that happy oblivion by slipping out to Jenny in the kitchen, and planning with her how we could at least spare Jem Watkins 2 days a week to help in the garden, under Mr. Halifax's orders. Only, Jenny, smiled I, with a warning finger, no idling and chattering. Young folk must work hard if they want to come to the happy ending of your master and mistress. The little maid grew the colour of her swain's pet peonies, and promised obedience. Conscientious Jem there was no fear of. All the rosy-cheeked damsels in Christendom would not have turned him aside from one iota of his duty to Mr. Halifax. Thus there was love in the parlour and love in the kitchen. But I verily believe the young married couple were served all the better for their kindness and sympathy to the humble pair of sweethearts in the rank below them. John walked home with me, a pleasure I had hardly expected, but which was insisted upon by both him and Ursula. For from the very first of her betrothal there had been a thorough brother and sisterly bond established between her and me. Her womanly, generous nature would have scorned to do what, as I have heard, many young wives do, seek to make coldness between her husband and his old friends. No, secure in her riches, in her rightful possession of his whole heart, she took into hers everything that belonged to John, every one he cared for, to be forever held sacred and loved, being his, and therefore her own. Thus we were the very best of friends, my sister Ursula and me. John and I talked a little about her, of her rosy looks, which he hoped would not fade in their town dwelling, and of good Mrs. Todd's wonderful delight at seeing her, when last week they had stayed 2 days in the dear old cottage at Enderley. But he seemed slow to speak about his wife, or to dilate on a joy so new that it was hardly to be breathed on, lest it might melt into air. Only when, as we were crossing the street, a fine equipage passed, he looked after it with a smile. Grey ponies, she is so fond of long-tailed grey ponies. Poor child, when shall I be able to give her a carriage? Perhaps some day. Who knows? He turned the conversation, and began telling me about the cloth mill, his old place of resort, which he had been over once again when they were at Rose Cottage. And do you know, while I was looking at the machinery, a notion came into my head that instead of the great water wheel, you remember it might be worked by steam. What sort of steam? Phineas, your memory is no better, I see. Have you forgotten my telling you how, last year, some Scotch engineer tried to move boats by steam on the Forth and Clyde Canal? Why should not the same power be turned to account in a cloth mill? I know it could. I have got the plan of the machinery in my head already. I made a drawing of it last night, and showed it to Ursula. She understood it directly. I smiled. And I do believe, by common patience and skill, a man might make his fortune with it at those Enderley cloth mills. Suppose you try, I said in half jest, and was surprised to see how seriously John took it. I wish I could try, if it were only practicable. Once or twice I have thought it might be. The mill belongs to Lord Luxmore. His steward works it. Now, if one could get to be a foreman or overseer. Try, you can do anything you try. No, I must not think of it. She and I have agreed that I must not, said he, steadily. It's my weakness, my hobby, you know. But no hobbies now. Above all, I must not, for a mere fancy, give up the work that lies under my hands. What of the tan yard, Phineas? My father missed you, and grumbled after you a good deal. He looks anxious, I think. He vexes himself more than he needs about business. Don't let him. Keep him as much at home as you can. I'll manage the tan yard. You know, and he knows too, that everything which can be done for us all I shall do. I looked up, surprised at the extreme earnestness of his manner. Surely, John. Nay, there is nothing to be uneasy about, nothing more than there has been for this year past. All trade is bad just now. Never fear, we'll weather the storm. I'm not afraid. Cheerfully as he spoke, I began to guess, what he already must have known, that our fortunes were as a slowly leaking ship, of which the helm had slipped from my old father's feeble hand. But John had taken it. John stood firm at the wheel. Perhaps, with God's blessing, he might guide us safe to land. I had not time to say more, when with its pretty grey ponies, the curricle once more passed our way. 2 ladies were in it. One leaned out and bowed. Presently a lackey came to beg Mr. Halifax would come and speak with Lady Caroline Brithwood. "Shall you go, John?" "Certainly, why not?" And he stepped forward to the carriage side. "Ah, delighted to see mon beau cousin. This is he, Emma," turning to the lady who sat by her. Oh, what a lovely face that lady had! No wonder it drove men mad. Ay, even that brave man in whose honest life can be chronicled only this one sin of being bewitched by her. John caught the name. Perhaps, too, he recognized the face. It was only too public, alas! His own took a sternness, such as I had never before seen. And yet there was a trace of pity in it, too. "You are quite well. Indeed, he looks so. N'est-ce pas, ma chérie?" John bore gravely the eyes of the 2 ladies fixed on him, in rather too plain admiration. Very gravely, too, he bowed. "And what of our young bride, our treasure that we stole? Nay, it was quite fair, quite fair. How is Ursula?" "I thank you. Mrs. Halifax is well." Lady Caroline smiled at the manner, courteous through all its coldness, which not ill became the young man. But she would not be repelled. "I am delighted to have met you. Indeed, we must be friends. One's friends need not always be the same as one's husband's. Eh, Emma? You will be enchanted with our fair bride. We must both seize the first opportunity, and come as disguised princesses to visit Mrs. Halifax. Again, let me thank you, Lady Caroline, but—" "No buts. I am resolved. Mr. Brithwood will never find it out. And if he does, why he may. I like you both. I intend us to be excellent friends, whenever I chance to be at Norton Bury. Don't be proud, and reject me. There's good people, the only good people I ever knew, who were not disagreeable." And leaning on her large ermine muff, she looked right into John's face, with the winning sweetness which nature, not courts, lent to those fair features, already beginning to fade, already trying to hide by art their painful, premature decay. John returned the look, half sorrowfully. It was so hard to give back harshness to kindliness. But a light laugh from the other lady caught his ear, and his hesitation, if hesitation he had felt, was over. "No, Lady Caroline, it cannot be. You will soon see yourself that it cannot. Living as we do, in the same neighbourhood, we may meet occasionally by chance, and always, I hope, with kindly feeling. But under present circumstances, indeed under any circumstances, intimacy between your house and ours would be impossible." Lady Caroline shrugged her shoulders with a pretty air of pique. "As you will. I never trouble myself to court the friendship of any one. Le jeu ne vaut pas la chandelle." "Do not mistake me," John said earnestly. "Do not suppose I am ungrateful for your former kindness to my wife. But the difference between her and you, between your life and hers, is so extreme." Vraiment, with another shrug and smile, rather a bitter one. "Our 2 paths lie wide apart, and that my wife should ever enter yours, glancing from one to the other of those 2 faces, painted with false roses, lit by false smiles. No, Lady Caroline," he added firmly, "it is impossible." She looked mortified for a moment, and then resumed her gaiety, which nothing could ever banish long. "Hear him, Emma, so young and so unkindly. Mais nous verrons. You will change your mind. Au revoir, mon beau cousin." They drove off quickly, and were gone. "John, what will Mrs. Halifax say?" "My innocent girl, thank God she is safe away from them all, safe in a poor man's honest breast." He spoke with much emotion. "Yet, Lady Caroline, did you see who sat beside her? That beautiful woman?" "Poor soul, alas for her beauty! Phineas, that was Lady Hamilton." He said no more, nor I. At my own door he left me, with his old merry laugh, his old familiar grasp of my shoulder. "Lad, take care of thyself, though I'm not by to see. Remember, I am just as much thy tyrant as if I were living here still." I smiled, and he went his way to his own quiet, blessed, married home. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Halifax, Gentleman by Dinah Craik. Chapter 21. The winter and spring passed calmly by. I had much ill health, and could go out very little. But they came constantly to me, John and Ursula, especially the latter. During this illness, when I learned to watch longingly for her kind face, and listen for her cheerful voice talking pleasantly and sisterly beside my chair, she taught me to give up Mrs. Halifax and call her Ursula. It was only by slow degrees I did so, truly, for she was not one of those gentle creatures whom, married or single, one calls instinctively by their Christian names. Her manner in girlhood was not exactly either meek or gentle, except towards him, the only one who ever ruled her, and to whom she was, through life, the meekest and tenderest of women. To everyone else she comported herself, at least in youth, with a dignity and decision, a certain stand-offishness, so that, as I said, it was not quite easy to speak to or think of her as Ursula. Afterwards, when seen in the light of a new character, for which heaven destined and especially fitted her, and in which she appeared altogether beautiful, I began to give her another name, but it will come by and by. In the long midsummer days, when our house was very quiet and rather dreary, I got into the habit of creeping over to John's home, and sitting for hours under the apple trees in his garden. It was now different from the wilderness he found it. The old trees were pruned and tended, and young ones planted. Mrs. Halifax called it proudly our orchard, though the top of the tallest sapling could be reached with her hand. Then, in addition to the indigenous cabbages, came along rows of white-blossomed peas, big-headed cauliflowers, and all vegetables easy of cultivation. My father sent contributions from his celebrated gooseberry bushes, and his wall fruit, the pride of Norton Bury. Mrs. Jessup stocked the borders from her great parterres of sweet-scented common flowers, so that, walled in as it was, and in the midst of a town likewise, it was growing into a very tolerable garden. Just the kind of garden that I love, half trim, half wild, fruits, flowers, and vegetables living in comfortable equality and fraternity, none being too choice to be harmed by their neighbors, none esteemed too mean to be restricted in their natural profusion. Oh, dear old-fashioned garden, full of sweet williams and white nancies, and larkspur and London pride, and yard-wide beds of snowy saxifrage, and tall, pale evening primroses, and hollyhocks 6 or 7 feet high, many tinted from yellow to darkest ruby color, while for scents, large blushing cabbage roses, pinks, and gillyflowers, with here and there a great bush of southern wood, or rosemary, or a border of thyme, or a sweetbriar hedge, a pleasant garden, where all colors and perfumes were blended together, aye, even a stray dandelion that stood boldly up in his yellow waistcoat, like a young country bumpkin, who feels himself a decent lad in his way, or a plant of wild majorum that had somehow got in and kept meekly in a corner of the bed, trying to turn into a respectable cultivated herb. Dear old garden, such as one rarely sees nowadays. I would give the finest modern pleasure ground for the like of thee. This was what John's garden became. Its every inch and every flower still live in more memories than mine, and will for a generation yet. But I am speaking of it when it was young, like its gardeners. These were Mrs. Halifax and her husband, Jem and Jenny. The master could not do much, he had long, long hours in his business. But I used to watch Ursula, morning after morning, superintending her domain, with her faithful attendant Jem. Jem adored his missus. Or else, when it was hot noon, I used to lie in their cool parlor, and listen to her voice and step about the house, teaching Jenny or learning from her, for the young gentlewoman had so much to learn, and was not ashamed of it either. She laughed at her own mistakes and tried again, and never was idle or dull for a minute. She did a great deal in the house herself. Often she would sit chatting with me, having on her lap a coarse brown pan, shelling peas, slicing beans, picking gooseberries. Her fingers, Miss March's fair fingers, looked fairer for the contrast with their unaccustomed work. Or else, in the summer evenings, she would be at the window sewing, always sewing, but so placed that with one glance she could see down the street where John was coming. Far, far off she always saw him, and at the sight her whole face would change and brighten, like a meadow when the sun comes out. Then she ran to open the door, and I could hear his low "my darling," and a long, long pause in the hall. They were very, very happy in those early days, those quiet days of poverty, when they visited nobody and nobody visited them, when their whole world was bound by the dark old house and garden with its 4 high walls. One July night, I remember, John and I were walking up and down the paths by starlight. It was very hot weather, inclining one to stay without doors half the night. Ursula had been with us a good while, strolling about on her husband's arm. Then he had sent her in to rest, and we two remained out together. How soft they were, those faint, misty summer stars! What a mysterious, perfumy haze they let fall over us! A haze through which all around seemed melting away in delicious intangible sweetness, in which the very sky above our heads, the shining, world-besprinkled sky, was a thing felt rather than seen. "How strange all seems, how unreal," said John in a low voice, when he had walked the length of the garden in silence. "Phineas, how very strange it seems." "What seems?" "What? Oh, everything." He hesitated a minute. "No, not everything, but something which to me seems now to fill and be mixed up with all I do or think or feel. Something you do not know, but tonight Ursula said I might tell you." Nevertheless, he was several minutes before he told me. "This pear tree is full of fruit, is it not? How thick they hang, and yet it seems but yesterday that Ursula and I were standing here trying to count the blossoms." He stopped, touching a branch with his hand. His voice sank so I could hardly hear it. "Do you know, Phineas, that when this tree is bare, we shall, if with God's blessing all goes well, we shall have a little child?" I wrung his hand in silence. "You cannot imagine how strange it feels. A child, hers and mine, little feet to go pattering about our house, a little voice to say, 'Think, that by Christmas time I shall be a father!'" He sat down on the garden bench and did not speak for a long time. "I wonder," he said at last, "if, when I was born, my father was as young as I am, whether he felt as I do now. You cannot think what an awful joy it is to be looking forward to a child, a little soul of God's giving, to be made fit for his eternity. How shall we do it? We that are both so ignorant, so young. She will only be just 19 when, please God, her baby is born. Sometimes, of an evening, we sit for hours on this bench, she and I, talking of what we ought to do, and how we ought to rear the little thing, until we fall into silence, awed at the blessing that is coming to us. God will help you both, and make you wise. We trust he will, and then we are not afraid." A little while longer I sat by John's side, catching the dim outline of his face, half uplifted, looking towards those myriad worlds, which we are taught to believe, and do believe, are not more precious in the Almighty's sight than one living human soul. But he said no more of the hope that was coming, or of the thoughts which, in the holy hush of that summer night, had risen out of the deep of his heart. And though after this time they never again formed themselves into words, yet he knew well that not a hope, or joy, or fear of his, whether understood or not, could be unshared by me. In the winter, when the first snow lay on the ground, the little one came. It was a girl. I think they had wished for a son, but they forgot all about it when the tiny maiden appeared. She was a pretty baby, at least all the womenkind said so, from Mrs. Jessup down to J.L., who left our poor house to its own devices and trod stately in Mrs. Halifax's, exhibiting to all beholders the mass of white draperies with the infinitesimal human morsel inside them, which she vehemently declared was the very image of its father. For that young father— But what can I say? How should I tell of the joy of a man over his firstborn? I did not see John till a day afterwards, when he came into our house, calm, happy, smiling. But Jael told me that when she first placed his baby in his arms he had wept like a child. The little maiden grew with the snowdrops. Winter might have dropped her out of his very lap, so exceedingly fair, pale, and pure-looking was she. I had never seen, or at least never noticed, any young baby before, but she crept into my heart before I was aware. I seemed to have a clear remembrance of all the data in her still and quiet infancy, from the time her weak old fingers, with their tiny pink nails, a ludicrous picture of her father's hand in little, made me smile as they closed over mine. She was named Muriel, after the rather peculiar name of John's mother. Her own mother would have it so, only wishing out of her full heart, happy one, that there should be a slight alteration made in the second name. Therefore the baby was called Muriel Joy Halifax. That name, beautiful, sacred, and never to be forgotten among us, I write it now with tears. In December 1804 she was born, our Muriel, and on February 9th, alas! I have need to remember the date, she formally received her name. We all dined at John's house, Dr. and Mrs. Jessup, my father, and I. It was the first time my father had taken a meal under any roof but his own for 20 years. We had not expected him, since, when asked and entreated, he only shook his head. But just when we were all sitting down to the table, Ursula at the foot, her cheeks flushed, and her lips dimpling with a housewifely delight that everything was so nice and neat, she startled us by a little cry of pleasure, and there in the doorway stood my father. His broad figure, but slightly bent even now, his smooth-shaven face, withered, but of a pale brown still, the stainless white kerchief supporting his large chin, his Quaker's hat in one hand, his stick in the other, looking in at us, a half-amused twitch mingling with the gravity of his mouth. Thus he stood. Thus I see thee, O my dear old father. The young couple seemed as if they never could welcome him enough. He only said, I thank thee, John, I thank thee, Ursula, and took his place beside the latter, giving no reason why he had changed his mind and come. Simple as the dinner was, simple as befitted those who, their guests knew, could not honestly afford luxuries, though there were no ornaments save the center nosegay of laurustinus and white Christmas roses, I do not think King George himself ever sat down to a nobler feast. Afterwards we drew merrily around the fire, or watched outside the window the thickly falling snow. It has not snowed these 2 months, said John, never since the day our little girl was born. And at that moment, as if she heard herself mentioned, and was indignant at our having forgotten her so long, the little maid upstairs sent up a cry, that unmistakable child's cry which seems to change the whole atmosphere of a household. My father gave a start. He had never seen or expressed a wish to see John's daughter. We knew he did not like babies. Again the little helpless wail. Ursula rose and stole away. Abel Fletcher looked after her with a curious expression, then began to say something about going back to the tan-yard. Do not, pray do not leave us, John entreated. Ursula wants to show you our little lady. My father put out his hands in deprecation, or as if desiring to thrust from him a host of thronging, battling thoughts. Still came faintly down at intervals the tiny voice, dropping into a soft coo of pleasure, like a wood-dove in its nest. Every mother knows the sound. And then Mrs. Halifax entered, holding in her arms her little winter flower, her baby daughter. Abel Fletcher just looked at it and her, closed his eyes against both, and looked no more. Ursula seemed pained a moment, but soon forgot it in the general admiration of her treasure. "She might well come in a snowstorm," said Mrs. Jessup, taking the child. "She is just like snow, so soft and white." "And as soundless. She hardly ever cries. She just lies in this way, half the day over, cooing quietly, with her eyes shut. There, she has caught your dress fast. Now, was there ever a 2-months-old baby so quick at noticing things? And she does it all with her fingers. She touches everything. Ah, take care, doctor," the mother added reproachfully, at a loud slam of the door which made the baby tremble all over. "I never knew a child so susceptible of sounds," said John, as he began talking to it and soothing it. How strange it was to see him, and yet it seemed quite natural already. "I think even now she knows the difference between her mother's voice and mine, and any sudden noise always startles her in this way." "She must have astonishingly quick hearing," said the doctor, slightly annoyed. Ursula wisely began to talk of something else, showed Muriel's eyelashes, very long for such a baby, and descanted on the color of her eyes, that fruitful and never-ending theme of mothers and friends. "I think they are like her father's. Yes, certainly like her father's. But we have not many opportunities for judging, for she is such a lazy young damsel, she hardly ever opens them. We should often fancy her asleep, but for that little soft coo. And then she will wake up all of a sudden. There now, do you see her? Come to the window, my beauty, and show Dr. Jessup your bonny brown eyes." They were bonny eyes, lovely in shape and color, delicately fringed, but there was something strange in their expression, or rather in their want of it. Many babies have a round, vacant stare, but this was no stare, only a wide, full look, a look of quiet blankness, an unseeing look. It caught Dr. Jessup's notice. I saw his air of vexed dignity change into a certain anxiety. "Well, whose are they like, her father's or mine? His, I hope. It will be the better for her beauty. Nay, we'll excuse all compliments." I can't exactly tell. I could judge better by candlelight." "We'll have candles." "No, no. Had we not better put it off altogether, till another day? I'll call in tomorrow and look at her eyes." His manner was hesitating and troubled. John noticed it. "Love, give her to me. Go and get us lights, will you?" When she was gone, John took his baby to the window, gazed long and intently into her little face, then at Dr. Jessup. "Do you think, no, it's not possible, that there can be anything the matter with the child's eyes?" Ursula, coming in, heard the last words. "What was that you said about baby's eyes?" No one answered her. All were gathered in a group at the window, the child being held on her father's lap, while Dr. Jessup was trying to open the small white lids, kept so continually closed. At last the baby uttered a little cry of pain. The mother darted forward, and clasped it almost savagely to her breast. "I will not have my baby hurt. There is nothing wrong with her sweet eyes. Go away. You shall not touch her, John." "Love." She melted at that low, fond word, leaning against his shoulder, trying to control her tears. "It shocked me so, the bare thought of such a thing. Oh, husband, don't let her be looked at again." "Only once again, my darling. It is best. Then we shall be quite satisfied. Phineas, give me the candle." The words, caressing, and by a strong constraint made calm and soothing, were yet firm. Ursula resisted no more, but let him take Muriel, little, unconscious, cooing dove. Lulled by her father's voice, she once more opened her eyes wide. Dr. Jessup passed the candle before them many times, once so close that it almost touched her face, but the full, quiet eyes never blenched nor closed. He set the light down. "Doctor," whispered the father, in a wild appeal against, it was against certainty. He snatched the candle and tried the experiment himself. "She does not see at all. Can she be blind?" "Born blind." Yes, those pretty baby eyes were dark, quite dark. There was nothing painful or unnatural in their look, save perhaps the blankness of gaze which I have before noticed. Outwardly their organization was perfect, but in the fine inner mechanism was something wrong, something wanting. She never had seen, never would see, in this world. Blind. The word was uttered softly, hardly above a breath, yet the mother heard it. She pushed everyone aside and took the child herself. Herself, with a desperate incredulity, she looked into those eyes, which never could look back either her agony or her love. Poor mother! "John! John! Oh, John!" The name rising into a cry, as if he could surely help her. He came and took her in his arms, took both, wife and babe. She laid her head on his shoulder in bitter weeping. "Oh, John, it is so hard! Our pretty one, our own little child!" John did not speak, but only held her to him, close and fast. When she was a little calmer, he whispered to her the comfort, the sole comfort even her husband could give her, through whose will it was that this affliction came. "And it is more an affliction to you than it will be to her, poor pet," said Mrs. Jessup, as she wiped her friendly eyes. "She will not miss what she never knew. She may be a happy little child. Look how she lies and smiles." But the mother could not take that consolation yet. She walked to and fro, and stood rocking her baby, mute indeed, but with tears falling in showers. Gradually her anguish wept itself away, or was smothered down, lest it should disturb the little creature asleep on her breast. Someone came behind her and placed her in the armchair gently. It was my father. He sat down by her, taking her hand. "Grieve not, Ursula. I had a little brother who was blind. He was the happiest creature I ever knew." My father sighed. We all marveled to see the wonderful softness, even tenderness, which had come into him. "Give me thy child for a minute." Ursula laid it across his knees. He put his hand solemnly on the baby breast. "God bless this little one. Aye, and she shall be blessed." These words, spoken with as full assurance as the prophetic benediction of the parting patriarchs of old, struck us all. We looked at little Muriel as if the blessing were already upon her, as if the mysterious touch, which had scaled up her eyes forever, had left on her a sanctity like as of one who had been touched by the finger of God. "Now, children, I must go home," said my father. They did not detain us. It was indeed best that the poor young parents should be left alone. "Will you come again soon?" begged Ursula, tenderly clasping the hand which he had laid upon her curls as he rose with another murmured, "God bless thee." "Perhaps, we never know. Be a good wife to thy husband, my girl, and John, never be thou harsh to her, nor too hard upon her little failings. She is but young, but young." He sighed again. It was plain to see he was thinking of another than Ursula. As we walked down the street, he spoke to me only once or twice, and then of things which startled me by their strangeness. Things which had happened a long time ago, sayings and doings of mine in my childhood, which I had not the least idea he had either known of or remembered. When we got indoors, I asked if I should come and sit with him until his bedtime. "No, no, thee looks tired, and I have a business letter to write. Better go to thy bed as usual." I bade him good night, and was going, when he called me back. "How old art thee, Phineas? 24 or 5? "25, father." "Eh, so much?" He put his hand on my shoulder, and looked down at me kindly, even tenderly. "Thee art but weakly still, but thee must pick up and live to be as old a man as thy father. Good night. God be with thee, my son." I left him. I was happy. Once I had never expected my old father and I would have got on together so well, or loved one another so dearly. In the middle of the night Jael came into my room and sat down on my bed's foot, looking at me. I had been dreaming strangely about my own childish days, and about my father and mother when we were young. What Jael told me by slow degrees, and as tenderly as when she was my nurse years ago, seemed at first so unreal as to be like a part of the dream. At 10 o'clock, when she locked up the house, she had come as usual to the parlor door to tell my father it was bedtime. He did not answer, being sitting with his back to the door, apparently busy writing. So she went away. Half an hour afterwards she came again. He sat there still. He had not moved. One hand supported his head. The other, the fingers stiffly holding the pen, lay on the table. He seemed intently gazing on what he had written. It ran thus: "Good friend, tomorrow I shall be—" But there the hand had stopped, forever. Oh, dear father, on that tomorrow thou wert with God. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by David Barnes. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 22. It was the year 1812. I had lived for 10 years as a brother in my adopted brother's house, whither he had brought me on the day of my father's funeral, entreating that I should never leave it again. For, as was shortly afterwards made clear, fate, say Providence, was now inevitably releasing him from a bond from which, so long as my poor father lived, John would never have released himself. It was discovered that the profits of the tanning trade had long been merely nominal, that of necessity, for the support of our two families, the tan-yard must be sold, and the business confined entirely to the flour mill. At this crisis, as if the change of all things broke her stout old heart, which never could bend to any new ways, Jael died. We laid her at my father's and mother's feet. Poor old Jael, and that graveyard in St. Mary's Lane now covered over all who loved me, all who were of my youth day, my very own. So thought I, or might have thought, but that John and Ursula then demanded with one voice, "Brother, come home." I resisted long, for it is one of my decided opinions that married people ought to have no one, be the tie ever so close and dear, living permanently with them, to break the sacred duality, no, let me say the unity of their home. I wished to try and work for my living, if that were possible. If not, that out of the wreck of my father's trade might be found enough to keep me, in some poor way. But John Halifax would not hear of that, and Ursula, she was sitting sewing while the little one lay on her lap, cooing softly with shut eyes. Ursula took my hand to play with Muriel's. The baby's fingers closed over mine. "See there, Phineas, she wants you too." So I stayed. Perhaps it was on this account that better than all his other children, better than anything on earth except himself, I loved John's eldest daughter, little blind Muriel. He had several children now. The dark old house and the square town garden were alive with their voices from morning till night. First, and loudest always, was Guy, born the year after Muriel. He was very like his mother, and her darling. After him came two more, Edwin and Walter, but Muriel still remained as sister, the only sister either given or desired. If I could find a name to describe that child, it would be not the one her happy mother gave her at her birth, but one more sacred, more tender. She was better than joy. She was an embodied peace. Her motions were slow and tranquil, her voice soft, every expression of her little face extraordinarily serene. Whether creeping about the house, with a footfall silent as snow, or sitting among us, either knitting busily at her father's knee, or listening to his talk and the children's play, everywhere and always Muriel was the same. No one ever saw her angry, restless, or sad. The soft, dark calm in which she lived seemed never broken by the troubles of this our troublous world. She was, as I have said, from her very babyhood, a living peace, and such she was to us all during those 10 struggling years when our household had much to contend with, much to endure. If at night her father came home jaded and worn, sickened to the soul by the hard battle he had to fight daily, hourly, with the outside world, Muriel would come softly and creep into his bosom, and he was comforted. If, busying herself about, doing faithfully her portion too, that the husband, when he came in of evenings, might find all cheerful, and never know how heavy had been the household cares during the day, if, at times, Ursula's voice took too sharp a tone, at sight of Muriel it softened at once. No one could speak any but soft and sweet words when the blind child was by. Yet I think either parent would have looked amazed had any one pitied them for having a blind child. The loss, a loss only to them and not to her, the darling, became familiar and ceased to wound. The blessedness was ever new. Ay, and she shall be blessed, had said my dear father. So she was. From her, or for her, her parents never had to endure a single pain. Even the sicknesses of infancy and childhood, of which the 3 others had their natural share, always passed her by, as if in pity. Nothing ever ailed Muriel. The spring of 1812 was an era long remembered in our family. Scarlet fever went through the house, safely but leaving much care behind. When at last they all came round and we were able to gather our pale little flock to a garden feast under the big old pear tree, it was with the trembling thankfulness of those who have gone through great perils, hardly dared to be recognized as such till they were over. "Ay, thank God it is over," said John, as he put his arm round his wife and looked in her worn face, where still her own smile lingered, her bright, brave smile that nothing could ever drive away. "And now we must try and make a little holiday for you." "Nonsense! I'm as well as possible. Did not Dr. Jessup tell me this morning I was looking younger than ever? I, a mother of a family, 30 years old. Pray, Uncle Phineas, do I look my age?" I could not say that she did not, especially now, but she wore it so gracefully, so carelessly, that I saw, ay, and truly her husband saw, a sacred beauty about her jaded cheek, more lovely and lovable than all the bloom of her youth. Happy woman, who was not afraid of growing old. Love, John usually called her Love, putting at the beginning of a sentence as if it had been her natural Christian name, which, as in all infant households, had been gradually dropped or merged into the universal title of Mother. My name for her was always emphatically the Mother, the truest type of motherhood I ever knew. "Love," her husband began again, after a long look in her face. "Ah, John, thine was altered too, but himself was the last thing he thought of. Say what you like, I know what we'll do, for the children's sake. Ah, that's her weak point, see, Phineas, she's yielding now. We'll go for 3 months to Longfield." Now Longfield was the utopia of our family, old and young. A very simple family we must have been, for this Longfield was only a small farmhouse, about 6 miles off, where once we had been to tea, and where ever since we had longed to live. For, pretty as our own domain had grown, it was still in the middle of a town, and the children, like all naturally reared children, craved after the freedom of the country, after cornfields, hayfields, nuttings, blackberryings, delights hitherto known only at rare intervals, when their father could spare a whole long day, and be at once the sun and the shield of the happy little band. "Hearken, children, father says we shall go for 3 whole months to live at Longfield." The 3 boys set up a shout of ecstasy. "I'll swim boats down the stream, and catch and ride every one of the horses. Hurrah!" shouted Guy. "And I'll see after the ducks and chickens, and watch all the threshing and winnowing," said Edwin, the practical and grave. "And I'll get a ickle 'am to play with me," lisped Walter, still the baby, or considered such, and petted accordingly. "But what does my little daughter say?" said the father, turning, as he always turned, at the slightest touch of those soft blind fingers, creeping along his coat sleeve. "What will Muriel do at Longfield?" "Muriel will sit all day and hear the birds sing." "So she shall, my blessing." He often called her his blessing, which in truth she was. To see her now leaning her cheek against his, the small soft face almost a miniature of his own, the hair a paler shade of the same bright colour, curling in the same elastic rings, they looked less like ordinary father and daughter than like a man and his good angel, the visible embodiment of the best half of his soul. So she was ever to him, this child of his youth, his firstborn and his dearest. The Longfield plan once being started, father and mother and I began to consult together as to ways and means, what should be given up and what increased of our absolute luxuries, in order that the children might this summer, possibly every summer, have the glory of living in the country. Of these domestic consultations there was never any dread, for they were always held in public. There were no secrets in our house. Father and mother, though sometimes holding different opinions, had but one thought, one aim, the family good. Thus, even in our lowest estate, there had been no bitterness in our poverty. We met it, looked it in the face, often even laughed at it, for it bound us all together, hand in hand. It taught us endurance, self-dependence, and, best of all lessons, self-renunciation. I think one's whole afterlife is made easier and more blessed by having known what it was to be very poor when one was young. Our fortunes were rising now, and any little pleasure did not take near so much contrivance. We found we could manage the Longfield visit, I and a horse for John to ride to and fro, without any worse sacrifice than that of leaving Jenny, now Mrs. Jem Watkins, but our cook still, in the house at Norton Bury, and doing with one servant instead of two. Also, though this was not publicly known till afterwards, by the mother's renouncing a long-promised silk dress, the only one since her marriage, in which she had determined to astonish John by choosing the same colour as that identical grey gown he had seen hanging up in the kitchen at Enderley. But one would give up anything, she said, that the children might have such a treat, and that father might have rides backwards and forwards through green lanes all summer. Oh, how I wish we could always live in the country. Do you? And John looked, much as he had looked at long-tailed grey ponies in his bridegroom days, longing to give her everything she desired. Well, perhaps we may manage it sometime. When our ship comes in, namely that money which Richard Brithwood will not pay, and John Halifax will not go to law to make him. Nay, father dear, I'm not going to quarrel with any one of your crotchets. She spoke with fond pride, as she did always, even when arguing against the too quixotic carrying out of the said crotchets. Perhaps, as the reward of forbearance, the money will come some day when we least expect it. Then John shall have his heart's desire, and start the cloth mills at Enderley. John smiled, half sadly. Every man has a hobby. This was his, and had been for 15 years. Not merely the making of fortune, as he still firmly believed it could be made, but the position of useful power, the wide range of influence, the infinite opportunities of doing good. No, love, I shall never be patriarch of the valley, as Phineas used to call it. The yew hedge is too thick for me, eh, Phineas? No, cried Ursula. We had told her this little incident of our boyhood. You have got half through it already. Everybody in Norton Bury knows and respects you. I'm sure, Phineas, you might have heard a pin fall at the meeting last night, when he spoke against hanging the Luddites. And such a shout as rose when he ended. Oh, how proud I was! Of the shout, love? Nonsense, but of the cause of it. Proud to see my husband defending the poor and the oppressed, proud to see him honoured and looked up to, more and more every year, till it may come at last to the prophecy in your birthday verse, her husband is known in the gates, he sitteth among the elders of the land. Mrs. Halifax laughed at me for reminding her of this, but allowed that she would not dislike its being fulfilled. And it will be too. He is already known in the gates, known far and near. Think how many of our neighbours come to John to settle their differences instead of going to law, and how many poachers has he not persuaded out of their dishonest, illegal, corrected John, well, their illegal ways, and made decent, respectable men of them. Then see how he is consulted and his opinion followed by rich folk as well as poor folk all around the neighbourhood. I'm sure John is as popular and has as much influence as many a member of Parliament. John smiled with an amused twitch about his mouth, but he said nothing. He rarely did say anything about himself, not even in his own household. The glory of his life was its unconsciousness. Like our own silent Severn, however broad and grand its course might be, that course seemed the natural channel into which it flowed. "There's Muriel," said the father, listening. Often thus the child slipped away, and suddenly we heard all over the house the sweet sound of Muriel's voice, as someone had called the old harpsichord. When almost a baby she would feel her way to it, and find out first harmonies, then tunes, with that quickness and delicacy of ear peculiar to the blind. How well she plays! I wish I could buy her one of those new instruments they call pianofortes. I was looking into the mechanism of one the other day. She would like an organ better. You should have seen her face in the Abbey church this morning. Hark, she has stopped playing. Guy, run and bring your sister here, said the father, ever yearning after his daughter. Guy came back with a wonderful story of 2 gentlemen in the parlour, one of whom had patted his head. Such a grand gentleman, a great deal grander than father. That was true, as regarded the bright rankeens, the blue coat with gold buttons, and the showiest of cambric kerchiefs, swathing him up to the very chin. To this grand personage John bowed formally, but his wife flushed up in surprised recognition. "It is so long since I had the happiness of meeting Miss March that I conclude Mrs. Halifax has forgotten me." "No, Lord Luxmore, allow me to introduce my husband." And, I fancied, some of Miss March's old hauteur returned to the mother's softened and motherly mien. Pride, but not for herself or in herself now, for truly, as the 2 men stood together, though Lord Luxmore had been handsome in his youth, and was universally said to have as fine manners as the Prince Regent himself, any woman might well have held her head loftily, introducing John Halifax as my husband. Of the 2, the nobleman was least at his ease, for the welcome of both Mr. and Mrs. Halifax, though courteous, was decidedly cold. They did not seem to feel, and if rumour spoke true, I doubt if any honest, virtuous, middle-class fathers and mothers would have felt, that their house was greatly honoured or sanctified by the presence of the Earl of Luxmore. But the nobleman was, as I have said, wonderfully fine-mannered. He broke the ice at once. "Mr. Halifax, I have long wished to know you. Mrs. Halifax, my daughter, encouraged me to pay this impromptu visit." Here ensued polite inquiries after Lady Caroline Brithwood. We learned that she had just returned from abroad, and was entertaining at the Mythe House her father and brother. "Pardon, I was forgetting my son, Lord Ravenel." The youth thus presented merely bowed. He was about 18 or so, tall and square, with thin features and large soft eyes. He soon retreated to the garden door, where he stood watching the boys play, and shyly attempting to make friends with Muriel. "I believe Ravenel has seen you years ago, Mrs. Halifax. His sister made a great pet of him as a child. He has just completed his education at the College of St. Omer, was it not, William?" "The Catholic College of St. Omer," repeated the boy. "Tut, what matters?" said the father sharply. "Mr. Halifax, do not imagine we are a Catholic family still. I hope the next Earl of Luxmore will be able to take his oaths and his seat, whether or no we get emancipation. By the way, you uphold the bill?" John assented, expressing his conviction, then unhappily a rare one, that everyone's conscience is free, and that all men of blameless life ought to be protected by and allowed to serve the state, whatever be their religious opinions. "Mr. Halifax, I entirely agree with you. A wise man esteems all faiths alike worthless." "Excuse me, my lord, that was the very last thing I meant to say. I hold every man's faith so sacred that no other man has a right to interfere with it or to question it. The matter lies solely between himself and his Maker." "Exactly. What facility of expression your husband has, Mrs. Halifax. He must be, indeed I have heard he is, a first-rate public speaker." The wife smiled, wifelike, but John said hurriedly, "I have no pretension or ambition of the kind. I merely now and then try to put plain truths, or what I believe to be such, before the people, in a form they are able to understand." "Aye, that is it. My dear sir, the people have no more brains than the head of my cane, His Royal Highness's gift, Mrs. Halifax. They must be led or driven like a flock of sheep. We, a lordly we, are their proper shepherds. But then we want a middle class, at least an occasional voice from it, a shepherd's dog to give tongue," said John dryly. "In short, a public orator. In the house or out of it?" "Both." And the Earl tapped his foot with that royal cane, smiling. "Yes, I see you apprehend me. But before we commence that somewhat delicate subject, there was another on which I desired my agent, Mr. Brown, to obtain your valuable opinion." "You mean when yesterday he offered me, by your lordship's express desire, the lease lately fallen in of your cloth mills at Enderley?" Now John had not told us that. Why, his manner too plainly showed. "And all will be arranged, I trust. Brown says that you have long wished to take the mills. I shall be most happy to have you for a tenant." "My lord, as I told your agent, it is impossible. We will say no more about it." John crossed over to his wife with a cheerful air. She sat looking grave and sad. Lord Luxmore had the reputation of being a keen-witted, diplomatic personage. Undoubtedly he had, or could assume, that winning charm of manner which had descended in perfection to his daughter. Both qualities it pleased him to exercise now. He rose, addressing with kindly frankness the husband and wife. "If I may ask, being a most sincere well-wisher of yours, and a sort of connection of Mrs. Halifax's too, why is it impossible? I have no wish to disguise the reason. It is because I have no capital." Lord Luxmore looked surprised. "Surely, excuse me, but I had the honour of being well acquainted with the late Mr. March. Surely your wife's fortune—" Ursula rose in her old impetuous way. "His wife's fortune! John, let me say it. I will, I must. Of his wife's fortune, Lord Luxmore, he has never received 1 farthing. Richard Berthwood keeps it back, and my husband would work day and night for me and our children rather than go to law." "Oh, on principle, I suppose. I have heard of such opinions," said the Earl, with the slightest perceptible sneer. "And you agree with him?" "I do, heartily. I would rather we lived poor all our days than he should wear his life out, trouble his spirit, perhaps even soil his conscience, by squabbling with a bad man over money matters." It was good to see Ursula as she spoke, good to see the look that husband and his wife exchanged. Husband and wife, different in many points, yet so blessedly, so safely one. Then John said, in his quiet way, "Love, perhaps another subject than our own affairs would be more interesting to Lord Luxmore." "Not at all, not at all," and the Earl was evidently puzzled and annoyed. "Such extraordinary conduct," he muttered. "So very Unwise. If the matter were known, caught up by those newspapers, I must really have a little conversation with Brithwood." The conversation paused, and John changed it entirely by making some remarks on the present minister, Mr. Percival. "I liked his last speech much. He seems a clear-headed, honest man, for all his dogged opposition to the bill." "He will never oppose it more." "Nay, I think he will, my lord, to the death." "That may be, and yet—" His lordship smiled. "Mr. Halifax, I have just had news by a carrier pigeon. My birds fly well. Most important news for us and our party. Yesterday, in the lobby of the House of Commons, Mr. Percival was shot." We all started. An hour ago we had been reading his speech. Mr. Percival shot! "Ah, John," cried the mother, her eyes full of tears, "his poor wife, his fatherless children." And for many minutes they stood, hearing the lamentable history, and looking at their little ones at play in the garden, thinking, as many an English father and mother did that day, of the stately house in London, where the widow and orphans bewailed their dead. He might or might not be a great statesman, but he was undoubtedly a good man. Many still remember the shock of his untimely death, and how, whether or not they liked him living, all the honest hearts of England mourned for Mr. Percival. Possibly that number did not include the Earl of Luxmore. "Requiescat in pace, I shall propose the canonization of poor Bellingham, for now Percival is dead, there will be an immediate election, and on that election depends Catholic emancipation. Mr. Halifax," turning quickly round to him, "you would be of great use to us in Parliament." "Should I?" "Will you, I like plain speaking, will you enter it?" Enter Parliament? John Halifax in Parliament? His wife and I were both astounded by the suddenness of the possibility, which, however, John himself seemed to receive as no novel idea. Lord Luxmore continued, "I assure you nothing is more easy. I can bring you in at once for a borough near here, my family borough." "Which you wish to be held by some convenient person till Lord Ravenel comes of age. So Mr. Brown informed me yesterday." Lord Luxmore slightly frowned. Such transactions, as common then in the service of the country as they still are in the service of the Church, were yet generally glossed over, as if a certain discredit attached to them. The young lord seemed to feel it. At sound of his name he turned round to listen, and turned back again, blushing scarlet. Not so the Earl, his father. "Brown is— May I offer you a pinch, Mr. Halifax? What, not the Prince Regent's own mixture? Is indeed a worthy fellow, but too hasty in his conclusions. As it happens, my son is yet undecided between the Church, that is, the priesthood, and politics. But to our conversation. Mrs. Halifax, may I not enlist you on our side? We could easily remove all difficulties, such as qualification, etc. Would you not like to see your husband member for the old and honourable borough of Kingswell?" Kingswell. It was a tumble-down village where John held and managed for me the sole remnant of landed property which my poor father had left me. Kingswell? Why, there are not a dozen houses in the place. "The fewer the better, my dear madam. The election would cost me scarcely any trouble, and the country be vastly the gainer by your husband's talents and probity. Of course he will give up I forget what his business is now, and live independent. He is made to shine as a politician. It will be both happiness and honour to myself to have in some way contributed to that end. Mr. Halifax, you will accept my borough?" "Not on any consideration your lordship could offer me." Lord Luxmore scarcely credited his ears. "My dear sir, you are the most extraordinary— May I again inquire your reasons?" "I have several. One will suffice. Though I wish to gain influence, power perhaps, Still, the last thing I should desire would be political influence." "You might possibly escape that unwelcome possession," returned the Earl. "Half the Commons is made up of harmless dummies who vote as we bid them. A character, my lord, for which I am decidedly unfitted. Until political conscience ceases to be a thing of traffic, until the people are allowed honestly to choose their own honest representatives, I must decline being of that number. Shall we dismiss the subject?" "With pleasure, sir." And courtesy being met by courtesy, the question so momentous was passed over and merged into trivialities. Perhaps the Earl, who, as his pleasures palled, was understood to be fixing his keen wits upon the pet profligacy of old age, politics, saw clearly enough that in these chaotic days of contending parties, when the maddened outcry of the people was just being heard and listened to, it might be as well not to make an enemy of this young man, who, with a few more, stood, as it were, midway in the gulf, now slowly beginning to narrow, between the commonalty and the aristocracy. He stayed some time longer, and then bowed himself away with a gracious condescension worthy of the Prince of Wales himself, carrying with him the shy, gentle Lord Ravenel, who had spoken scarcely 6 words the whole time. When he was gone, the father and mother seemed both relieved. "Truly, John, he's gained little by his visit, and I hope it may be long before we see an earl in our quiet house again. Come in to dinner, my children." But his lordship had left an uncomfortable impression behind him. It lasted even until that quiet hour, often the quietest and happiest of our day, when, the children being all in bed, we elders closed in around the fire. Ursula and I sat there, longer alone than usual. "John is late tonight," she said more than once, and I could see her start, listening to every foot under the window, every touch at the doorbell. Not stirring, though. She knew his foot and his ring quite well always. "There he is," we both said at once, much relieved, and John came in. Brightness always came in with him. Whatever cares he had without, and they were heavy enough, God knows, they always seemed to slip off the moment he entered his own door. And whatever slight cares we had at home, we put them aside, as they could not but be put aside, nay, forgotten, at the sight of him. "Well, Uncle Phineas, children all right, my darling? A fire, I'm glad of it. Truly tonight is as cold as November. John, if you have a weakness, it is for fire. You're a regular salamander." He laughed, warming his hands at the blaze. "Yes, I would rather be hungry than cold any day. Love, our one extravagance is certainly coals. A grand fire this, I do like it so." She called him foolish, but smoothed down with a quiet kiss the forehead he lifted up to her, as she stood beside him, looking as if she would any day have converted the whole house into fuel for his own private and particular benefit. "Little ones all in bed, of course?" Indeed, they would have lain awake half the night, those naughty boys, talking of Longfield. You never saw children so delighted. "Are they?" I thought the tone was rather sad, and that the father sat listening with less interest than usual to the pleasant little household chronicle, always wonderful and always new, which it was his custom to ask for and have, night after night when he came home, saying it was to him, after his day's toil, like a babbling of green fields. Soon it stopped. "John dear, you're very tired." "Rather." "Have you been very busy all day?" "Very busy." I understood, almost as well as his wife did, what those brief answers indicated. So, stealing away to the table where Guy's blurred copybook and Edwin's astonishing addition sums were greatly in need of Uncle Phineas, I left the fireside corner to those two. Soon John settled himself in my easy-chair, and then one saw how very weary he was, weary in body and soul alike, weary as we seldom beheld him. It went to my heart to watch the listless stretch of his large, strong frame, the sharp lines about his mouth, lines which ought not to have come there in his 32 years, and his eyes, they hardly looked like John's eyes, as they gazed in a sort of dull quietude, too anxious to be dreamy, into the red coals, and nowhere else. At last he roused himself, and took up his wife's work. "More little coats, love, you're always sewing." "Mothers must, you know, and I think never did boys outgrow their things like our boys. It is pleasant, too. If only clothes did not wear out so fast." Ah, a sigh from the very depths of the father's heart. "Not a bit too fast for my clever fingers, though," said Ursula quickly. "Look, John, at this lovely braiding. But I'm not going to do any more of it. I shall certainly have no time to waste over fineries at Longfield." Her husband took up the fanciful work, admired it, and laid it down again. After a pause, he said, "Should you be very much disappointed if we do not go to Longfield after all?" "Not go to Longfield?" The involuntary exclamation showed how deep her longing had been. "Because I am afraid... It is hard, I know, but I am afraid we cannot manage it. Are you very sorry?" "Yes," she said frankly and truthfully, "not so much for myself, but the children." "Aye, the poor children." Ursula stitched away rapidly for some moments, till the grieved look faded out of her face. Then she turned it, all cheerful once more, to her husband. "Now, John, tell me. Never mind about the children. Tell me." He told her, as was his habit at all times, of some losses which had today befallen him, bad debts in his business, which would make it, if not impracticable, at least imprudent, to enter on any new expenses that year. Nay, he must, if possible, retrench a little. Ursula listened, without question, comment, or complaint. "Is that all?" she said at last, very gently. "All." "Then never mind. I do not. We will find some other pleasures for the children. We have so many pleasures, aye, all of us. Husband, it is not so hard to give up this one." He said in a whisper, low almost as a lover's, "I could give up anything in the world but them and thee." So, with a brief information to me at supper time, "Uncle Phineas, did you hear? We cannot go to Longfield." The renunciation was made, and the subject ended. For this year, at least, our Arcadian dream was over. But John's troubled looks did not pass away. It seemed as if this night his long toil had come to that crisis when the strongest man breaks down, or trembles within a hair's breadth of breaking down, conscious too, horribly conscious, that if so, himself will be the least part of the universal ruin. His face was haggard, his movements irritable and restless. He started nervously at every sound. Sometimes even a hasty word, an uneasiness about trifles, showed how strong was the effort he made at self-control. Ursula, usually by far the most quick-tempered of the two, became tonight mild and patient. She neither watched nor questioned him, wise woman as she was. She only sat still, busying herself over her work, speaking now and then of little things, lest he should notice her anxiety about him. He did at last. "Nay, I am not ill, do not be afraid. Only my head aches so. Let me lay it here as the children do." His wife made a place for it on her shoulder. There it rested, the poor tired head, until gradually the hard and painful expression of the features relaxed, and it became John's own natural face, as quiet as any of the little faces on their pillows upstairs, whence doubtless slumber had long banished all anticipation of Longfield. At last he too fell asleep. Ursula held up her finger that I might not stir. The clock in the corner and the soft sobbing of the flame on the hearth were the only sounds in the parlour. She sewed on quietly to the end of her work, then let it drop on her lap and sat still. Her cheek leaned itself softly against John's hair, and in her eyes, which seemed so intently contemplating the little frock, I saw large bright tears gather, fall. But her look was serene, nay, happy, as if she thought of these beloved ones, husband and children, her very own, preserved to her in health and peace. Ay, and in that which is better than either, the unity of love. For that priceless blessing, for the comfort of being his comfort, for the sweetness of bringing up these his children in the fear of God and in the honour of their father, she, true wife and mother as she was, would not have exchanged the wealth of the whole world. What's that? We all started, as a sudden ring at the bell pealed through the house, waking John and frightening the very children in their beds. All for a mere letter, too, brought by a lackey of Lord Luxmore's. Having, somewhat indignantly, ascertained this fact, the mother ran upstairs to quiet her little ones. When she came down, John still stood with the letter in his hand. He had not told me what it was. When I chanced to ask, he answered in a low tone, "Presently." On his wife's entrance, he gave her the letter without a word. Well might it startle her into a cry of joy. Truly the dealings of heaven to us were wonderful. Mr. John Halifax, Sir, your wife, Ursula Halifax, having some time since attained the age fixed by her late father as her majority, I will, within a month after date, pay over to your order all moneys, principal and interest, accruing to her, and hitherto left in my hands, as trustee, according to the will of the late Henry March, Esquire. I am, sir, yours, etc., Richard Brithwood. Wonderful! Wonderful! It was all I could say. That one bad man, for his own purposes, should influence another bad man to an act of justice, and that their double evil should be made to work out our good. Also, that this should come just in our time of need, when John's strength seemed ready to fail. "Oh, John, John, now you need not work so hard." That was his wife's first cry, as she clung to him almost in tears. He too was a good deal agitated. This sudden lifting of the burden made him feel how heavy it had been, how terrible the responsibility, how sickening the fear. "Thank God! In any case, you are quite safe now, you and the children." He sat down, very pale. His wife knelt beside him and put her arms around his neck. I gently went out of the room. When I came in again, they were standing by the fireside, both cheerful, as two people to whom had happened such unexpected good fortune might naturally be expected to appear. I offered my congratulations in rather a comical vein than otherwise. We all of us had caught John's habit of putting things in a comical light whenever he felt them keenly. "Yes, he's a rich man now. Mind you treat your brother with extra respect, Phineas. And your sister too, for she shall walk in silk attire, and sillahade to spare. She's quite young and handsome still, isn't she? How magnificent she'll look in that grey silk gown. John, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You, the father of a family. You, that are to be the largest mill owner in Enderley." He looked at her fondly, half-deprecatingly. "Not till I have made you and the children all safe, as I said." "We are safe, quite safe, when we have you. Oh, Phineas, make him see it as I do. Make him understand that it will be the happiest day in his wife's life when she knows him happy in his heart's desire." We sat a little while longer, talking over the strange change in our fortunes, for they wished to make me feel that now as ever what was theirs was mine. Then Ursula took her candle to depart. "Love," John cried, calling her back as she shut the door, and watching her stand there, patient, watching with something of the old mischievous twinkle in his eyes. "Mrs. Halifax, when shall I have the honour of ordering your long-tailed grey ponies?" End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 23. Not many weeks afterwards, we went to live at Longfield, which henceforth became the family home for many years. Longfield, happy Longfield, little nest of love and joy and peace, where the children grew up and we grew old, where season after season brought some new change ripening in us and around us, where summer and winter, day and night, the hand of God's providence was over our roof, blessing our goings out and our comings in, our basket and our store, crowning us with the richest blessing of all, that we were made a household where brethren dwelt together in unity. Beloved Longfield, my heart, slow pulsing as befits one near the grave, thrills warm and young as I remember thee. Yet how shall I describe it, the familiar spot, so familiar that it seems to need no description at all? It was but a small place when we first came there. It led out of the high road by a field gate, the White Gate, from which a narrow path wound down to a stream, thence up a green slope to the house, a mere farmhouse, nothing more. It had 1 parlour, 3 decent bedrooms, kitchen and outhouses. We built extempore chambers out of the barn and cheese room. In one of these the boys, Guy and Edwin, slept, against the low roof of which the father generally knocked his head every morning when he came to call the lads. Its windows were open all summer round, and birds and bats used oftentimes to fly in, to the great delight of the youthful inmates. Another infinite pleasure to the little folk was that for the first year the farmhouse kitchen was made our dining room. There, through the open door, Edwin's pigeons, Muriel's 2 doves, and sometimes a stately hen walked in and out at pleasure. Whether our live stock, brought up in the law of kindness, were as well trained and well behaved as our children, I cannot tell, but certain it is that we never found any harm from this system, necessitated by our early straits at Longfield, this liberty, fraternity, and equality. Those words, in themselves true and lovely, but wrested to false meaning, whose fatal sound was now dying out of Europe, merged in the equally false and fatal shout of gloire, gloire, remind me of an event which I believe was the first that broke the delicious monotony of our new life. It was one September morning. Mrs. Halifax, the children and I were down at the stream, planning a bridge across it, and a sort of stable where John's horse might be put up. The mother had steadily resisted the long-tailed grey ponies, for with all the necessary improvements at Longfield, with a large settlement that John insisted upon making on his wife and children, before he would use in his business any portion of our fortune, we found we were by no means so rich as to make any great change in our way of life advisable. And, after all, the mother's best luxuries were to see her children merry and strong, her husband's face lightened of its care, and to know he was now placed beyond doubt in the position he had always longed for. For was he not this very day gone to sign the lease of Enderley Mills? Mrs. Halifax had just looked at her watch, and she and I were wondering, with quite a childish pleasure, whether he were not now signing the important deed, when Guy came running to say a coach and 4 was trying to enter the White Gate. "Who can it be? But they must be stopped, or they'll spoil John's new gravel road that he takes such pride in. Uncle Phineas, would you mind going to see?" Who should I see but almost the last person I expected, who had not been beheld, hardly spoken of, in our household these 10 years, Lady Caroline Brithwood, in her travelling habit of green cloth, her velvet riding hat, with its Prince of Wales feathers, gayer than ever, though her pretty face was withering under the paint, and her lively manner growing coarse and bold. "Is this Longfield? Does Mr. Halifax? Mon Dieu, Mr. Fletcher, is that you?" She held out her hand with the frankest condescension, and in the brightest humour in the world. She insisted on sending on the carriage, and accompanying me down to the stream, for a surprise, a scene. Mrs. Halifax, seeing the coach drive on, had evidently forgotten all about it. She stood in a little dell which the stream had made, Walter in her arms, her figure thrown back so as to poise the child's weight. Her right hand kept firm hold of Guy, who was paddling barefoot in the stream. Edwin, the only one of the boys who never gave any trouble, was soberly digging away beside little Muriel. The lady clapped her hands. "Brava! Bravissima! A charming family picture, Mrs. Halifax." "Lady Caroline!" Ursula left her children and came to greet her old acquaintance, whom she had never once seen since she was Ursula Halifax, Perhaps that fact touched her, and it was with a kind of involuntary tenderness that she looked into the sickly face, where all the smiles could not hide the wrinkles. "It is many years since we met, and we are both somewhat altered, Cousin Caroline." "You are, with those 3 great boys. The little girl yours also?" "Oh, yes, I remember William told me. Poor little thing." And with uneasy awe she turned from our blind Muriel, our child of peace. "Will you come up to the house? My husband has only ridden over to Enderley. He will be home soon." "And glad to see me, I wonder, for I am rather afraid of that husband of yours, Ursula? Yet I should greatly like to stay." Ursula laughed and repeated the welcome. She was so happy herself, she longed to distribute her happiness. They walked, the children following, towards the house. Under the great walnut tree, by the sunk fence which guarded the flower garden from the sheep and cows, Mrs. Halifax stopped and pointed down the green slope of the field, across the valley, to the wooded hills opposite. "Isn't it a pretty view?" said Guy, creeping up and touching the stranger's gown. Our children had lived too much in an atmosphere of love to know either shyness or fear. "Very pretty, my little friend." "That's One Tree Hill. Father is going to take us all a walk there this afternoon." "Do you like going walks with your father?" "Oh, don't we?" An electric smile ran through the whole circle. It told enough of the blessed home tale. Lady Caroline laughed a sharp laugh. "My dear, I see how things are. You don't regret having married John Halifax the tanner." "Regret?" "Nay, be not impetuous. I always said he was a noble fellow. So does the Earl now. And William. You can't think what a hero your husband is to William." "Lord Ravenel?" "Aye, my little brother that was, growing a young man now, a frightful bigot, wanting to make our house as Catholic as when 2 or 3 of us lost our heads for King James. But he's a good boy. Poor William. I'd rather not talk about him." Ursula inquired courteously if her cousin Richard were well. "Bah, I suppose he is. He's always well. His late astonishing honesty to Mr. Halifax caused him a fit of gout. But n'importe. If they meet, I suppose all things will be smooth between them." "My husband never had any ill feeling to Mr. Brithwood." "I should not bear him an undying enmity if he had. But you see, 'tis election time, and the Earl wishes to put in a gentleman, a friend of ours, for Kingswell. Mr. Halifax owns some cottages there, huh?" "Mr. Fletcher does. My husband transacts business." "Stop, stop," cried Lady Caroline. "I don't understand business. I only know that they want your husband to be friendly with mine. Is this plain enough?" "Certainly. Be under no apprehension. Mr. Halifax never bears malice against anyone. Was this the reason of your visit, Lady Caroline?" Mon Dieu, what would become of us if we were all as straightforward as you, Mistress Ursula? But it sounds charming, in the country. No, my dear, I came... Nay, I hardly know why. Probably because I like to come. My usual reason for most actions. Is that your salle à manger? Won't you ask me to dinner, ma cousine?" "Of course," the mother said, though I fancied afterwards the invitation rather weighed upon her mind, probably from the doubt whether or no John would like it. But in little things, as in great, she had always this safe trust in him, that conscientiously to do what she felt to be right was the surest way to be right in her husband's eyes. So Lady Caroline was our guest for the day, a novel guest, but she made herself at once familiar and pleasant. Guy, a little gentleman from his cradle, installed himself her admiring knight attendant everywhere. Edwin brought her to see his pigeons. Walter, with sweet shy blushes, offered her a little flower, and the 3, as the greatest of all favours, insisted on escorting her to pay a visit to the beautiful calf not a week old. Laughing, she followed the boys, telling them how lately in Sicily she had been presented to a week-old prince, son of Louis Philippe, the young Duke of Orleans, and the Princess Marie-Amélie. "And truly, children, he was not half so pretty as your little calf. Ursula, I am sick of courts sometimes. I would turn shepherdess myself, if we could find a tolerable Arcadia." "Is there any Arcadia like home?" "Home!" Her face expressed the utmost loathing, fear, and scorn. I remembered hearing that the squire since his return from abroad had grown just like his father, was drunk every day and all day long. Is your husband altered, Ursula? He must be quite a young man still. Oh, what it is to be young. John looks much older, people say, but I don't see it. Arcadia again. Can such things be? Especially in England, that paradise of husbands, where the first husband in the realm set such an illustrious example. How do you stay-at-home British matrons feel towards my friend the Princess of Wales? God help her, and make her as good a woman as she is a wronged and miserable wife, said Ursula sadly. Query, can a good woman be made out of a wronged and miserable wife? If so, Mrs. Halifax, you should certainly take out a patent for the manufacture. The subject touched too near home. Ursula wisely avoided it by inquiring if Lady Caroline meant to remain in England. Cela dépend. She turned suddenly grave. Your fresh air makes me feel weary. Shall we go indoors? Dinner was ready laid out, a plain meal, since neither the father nor any of us cared for table dainties, but I think if we had lived in a hut and fed off wooden platters on potatoes and salt, our repast would have been fair and orderly, and our hut the neatest that a hut could be. For the mother of the family had in perfection almost the best genius a woman can have, the genius of tidiness. We were not in the least ashamed of our simple dinner-table, where no difference was ever made for anybody. We had little plate, but plenty of snow-white napery and pretty china, and what with the scents of the flower garden on one side and the green waving of the elm tree on the other, it was as good as dining out of doors. The boys were still gathered round Lady Caroline in a little closet off the dining-room where lessons were learned. Muriel sat as usual on the door-sill, petting one of her doves that used to come and perch on her head and her shoulder of their own accord, when I heard the child say to herself, "Father's coming." "Where, darling?" "Up the farmyard way. There, he's on the gravel walk. He has stopped. I dare say it is to pull some of the jasmine that grows over the well. Now fly away, dove, father's here." And the next minute a general shout echoed, "Father's here!" He stood in the doorway, lifting one after the other up in his arms, having a kiss and a merry word for all, this good father. Oh, solemn name, which deity himself claims and owns! Happy these children who in its fullest sense could understand the word father, to whom, from the dawn of their little lives, their father was what all fathers should be, the truest representative here on earth of that Father in heaven, who is at once justice, wisdom, and perfect love. Happy, too, most blessed among women, the woman who gave her children such a father. Ursula came, for his eye was wandering in search of her, and received the embrace, without which he never left her or returned. "All rightly settled, John?" "Quite settled." "I am so glad." With a second kiss, not often bestowed in public, as congratulation. He was going to tell more, when Ursula said, rather hesitatingly, "We have a visitor today." Lady Caroline came out of her corner, laughing. "You did not expect me, I see. Am I welcome?" "Any welcome that Mrs. Halifax has given is also mine." But John's manner, though polite, was somewhat constrained, and he felt, as it seemed to my observant eye, more surprise than gratification in this incursion on his quiet home. Also, I noticed that when Lady Caroline, in the height of her condescension, would have Muriel close to her at dinner, he involuntarily drew his little daughter to her accustomed place beside himself. "She always sits here, thank you." The table talk was chiefly between the lady and her host. She rarely talked to women when a man was to be had. Conversation veered between the Emperor Napoleon and Lord Wellington, Lord William Bentinck and Sardinian policy, the conjugal squabbles of Carlton House, and the one absorbing political question of this year, Catholic emancipation. "You're a staunch supporter of the bill, my father says. Of course, you aid him in the Kingswell election tomorrow." "I can scarcely call it an election," returned John. He had been commenting on it to us that morning rather severely. An election! It was merely a talk in the King's Head parlour, a nomination, and show of hands by some dozen poor labourers, tenants of Mr. Brithwood and Lord Luxmore, who got a few pounds apiece for their services, and the thing was done. "Who is the nominee, Lady Caroline?" a young gentleman of small fortune, but excellent parts, who returned with us from Naples." The lady's manner being rather more formal than she generally used, John looked up quickly. "The election being tomorrow, of course his name is no secret." "Oh, no. Vermilye. Mr. Gerard Vermilye. Do you know him?" "I have heard of him." As he spoke, either intentionally or no, John looked full at Lady Caroline. She dropped her eyes and began playing with her bracelets. Both immediately quitted the subject of Kingswell election. Soon after we rose from table, and Guy, who at all dinner-time fixed his admiring gaze upon the pretty lady, insisted on taking her down the garden and gathering for her a magnificent arum lily, the mother's favourite lily. I suggested gaining permission first, and was sent to ask the question. I found John and his wife in serious, even painful conversation. "Love," he was saying, "I have known it for very long, but if she had not come here, I would never have grieved you by telling it." "Perhaps it is not true," said Ursula warmly. "The world is ready enough to invent cruel falsehoods about us women." "Us women! Don't say that, Ursula. I will not have my wife named in the same breath with her." "John!" "I will not, I say. You don't know what it cost me even to see her touch your hand." "John!" The soft tone recalled him to his better self. "Forgive me, but I would not have the least taint come near this wife of mine. I could not bear to think of her holding intercourse with a light woman, a woman false to her husband." "I do not believe it. Caroline was foolish. She was never wicked. Listen, if this were true, how could she be laughing with our children now? Oh, John, think, she has no children." The deep pity passed from Ursula's heart to her husband's. John clasped fondly the two hands that were laid on his shoulders as, looking up in his face, the happy wife pleaded silently for one whom all the world knew was so wronged and so unhappy. "We will wait a little before we judge. Love, you are a better Christian than I." All afternoon they both showed more than courtesy, kindness to this woman, at whom, as any one out of our retired household would have known, and as John did know well, all the world was already pointing the finger on account of Mr. Gerard Vermilye. She, on her part, with her chameleon power of seizing and sunning herself in the delight of the moment, was in a state of the highest enjoyment. She turned shepherdess, fed the poultry with Edwin, pulled off her jewelled ornaments and gave them to Walter for playthings. Nay, she even washed off her rouge at the spring, and came in with faint natural roses upon her faded cheeks. So happy she seemed, so innocently, childishly happy, that more than once I saw John and Ursula exchange satisfied looks, rejoicing that they had followed after the divine charity which thinketh no evil. After tea we all turned out, as was our wont on summer evenings, the children playing about, while the father and mother strolled up and down the sloping field path, arm in arm like lovers, or sometimes he fondly leaning upon her. Thus they would walk and talk together in the twilight for hours. Lady Caroline pointed to them. "Look, Adam and Eve modernized. Moses and Philemon when they were young. Bon Dieu, what it is to be young." She said this in a gasp, as if wild with terror of the days that were coming upon her, the dark days. "People are always young," I answered, "who love one another as these do." "Love! What an old-fashioned word! I hate it. It is so, what would you say in English, so déchirant. I would not cultivate une grande passion for the world." I smiled at the idea of the bond between Mr. and Mrs. Halifax taking the Frenchified character of une grande passion. But home love, married love, love among children and at the fireside, you believe in that? She turned upon me her beautiful eyes. They had a scared look, like a bird's driven right into the fowler's net. C'est impossible. Impossible. The word hissed itself out between her shut teeth. Impossible. Then she walked quickly on, and was her lively self once more. When the evening closed, and the younger children were gone to bed, she became rather restless about the non-appearance of her coach. At last a lackey arrived on foot. She angrily inquired why a carriage had not been sent for her. "Master didn't give orders, my lady," answered the man somewhat rudely. Lady Caroline turned pale, with anger or fear, perhaps both. "You have not properly answered your mistress's question," said Mr. Halifax. "Master says, sir, begging my lady's pardon for repeating it, but he says, my lady went out against his will, and she may come home when and how she likes." My lady burst out laughing, and laughed violently and long. "Tell him I will. Be sure you tell him I will. It is the last and the easiest obedience." John sent the lackey out of the room, and Ursula said something about not speaking thus before a servant. "Before a servant? Why, my dear, we furnish entertainment for our whole establishment, my husband and I. We are the myth what the Prince Regent and the Princess of Wales are to the country at large. We divide our people between us. I fascinate, he bribes. Ha! Well done, Richard Brithwood. I may come home when and how I like. Truly, I'll use that kind permission." Her eyes glittered with an evil fire. Her cheeks were hot and red. "Mrs. Halifax, I shall be thrown on your hospitality for an hour or two longer. Could you send a letter for me?" "To your husband? Certainly." "My husband? Never." "Yes, to my husband." The first part of the sentence was full of fierce contempt, the latter smothered and slowly desperate. "Tell me, Ursula, what constitutes a man one's husband? Brutality? Tyranny? The tyranny which the law sanctions? Or kindness, sympathy, devotion, everything that makes life beautiful, everything that constitutes happiness and sin?" The word in her ear was so low that she started as if conscience only had uttered it, conscience to whom only her intents were known. John came forward, speaking gravely but not unkindly. "Lady Caroline, I am deeply grieved that this should have happened in my house, and through your visiting us against your husband's will." "His will?" "Pardon me, but I think a wife is bound to the very last to obey in all things, not absolutely wrong, her husband's will. I am glad you thought of writing to Mr. Brithwood." She shook her head in mocking denial. "May I ask then, since I am to have the honour of sending it, to whom is this letter?" "To—" I think she would have told a falsehood if John's eyes had not been so keenly fixed upon her. "To a friend." "Friends are at all times dangerous to a lady who—" "Hates her husband, especially male friends." "Especially male friends." Here Guy, who had lingered out of his little bed most unlawfully, hovering about, ready to do any chivalrous duty to his idol of the day, came up to bid her good night, and held up his rosy mouth eagerly. "I? Kiss the little child? I?" And from her violent laughter she burst into a passion of tears. The mother signed me to carry Guy away. She and John took Lady Caroline into the parlour and shut the door. Of course I did not then learn what passed, but I did afterwards. Lady Caroline's tears were evanescent, like all her emotions. Soon she became composed, asked again for writing materials, then countermanded the request. "No, I will wait till tomorrow. Ursula, you will take me in for the night." Mrs. Halifax looked appealingly to her husband, but he gave no assent. "Lady Caroline, you should willingly stay, were it not, as you must know, so fatal a step. In your position you should be most careful to leave the world and your husband no single handle against you." "Mr. Halifax, what right have you?" "None, save that of an honest man who sees a woman cruelly wronged and desperate with her wrong, who would thankfully save her if he could." "Save me? From what, or whom?" "From Mr. Gerard Vermilye, who is now waiting down the road, and whom, if Lady Caroline Brithwood once flies to, or even sees, at this crisis, she loses her place among honourable English matrons for ever." John said this with no air of virtuous anger or contempt, but as the simple statement of a fact. The convicted woman dropped her face between her hands. Ursula, greatly shocked, was some time before she spoke. "Is it true, Caroline?" "What is true?" "That which my husband has heard of you." "Yes," she cried, springing up, and dashing back her beautiful hair. beautiful still, though she must have been 5 or 6 and 30 at least. Yes, it is true. It shall be true. I will break my bonds and live the life I was made for. I would have done it long ago, but for... No matter. Why, Ursula, he adores me. Young and handsome as he is, he adores me. He will give me my youth back again. Aye, he will. And she sang out a French chanson, something about la liberté et ses plaisirs, la jeunesse, l'amour. The mother grew sterner. Any such wife and mother would. Then and there, compassion might have died out of even her good heart, had it not been for the sudden noise overhead of children's feet, children's chattering. Once more the pitiful thought came, she has no children. Caroline, she said, catching her gown as she passed, when I was with you, you had a child which only breathed and died. It died spotless. When you die, how dare you meet that little baby? The singing changed to sobbing. I had forgotten. My little baby. Oh, mon Dieu, mon Dieu. Mrs. Halifax, taking in earnest those meaningless French ejaculations, whispered something about him who alone can comfort and help us all. Him? I never knew him, if indeed he be. No, no, there is no afterlife. Ursula turned away in horror. John, what shall we do with her? No home, no husband, no God. He never leaves himself without a witness. Look, love. The wretched woman sat rocking to and fro, weeping and wringing her hands. It was cruel, cruel. You should not have spoken about my baby. Now, tell me, just one word. I will not believe anybody's word except your own. Caroline, are you still innocent? Lady Caroline shrank from her touch. Don't hold me so. You may have one standard of virtue, I another. Still, tell me. And if I did, you, an honourable English matron, was not that your husband's word, would turn from me, most likely. She will not, John said. She has been happy, and you most miserable. Oh, most miserable. That bitter groan went to both their hearts. Ursula leant over her, herself almost in tears. Cousin Caroline, John says true. I will not turn from you. I know you have been sinned against, cruelly, cruelly. Only tell me that you yourself have not sinned. I have sinned, as she called it. Ursula started, drew closer to her husband. Neither spoke. Mrs. Halifax, why don't you take away your hand? Let me think. This is terrible. Oh, John. Again Lady Caroline said, in her sharp, bold tone, Take away your hand. Husband, shall I? No. For some minutes they stood together, both silent, with this poor woman. I call her poor, as did they, knowing that if a sufferer needs pity, how tenfold more does a sinner. John spoke first. Cousin Caroline, she lifted up her head in amazement, we are your cousins, and we wish to be your friends, my wife and I. Will you listen to us? She sobbed still, but less violently. Only first, you must promise to renounce for ever guilt and disgrace. I feel it none. He's an honourable gentleman. He loves me, and I love him. That is the true marriage. No, I will make you no such promise. Let me go. Pardon me, not yet. I cannot suffer my wife's kinswoman to elope from my own house without trying to prevent it. Prevent? Sir, Mr. Halifax, you forget who you are, and who I am, the daughter of the Earl of Luxmore. Were you the king's daughter, it would make no difference. I will save you in spite of yourself if I can. I've already spoken to Mr. Vermilye, and he's gone away. Gone away? The only living soul that loves me. Gone away. I must follow him. Quick, quick. You cannot. He is miles distant by this time. He is afraid lest this story should come out tomorrow at Kingswell, and to be an MP and safe from arrest is better to Mr. Vermilye than even yourself, Lady Caroline. John's wife, unaccustomed to hear him take that cool, worldly, half-sarcastic tone, turned to him somewhat reproachfully, but he judged best. For the moment this tone had more weight with the woman of the world than any homilies. She began to be afraid of Mr. Halifax. Impulse rather than resolution guided her, and even these impulses were feeble and easily governed. She sat down again, muttering, "My will is free. You cannot control me." "Only so far as my conscience justifies me in preventing a crime." "A crime?" "It would be such. No sophistries of French philosophy on your part, no cruelty on your husband's, can abrogate the one law, which, if you disown it as God's, is still man's, being necessary for the peace, honour, and safety of society." "What law?" "Thou shalt not commit adultery." People do not often utter this plain Bible word. It made Ursula start, even when spoken solemnly by her own husband. It tore from the self-convicted woman all the sentimental disguises with which the world then hid and still hides its corruptions. Her sin arose and stared her blackly in the face, as sin. She cowered before it. "Am I that? And William will know it. Poor William!" She looked up at Ursula, for the first time with a guilty look. Hitherto it had been only one of pain or despair. "Nobody knows it except you. Don't tell William. I would have gone long ago but for him. He's a good boy. Don't let him guess his sister was—" She left the word unspoken. Shame seemed to crush her down to the earth. Shame, the precursor of saving penitence. At least, John thought so. He quitted the room, leaving her to the ministry of his other self, his wife. As he sat down with me, and told me in a few words what indeed I had already more than half guessed, I could not but notice the expression of his own face, and I recognized how a man can be at once righteous to judge, tender to pity, and strong to save. A man, the principle of whose life is, as John's was, that it should be made conformable to the image of him who was himself on earth the image of God. Ursula came out and called her husband. They talked some time together. I guessed from what I heard that she wished Lady Caroline to stay the night here, but that he, with better judgment, was urging the necessity of her returning to the protection of her husband's home without an hour's delay. It is her only chance of saving her reputation. She must do it. Tell her so, Ursula. After a few minutes, Mrs. Halifax came out again. "I have persuaded her at last. She says she will do whatever you think best. Only before she goes, she wants to look at the children. May she?" "Poor soul." "Yes," John murmured, turning away. Stepping out of sight, we saw the poor lady pass through the quiet, empty house into the children's bedroom. We heard her smothered sob at times the whole way. Then I went down to the stream and helped John to saddle his horse with Mrs. Halifax's old saddle. In her girlish days, Ursula used to be very fond of riding. "She can ride back again from the Mythe," said John. "She wishes to go, and it's best she should. So that nothing need be said, except that Lady Caroline spent the day at Longfield, and that my wife and I accompanied her safe home." While he spoke, the two ladies came down the field path. I fancied I heard, even now, a faint echo of that peculiarly sweet and careless laugh, indicating how light were all impressions on a temperament so plastic and weak, so easily remoulded by the very next influence that fate might throw across her perilous way. John Halifax assisted her on horseback, took the bridle under one arm, and gave the other one to his wife. Thus they passed up the path, and out at the white gate. I delayed a little while, listening to the wind, and to the prattle of the stream, that went singing along in daylight or in darkness by our happy home at Longfield, and I sighed to myself, "Poor Lady Caroline." End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Terry Heel. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craig. Chapter 24. Midnight though it was, I sat up until John and his wife came home. They said scarcely anything, but straightway retired. In the morning all went on in the house as usual, and no one ever knew of this night's episode, except us three. In the morning, Guy looked wistfully around him, asking for the pretty lady, and being told that she was gone, and that he would not be likely to see her again, seemed disappointed for a minute, but soon he went down to play at the stream and forgot all. Once or twice I fancied the mother's clear voice about the house was rarer than its wont, that her quick, active, cheerful presence, penetrating every nook and visiting every creature, as with the freshness of an April wind, was this day softer and sadder, but she did not say anything to me, nor I to her. John had ridden off early to the flour mill, which he still kept on, together with the house at Norton Bury. He always disliked giving up any old associations. At dinner-time he came home, saying he was going out again immediately. Ursula looked uneasy. A few minutes after, she followed me under the walnut tree, where I was sitting with Muriel, and asked if I would go with John to Kingswell. The election takes place to-day, and he thinks it right to be there. He will meet Mr. Brithwood and Lord Luxmore, and though there is not the slightest need, my husband can do all that he has to do alone, still, for my own satisfaction, I would like his brother to be near him. They invariably called me their brother now, and it seemed as if the name had been mine by right of blood always. Of course I went to Kingswell, riding John's brown mare, he himself walking by my side. It was not often that we were thus alone together, and I enjoyed it much. All the old days seemed to come back again as we passed along the quiet roads and the green lanes, just as when we were boys together, when I had none cared for but David, and David only for me. The natural growth of things had made a difference in this, but our affection had changed its outward form only, not its essence. I often think that all loves and friendships need a certain 3 days' burial before we can quite be sure of their truth and immortality. Mine, it happened just after John's marriage, and I may confess it now, had likewise its entombment, bitter as brief. Many cruel hours sat I in darkness, weeping at the door of its sepulchre, thinking that I should never see it again, but, in the dawn of the morning, it rose, and I met it in the desolate garden, different, yet the very same, and after that it walked with me continually, secure and imperishable evermore. I rode, and John sauntered beside me along the footpath, now and then plucking a leaf or a branch off a hedge, and playing with it, as was his habit when he was a lad. Often I caught the old smile. Not one of his 3 boys, not even handsome Guy, had their father's smile. He was telling me about Enderley Mill, and all his plans there, in the which he seemed very happy. At least his long life of duty was merging into the life he loved. He looked as proud and pleased as a boy, in talking of the new inventions he meant to apply in cloth weaving, and how he and his wife had agreed together to live for some years to come at Little Longfield, strictly within their settled income, that all the remainder of his capital might go to the improvement of Enderley Mills and the mill people. I shall be the master of nearly 100 men and women. Think what good we may do. She has 6 plans on foot already, bless her dear heart. It was easy to guess whom he referred to, the one who went hand in hand with him in everything. Was the dinner in the barn next Monday her plan too? Partly. I thought we should begin a sort of yearly festival for the old tenured people, and those about the flour mill, and the Kingswell tenants. Ah, Phineas, wasn't I right about those Kingswell folk? These were about 12 poor families, whom, when our mortgage fell in, he had lured out of Sally Watkins' miserable alley to these old houses, where they had at least fresh country air, and space enough to live, wholesomely and decently, instead of herding together like pigs in a sty. You ought to be proud of your tenants, Phineas, I assure you. They form quite a contrast to their neighbours, who are Lord Luxmore's. And his voters likewise, I suppose? The free and independent burgesses, who are to send Mr. Vermilye to Parliament? If they can, said John, biting his lip with that resolute, half-combative air which now I saw in him at times, roused by things which continually met him in his dealings with the world, things repugnant alike to his feelings and his principles, but which he had still to endure, not having risen high enough to oppose, single-handed, the great mass of social corruption which at this crisis of English history kept gathering and gathering, until out of the very horror and loathsomeness of it an outcry for purification arose. Do you know, Phineas, I might last week have sold your house for double price. They are valuable this election year, since your 5 tenants are the only voters in Kingswell who are not likewise tenants of Lord Luxmore. Don't you see how the matter stands? It was not difficult, for that sort of game was played all over England, connived at, or at least winked at, by those who had political influence to sell or obtain, until the Reform Bill opened up the election system in all its rottenness and enormity. Of course I knew you would not sell your houses, and I shall use every possible influence I have to prevent your tenants selling their votes. Whatever may be the consequence, the sort of thing that this Kingswell election bids fair to be is what any honest Englishman ought to set his face against, to prevent if he can. Can you? I do not feel sure, but I mean to try. First, for simple right and conscience. Secondly, because if Mr. Vermilye is not saved from arrest by being placed in Parliament, he will be outlawed and driven safe out of the country, you see. Aye, I did see, only too well, though I foresaw that whatever John was about to do, it must necessarily be something that would run directly counter to Lord Luxmore, and he had only just signed the lease of Enderley Mills. Still, if right to be done, he ought to do it at all risks, at all costs, and I knew his wife would say so. We came to the foot of Kingswell Hill, and saw the little hamlet, with its grey old houses, its small, ancient church, guarded by enormous yew trees, and clothed with ivy that indicated centuries of growth. A carriage overtook us here. In it were 2 gentlemen, one of whom bowed in friendly manner to John. He returned it. This is well. I shall have one honest gentleman to deal with to-day. Who is he? Sir Ralph Oldtower, from whom I bought Longfield. An excellent man. I like him. Even his fine old Norman face, like one of his knightly ancestors on the tomb in Kingswell Church. There's something pleasant about his stiff courtesy and his staunch Toryism, for he fully believes in it, and acts up to his belief. A true English gentleman, and I respect him. Yet, John, Norton Bury calls you a democrat. So I am, for I belong to the people, but nevertheless I uphold a true aristocracy, the best men of the country. Do you remember our Greeks of old? These ought to govern, and will govern, one day, whether their patent of nobility be births, or titles, or only honesty and brains. Thus he talked on, and I liked to hear him, for talking was rare in his busy life of constant action. I liked to observe how during these 10 years his mind had brooded over many things, how it had grown, strengthened, and settled itself, enlarging both its vision and its aspirations, as a man does who, his heart at rest in a happy home, has time and will to look out from thence into the troublous world outside, ready to do his work there likewise. That John was able to do it, aye, beyond most men, few would doubt who looked into his face, strong with the strength of an intellect which owed all its development to himself alone, calm with the wisdom which, if a man is ever to be wise, comes to him after he has crossed the line of 30 years. In that face, where day by day time was written in its fit lessons, beautiful, because they were so fit. I ceased to miss the boyish grace, and rejoiced in the manhood present, in the old age that was to be. It seemed almost too short a journey, when, putting his hand on the mare's bridle, the creature loved him, and turned to lick his arm the minute he came near. John stopped me to see the view from across Kingswell churchyard. "Look, what a broad valley, rich in woods, and meadowland, and corn! How quiet and blue lie the Welsh hills far away! It does one good to look at them. Nay, it brings back a little bit of me which rarely comes uppermost now, as it used to come a long time ago, when we read our namesake, and Shakespeare, and that anonymous friend who has since made such a noise in the world. I delight in him still. Think of the man of business liking Coleridge." "I don't see why he should not." "Nor I. Well, my poetic taste may come out more at Enderley, or perhaps when I am an old man, and have fought the good fight, and holla there! Matthew Hales, have they made you drunk already?" The man, he was an old workman of ours, touched his hat, and tried to walk steadily past the master, who looked at once both stern and sad. I thought it would be so. I doubt if there was a voter all in Kingswell who has not got a bribe. "It is the same everywhere," I said. "What can one man do against it, single-handed?" "Single-handed or not, every man ought to do what he can, and no man knows how much he can do till he tries." So saying, he went into the large parlour of the Luxmore Arms, where the election was going on. A very simple thing, that election. Sir Ralph Oldtower, who was sheriff, sat at the table with his son, the grave-looking young man who had been with him in the carriage. Near them were Mr. Brithwood of the Mythe and the Earl of Luxmore. The room was pretty well filled with farmers, labourers, and the like. We entered, making little noise, but John's head was taller than most heads present. The sheriff saw him at once, and bowed courteously. So did young Mr. Herbert Oldtower. So did the Earl of Luxmore. Richard Brithwood alone took no notice, but turned his back, and looked another way. It was now many years since I had seen the Squire Lady Caroline's husband. He had fulfilled the promise of his youth, and grown into a bloated, coarse-featured, middle-aged man, such a man as one rarely meets nowadays, for even I, Phineas Fletcher, have lived to see so great a change in manners and morals, that intemperance, instead of being the usual characteristic of a gentleman, has become a rare failing, a universally contemned disgrace. "Less noise here," growled Mr. Brithwood. "Silence, you fellows at the door. Now, Sir Ralph, let's get the business over and be back for dinner." Sir Ralph turned his stately grey head to the light, and put on his gold spectacles, began to read the writ of election. As he finished, the small audience set up a feeble cheer. The sheriff acknowledged it, then leaned over the table, talking with rather frosty civility to Lord Luxmore. Their acquaintance seemed solely that of business. People whispered that Sir Ralph never forgot that the Oldtowers were crusaders when the Ravenels were nobody. Also, the baronet, whose ancestors were all honourable men and stainless women, found it hard to overlook a certain royal bar sinister, which had originated the Luxmore earldom, together with a few other blots which had tarnished that scutcheon since. So folk said, but probably Sir Ralph's high principle was at least as strong as his pride, and that the real cause of his dislike was founded on the too well-known character of the Earl of Luxmore. They ceased talking. The sheriff rose, and briefly stated that Richard Brithwood, Esquire of the Mythe, would nominate a candidate. The candidate was Gerard Vermilye, Esquire, at the mention of whose name one Norton Bury man broke into the hoarse laugh, which was quelched by his immediate ejection from the meeting. Then Mr. Thomas Brown, steward of the Earl of Luxmore, seconded the nomination. After a few words between the sheriff and his son and Lord Luxmore, the result of which seemed rather unsatisfactory than otherwise, Sir Ralph Oldtower again rose. Gentlemen and electors, there being no other candidate proposed, nothing is left me but to declare Gerard Vermilye, Esquire. John Halifax made his way to the table. Sir Ralph, pardon my interruption, but may I speak a few words? Mr. Brithwood started up with an angry oath. My good sir, said the baronet, with a look of reprehension which proved him of the minority who thought swearing ungentlemanly. By, said Sir Ralph, you shall not hear that low fellow. Excuse me, I must, if he has a right to be heard. Mr. Halifax, you are a free man of Kingswell? I am. This fact surprised none more than myself. Brithwood furiously exclaimed that it was a falsehood. The fellow does not belong to this neighbourhood at all. He was picked up in Norton Bury streets, a beggar, a thief, for all I know. You do not know very well, Mr. Brithwood. Sir Ralph, I was never either a beggar nor a thief. I began life as a working lad, a farm labourer, until Mr. Fletcher, the tanner, took me into his employ. So I have always understood, said Sir Ralph courteously. And next to the man who is fortunate enough to boast a noble right, I respect the man who is not ashamed of an ignoble one. That is not exactly my position either, said John, with half-smile. But we are passing from the question in hand, which is simply my claim to be a free man of this borough. On what grounds? You will find in the Charter a clause, seldom put in force, that the daughter of a freeman can confer the freedom on her husband. My wife's late father, Mr. Henry March, was a burgess of Kingswell. I claimed my rights, and registered this year. Ask your clerk, Sir Ralph, if I have not spoken correctly. The old white-headed clerk allowed the fact. Lord Luxmore looked considerably surprised, and politely incredulous still. His son-in-law broke out into loud abuse of his knavery. I will pass over this ugly word, Mr. Brithwood, merely stating that— We are quite satisfied, interrupted Lord Luxmore blandly. My dear sir, may I request so useful a vote, and so powerful an interest as yours, for our friend Mr. Vermilye? My lord, I should be very sorry for you to misapprehend me for a moment. It is not my intention, except at the last extremity, to vote at all. If I do, it'll certainly not be for Mr. Brithwood's nominee. Sir Ralph, I doubt if, under any circumstance, which, by your permission, I am about to state, Mr. Gerard Vermilye can keep his seat, even if elected. A murmur arose from the crowd of mechanics and labourers, who, awed by such propinquity to gentry and even nobility, had hitherto hung sheepishly back, but now, like all English crowds, were quite ready to follow the leader, especially one they knew. "Hear him! Hear the master!" was distinguishable on all sides. Mr. Brithwood looked too enraged for words, but Lord Luxmore, taking snuff with sarcastic smile, said, "Honors mutant mors. I thought, Mr. Halifax, you eschewed politics." "Mere politics I do, but not honesty, justice, morality, and a few facts have reached my knowledge, though possibly not Lord Luxmore's, which make me feel that Mr. Vermilye's election would be an insult to all three. Therefore I oppose it." A louder murmur arose. "Silence, you scoundrels!" shouted Mr. Brithwood, adding his usual formula of speech, which a second time extorted the old baronet's grave rebuke. "It seems, Sir Ralph, that democracy is rife in your neighbourhood. True, my acquaintance has not lain much among the commonalty, but still I was not aware that the people choose the member of Parliament." "They do not, Lord Luxmore," returned the sheriff, somewhat haughtily, "but we always hear the people. Mr. Halifax, be brief. What have you to allege against Mr. Brithwood's nominee?" "First, his qualification. He has not 300 nor 100 a year. He is deeply in debt, at Norton Bury and elsewhere. Warrants are out against him, and only as an MP can be safe from outlawry. Add to this an offence common as daylight, yet which the law dare not wink at when made patent, that he has bribed, with great or small sums, every one of the 15 electors of Kingswell, and I think I have said enough to convince any honest Englishman that Mr. Gerard Vermilye is not fit to represent them in Parliament." Here a loud cheer broke out from the crowd at the door, and under the open windows, where, thick as bees, the villagers had now collected. They, the unvoting and consequently unbribable portion of the community, began to hiss indignantly at the 15 unlucky voters. For though bribery was, as John had truly said, as common as daylight, still, if brought out openly before the public, the said virtuous public generally condemned it, if they themselves had not been concerned therein. The sheriff listened uneasily to a sound very common at elections, of the populace expressing an opinion contrary to that of the lord of the soil. "Really, Mr. Brithwood, you must have been as ignorant as I was of this character of your nominee. Or would you have chosen someone else? Herbert," he turned to his son, who, until the late dissolution, had sat for some years as a member of Norton Bury. "Herbert, are you acquainted with any of these facts?" Mr. Herbert Oldtower looked uncomfortable. "Answer," said his father. "No hesitation in a matter of right and wrong. Gentlemen, and my worthy friends, will you hear Mr. Oldtower, whom all you know? Herbert, are these accusations true?" "I am afraid so," said the grave young man, more gravely. "Mr. Brithwood, I regret extremely that this discovery was not made before. What do you propose doing?" "By the Lord that made me, nothing. The borough is Lord Luxmore's. I could nominate Satan himself if I chose. My man shall stand." "I think," Lord Luxmore said, with meaning, "it would be better for all parties that Mr. Vermilye should stand." "My lord," said the baronet, and one could see, not only rigid justice, but a certain obstinacy marked his character, especially when anything jarred against his personal dignity or prejudices. "You forget that however desirous I am to satisfy the family to whom this borough belongs, it is impossible for me to see that satisfaction, even though I cannot prevent the election of any person so unfit to serve his Majesty. If, indeed, there were another candidate, so that the popular feeling might decide this very difficult matter." "Sir Ralph," said John Halifax determinedly, "this brings me to the purpose for which I spoke. Being a landholder, and likewise a free man of the borough, I claim the right of nominating a second candidate." Intense, overwhelming astonishment struck all present. Such a right had been so long unclaimed that everybody had forgotten it was a right at all. Sir Ralph and his clerk laid their venerable heads together for some minutes, before they could come to any conclusion on the subject. At last the sheriff rose. "I am bound to say that, though very uncommon, this proceeding is not illegal." "Not illegal!" almost screamed Richard Brithwood. "Not illegal. I therefore wait to hear Mr. Halifax's nomination. Sir, your candidate is, I hope, no Democrat?" "His political opinions differ from mine, but he is the only gentleman whom I in this emergency can name, and is one whom myself, and I believe all my neighbours, will be heartily glad to see once more in Parliament. I beg to nominate Mr. Herbert Oldtower." A decided sensation at the upper half of the room. At the lower half a unanimous involuntary cheer, for among our country families there were few so warmly respected as the Oldtowers. Sir Ralph rose, much perplexed. I trust that no one present will suppose I was aware of Mr. Halifax's intention, nor, I understand, was Mr. Oldtower. My son must speak for himself. Mr. Oldtower, with his accustomed gravity, accompanied by a not unbecoming modesty, said that in this conjuncture, and being personally unacquainted with both Mr. Brithwood and the Earl of Luxmore, he felt no hesitation in accepting the honour offered to him. "That being the case," said his father, though evidently annoyed, "I have only to fulfil my duty as public officer to the Crown." Amid some confusion, a show of hands was called for, and then a cry rose, "Go to the poll!" "Go to the poll!" shouted Mr. Brithwood. "This is a family borough. There has not been a Pole here for 50 years. Sir Ralph, your son's mad. Sir, insanity is not in the family of the Oldtowers. My position here is simply as sheriff of the county. If a poll be called for, excuse me, Sir Ralph, it would be hardly worth while. May I offer you—" It was only his snuff-box, but the Earl's polite and meaning smile filled up the remainder of the sentence. Sir Ralph Oldtower drew himself up haughtily, and the fire of youth flashed indignantly in his grand old eyes. "Lord Luxmore seems not to understand the duties and principles of us country gentlemen," he said coldly, and turned away, addressing the general meeting. "Gentlemen, the poll will be held this afternoon, according to the suggestion of my neighbour here." "Sir Ralph Oldtower has convenient neighbours," remarked Lord Luxmore. "Of my neighbour Mr. Halifax," repeated the old baronet, louder and more emphatically. "A gentleman," he paused, as if doubtful whether in that title he were awarding a right or bestowing a courtesy, looked at John and decided, "A gentleman for whom, ever since I have known him, I have entertained the highest respect." It was the first public recognition of the position which for some time had been tacitly given to John Halifax in his own neighbourhood. Coming thus from this upright and honourable old man, whose least merit it was to hold, and worthily, a baronetage centuries old, it made John's cheeks glow with an honest gratification and a pardonable pride. "Tell her," he said to me, when, the meeting having dispersed, he asked me to ride home and explain the reason for his detention at Kingswell. "Tell my wife all. She will be pleased, you know." Aye, she was. Her face glowed and brightened, as only a wife's can, a wife whose dearest pride is in her husband's honour. Nevertheless, she hurried me back again as quickly as I came. As I once more rode up Kingswell Hill, it seemed as if the whole parish were agog to see the novel sight. A contested election, truly! Such a thing had not been known within the memory of the oldest inhabitant. The 15 voters, I believe that was the number, were altogether bewildered by a sense of their own importance. Also, by a new and startling fact, which I found Mr. Halifax trying to impress upon a few of them, gathered under the great yew tree in the churchyard, that a man's vote ought to be the expression of his own conscious opinion, and that for him to sell it was scarcely less vile than to traffic in the liberty of his son or the honour of his daughter. Among those who listened most earnestly was a man whom I had seen before to-day, Jacob Baines, once the ringleader of the bread riots, who had long worked steadily in the tan-yards, and then at the flour mill. He was the honestest and faithfulest of all John's people, illustrating unconsciously that divine doctrine that often they love most whom most has been forgiven. The poll was to be held in the church, not an uncommon usage in the country boroughs, but which from its rarity struck great awe into the Kingswell folk. The churchwarden was placed in the clerk's desk to receive votes. Not far off, the sheriff sat in his family pew, bareheaded, by his grave and reverent manner imposing due decorum, which was scarcely observed by all except Lord Luxmore and Mr. Brithwood. These two, apparently sure of their cause, had recovered their spirits, and talked and laughed loudly on the other side of the church. It was a very small building, narrow and cruciform. Every word said in it was distinctly audible throughout. "My lord, gentlemen, and my friends all," said Sir Ralph, rising gravely, "let me hope that every one will respect the sanctity of this place." Lord Luxmore, who had been going about with his dazzling diamond snuff-box and equally dazzling smile, stopped in the middle of the aisle, bowed, and replied, "With pleasure, certainly," and walked inside the communion rail, as if believing that his presence there conveyed the highest compliment he could pay the spot. The poll began in perfect silence. One after the other, 3 farmers went up and voted for Mr. Vermilye. There was a snuff under their noses probably something heavier than snuff in their pockets. Then came up the big, grey-headed fellow I had mentioned before, Jacob Baines. He pulled his forelock to Sir Ralph, rather shyly. Possibly in his youth he had been made the sheriff's acquaintance under less favourable circumstances, but he plucked up courage. "Your honour, might a man say a word to ye?" "Certainly, but be quick, my good fellow," replied the baronet, who was noted for his kindly manner to humble folk. "Sir, I be a poor man. I lives in one o' my lord's houses. I hanna paid rent for a year. Mr. Brown says to me, he says, 'Jacob, vote for Vermile, and I'll give ye rent, and here be £2.10 to start ye with.' So I says to Matthew Hales, he be Mr. Halifax's tenant, your honour, and my lord's steward ha' paid him nigh £4 for his vote. I sure us be poor men, and his lordship a lord and all that. It's no harm, I reckon." "Holla! Cut it short, you rascal! You're stopping the poll. Vote, I say!" "Aye, aye, squire," and the old fellow, who had some humour in him, pulled his hair again civilly to Mr. Brithwood. "Wait till I ha' got shut o' these." And he counted out his ragged pockets a handful of guineas. Poor fellow, how bright they looked, those guineas, that were food, clothing, life. 3 was paid to I, and 2 to Will Horrocks, and the rest to Matthew Hales. But, sir, we has changed our minds, and please, would 'ee give back the money to them who owns it?" "Still, my honest friend." "Thank'ee, Sir Ralph, that's it. We be honest. We couldn't look at the master in his face else. 12 year ago, some Michaelmas, he kept some of us from starving, may be worse. We bean't going to turn rascal on hands now. Now I'll vote, sir, and it won't be for Vermile." A smothered murmur of applause greeted old Jacob as he marched back down the aisle, where on the stone benches of the porch was seated a rural jury, who discussed not over-favourably the merits of Lord Luxmore's candidate. "He owes a power o' money in Norton Bury, he do." "Why doesn't he show his face at the election like a decent gentleman?" "Feared the bailiff," suggested one of the constable, old and rheumatic, who guarded the peace of Kingswell. "He's the biggest swindler in all England." "Curse him," muttered an old woman. "He was a bonny lass, my Sally. Curse him." All this while Lord Luxmore sat in a lazy dignity in the communion chair, apparently satisfied that as things had always been so, they would continue to be; that despite the unheard-of absurdity of a contested election, his pocket-borough was quite secure. It must have been, to say the least, a great surprise to his lordship when, the poll being closed, its result was found thus: out of 15 votes, 6 were for Mr. Vermile, 9 for his opponent. Mr. Herbert Oldtower was therefore duly elected member of the borough of Kingswell. The Earl received the announcement with dignified, incredulous silence. But Mr. Brithwood never spared language. "It's a cheat, an infamous conspiracy. I will unseat him. By my soul I will." "You may find it difficult," said John Halifax, counting out the guineas deposited by Jacob Baines, and laying them in a heap before Mr. Brown, the steward. "Small as the number is, I believe any committee of the House of Commons will decide that 9 honester votes were never polled. But I regret, my lord, I regret deeply, Mr. Brithwood," and there was a kind of pity in his eye, "that this matter I have been forced, as it were, to become your opponent. Some day, perhaps, you may both do me the justice that I now can only look for from my own conscience." "Very possibly," replied the Earl, with a satirical bow. "I believe, gentlemen, our business is ended for to-day, and it is a long drive to Norton Bury. Sir Ralph, might we hope the honour of your company? No? Good day, my friends. Mr. Halifax, your servant." "One word, my lord. Those workmen of mine, who are your tenants, I am aware what usually results when tenants in arrears vote against their landlords, if, without taking any harsher measures, your agent will be so kind as to apply to me for the rent. Sir, my agent will use his own discretion." "Then I rely on your lordship's kindness, your sense of honour." Honour is only spoken of between equals, said the Earl, haughtily. But on one thing Mr. Halifax may always rely, my excellent memory. With a smile and a bow as perfect as if he were victoriously quitting the field, Lord Luxmore departed. Soon not one remained of all those who had filled the church and churchyard, making there a tumult that is chronicled to this very day by some ancient villagers, who still think themselves greatly ill-used because of the Reform Act, has blotted out of the list of English boroughs the loyal and independent borough of Kingswell. Sir Ralph Oldtower stood a good while talking with John, and finally, having sent his carriage on, walked with him down the Kingswell hill towards the manor house. I, riding alongside, caught fragments of their conversation. "What you say is all true, Mr. Halifax, and you say it well. But what can we do? Our English constitution is perfect. That is, as perfect as any human can be. Yet corruptions will arise, we regret. We even blame, but we cannot remove them. It is impossible. Do you think, Sir Ralph, that the Maker of this world, which, so far as we can see, he means, like all other of his creations, gradually to advance toward perfection, do you think he would justify us in pronouncing any good work therein impossible?" "You talk like a young man," said the baronet, half sadly. "Coming years will show you the world and the ways of it in a clearer light." "I earnestly hope so." Sir Ralph glanced sideways at him, perhaps with a sort of envy of the very youth which he is thus charitably excused as a thing to be allowed for till riper wisdom came. Something might have smote the old man with the conviction that in his youth was strength and life, the spirit of the new generation then arising, before which the old worn-out generation would crumble into its natural dust, dust of the dead ages, honourable dust, to be reverently inurned, and never politically profaned, by us the living age, who in our turn must follow the same downward path, dust, venerable and beloved, but still only dust. The conversation ending, we took our diverse ways, Sir Ralph giving Mr. Halifax a hearty invitation to the manor house, and seeing him hesitate, added that Lady Oldtower would shortly have the honour of calling upon Mrs. Halifax. John bowed. "But I ought to tell you, Sir Ralph, that my wife and I are very simple people, that we make no mere acquaintances, and only desire friends. It is fortunate that Lady Oldtower and myself share the same peculiarity." And, shaking hands with a stately cordiality, the old man took his leave. "John, you have made a step in the world to-day." "Have I?" he said, absently, walking in deep thought, and pulling the hedge-leaves as he went along. "What will your wife say?" "My wife? Bless her!" And he seemed to be only speaking the conclusion of his thinking. "It will make no difference to her, though it might to me. She married me in my low estate, but some day, God willing, no lady in the land shall be higher than my Ursula." Thus, as in all things each thought most of the other, and both of him, whose will was to them beyond all human love, aye, even such love as theirs. Slowly, slowly, I watched the grey turrets of the manor house fade away in the dusk. The hills grew indistinct, and suddenly we saw the little twinkling light that we knew as the lamp in Longfield Parlour shine out like a glow-worm across the misty fields. "I wonder if the children are gone to bed, Phineas?" And the fatherly eyes turned fondly to the pretty winking light. The fatherly heart began to hover over the dear little nest of home. "Surely there's someone at the white gate. Ursula! John, it's you!" The mother did not express her feelings after the fashion of most women, but I knew by her waiting there, and by the nervous tremble of her hand, how greatly her anxiety had been. "Is all safe, husband?" "I think so. Mr. Oldtower is elected. He must fly the country." "Then she is saved." "Let us hope she is. Come, my darling." And he wrapped his arm round her, for she was shivering. "We have done all we could, and must wait the rest. Come home. Oh, with a lifted look and a closer strain, "Thank God for home." Chapter 24 of John Halifax, Gentleman. Recording by Terry Heel.
Chapter 25 of John Halifax, Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ken Felt. John Halifax, Gentleman, by Dinah Craik. Chapter 25. We always rose early at Longfield. It was lovely to see the morning sun climbing over One Tree Hill, catching the larchwood, and creeping down the broad slope of our field. Thence up toward Redwood and Leckington, until, while the dews yet lay thick on our shadowed valley, Leckington Hill was all in the glow of light. Delicious, too, to hear the little ones running in and out, bright and merry as children ought to be in the first wholesome hours of the day. To see them feeding their chickens and petting their doves, calling every minute on father or mother to investigate and enjoy some wonder in farmyard or garden. And either was ever ready to listen to the smallest of these little mysteries, knowing that nothing in childhood is too trivial for the notice, too foolish for the sympathy, of those on whom the Father of all men has bestowed the holy dignity of parenthood. I could see them now, standing among the flower beds, out in the sunny morning, the father's tall head in the center of the group, for he was always the important person during the brief hour or two that he was able to be at home. The mother, close beside him, and both knotted round with an interlaced mass of little arms and little eager faces, each wanting to hear everything, and to look at everything, everybody to be first, and nobody last. None rested quiet or mute for a second, except the one who kept close as his shadow to her father's side, and unwittingly was treated by him less like the other children, than like some stray spirit of another world, caught and held jealously, but without much outward notice, lest haply it might take alarm, and vanish back again unawares. Whenever he came home and did not see her waiting at the door, his first question was always, "Where's Muriel?" Muriel's still face looked very bright this morning, the Monday morning after the election, because her father was going to be at home the whole day. It was the annual holiday he had planned for his work people. This only dinner party we have ever given was in its character not unlike that memorable feast to which were gathered the poor, the lame, the halt, and the blind, all who needed and all who could not return the kindness. There were great cooking preparations, everything that could make merry the heart of man, tea, to comfort the heart of woman, hard-working woman, and lots of bright pennies and silver groats to rejoice the very souls of youth. Mrs. Halifax, Jem Watkins, and his Jenny were as busy as bees all morning. John did his best to help, but finally the mother pleaded how hard it was that the children should miss their holiday walk with him. So we were all dismissed from the scene of action to spend a long quiet 2 hours lying under the great oak on One Tree Hill. The little ones played about till they were tired. Then John took out the newspaper and read about Ciudad Rodrigo and Lord Wellington's entry into Madrid, the battered eagles and the torn and bloody flags of Badajoz, which were on their way home to the Prince Regent. "I wish the fighting were over, and peace were come," said Muriel. But the boys wished quite otherwise. They already gloried in the accounts of battles, played domestic games of French and English, acted garden sieges and blockades. "How strange and awful it seems to sit on this green grass, looking down on our quiet valley, and then think of the fighting far away in Spain, perhaps this very minute, under this very sky. Boys, I'll never let either of you be a soldier." "Poor little fellows," said I. "They can remember nothing but wartime." "What would peace be like?" asked Muriel. "A glorious time, my child, rejoicings everywhere, fathers and brothers coming home, work thriving, poor men's food made cheap, and all things prospering." "I should like to live to see it. Shall I be a woman then, father?" He started. Somehow she seemed so unlikely an ordinary child, that while all the boys' future was merrily planned out, the mother often said, laughing, that she knew exactly what sort of a young man Guy would be. None of us ever seemed to think of Muriel as a woman. "Is Muriel anxious to be grown up? Is she not satisfied with being my little daughter always?" "Always." Her father drew her to him, and kissed her soft, shut, blind eyes. Then, sighing, he rose and proposed that we should all go home. This first feast at Longfield was a most merry day. The men and their families came about noon. Soon after, they all sat down to dinner, Jim Watkins' plan of the barn being universally scouted in favor of an open-air feast in the shelter of a hayrick, under the mild blue September sky. Jim presided with a ponderous dignity, which throughout the day furnished great private amusement to Ursula, John, and me. In the afternoon, all rambled about as they liked, many under the ciceroneship of Master Edwin and Master Guy, who were very popular and grand indeed. Then the mother, with Walter clinging shy-eyed to her gown, went among the other poorer mothers there, talked to one, comforted another, counselled a third, and invariably listened to all. There was little of patronizing benevolence about her. She spoke freely, sometimes even with some sharpness, when reproving comment was needed. But her earnest kindness, her active goodness, darting at once to the truth and right of things, touched the women's hearts. While a few were a little wholesomely afraid of her, all recognized the influence of the mistress, penetrating deep and sure, extending far and wide. She laughed at me when I told her so, said it was all nonsense, that she only followed John's simple recipe for making his work people feel that he was a friend as well as a master. What is that? To pay attention and consideration to all they say, and always to take care and remember to call them by their right Christian names. I could not help smiling. It was an answer so like Mrs. Halifax, who never indulged in any verbal sentimentalism. Her part in the world was deeds. It was already evening when, having each contributed our quota, great or small, to the entertainment, we all came and sat on the long bench under the walnut tree. The sun went down red behind us, throwing a last glint on the upland field, where, from top to bottom, the young men and women were running in a long thread-the-needle. Their voices and laughter came fairly down to us. I think they have had a happy day, John. They will work all the better tomorrow. I am quite sure of it. Ah, so am I, said Guy, who had been acting the young master all day, condescendingly stating his will and giving his opinion on every subject, greatly petted and looked up to by all, to the no small amusement of us elders. "Why, my son?" asked the father, smiling. But here Master Guy was posed, and everybody laughed at him. He coloured up with childish anger, and crept nearer his mother. She made a place for him at her side, looking appealingly at John. "Guy has got out of his depth. We must help him into safe waters again," said the father. "Look here, my son. This is the reason, and it is well not to be quite sure of a thing unless one knows the reason. Our people will work the better because they will work from love, not merely doing their duty and obeying their master in a blind way, but feeling an interest in him and all that belongs to him, knowing that he feels the same in them, knowing too that although being their superior in many things, he is their master and they his servants. He never forgets that saying, which I read out of the Bible, children, this morning. One is your master, even Christ, and all ye are brethren. Do you understand?" I think they did, for he was accustomed to talk with them thus even beyond their years, not in the way of preachifying, for these little ones had in their childish days scarcely any so-called religious instruction, save the daily chapter out of the New Testament, and the father's and mother's daily life, which was a simple and literal carrying out of the same. To that one test was brought all that was thought, or said, or done in our household, where it often seemed as if the master were as visibly obeyed and followed as in the household which he loved at Bethany. As to what doctrinal creed we held, or what sect we belonged to, I can give but the plain answer which John gave to all such inquiries, that we were Christians. After these words from the Holy Book, which the children always listened to with great reverence, as to the book which their parents most loved and honored, the reading and learning of which was granted as a high reward and favor, and never carelessly allowed, or, horrible to think, inflicted as a punishment, we ceased smiling at Guy, who in his turn ceased to frown. The little storm blew over, as our domestic storms usually did, leaving a clear, free heaven, loving one another. Of course, we quarreled sometimes, but we always made it up again, because we loved one another. "Father, I heard the click of the gate. There is somebody coming," said Muriel. The father paused in a great romp with his sons, paused, as he ever did when his little daughter's soft voice was heard. "'Tis only a poor boy. Who can he be?" "One of the folks that came for milk, most likely, but we have none to give away today. What do you want, my lad?" The lad, who looked miserable and scared, opened his mouth with a stupid, "Eh?" Ursula repeated the question. "I wants Jacob Baines." "You will find him with the rest in front of that hayrick, over his pipe and ale." The lad was off like a shot. "He is from Kingswell, I think. Can anything be the matter, John?" "I will go and see. No, boys, no more games. I will be back presently." He went, apparently rather anxious, as was easy to find out by only a glance at the face of Ursula. Soon she rose and went after him. I followed her. We saw, close by the hayrick, a group of men angrily talking. The gossiping mothers were just joining them. Far off in the field, the younger folk were still dancing merrily down their long line of thread the needle. As we approached, we heard sobbing from one or two women and loud curses from the men. "What's amiss?" said Mr. Halifax as he came in the midst, and both curses and sobbings were silenced. All began a confused tale of wrongs. "Stop, Jacob. I can't make it out." "This lad has seen it all, and he bean't a liar in big things. Speak up, Billy." Somehow or other, we extracted the news brought by Raggedy Billy, who on this day had been left in charge of the 5 dwellings rented of Lord Luxmore. During the owner's absence, there had been a distraint for rent. Every bit of the furniture was carried off. 2 or 3 aged and sick folk were left lying on the bare floor, and the poor families here would have to go home to nothing but their 4 walls. Again, at repetition of the story, the women wept and the men swore. "Be quiet," said Mr. Halifax again. But I saw that his honest English blood was boiling within him. "Jem," and Jem Watkins started, so unusually sharp and commanding was his master's tone, "saddle the mare, quick. I shall ride to Kingswell, and thence to the sheriff's." "God bless ye, sir," sobbed Jacob Baines's widowed daughter-in-law, who had left, as I overheard her telling Mrs. Halifax, a sick child today at home. Jacob Baines took up a heavy knobbed stick, which happened to be leaning against the hay-rack, and eyed it with savage meaning. "Who be they as has done this, master?" "Put that bludgeon down, Jacob." The man hesitated, met his master's determined eye, and obeyed him, meek as a lamb. "But what is us to do, sir?" "Nothing. Stay here till I return. You shall come to no harm. You will trust me, my men?" They gathered round him, those big, fierce-looking fellows, in whom was brute force enough to attack or resist anything. Yet he made them listen to reason. He explained as much as he could of the injustice which had apparently been done them, injustice which had overstepped the law, and could only be met by keeping absolutely within the law. "It is partly my fault that I did not pay the rent today. I will do so at once. I will get your goods back tonight, if I can. If not, you hale fellows can rough it, and we'll take the women and children in till morning. Can we not, love?" "Oh, readily," said the mother. "Don't cry, my good woman. Mary Baines, give me your baby. Cheer up. The master will set all right." John smiled at her in fond thanks. The wife, who hindered him by no selfishness or weakness, but was his right hand and support in everything. As he mounted, she gave him his whip, whispering, "Take care of yourself, mind. Come back as soon as you can." And lingeringly she watched him gallop down the field. It was a strange 3 hours we passed in his absence. The misty night came down, and round about the house crept wailing the loud September wind. We brought the women into the kitchen. The men lit a fire in the farmyard, and sat sullenly round it. It was as much as I could do to persuade Guy and Edwin to go to bed instead of watching that beautiful blaze. There more than once I saw the mother standing with a shawl over her head, and her white gown blowing, trying to reason into patience those poor fellows, savage with their wrongs. "How far have they been wronged, Phineas? What is the strict law of the case? Will any harm come to John for interfering? I told her, no, so far as I knew, that the cruelty and illegality lay in the haste of the distraint, and in the goods having been carried off at once, giving no opportunity of redeeming them. It was easy to grind the faces of the poor who had no helper. Never mind, my husband will see them righted, at all risks. But Lord Luxmore is his landlord. She looked troubled. I see what you mean. It is easy to make an enemy. No matter, I fear not. I fear nothing while John does what he feels to be right, as I know he will. The issue is in higher hands than ours or Lord Luxmore's. But where's Muriel? For as we sat talking, the little girl, whom nothing could persuade to go to bed till her father came home, had slipped from my hand and gone out into the blustering night. We found her standing all by herself under the walnut tree. I wanted to listen for father. When will he come? Soon, I hope, answered the mother with a sigh. You must not stay out in the cold and the dark, my child. I am not cold, and I know no dark, said Muriel softly. And thus so it was with her always. In her spirit, as in her outward life, so innocent and harmless, she knew no dark, no cold looks, no sorrowful sights, no winter, no age. The hand laid upon her clear eyes pressed eternal peace down her soul. I believe she was, if ever human being was, purely and entirely happy. It was always sweet for us to know this. It is very sweet still, Muriel, our beloved. We brought her within the house, but she persisted in sitting in her usual place on the door-sill, waiting for her father. It was she who first heard the white gate swing and told us he was coming. Ursula ran down the stream to meet him. When they came up the path, it was not alone. John was helping a lame old woman, and his wife carried in her arms a sick child, on whom, when they entered the kitchen, Mary Baines threw herself in a passion of crying. What have they been doing to 'ee, Tommy? E'en warn't like this when I left 'ee. Oh, they've been killing my lad, they have. Hush, said Mrs. Halifax. We'll get him well again, please God. Listen to what the master is saying. He was telling to the men who gathered round the kitchen door the results of his journey. It was, as I had expected from his countenance the first minute he appeared, fruitless. He had found all things at Kingswell as stated. Then he rode to the sheriff's, but Sir Ralph was absent, sent for to Luxmore Hall on very painful business. My friends, said the master, stopping abruptly in his narrative, for a few hours you must make up your minds to sit still and bear it. Every man has to learn that lesson at times. Your landlord has. I would rather be the poorest among you than Lord Luxmore this night. Be patient. We will lodge you all somehow. Tomorrow I will pay your rent, get your goods back, and you shall begin the world again as my tenants, not Lord Luxmore's. Hurrah! Shouted the men, easily satisfied, as working people are who have been used all their days to live from hand to mouth, and to whom the present is all in all. They followed the master, who settled them in the barn, and then came back to consult with his wife as to where the women could be stowed away. So, in a short time, the 5 homeless families were cheerily disposed of, all but Mary Baines and her sick boy. What can we do with them? Said John, questioningly to Ursula. I see but one course. We must take him in. His mother says hunger is the chief thing that ails the lad. She fancies that he has had the measles, but our children have had it too, so there's no fear. Come upstairs, Mary Baines."
Passing, with a thankful look, the room where her own boy slept, the good mother established this forlorn young mother and her 2 children in a little closet outside the nursery door,
cheered her with comfortable words, helped her ignorance with wise counsels, for Ursula was the general doctoress of all the poor folk round. It was almost midnight before she came down to the parlour where John and I sat, he with little Muriel asleep in his arms. The child would gladly have slumbered away all night there, with the delicate, pale profile pressed close into his breast. "Is it all right, love? How tired you must be." John put his left arm round his wife as she came and knelt by him in front of the cheerful fire. "Tired? Oh, of course. But you can't think how comfortable they are upstairs. Only poor Mary Baines does nothing but cry, and keep telling me that nothing ails her lad but hunger. Are they so very poor?" John did not immediately answer. I fancied he looked suddenly uneasy, and imperceptibly pressed his little girl closer to him. "The lad seems very ill, much worse than our children were with measles." "Yet how they suffered, poor pets, especially Walter. It was the thought of them made me pity her so. Surely I have not done wrong?" "No, love, quite right and kind. Acting so, I think one need not fear. See, mother, how soundly Muriel sleeps. It's almost a pity to waken her, but we must go to bed now." "Stay 1 minute," I said. "Tell us, John, I quite forgot to ask till now, what is that painful business you mentioned which called the sheriff to Lord Luxmore's?" John glanced at his wife, leaning fondly against him, her face full of sweet peace, then at his little daughter asleep, then round the cheerful firelit room, outside which the autumn night wind went howling furiously. "Love, we that are so happy, we must not, dare not condemn." She looked at him with a shocked inquiry. "You don't mean—" "No, it is impossible." "It is true. She has gone away." Ursula sank down, hiding her face. "Horrible! And only 2 days since she was here, kissing our children?" We all 3 kept a long silence. Then I ventured to ask when she went away. "This morning, early. They took, at least Mr. Vermilye did, all the property of Lord Luxmore's that he could lay his hands upon, family jewels and money to a considerable amount. The Earl is pursuing him now, not only as his daughter's seducer, but as a swindler and a thief." "And Richard Brithwood?" "Drinks and drinks and drinks. That is the beginning and the end of all." There was no more to be said. She had dropped forever out of her old life, as completely as a star out of the sky. Henceforth, for years and years, neither in our home, nor, I believe, in any other, was there the slightest mention made of Lady Caroline Brithwood. All the next day John was from home, settling the Kingswell affair. The ejected tenants, our tenants now, left us at last, giving a parting cheer for Mr. Halifax, the best master in all England. Sitting down to tea, with no small relief that all was over, John asked his wife after the sick lad. He is very ill still, I think. Are you sure it is measles? I imagine so, and I have seen nearly all the childish diseases, except— No, that is quite impossible, added the mother hastily. She cast an anxious glance on her little ones. Her hands slightly shook as she poured out their cups of milk. Do you think, John, it was hard to do it when the child is so ill? I ought to have sent them away with the others. Certainly not. If it were anything dangerous, of course Mary Baines would have told us. What are the lad's symptoms? As Ursula informed him, I thought he looked more and more serious, but he did not let her see. Make your mind easy, love. A word from Dr. Jessup will decide all. I will fetch him after tea. Cheer up. Please God, no harm will come to our little ones. The mother brightened again. With her, all the rest, and the tea-table clatter went on merry as ever. Then, it being a wet night, Mrs. Halifax gathered her boys round her knee for an evening chat over the kitchen fire, while through the open door, out of the dim parlour, came Muriel's voice, as we call the harpsichord. It seemed sweeter than ever this night, like, as her father once said, but checked himself, and never said it afterwards, like Muriel talking with angels. He sat listening a while, then without any remark, put on his coat and went out to fetch the good doctor. I followed him down to the stream. Phineas, he said, will you mind, don't notice it to the mother, but mind and keep her and the children downstairs till I come back? I promised. Are you uneasy about Mary Baines's lad? No, I have full trust in human means, and above all in what I need not speak of. Still, precautions are wise. Do you remember that day when, rather against Ursula's wish, I vaccinated the children? I remembered, also, that the virus had taken effect with all but Muriel, and we had lately talked of repeating the much-blamed and miraculous experiment upon her. I hinted this. Phineas, you mistake, he answered rather sharply. She is quite safe, as safe as the others. I wrote to Dr. Jenner himself, but don't mention that I spoke about this. Why not? Because today I heard that they have the smallpox at King's Well. I felt a cold shudder. Though inoculation and vaccination had made it less fatal among the upper classes, this frightful scourge still decimated the poor, especially children. Great was the obstinacy in refusing relief, and loud the outcry in Norton Bury, when Mr. Halifax, who had met and known Dr. Jenner in London, finding no practitioner that would do it, persisted in administering the vaccine virus himself to his children. But still, with a natural fear, he had kept them out of all risk of taking the smallpox until now. John, do you think— No, I will not allow myself to think. Not a word of this at home. Mind. Goodbye. He walked away, and I returned up the path heavily, as if a cloud of terror and dole were visibly hanging over our happy Longfield. The doctor appeared. He went up to the sick lad. Then he and Mr. Halifax were closeted together for a long time. After he was gone, John came into the kitchen, where Ursula sat with Walter on her knee. The child was in his little white nightgown, playing with his elder brothers and warming his rosy toes. The mother had recovered herself entirely, was content and gay. I saw John's glance at her, and then I feared. "What does the doctor say? The child will soon be well?" "We must hope so." "John, what do you mean? I thought the little fellow looked better when I went up to see him last, and I hear the poor mother upstairs crying." "She may cry. She has need," said John bitterly. "She knew it all the while. She never thought of our children, but they are safe. Be content, love. Please God, they are quite safe. Very few take it after vaccination." Do you mean the smallpox? Has the lad got smallpox? Oh, God, help us! My children! My children! She grew white as death. Long shivers came over her from head to foot. The little boys, frightened, crept up to her. She clasped them all together in her arms, turning her head with a wild, savage look, as if someone were stealing behind to take them from her. Muriel, perceiving the silence, felt her way across the room and touched her mother's face, said anxiously, "Has anybody been naughty?" "No, my darling, no." "Then never mind. Father says nothing will harm us, except being naughty. Did you not, Father?" John snatched his little daughter up to his bosom and called her for the 100th time the name my poor old father had named her, the blessed child. We all grew calmer. The mother wept a little, and it did her good. We comforted the boys and Muriel, telling them, in truth, nothing was the matter, only we were afraid of their catching the little lad's sickness, and they must not go near him. "Yes, she shall quit the house this minute, this very minute," said the mother, sternly, but with a sort of wildness too. Her husband made no immediate answer, but as she rose to leave the room, he detained her. "Ursula, do you know the child is all but dying?" "Let him die! The wicked woman! She knew it, and she let me bring him amongst my children, my own poor children." "I would that she had never come, but what is done, love. Think, if you were turned out of doors this bleak, rainy night with a dying child." "Hush, hush," she sank down with a sob. "My darling," whispered John, as he made her lean against him, her support and comfort in all things. "Do you think my heart is not ready to break like yours? But I trust in God. This trouble came upon us while we were doing right. Let us do right still, and we need not fear. Humanly speaking, our children are safe. It is only our own terror which exaggerates the danger. They may not take the disease at all. Then how could we answer it to our conscience if we turned out this poor soul and her child died?" "No, no!" "We will use all precautions. The boys shall be moved to the other end of the house." "I proposed that they should occupy my room, as I had had smallpox and was safe." "Thank you, Phineas. And even should they take it, Dr. Jenner has assured me that in every case after vaccination, it has been the very slightest form of the complaint. Be patient, love, trust in God, and have no fear." Her husband's voice gradually calmed her. At last she turned and clung round his neck, silently and long. Then she rose up and went about her usual duties, just as if this horrible dread were not upon us. Mary Baines and her children stayed in the house. Next day, about noon, the little lad died. It was the first death that had ever happened under our roof. It shocked us all very much, especially the children. We kept them far away on the other side of the house, out of the house when possible, but still they would be coming back and looking up at the window, at which, as Muriel declared, the little sick boy had turned into an angel and flown away. The mother allowed the fancy to remain. She thought it wrong and horrible that a child's first idea should be putting into the pit hole. Truer and more beautiful was Muriel's instinctive notion of turning into an angel and flying away. So we arranged that the poor little body should be coffined and removed before the children rose next morning. It was a very quiet tea time. A sense of awe was upon the little ones, they knew not why. Many questions they asked about poor Tommy Baines, and where he had gone to, which the mother only answered after the simple manner of Scripture. He was not, for God took him. But when they saw Mary Baines go crying down the field path, Muriel asked why she cried. How could she cry, when it was God who had taken little Tommy? Afterwards she tried to learn of me privately what sort of place it was that he had gone to, and how he went, whether he had carried with him all his clothes, and especially the great bunch of woodbine she had sent to him yesterday, and above all, whether he had gone by himself, or if some of the angels, which held so large a place in Muriel's thoughts, and of which she was ever talking, had come to fetch him and take care of him. She hoped, indeed, she felt sure they had. She wished she had met them, or heard them about in the house. After seeing how the child's mind was running on the subject, I thought it best to explain to her, as simply as I could, the solemn putting off of life and putting on of immortality. I wished that my darling, who could never visibly behold death, should understand it as no image of terror, but only as a calm sleep, and a joyful waking in another country, the glories of which eye had not seen, nor ear heard. "Eye has not seen," repeated Muriel thoughtfully. "Can people see there, Uncle Phineas?" "Yes, my child, there is no darkness at all." She paused a minute, and said earnestly, "I want to go. I very much want to go. How long do you think it will be before the angel comes for me?" "Many, many years, my precious one," said I, shuddering, for truly she looked so like them that I began to fear they were close at hand. But a few minutes afterwards she was playing with her brothers and talking to her pet doves, so sweet and human-like that the fear passed away. We sent the children early to bed that night, and sat long by the fire, consulting how best to remove infection, and almost satisfied that in these 2 days it could not have taken any great hold on the house. John was firm in his belief in Dr. Jenner and vaccination. We went to bed greatly comforted, and the household sank into quiet slumbers, even though under its roof slept, in deeper sleep, the little dead child. That small closet, which was next to the nursery I occupied, safely shut out by it from the rest of the house, seemed very still now. I went to sleep thinking of it, and dreamed of it afterwards. In the middle of the night, a slight noise woke me, and I almost fancied I was dreaming still, for there, I saw a little white figure gliding past my bed's foot. So softly and soundlessly, it might have been the ghost of a child, and it went into the dead child's room. For a moment, that superstitious instinct which I believe we all have paralyzed me. Then I tried to listen. There was most certainly a sound in the next room, a faint cry, quickly smothered, a very human cry. All the stories I had ever heard of supposed death and premature burial rushed horribly into my mind. Conquering alike my superstitious dread or fear of entering the infected room, I leaped out of bed, threw on some clothes, got a light, and went in. There lay the little corpse, all safe and still, forever, and like its own spirit watching in the night at the head of the forsaken clay, sat Muriel. I snatched her up and ran with her out of the room in an agony of fear. She hid her face on my shoulder, trembling. "I have not done wrong, have I? I wanted to know what it was like, that which you said was left of little Tommy. I touched it. It was so cold. Oh, Uncle Phineas, that isn't poor little Tommy." "No, my blessed one, no, my dearest child. Don't think of it any more." And hardly knowing what was best to be done, I called John and told him where I had found his little daughter. He never spoke, but snatched her out of my arms into his own, took her in his room, and shut the door. From that time our fears never slumbered. For 1 whole week we waited, watching the children hour by hour, noting each change in each little face. Then Muriel sickened. It was I who had to tell her father, when, as he came home in the evening, I met him by the stream. It seemed to him almost like the stroke of death. "Oh, my God! Not her! Any but her!" And by that I knew, what I had long guessed, that she was the dearest of all his children. Edwin and Walter took the disease likewise, though lightly. No one was in absolute danger except Muriel. But for weeks we had what people called sickness in the house, that terrible overhanging shadow which mothers and fathers well know, under which one must live and move, never resting night or day. This mother and father bore their portion, and bore it well. When she broke down, which was not often, he sustained her. If I were to tell of all he did, how, after being out all day, night after night, he would sit up watching by, and nursing each little fretful sufferer, patient as a woman, and pleasant as a child's playmate, perhaps those who talk loftily of the dignity of man would smile. I pardoned them. The hardest minute of the 24 hours was, I think, that when, coming home, he caught sight of me afar off waiting for him, as I always did, at the white gate. And many a time, as we walked down to the stream, I saw what no one else saw but God. After such times, I used often to ponder over what great love his must be, who, as the clearest revelation of it and of its nature, calls himself the Father. And he brought us safe through our time of anguish. He left us every one of our little ones. One November Sunday, when all the fields were in a mist, and the rain came pouring softly and incessantly upon the patient earth, which had been so torn and dried up by east winds, that she seemed glad enough to put aside the mockery of sunshine and melt in quiet tears, we once more gathered our flock together in thankfulness and joy. Muriel came downstairs, triumphantly in her father's arms, and lay on the sofa, smiling, the firelight dancing on her small white face, white and unscarred. The disease had been kind to the blind child. She was, I think, more sweet-looking than ever. Older, perhaps, the round prettiness of childhood gone, but her whole appearance bore that inexpressible expression in which, for want of a suitable word, we all embody our vague notions of the unknown world and call angelic. "Does Muriel feel quite well? Quite strong and well?" the father and mother both kept saying every now and then as they looked at her. She always answered, "Quite well." In the afternoon, when the boys were playing in the kitchen, and John and I were standing at the open door, listening to the dropping of the rain in the garden, we heard, after its long silence, Muriel's voice. "Father, listen," whispered the mother, linking her arm through his as he stood at the door. Soft and slow came the notes of the old harpsichord. She was playing one of the Abbey's anthems. Then it melted away into melodies we knew not, sweet and strange. Her parents looked at one another. Their hearts were full of thankfulness and joy. And Mary Baines's little lad is in the churchyard.
End of chapter 25. Recording by Ken Felt.